Year 1498 of the Hyuan calendar. In the east, blue and Logetown, oppressive black clouds pressed down over the city, heralding an imminent downpour. In the square, shoulder-to-shoulder crowds filled every inch of space, their dense murmurs buzzing like hundreds of mosquitoes whispering by one's ears. Thunder rumbled violently as lightning burst forth, a silver flash illuminating the entire square in an instant. "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden all the treasure you found? Is it really on the Grand Line? You obtained it, didn't you? That one and only great secret treasure, One Piece." At that moment, an utterly unremarkable passerby suddenly shouted out these words. His words were aimed at the man who was bound and forced to kneel upon the high platform, the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. In later years, this nameless passerby would be mockingly hailed across countless forums as the one who truly ignited the great age of sail, though whether he had been a planted stooge of Rogers or not would remain forever unknown. The moment his shout fell, the dark mass of people before the execution platform seemed to have their sound abruptly cut off, even their breathing unconsciously slowed as countless eyes locked deathly tight onto Roger. Everyone feared missing even the slightest hint of something world-shaking. On the platform, the executioners' minds went blank in an instant, stunned by this sudden twist and momentarily at a loss for what to do. "Ha! You want my treasure? If you want to go and take it, hey, go and search for it. I've placed everything this world has to offer there." On the Grand Line, One Piece, sitting cross-legged on the execution platform, Roger suddenly let out a thunderous roar. "Hey, you bastard!" The execution officer's face changed drastically as he finally snapped out of his daze. Without the slightest hesitation, he drove his spear forward, instantly piercing through Roger's chest. The Pirate King Roger fell. A deafening roar erupted. Whether it was the crowds below the scaffold or people around the world watching this grand spectacle via live broadcast, they all boiled over in an instant. There were adventurers shouting at the top of their lungs that they would go claim the great treasure, ambitious schemers watching everything with cold, calculating eyes, and revolutionaries standing aloof, observing with detached indifference. Everyone understood. The tide of a new era was about to surge. The so-called Great Pirate Era had begun. Damn it. In a pavilion not far from the execution platform, a middle-aged man wearing frog-shaped glasses and sporting a braided beard beneath his chin stared at the chaotic scene, unable to stop himself from cursing in fury. His grip on the windowsill was so forceful that the wood crumbled to dust beneath his fingers, for he knew that the world was about to be turned completely upside down. This man was a fleet admiral of Marine Headquarters, Sengoku. Ugh. In a small alley not far from the roaring crowds, a figure sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, seemed to be jolted awake by the thunderous voices. He slowly lifted his seemingly stiff neck, revealing the delicate features of a young boy who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. His slightly dazed eyes instinctively took in his surroundings and happened at that exact moment to fall upon that composed, death-bound face. His pupils shrank violently in shock. Pirate King Roger. As a devoted fan of One Piece in his previous life, he was more than familiar with Roger's unruly, swaggering face, especially those two strands beneath his nose that one could hardly tell were a mustache or nose hair. Their recognizability remained astonishingly high even across the barrier between two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds. Yes, this boy was one of the many who had crossed over from another world, and of all places he had ended up in the world of One Piece. In his previous life, he had been nothing more than an ordinary, utterly unremarkable orphan. With the support of the state, he had finally managed to graduate from university and find a stable job, only to wake up from a night's sleep to discover he'd arrived in this damned world. In his heart, One Piece had always been something to watch as an anime for fun and laughter. To truly live in this world, however, surviving alone would already be a blood-soaked story of struggle. After all, this was a world where those idiotic celestial dragons rode on people's backs to lord over everyone, and pirates who burned, killed, and plundered roamed everywhere, constantly threatening the lives of the common folk at the very bottom. As for Luffy and his crew, even among pirates, they were an exceedingly rare sort. A group who shouted about adventure while calling themselves pirates, yet were still at the end of the day destroyers of order. In their eyes, so-called order meant nothing. Their every action was guided purely by personal whim. Their way of thinking could not be measured by the moral standards of ordinary people. If he happened to appear on their battlefield, he as a mere ordinary person would hardly be able to escape another spin of reincarnation. As someone who had lived his whole life in a well-ordered modern society, he felt absolutely no sense of safety in this place. Canuo's Atlas, huh? No helping it. I can only carry your name and live on in this world. The boy, now Atlas, murmured to himself. With that, he summoned the last dregs of his strength to struggle to his feet, trying to get away from this place of right and wrong. He had no choice. Very soon this place would become extremely dangerous. All sorts of future titans were gathered here. Those who would later become the four emperors like red-haired Shanks, as well as Dracul Mihawk, the Sea Thug Don Quixote Doflamingo Gecko Moria, and so on. Even if some of them were not yet as renowned as they would one day become, they already displayed faint hints of the ferocity and grandeur of future great pirates. The Marines would never let such an excellent chance to strangle danger in the cradle slip away. He firmly believed that Sengoku, a strategist by nature, would not overlook this. Yet the pirates who yearned for so-called freedom and the ambitious schemers among them would never meekly offer up their hands for capture. When that moment came, this place would turn into a battlefield of blood and flame. If a small fry like Atlas were to be killed by a stray shockwave in such a battle, he would likely go down in history as the most miserable transmigrator ever. Stumbling and staggering, he followed the memory of this body toward the Marine base in Logetown. His desperate desire to live kept urging him to squeeze out every last bit of potential in his frail body. His leaden legs felt filled with molten metal, and his stomach burned as if scorched by raging flames, constantly reminding him how weak this body truly was. But as an orphan, Atlas had long since learned from the hardships of his early life that the choice between survival and destruction always lay in one's own hands. Respecting and yearning for life had already been etched into his very bones. To seize fate by the throat or be seized by the scruff of the neck, it all came down to a single thought. Time seeped away bit by bit. A journey that should have taken only a dozen minutes felt like an entire century of torment to Atlas. Yet the faintly visible Marine insignia ahead and the Marines not far away constantly reminded him that his chance at survival lay just before him. At last, as though he had endured 99 trials and 81 tribulations, Atlas arrived at Logetown's Marine base. Gazing up at the emblem of a seagull clasping a balance, he felt waves of inexplicable relief wash through his heart. But as his adrenal surge faded, his body could no longer hold out. His vision grew steadily dimmer, and in his ears he could only vaguely hear the sound of cannon fire mingled with cries of alarm. Before he could utter another word, sudden darkness swallowed his sight. His body, already riddled with hidden wounds, was like a violin string on the verge of snapping. Unable to endure any longer, he pitched forward rapidly toward the ground before him. Quick, a boy just collapsed over there. Immediately afterward, a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded, echoing in his fading consciousness, leaving only lingering fragments of sound. A shaft of sunlight pierced the heavy clouds and fell upon Logetown, which still bore the scars of battle, as if foretelling a new life blooming amid ruin. The Marine base. A delicate-featured boy lay on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat at his temples, and a faint look of struggle flickering across his face. Suddenly his tightly closed eyes snapped open. His bloodshot eyes instinctively roamed his surroundings as his feeble fists clenched by reflex. His pupils contracted violently, betraying the turmoil within. It seems I'm not dreaming. I really came to the world of One Piece. Atlas could only hope that everything he was experiencing now would prove to be nothing more than a fleeting dream. Reality, however, slapped him in the face. Judging from the current situation, there was no way back for him. Since he had come, he could only make peace with it. Atlas sighed in resignation. His thoughts began to turn to the path ahead. Power. If he wanted to live freely in the world of pirates, he needed strength that towered above all else. He understood all too well that in this world where the law of the jungle had been pushed to its extreme, only power truly held in one's own hands could serve as the foundation for survival. Therefore, he planned to join the Marines. Admittedly, in the One Piece anime, the Marines often appeared to be nothing more than lapdogs of the Celestial Dragons. There were even scum like Captain Nezumi, who not only failed to safeguard their jurisdiction, but colluded with pirates to oppress civilians. Yet it was undeniable that the Marines were in truth the force of justice that maintained order upon the seas. In this chaotic world of broken order, it was merely a matter of choosing the lesser evil, and on the whole the Marines still constituted a faction that upheld a belief in justice. As for the Revolutionary Army, whether it had even been established yet was uncertain, but from its organization and agenda one could already glimpse that it was still an immature revolutionary force. The pirate faction, on the other hand, had never even crossed Atlas's mind. He was a model youth raised under the red flag who had received a full 9 years of compulsory education. Atlas simply could not bring himself to become a pirate. Even if he refrained from burning, killing, and plundering psychologically, he could not accept it. Thieves were still thieves. Moreover, Atlas had long grown accustomed to the relatively comfortable modern life that far surpassed the harshness of the pirate world. To have him drift about on the sea, never knowing if he would see tomorrow, was something he truly could not accept. As for those disgusting bubble dragons, they were indeed a headache. Following the principle of out of sight, out of mind, he would simply avoid crossing paths with those maggots as much as possible. It was at best self-deception, but for now he was merely an ordinary person struggling to survive, in no position to contemplate grand acts of saving the world. Besides, given his current status, he likely did not even have the qualifications to stand before those so-called world nobles. The thought drew a self-mocking smile from Atlas. Another reason was that the Marines possessed a complete system of inheritance and training and could offer him appropriate protection while he was still weak, granting him sufficient time to grow. Furthermore, in that moment of chaos, seeking shelter under the Marines had been his only choice, otherwise he would have been forced to exit this world ahead of schedule. Dong 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 dong. Suddenly a series of knocks at the door cut off Atlas's thoughts. "Come in." Atlas spoke, suddenly aware that his voice was hoarse and dry, perhaps from going too long without enough water, a sensation that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. With a click, the door opened, and a beam of bright light squeezed in. A tall, burly figure in a cloak bearing the word justice with a stern, chiseled face appeared before Atlas. Atlas's heart jolted. Though he could not yet decipher the rank indicated by the epaulets, he knew that only officers of at least ensign rank were qualified to wear the justice cloak. So, this man was at least a second lieutenant. Atlas was about to struggle up to show his respect when the man chuckled. "Hee, kid, no need. You're still a patient after all." The man waved a hand, a glint of appreciation flashing through his eyes. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Marcus Wright, a captain of the Lowtown Marine Base. You may address me as Captain Wright." Marcus Wright spoke with an easy smile. "Yes, Captain Wright. My name is Atlas, an orphan who aspires to become a righteous Marine," Atlas replied. Atlas still forced himself to sit on the edge of the bed, using the loudest voice he could muster in his current state to answer Wright. "Oh, a righteous Marine, is it?" Marcus Wright's face showed clear satisfaction. That damned Roger had used his life to open the era of great pirates, and the first hints of chaos were already beginning to show. The Marines needed more men of justice to maintain order upon these seas. If only every young man were like Atlas. At this thought, a trace of gloom flickered across Marcus Wright's eyes. But he quickly lifted his spirits again. Precisely because of this, he had to keep his fighting spirit high to uphold justice. "Then, boy, what does justice mean to you?" Captain Marcus Wright's expression gradually grew solemn as his eyes locked straight onto Atlas's. "Justice. Justice is, of course, striking down evil and protecting the innocent." A flush of excitement swept across Atlas's pale cheeks as he spoke loudly. Of course he was putting on an act. This was the passion and vigor a hot-blooded youth ought to display. If he suddenly blurted out something like, "I believe in absolute justice," people would think he was a Kuina. So his answer had to match the limits of his age and experience so that the Marines could more easily shape within him a concept of justice that aligned with their own. "I see. That is a fine sense of justice." Captain Wright did not argue, but instead revealed a meaningful smile. There were many Marines who upheld such justice. Countless young Marines thought the same. How different had he himself been back then? The thought flashed by, and Wright continued, "Atlas, I have come to understand your view of justice, but the Marines do not recruit 12-year-old brats. However, I have the authority to take you in as a utility soldier at our base. Also, the Marines do not accept deadweight. If you don't do your job well, I will have you dismissed. Understood, Atlas?" "Utility soldier," Atlas reporting, Captain. Atlas saluted excitedly. This time the excitement was genuine, for it signified that he had officially integrated into this world and found a path by which he could continually grow stronger. "Garuru." Suddenly a loud growl from his stomach shattered the passionate atmosphere. Atlas scratched his head in embarrassment. He had not eaten for several days, and lasting this long was thanks only to the abnormal physique common in the One Piece world. "All right, later you can go to the base canteen and have a proper meal. After all, upholding justice also requires a full stomach." Wright couldn't help but chuckle. In the end, he was still just a child. "Yes, sir," Atlas replied loudly. At the Marine base in the colonel's office, Wright stood before the desk reporting on his recent meeting with Atlas. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man, a cigar clenched between his teeth as he exhaled clouds of smoke. The swirling smoke obscured his features, and only a pair of sharp eyes could be vaguely seen, eyes tempered by blood and fire. Kano's Atlas, born in Shell's Town under the jurisdiction of the 153rd Marine Branch. 1 year ago, while traveling with his parents, he was attacked by pirates and drifted to Lowtown, where he has lived for half a year. His parents' whereabouts are unknown. Attacked by pirates, What a chaotic age this is. In Donghai, at the naval base cafeteria of Luaga Town, the normally bustling cafeteria was strangely quiet. Following the astonished gazes of those around, one could see a somewhat frail young boy buried among piles of food, focused intently on devouring the sustenance before him. Indeed, the boy was Atlas, sent to fill his stomach. "This is already my third serving." The surrounding crowd watched with great interest as Atlas battled against the food. Some curious onlookers even began to wager with their comrades, betting on how many servings this little guy could consume. Atlas paid no mind to the thoughts of those around him. The hunger in his belly left no room for other considerations. It was a mystery how his slender frame could accommodate such a massive amount of food. All that filled his mind were the frenzied sounds of chewing. However, this did provide Atlas with a slight boost of confidence. The confidence of becoming a strong individual. At least that was how he perceived it. Being able to eat more than the average person indicated that this body had decent potential, which meant it could store more energy. This was in accordance with the law of conservation of energy. In the world of pirates, being able to eat does not necessarily equate to being a strong individual. Yet all strong individuals certainly can eat. Although he couldn't compare to the terrifying appetites of figures like Garp or Luffy, Atlas ultimately concluded this battle by consuming 5 servings of food. Burp. Atlas patted his slightly protruding belly, letting out a satisfied belch before striding towards the dormitory without a care. Once back in the dormitory, Atlas lazily performed a few movements as post-meal exercises. After all, he didn't possess the extraordinary ability to quickly digest food. Unlike Luffy and the others who had effectively transformed their life return into a passive yet powerful skill, he could only rely on physical force to aid in digestion. After a while, beads of sweat formed on his forehead and his complexion visibly brightened. It was only then that Atlas halted his post-meal exercises and calmed his mind to assess his situation. Slowly, he sank his consciousness into his mind. 12 uniquely patterned octahedrons floated in the endless darkness. Indeed, this was Atlas's golden finger, a lack of any system. There was also no inheritance, just these 12 talismans. If Atlas remembered correctly, these were the 12 zodiac talismans he had seen in the childhood show Jackie Chan Adventures. According to his memories, the powers represented by these 12 talismans were on par with the devil fruits. They might even exceed them in design. The 12 zodiac talismans came from the demon lord of fire, providing fantastical abilities. Moreover, they could be used immediately upon acquisition without needing development, although their strength depended on the user. Additionally, they possessed a unique trait that no devil fruit could match. They would not be rejected by the sea. I wonder if their effectiveness will change in the pirate world. Atlas muttered to himself. With this thought, he projected his consciousness onto the talismans. Instantly, the excitement on Atlas' face began to fade. In the original world, activating the talismans required chi. In that realm of the demon lord, chi existed within everyone. Thus, anyone could harness the powers of the talismans. It merely depended on the strength of their display. However, in the pirate world, chi did not exist, and utilizing the talismans required physical strength to support them. Moreover, whether the talismans could be used depended on having a robust physique to bear them. It felt like a gradual transformation of the body to accommodate the soul. Atlas' face darkened. Based on the information he had gathered in his current condition, he could only activate one talisman. To simultaneously wield 2 or more talismans was nothing short of a pipe dream for Atlas at this moment. So which talisman should I choose now, eh? At this moment, Atlas found himself in a bit of a predicament. From his childhood memories, the mouse talisman could grant movement to static objects akin to the homies created by Big Mom's soul fruit. Just the thought of it seemed incredibly powerful. After all, this was a Yonko's ability. The ox talisman could bestow Atlas with immense strength. Whether this divine enhancement increases his base strength or adds extra power remains to be seen, but it was still a combat weapon that greatly piqued Atlas' interest. The tiger talisman could allow the holder's various powers to coexist without conflict, meaning it could unify the strength of all the talismans. When divided, it would turn the holder into 2 entities of good and evil. This ability caught Atlas' attention. On the surface, it seemed rather useless, but if multiple talismans could be used simultaneously, it would not simply be a matter of 1-1-2. For example, if one were to use both the god speed and divine strength at the same time, the power would amplify to a terrifying extent. As Yellow Ape said, speed is power. The rabbit talisman could grant the holder incredible speed and enhance their neural response time. As for whether it could traverse time and space, that remained uncertain. The dragon talisman could provide the holder with immense explosive power, focusing on destructive capability, serving as a formidable attack method. The snake talisman could grant invisibility to the holder. Isn't this just a transparent fruit in another form? It remains to be seen if it can evade observation haki. The horse talisman could grant the holder the ability to heal all ailments, effectively removing negative effects on the body. Pain and injuries should also fall under the category of ailments. If so, this ability would be the perfect choice for assisting in cultivation. This way he could train relentlessly without worrying about injuring himself, as long as he had sufficient stamina and energy to repair his body. The goat talisman could allow the holder's soul to leave their body and give prophetic dreams. It appears to enhance the soul's capabilities, though it's uncertain if it would benefit haki cultivation. After all, haki is an extension of one's will, and will is somewhat akin to the soul. The monkey talisman could grant the holder the ability to transform any person into an animal form, which is quite intriguing. This is likely the only ability that can affect people. However, if it merely changes their appearance without altering their power and speed, it would be of little use to strong individuals. The chicken talisman could give the holder the power to control levitation. However, Atlas was unsure of the conditions required to activate it in the pirate world. It resembles the ability of the float fruit, which is exceptional for survival, as flying abilities are quite rare in the pirate world, granting the user significant mobility. The dog talisman could bestow the holder with immortality, meaning that the moment Atlas activates it, he will essentially stop aging. It's akin to undergoing an anti-aging procedure with the surgery fruit, simply a cheat. Immortality has always been an unchanging pursuit of human society, and now it lay before Atlas. With just a thought, he could obtain it, causing his breath to quicken. The pig talisman could grant the holder the ability to shoot lasers from their eyes, which could also be described as laser eyes. Compared to the dragon talisman's destructive power, the pig talisman leans more towards cutting. Atlas wasn't entirely certain how these talismans would perform in the pirate world. He could only choose based on the information he had gathered, while further abilities would have to be explored gradually. Having learned about the abilities of each talisman, Atlas found himself torn between choices. Should he select a talisman that could provide immense combat power in a short time, or one that offered supportive abilities? After a long pause, he finally made a choice. Focusing his mind on the desired talisman, Atlas felt a stir in his heart. This one. In the year 1499 of the Hyuan calendar, June. At the naval base in Logetown, East Sea, the morning light was slightly intoxicating, with scattered starlight laying over the training grounds of the base. A sturdy figure was running around the training grounds against the slightly cool breeze with his hands and feet bound by heavy weights. Huff, huff. Atlas ran wildly, his breathing heavy, as if a bellows was working hard. This was his daily 4-hour physical training. In this world, all abilities relied on a strong physique for support. Even the great generals and 4 emperors would fight for days and nights. Without stamina, one would surely falter halfway. He didn't want to be a man for just 5 seconds. As the sun gradually rose, Atlas' physical training was also coming to an end. He casually picked up a bamboo sword from the corner of the training ground and began to swing it. Swish, swish, swish. A bamboo sword without a sharpened edge was wielded by him with great vigor. Slash, cut, chop, thrust, flick, sweep. Atlas practiced the basic movements skillfully, though these were the only ones he knew. He didn't know any fancy techniques. After all, a tall building rises from a flat ground. Wasn't Zoro the same when he was young, practicing basic movements? Thus, a solid foundation allowed one to become stronger rapidly in a short time. 9992, 9993, 9994. Atlas meticulously completed his training tasks for the morning with sweat already soaking the ground around him. He was now in the world of pirates, and even though this place was known as the weakest sea, the East Sea still harbored many great pirates that could threaten his life. After all, this body of his was only 13 years old. Training is exhausting, but thankfully I have the horse talisman to help heal various hidden injuries in my body. Otherwise, with my training style, I would end up with numerous hidden injuries without even surviving to 30. After all the training was completed, Atlas lay sprawled in the center of the training ground. The newly risen sun shone upon his body, and his well-defined muscles exuded a strong masculine hormone aroma under the baptism of sweat. Compared to a year ago, Atlas had undergone significant changes. Not only had his height shot up, but his strength had also drastically improved. Over the past year, aside from daily chores, washing clothes, mopping the floor, etc., most of his time was spent training, even reducing his sleep time to 5 hours. This training intensity had shifted from initial difficulty to now being quite manageable, largely thanks to the aid of the horse talisman. Atlas was now somewhat grateful that he hadn't been dazzled by the capabilities of other talismans, but had decisively chosen the horse talisman, which served as an excellent auxiliary ability for him. In the world of pirates, physique was the foundation of all abilities. Whether it was a devil fruit user or a martial arts master, one could not ignore the need for a robust body to grow stronger. What surprised him even more was that the effects of the horse talisman were definitely not limited to just curing all ailments. It could not only heal various pains from the training process, but also accelerate self-healing by continually consuming food. It was somewhat similar to the return of life, where one could recover from wounds during battles by consuming stamina, achieving effects akin to a zoan-type devil fruit. Through experimentation, Atlas discovered that the energy consumed by the horse talisman was not limited to just stamina, but the energy stored within his body could also power the talisman. Moreover, with frequent use, the talisman imprint in his mind gradually faded, and this was definitely not the disappearance of the ability. If he guessed correctly, once the imprint completely vanished, the horse talisman would transform into Atlas' innate talent, becoming an instinctual existence, thus reaching a state similar to awakening. Of course, it wouldn't be as absurd as the awakening of a devil fruit, but at the very least it would reduce the consumption of stamina or energy. Over the past year, his height had reached an astonishing 9 meters. It's worth noting that he was just a little over 1.6 meters tall before. Not only that, but through rapid nutrient intake and shedding of sweat, he transformed from a skinny stick into a muscular man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his arms nearly bursting through his shirt sleeves. His limbs and torso each bore a weight of 60 kilograms daily, never removing them, except while bathing, even during physical training. Over the past year, he had challenged nearly everyone in the base. From initially being unable to defeat anyone to now being invincible against those below the academic level, who knows how many beatings he endured. Of course, Lieutenant Wright, who initially brought him into the naval base, was no longer a match for him, leaving Wright feeling frustrated for quite some time. After lying for a moment, Atlas patted the non-existent dust off his backside and strode toward the cafeteria. Now he needed to consume the equivalent of 10 people's portions to barely feel Aiton's full, a stark contrast to his previous self a year ago. Yo, Uncle Carl prepared 10 portions for me. As Atlas entered the cafeteria, he waved at a burly man with a beard, excitement evident in his expression. Huh, it's you again, you little brat. Uncle Carl's expression immediately drooped. Though his words were harsh, there was no impatience in his eyes. Carl, the head chef of the base cafeteria. He recognized Atlas due to his terrifying appetite and had a high regard for the young, energetic Atlas, as he was now a role model for the younger generation in the base. Don't be so stingy, Uncle Carl, Atlas replied, nonchalantly grinning. As he spoke, Atlas' meal was already prepared. He did not hold back, grabbing a piece of meat and shoving it into his mouth. The office of the base's colonel. All right, I will rush to the aid as soon as possible, Colonel Arthur Randall said with a serious expression. Arthur Randall was the highest-ranking officer at the naval base in Logtown and was also the one who approved Atlas' enlistment a year ago. With a click, Colonel Randall hung up the phone, shouting outside, "Order, officer. Immediately sound the alarm and gather all personnel at the training ground." Understood. As he spoke, footsteps began to fade away outside. The urgent alarm echoed throughout the naval base, and all non-duty personnel quickly sprang into action, including Atlas, who had just finished eating. It's time to test the results of my training. Atlas felt inexplicably excited, his expression stern as he quickly walked toward the training ground. 5 minutes later, nearly all personnel had gathered. Colonel Arthur Randall, draped in the cloak of justice, stood at the front of the line, looking satisfied at the orderly formation, and shouted loudly, "Attention! A small town in our jurisdiction is under pirate attack. Now all combat personnel follow me to uphold justice. Justice must not be desecrated. Justice! Justice! Justice!" All the Navy personnel at the training ground shouted passionately, and Atlas, standing among the crowd, was no exception, feeling a surge of power coursing through him. In the East Sea, in an unknown small town, ha 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 ha. You brats get to work. Steal the food and the beauties. A towering figure 2 meters tall with a fierce and intimidating appearance, wearing a crooked captain's hat, stood at the bow of the ship, brandishing a western sword, and shouted forward with a mouth full of yellow teeth. "Captain of the Blade Pirates. Ottoman. Bounty of 8 million berries." Oh, a throng of pirates could no longer contain their desire to plunder and rushed down the ship to loot everywhere. Instantly, the once relatively peaceful town transformed into a hell on earth, filled with cries and pleas for mercy. "Captain, won't our loud commotion attract the Navy?" At this moment, a man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth slowly approached Ottoman, his expression somewhat grim. "Hey, Frank, who do you think I am?" "I am Ottoman. I've inquired, and this is the edge of the Marine base in Logtown. It will take the Navy some time to arrive, and the highest commander at their base won't come here. I am a notorious pirate with an 8 million berry bounty." Ha 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 ha. Ottoman's wild laughter carried a hint of cunning. In the East Sea, known as the weakest sea, an 8 million berry bounty was already considered that of a great pirate, which explained his confidence. Upon hearing this, Frank ceased to speak any further. After all, he was merely a subordinate with a modest bounty of 5 million berries, far inferior to Captain Ottoman. Logtown dock. Colonel Landell's gaze was solemn as he watched the naval warship slowly depart. Flashes of the figure that had just stealthily entered the warship appeared in his mind, causing a faint smile to form on his rugged face, which gradually softened. "Atlas, you little rascal. What are you doing here?" Lieutenant Light, seeing Atlas sneaking around, immediately displayed a look of shock, his jaw nearly dropping. This. Lieutenant Light, the quartermaster Atlas requests to join the battle. Realizing he had been discovered, Atlas decided to go all out. He directly stated his request, thinking, "Since I've made it this far, are you really going to kick me out?" Atlas thought indifferently. "Fine, then you can temporarily serve as a ship's quartermaster, you little rascal," Lieutenant Light said helplessly upon seeing the situation, knowing that under current circumstances there was no other option. "However, stay in the back and don't wander around. The enemy is a pirate crew with a collective bounty over 10 million berries." Light then said sternly, his brown eyes fixed intently on Atlas. Should Atlas dare to utter a word of dissent, he would immediately throw the little rascal into confinement. Let those old geezers handle the tough stuff. Well, Light, you can rest assured I will be careful with my safety. Atlas remained silent for a moment before casually assuring his words filled with confidence in his own abilities. After all, the captain was merely a small fry with an 8 million berry bounty. Who knows how inflated that 8 million bounty is? While bounties can somewhat reflect strength, some pirates increase their bounties by committing heinous acts to gain notoriety. Thus, numerous fakes emerged upon these seas. Hey, seeing Atlas' nonchalant expression, Light knew the kid had not taken his words seriously and secretly resolved to pay close attention to him during the upcoming battle. After bidding farewell to Light, Atlas slowly walked to the storage room, selecting a standard naval knife. It was inferior to a good cutlass, let alone a great cutlass or supreme great cutlass. But it was certainly better than using his fists. For now, Atlas' body had not yet reached the level to practice haki. He didn't even meet the standard for the Navy's 6 styles, meaning his body was still within the normal human range, lacking any superhuman traits. Sharp weapons were naturally his best option at the moment. On the other side, Light ran to the command room to report on Atlas. Finally, amidst the serious atmosphere, the warship arrived at its destination. The pirate flag with a skull featuring a western sword began to come into clearer view. The Navy aboard the warship tightened their grips on their weapons, their nervousness evident in their incessant swallowing. After all, this was war, and war can be deadly. On the deck, Atlas gradually reined in his lazy demeanor, his eyes devoid of fear, instead filled with extreme excitement for the upcoming battle. Every cell in his body was eager to engage. Captain, the Navy is coming. Should we retreat? The lookout of the Blade Pirates spotted the Navy's arrival and immediately raised the alarm. Upon receiving the alert, the Blade Pirates quickly panicked and withdrew from various parts of the town, colliding head-on with the Marines who had just landed. Thus, Atlas' first battle in life commenced. Atlas drew his long knife, leaned forward, and accelerated, weaving through the crowd straight toward Automan. Seeing that familiar figure, Lieutenant Light's heart skipped a beat. Automan's expression also changed, but upon realizing it was just a quartermaster, a hint of disdain surfaced on his face. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Atlas, seeing Automan's underestimation, didn't mind his eyes growing colder, and he suddenly increased the force behind his strike. One sword style Lion's Song. A high-profile technique name escaped his lips, and the assertive aura made Automan shudder. Of course, he was merely borrowing the name of Zoro's technique. In reality, it was just a simple slash, without any real technique, merely shouting a name to show off. Seeing this, Automan simply crossed his western sword in front of him. However, in the next second he regretted it, as the strike sent him flying. He rolled on the ground several times before finally managing to stop. Seeing the success of his first strike, Atlas boldly stepped forward again, aiming his knife at Automan. Automan was no fool. He adequately displayed the qualities expected of a great pirate. He immediately executed a roll to dodge, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, he had already lost the initiative, and one of his arms was now permanently incapacitated. You little brat. Automan's expression darkened, having been crippled by a kid. Not everyone is red-haired Shanks who can lose an arm and still become one of the 4 emperors. It's clear that Automan's future was now bleak. Of course, he first needed to survive. Without giving Automan a chance to recover, Atlas wielded his knife and lunged forward to strike. Damn it. Automan was uncompromising, directly trading injury for injury, his western sword thrusting toward Atlas' chest. However, Atlas ducked low, feigned a strike, and aimed for his lower regions. Automan, weakened from his previous effort, stumbled and received a solid cut to his thigh. Crimson blood splattered, staining his chiseled face. Automan fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mangled thigh, his face turning pale at a visible rate. The battle from start to finish lasted only a few dozen seconds. The remaining pirates of the Blade Pirates were in disbelief that their captain had been so easily taken down by a mere quartermaster of the Navy. But the truth was undeniable. No matter how they struggled, they could only accept it. One by one, their will to fight utterly extinguished, they surrendered and were bound to the ground. Moments later, the battle concluded. The Navy members methodically cleaned up the aftermath. Lieutenant Light approached Atlas, patting him on the shoulder with a smile of quiet satisfaction. Atlas turned his head, grinning at Light. His bloodied face beamed with a smile, revealing a neat set of 8 white teeth. Bright and otherworldly. In the year 1499 of the Hyuan calendar, Kano's Atlas was 13 years old. He was promoted to the rank of warrant officer at the Rogtown Naval Base in the East Sea. Huff, 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 huff. Atlas was still diligently carrying out today's training. Even though he was already the leader of the younger generation at the Rogtown Naval Base, and even though he had slain the great pirate with a bounty of 800,000 berries a year ago and was promoted to warrant officer, he still felt weak, very weak. After the battle ended as a logistics soldier, he was assigned to manage the casualty statistics and material return of the war-torn town. What he saw was not the joy of surviving the aftermath of war, but rather faces filled with sorrow or numbness. And these were the treatment of the weak. It was then that he truly felt the cruelty of this world. It was a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Therefore, he must become strong enough. With this thought, Atlas quickened the pace of his blade. The bamboo sword broke. Hey, little Atlas, don't even think about taking another bamboo sword from me. The old man from the logistics department, who was leisurely walking nearby, happened to witness this scene and shouted loudly, nearly bending his nose in anger. This was already the 5th bamboo sword that Atlas had broken this month. Heh, heh. Atlas awkwardly chuckled at those words. There was no helping it. His body was currently in a period of rapid growth, and his strength was increasing rapidly with the density of his bones and muscles constantly improving. Most notably, he had already reached a height of 2 meters at the age of 14, with hopes of growing to the height of 3 meters by the time he reached adulthood. Big Brother Atlas. Suddenly, a white-haired boy appeared outside the training ground. He looked to be around Atlas' age, panting heavily, while supporting himself on his knees, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Oh, Smoker. Atlas turned to look at the white-haired boy. Indeed, it was Smoker, who would later become the renowned White Hunter. In the early stages of the anime, he was nearly invincible, repeatedly putting the protagonist Luffy in dire straits. A Logia-type smoke fruit user, of course. At this time, he had not yet consumed the devil fruit. He was merely a little brat and Atlas' small follower. Smoker had also joined the Navy during the time after the execution of Pirate King Roger. Like Atlas, he started as a logistics soldier and was now a first-class soldier at the base. One could say he was the first person under Atlas. Of course, Smoker was aware of his own limitations. He estimated that he would not last a single move against Atlas. You see, Atlas had not just been idly practicing at the base over the past year. He was present at every naval outdoor activity. He understood that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse could not withstand the test of the scorching sun. To become a true strongman, one must endure the trials of blood and fire. Combat skills and experience cannot be obtained solely through hard training. From initially returning injured to completing missions with barely a scratch, Atlas' combat strength had greatly improved. He estimated that now, apart from Colonel Randall at the base, no one else could match him. What do you need from me, little Smoker? Bringing his thoughts back, Atlas remembered that Smoker seemed to have something to ask him. Don't call me little brat. Aren't you the same age as me? Smoker replied somewhat angrily. Oh, everyone was clearly the same age, so why did he always have to be called a little brat? Colonel Randall is looking for you. Despite being upset, Smoker conveyed Colonel Randall's order to Atlas. What does Colonel Randall want from me? Atlas was somewhat puzzled, but still headed towards the colonel's office at the base. Old man Randall, what do you want from me? Atlas did not knock on the door and simply pushed it open to walk straight in. After all, he had dealt with Randall many times. He basically had to report to Randall every time he went on a mission, so they were so familiar that they were almost like brothers. Hey, little Atlas, at least show some respect for me as a colonel. You can't just barge in without knocking. Colonel Randall immediately reprimanded Atlas. For this future star of the base, Randall had always shown immense tolerance. He could almost be certain that this brat's potential would not stop at a small place like Rog Town. A rear admiral might very well be his future. Because Atlas possessed all the qualities necessary to become a strongman, a monstrous physical talent, and a resolute character. Alright, enough chit-chat. I brought you here because I have 2 main matters to discuss. Hearing this, Atlas immediately became serious. Randall nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this, and continued, Are you interested in attending the new recruit training camp at headquarters for a while? Atlas was taken aback. The new recruit training camp at headquarters could be said to be the breeding ground for naval officers. Those who come out of there typically hold officer ranks. It's a guaranteed golden opportunity. Moreover, the chief instructor of the training camp was the former Admiral Zephyr and the current 3 legendary vice admirals, Kazuo Borsellino, Kakunu Sakazuki, and Akiji Kazan, were all trained under Zephyr. So of course Atlas wanted to go there because that was where he could receive the most complete training in the 6 styles and haki, which would be a crucial foundation stone on Atlas' path to becoming a strongman. There are a few slots available in the base, so I wanted to ask for your intentions. Seeing that Atlas hadn't spoken, Randall continued. Colonel, I want to go, but not right now. I haven't reached my limits yet. It's not suitable for me to go to headquarters now. Atlas thought seriously for a moment, then firmly told Randall. He was still too young, and his strength had not yet reached its peak. Going to headquarters now would only waste this opportunity. What he needed to do was to hone his foundation. That's fine. I'll hold that spot for you. You can go to headquarters together with Smoker when the time comes. Randall praised him, recognizing that being able to clearly understand one's own situation at such a young age was quite rare. He was indeed a promising seed. Smoker. That's right. Initially, I wanted you to go first and Smoker to go after a few years, After all, he's still too weak right now. I'll be counting on you to take care of him then, Randall explained. No problem. Colonel, I will take care of this little brat Smoker. Atlas responded. Hearing Atlas call Smoker a little brat, Randall had no reaction. On one hand, he had become accustomed to Atlas' carefree attitude, on the other hand, Atlas was indeed mature enough to make one overlook his age. Next, let me talk about the second matter. At the entrance of the colonel's office in the naval base of Logetown East Sea, Atlas stood in a complex mood, tightly clutching a bounty notice in his hand. The bounty is for the gentleman of monsters Fyric. The reward is 15 million berries. Kid, what I am about to say concerns you, or rather your parents, Colonel Randall said gravely, pushing a wanted poster in front of Atlas. Atlas was taken aback, then looked at the somewhat familiar face on the wanted poster. For some reason, a surge of anger welled up within him, and his mind involuntarily conjured images of blood and screams. No, this is not Atlas' emotion. This is the experience of the former owner of this body. The true memories of death suddenly assaulted me. Hey, Atlas, calm down. Randall quickly intervened as he noticed a hint of ferocity on Atlas' face. Sigh. Atlas let out a long breath, forcibly suppressing the sorrow and rage that did not belong to him. He carefully examined the somewhat yellowed bounty notice. Fyric, captain of the Fyric pirate crew, bounty of 15 million berries. 3 years ago, he plundered a merchant ship where the Kano couple and Atlas were present and unfortunately perished. The only known survivor is Atlas. According to Atlas' memories, the reason the former owner survived was that his parents hid him in a wine barrel. He later drifted to Logetown in the barrel and survived for a few months before finally reuniting with the Kano couple. We have received intel that Fyric and his gang have appeared in our jurisdiction. I initially planned to deal with them personally, but I believe it would be better for you to settle this yourself. Atlas slowly left the base office building, resolving to fulfill the last wish of the former owner, thinking it might serve to repay the grace of occupying this body. With that thought in mind, Atlas took all the information regarding the Fyric pirate crew from the staff and immediately set off to capture them. At the dock, Big Brother Atlas, can you take me with you? I want to kill pirates too. Smoker had been waiting at the dock after hearing about Atlas' situation. Kid, you're still too weak. Atlas waved his hand dismissively, not looking back as he walked toward his small boat. He added, this is my own business. Smoker wanted to say something, but upon hearing Atlas' words, he swallowed it down, silently watching Atlas's receding figure. Hey, Mitchell, it's so boring sailing at sea. How long until we reach the next island? Jim asked impatiently. Jim, the vice captain of the Fyric pirate crew, has a bounty of 12 million berries, powerful and ruthless. He enjoys exploding his enemies' heads and reveling in the sight of brain matter splattering. He is truly a twisted individual. Jim, it will take several more days to reach the next island, Navigator Mitchell replied nervously, having witnessed Jim's cruel methods multiple times. It was impossible not to be anxious. He didn't want to end up with his brains splattered everywhere. All right, Jim, if you're so bored, find something to do, but don't scare our navigator. Fyric, seeing Jim about to say something, immediately cut him off and smiled gently at Mitchell. However, Mitchell felt no warmth at all, for the seemingly gentle captain was the most terrifying and deranged person on the ship. Captain Fyric not only enjoyed torturing his enemies, but also relished in psychologically tormenting them, making them experience the transition from hope to despair. Tisk, upon hearing Fyric speak, Jim dared not act out again. Last time he had exploded a civilian's head on the island, which had displeased the self-styled gentleman captain. If he dared to retort again, it would simply be self-inflicted trouble. On the other hand, Atlas examined the information about the Fyric pirate crew, deducing that Fyric's route was heading to Mean Island for supplies. He decided to intercept them along the way to prevent them from terrorizing the next island. Captain, a small boat has been spotted ahead, suspected to be the Navy. The lookout from the Fyric pirate crew reported the approaching Atlas to Fyric. The Navy. Finally something to do. I hope it brings me some fun. Before Fyric could say anything, Jim eagerly jumped out, rubbing his fists in excitement. Fyric did not stop him, his eyes flickering slightly, wanting to let Jim test the waters first. He had always been cautious, otherwise he wouldn't have survived until now. Seeing that he had been discovered, Atlas wasted no time and jumped directly from his small boat. He landed steadily at the bow of the pirate ship, looking down at the calm, excited or panicked remnants of the sea. Hey, you over there, kid, you're with the Navy, aren't you? It was still Jim shouting. Atlas remained silent, merely glancing at the bounty notice in his hand, pulling out Jim's picture and carefully comparing it. The expression he wore clearly indicated that he viewed Jim as already dead. Hey, know your limits. Bastard. There's a limit to looking down on people. Jim was evidently angered by this behavior, and as he spoke, was about to rush over to punch Atlas. Atlas, seeing this, remained calm, slowly putting away the bounty notice as if he had already confirmed Jim's identity. Then he leaped down, swinging his fist to meet Jim. Thud. The powerful force struck through bending Jim's arm in an unnatural position. Jim clearly did not expect Atlas to possess such strength instantly, sending him crashing into the cabin, spitting out a small chunk of internal organs. The other pirates were momentarily stunned, but quickly shouted and swung their knives at Atlas. Atlas, seeing the situation, merely shifted his body, slightly dodging all the attacks, his movements swift and decisive. He drew out his standard-issue military knife. Slice, chop, poke. Like cutting vegetables, he ruthlessly slaughtered these pirates. As the captain Fyric did not charge forward recklessly, instead he calmly withdrew with his caned word. In no time, more than half of the members of the Fyric pirate crew had been killed by Atlas. Atlas' navy uniform was almost unblemished by blood, as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll. The deck was a scene of crimson, and the remaining survivors hesitated. After all, people fear death. Just then a glimmer of cold light surged from Atlas' peripheral vision, accompanied by a somewhat gloomy and triumphant face. My name is Philic, and I am a pirate captain. I yearn for the elegant life of the nobility, and I despise rude individuals, especially my first mate Jim. Today, unfortunately, I encountered a Navy officer who killed many of my crew that I had worked so hard to recruit. What an unlovable little brat. However, this unwanted guest is about to meet his demise. As for my dear crew, your sacrifices will not be in vain. I've finally been waiting for you. Philic. Atlas seemed to have anticipated this, slightly shifting his body to easily evade the ambush. The punch charged with power struck Philic's chest fiercely. Yet, Philic merely staggered slightly, a clear fist imprint visible on his chest. How could this be? Atlas, who had maintained his calm demeanor since boarding, could no longer contain his shock as his pupils dilated in disbelief. How could Philic, with a strength of 15 million berries, withstand his punch so perfectly? Fufufufu. I am a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the Inu Nomi model mastiff. Philic replied with a low chuckle. Although he was somewhat surprised that Atlas' ambush had failed, he felt no fear of being defeated by this brat before him. Moreover, he could openly reveal his fruit ability, wanting to see the despair on Atlas' face. After all, in the weakest sea, the East Blue, the existence of devil fruits was merely a legend. He had obtained this invaluable devil fruit just 2 months ago during a raid on a merchant ship. Even the most ordinary mastiff fruit among Zoan-type abilities greatly enhanced his strength. This information had not even been disclosed to his subordinates. He knew that only those who were cautious could survive in the brutal seas. Philic was exceptionally steady, of course due to the short time since acquiring this fruit. Philic had yet to fully master the 3 forms of the Zoan devil fruit, so he could only fight Atlas in his hybrid form. However, the hybrid form was precisely the most powerful form. Just now it was the shadow of his hat that caused Atlas to overlook Philic's perked-up ears. No matter why you came to trouble Captain Philic today, you want leave. Philic declared as he tossed his staff sword onto the deck and licked his revealed claws. Is it merely a devil fruit that has made you so arrogant? Atlas, having calmed down gradually from his initial surprise, stared intently at this increasingly deranged man before him. The remaining pirates around, seeing their captain's twisted expression, instinctively took a step back, creating a large space for the two to battle. Philic slightly bent forward, adopting an attacking stance. His calf muscles tightened, and the already stressed fabric of his pants tore apart. Suddenly, as the remnants of his clothing fluttered in the air, obscuring vision, Philic moved. He charged at Atlas with a speed nearly invisible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Atlas remained unperturbed. Although Philic's current speed had exceeded his dynamic vision's capacity, Atlas had made progress over the past year. Even though he had not yet reached the superhuman physical standard nor attained the realm of cutting through iron and swordsmanship, he had encountered numerous battles and was on the verge of awakening his kinbunchika haki. His almost instinctual combat ability, akin to a beast's intuition, had always supported him in battle. Perhaps after this fight, he would successfully awaken his observation haki. Atlas slowly closed his eyes, attempting to sense Philic's figure. You little brat, you have successfully enraged me. Philic, seeing Atlas close his eyes, felt a twinge of anger. Being a frog in a well, he had no idea of the advanced technique known as kinbunchiku haki, thinking Atlas was underestimating him. In Atlas' perception, a shadow rushed towards him. He lowered his body, attempting to evade the attack. But he was still scratched on the back by Philic's claws, leaving 3 shallow wounds. However, under the effect of the horse talisman, the wounds visibly healed at a speed, leaving no trace of even a minor scar. Seeing Atlas' wounds already closing, Philic felt a mix of surprise and uncertainty, clearly shocked by Atlas' astonishing recovery ability. The horse talisman mark in Atlas' mind had nearly faded to invisibility and would completely dissipate after some time, surely giving him a surprise then. As for the current minor wounds, they were negligible against Atlas' terrifying vitality. Who are you little brat? Philic, now a bit intimidated, began to have thoughts of retreat. The one who will kill you. Atlas said, not wasting words, gripping his sword with both hands, his gaze sharp, readying his standard stance. I hear you, Iris. It was directly blocked by Philip's sharp claws, but it was not without effect. Philip discreetly shook his arm, which had gone numb from the collision. He even felt a slight pain, possibly a minor fracture. In terms of current strength, he was far inferior to Atlas. On one hand, Atlas' strength had grown to a terrifying level due to hellish training, and on the other, Philip had only just obtained this devil fruit. Moreover, the mastiff fruit was not known for its strength, so in terms of strength comparison with Atlas, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Bang, 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 bang. After several rounds of fierce clashes, Philip gradually began to tire. The Zoan-type devil fruit bestowed upon him great resilience, allowing him to maintain his combat strength. But he had already realized that he could not let the current situation continue. Damn it. It seems he needed to find a way to wear Atlas down. Philip cursed Atlas fiercely in his heart, while casting his gaze toward the remaining pirates. Captain Philip. The pirates felt a chill down their spines under Philip's gaze, and then they saw Philip charging directly toward them with Atlas closely behind. Thus the pirates had no choice but to pick up their weapons to confront Atlas. But it was undoubtedly like an ant trying to stop a chariot. Oh, you damn little brat. Please spare me. Woo-woo, I'm sorry. The sounds of curses, pleas, and confessions echoed in Atlas' ears, but he showed no mercy. Each pirate was guilty. Soon the remaining pirates were all slain by Atlas, but the physical expenditure for him was negligible. However, this did provide Philip with a brief moment to catch his breath. At the same time, it made Philip realize where his advantages lay. Speed. Perhaps by utilizing the speed granted by the mastiff fruit to engage Atlas in battle, he might still have a chance to win. Resolute Philok decided to use his speed to engage in a battle of attrition with Atlas. Philok relentlessly attacked Atlas, soon leaving behind numerous wounds on him, but they quickly faded to mere white scars. Given Atlas' physique, he was still slightly inferior in speed compared to Philok in his beastly form. Haha, little navy brat, are you scared now? Philok attempted to intimidate Atlas with his words. Atlas, however, did not retort, but focused on the insights gained from his recent perception-based combat, his understanding of observation haki deepening. Atlas did not have extensive knowledge about the three-colored haki. He only knew that haki was a manifestation of mental will, and the armament haki required a physique to reach superhuman levels before awakening. In comparison, the awakening of observation haki was more reliant on talent and had no stringent physical requirements. Currently, it seemed that Atlas possessed this talent. The Conqueror's haki was even more mysterious, said to be possessed by only 1 in a million, making it rarer than the other two forms of haki. Atlas felt that his observation haki was on the verge of awakening, almost just one step away. Philip at the moment was his best training partner. Originally, Atlas had no chance to awaken haki in the East Sea. After all, finding a pirate who could pose a threat to him was quite difficult. Now Philip, after obtaining this fruit, had a strength level roughly equivalent to a bounty of 30 to 40 million. Though overall weaker, he surpassed Atlas in speed due to the fruit's characteristics. Thinking of this, Atlas gazed at Philok with eager eyes, not expecting that helping his predecessor avenge would yield such unexpected gains. Indeed, good deeds are often rewarded. Philok was startled by Atlas' gaze, quickly shaking his head to cast off the discomfort. With a grimace, he lunged at Atlas, who continued to respond using his perception. Yes, this is the feeling. Faster, faster. Atlas felt a surge of excitement within. Suddenly, a red light flashed in Atlas' eyes, and his perception world seemed to burst forth like a broken egg welcoming the dawn from darkness, while Philip's attacks appeared in slow motion, vivid in Atlas' mind. Observation haki. It awakened. Atlas grinned. Ha ha. I'm done playing with you. Oomph. Arrogant little brat. Philok paid it no mind, thinking Atlas had gone a bit insane from the beating, although he had felt a strange sensation of being seen through. What? Philok was shocked. How could Atlas be so fast all of a sudden? Indeed, a punch that lands is a man's romance. Atlas was not inclined to explain anything, casually tossing aside the standard navy sword in his hand, flexing his massive calloused fist, his eyes flashing crimson as he fully activated his observation haki. Easily dodging Philip's claws, he struck out with both fists, obliterating Philip's head, crimson and white brain matter splattering everywhere, while Atlas adeptly evaded, not a drop of blood staining him. Philok died without understanding how Atlas, who had been evenly matched just a moment ago, suddenly exhibited such overwhelming dominance. It's not hard to comprehend. Atlas' physique was already superior to Philip's, merely slightly slower, and he had only suppressed his power to awaken observation haki. After dealing with Philip, Atlas intended to see if any lucky survivors had made it. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A towering shadow burst out from the cabin, leaping high and landing steadily on the small boat Atlas had been using, his hands moving like they were equipped with engines as he paddled furiously. Atlas nearly dropped his jaw at the sight. The shadow was none other than Jim, the vice-captain of Felix's pirate crew. This guy had been playing dead from the start, and upon seeing Phylox swiftly defeated, he couldn't wait to flee. Though he usually appeared simple-minded, he was no fool. Of Phylox would never have guessed that the Jim he looked down upon daily had such cunning. Atlas certainly wouldn't let Jim escape like this. If his predecessor's memories were correct, it was this guy who had killed the Kano's couple. Thinking this, Atlas rushed into the cockpit to chase after Jim, who had already put some distance between them, but awkwardly. He didn't know how to sail a sailboat. In his panic, Atlas disregarded everything and plunged directly into the sea, intending to swim over and chase him down. After all, he was still quite energetic. Damn little brat. Jim began to curse, having no idea how Atlas could still have such abundant stamina. Jim now just hoped that a sea king would swallow Atlas and release him as waste. Finally, after a long while, Atlas was getting closer to Jim, and amid the relentless pursuit, Jim broke down. He attempted to beg for mercy to prolong his life, but Atlas wouldn't believe a single word, springing up from the water to land a punch that would end him. Seeing this, Jim was unwilling to give up, raising his, or in an attempt to block Atlas' iron fist. But it was futile. The massive fist crashed through the or, which instantly shattered into splinters. Jim fell to the ground with a thud, while Atlas stood firmly at the bow of the small boat, kicking Jim's lifeless body overboard to feed the fish. Gurgle, gurgle. As the sun set, the calm sea was covered with a layer of brilliant red light, and a small boat drifted aimlessly. Lying on the boat was a young man in a slightly tattered navy uniform, his well-developed muscles boldly on display, his handsome, yet rugged face filled with helplessness. It was Atlas, who had just been pursuing pirates. Atlas hadn't expected to be so unfortunate, as the or had been shattered in the recent battle. Therefore, he could only drift with the current, and since he had not brought any extra supplies, he was naturally starting to feel hungry. However, the most serious issue was that he was now lost. During the chase, he hadn't thought much about it, only to find himself in unfamiliar waters after swimming directly. And being at sea without any landmarks was entirely different from being on land. No matter how strong one's sense of direction, it was futile. In the end, Atlas could not withstand the pangs of hunger and went into the water to catch a small sea creature, but there were no fire-starting tools on the ship, so he simply ate it raw. To be honest, eating the sea creatures from this pirate world raw has a unique flavor. It is uncertain whether this is due to the special geographical environment or the climate, but even the raw meat has little fishy taste. Instead, it melts in the mouth. As for parasites, regardless of whether this small sea creature has them, Atlas is not afraid at all with his current physique. Moreover, after defeating Jim, Atlas unexpectedly found that the horse talisman had disappeared from his mind, which means he has fully transformed the horse talisman into his physical talent. Although this does not provide a significant boost to his combat power for the time being, it does elevate his physical potential. In simpler terms, with Atlas' previous talent, even if he exhausts his potential in the future, he would only have the strength of an ordinary mid-ranking general. However, with the ability of the horse talisman assisting him, his physical talent has become monstrous. A monster is someone who can grow rapidly from relentless training, just like the three great monster generals of the Navy today. The most obvious change is that Atlas has automatically learned the skill of life return, transforming it into his inherent talent, allowing him to rapidly absorb energy from food and utilize it 100% at all times. Of course, the strength of his body still cannot compare to Big Mom's iron balloon, but this is also the capital for Atlas to become a top-tier powerhouse. The frequent use of the horse talisman had almost reached the point of being digested, but for some reason it has not been completely digested. Atlas speculates that this is because he originally comes from another world, which gives him a sense of incompatibility with his body. However, after avenging his predecessor, the obsession that existed within this body has disappeared, allowing Atlas to fully control it. After slightly filling his stomach, Atlas began to activate his observation haki. Not bad. The initial awakening of observation haki has a range of about 5 kilometers. It seems my talent is quite decent. Lost in thought, Atlas fell into a deep sleep as the battles of the day had exhausted him. The next morning, Atlas woke up early and took a quick look at his surroundings. Well, I still haven't seen any islands. He decided to jump off the ship and joyfully swim, dragging the boat along as he swam. For several consecutive days, Atlas' life consisted of daydreaming occasionally, then activating observation haki to see if any ships passed nearby. When hungry, he would dive into the sea to catch some fish, but this monotonous life continued for several days, driving Atlas nearly insane. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle, July 1, weather sunny, another boring day. After completing my daily swimming exercise, I continued to use observation haki to see if there were any ships, but I don't know if it's because I've been using it frequently. I feel like the range of my observation haki has slightly increased. Forget it, I'm hungry. Let's catch some fish to eat. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle, July 2, weather cloudy. Ugh. Today I still haven't seen any ships pass by, but now just the sight of fish makes me want to vomit, especially raw fish, I probably never want to eat fish again. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle, July 3. Oh, weather sunny. Today's weather is as fine as ever, yet my mood is quite dreadful. Damn it, even a pirate ship would be fine. Finally, on the 6th day of drifting, Atlas started his diary. Of course, all of this was happening in his mind before sleep each night. Finally, on the 10th day of eating raw fish, a ship entered his line of sight. A naval warship, and it's a dog-headed one. Atlas was stunned at first when he saw the warship, then became excited. Isn't that the ship of Navy hero Admiral Garp? However, at this time Luffy had not yet been born, and how could he encounter Garp in the East Blue? Hey, is anyone there? Help me! Atlas shouted towards the warship, cupping his hands to form a horn. After Atlas' voice echoed, it seemed that the warship heard his call for help and slowly turned to head in Atlas' direction. A few minutes later, on the wide deck of the dog-headed warship, a middle-aged man with jet black hair draped in a righteous cloak with bulging muscles threatening to burst out of his Navy uniform wore a nonsensical smile as he shouted proudly at the nearby transponder snail. Ha 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 ha, Sengoku, your Sunbei is with me. Oh, damn Garp. Never mind, just remember to come back quickly after your vacation. We still need you in the new world. A transponder snail with frog-like glasses mimicked Sengoku's tone, saying I got it. Garp casually dug his nose and then hung up the call before Sengoku could say anything. Atlas had already boarded the warship but stayed off to the side, not daring to interrupt the two big shots' conversation. Hey little brat over there, ha 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 ha, your name is Atlas, right? After finishing his call with Sengoku, Garp finally turned his attention to Atlas. Although Atlas did not know why Garp recognized his name, he still obediently replied. I was passing by Log Town when that brat Randall asked me to find a missing Navy officer. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a mess. Little brat Atlas, ha ha. Garp seemed to sense Atlas' confusion and casually explained. Atlas felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. He initially thought it would be an easy fight, but he did not expect so many changes to occur, and the base must be thinking that he was dead by now. Bogart, take this little brat down. Garp instructed his aide Bogart, then tilted his head and fell asleep. Seeing this scene, even though Atlas was mentally prepared for Garp's unreliability, he was still shocked. Beside him, Bogart was used to it and directly walked towards the cabin, gesturing for Atlas to follow. Finally, after enjoying a hot bath in the bathroom and having a meal equivalent to 15 portions in the dining hall, Atlas felt that he was still alive in this world. Hoo. This was the 3rd day that Atlas boarded the Garp battleship, and he had already begun his daily training regimen on the 2nd day. First came 4 hours of unwavering physical training, followed by swordsmanship practice. After completing all tasks, he also devoted half an hour to meditation to hone his observation haki. Hey little Atlas, come here, so I can give you some pointers, haha. Garp, who seemed a bit bored, called Atlas over while picking his nose. Hearing this, Atlas felt a surge of excitement. Garp, as a hero of the Navy, had repeatedly forced the pirate King Roger into dire straits. He could be considered the pinnacle of strength in the pirate world. If he could receive guidance from him, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to Atlas. However, as Atlas approached Garp, he felt an indescribable sense of pressure. It was not only a physical strain, but also an overwhelming aura. Yet Atlas was not someone easily defeated. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. The world's strongest man would not fall before such trivial matters. Garp noticed that Atlas withstood his aura with ease, and a glimmer of appreciation passed through his eyes. He then resumed his usual demeanor, clapping Atlas hard on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. Ha, not bad, little brat. I just observed your training. Your focus on physical strength is generally correct. A strong physique is your foundation for power. Atlas wholeheartedly agreed as he glanced at Garp's massive arms. Come, let me be your opponent, and let you experience the love of my iron fists. Garp didn't say much more. He was no match for Zephyr in teaching. He preferred to teach through battle. Without waiting for Atlas to protest, he swung his iron fist directly at Atlas' face. Surprised, Atlas' pupils turned red as he activated his observation haki. Bang! Oh, that hurts. Despite his awareness, he couldn't evade Garp's punch. Yet what puzzled Atlas was that Garp hadn't used haki, yet he still felt a penetrating pain. Ha, that's a punch infused with my love. Garp explained, knowing Atlas would be confused. Before Atlas could fully comprehend this, Garp's fist came at him again. Don't hit my face, Vice Admiral Garp. Take it easy. Old man Garp, just you wait. In the medical room, Atlas sat in a chair with a head full of bandages while a medic cautiously applied medicine and bandaged him. Feel free to laugh, you don't have to hold it in. Atlas turned to Bogart behind him, who was suppressing his laughter. Wasn't trying to laugh. Atlas said helplessly. The sun slowly rose above the horizon, and beneath the calm, sea shadows flickered from time to time. On the massive dog-headed battleship Atlas had just finished his morning training and was enjoying his breakfast. Yo, little brat, you've recovered so quickly. Garp was somewhat surprised. Although he hadn't used haki yesterday, he had infused his will into his punches. Internal injuries wouldn't occur, but external wounds were unavoidable. He didn't expect Atlas to fully recover in just one night. Atlas chose not to explain, though he suspected Garp was merely bored and wanted to beat him up. However, after yesterday's beating, he felt a slight increase in his physical strength, and he was quite interested in Garp's so-called iron fists of love. Come on, let's continue yesterday's training. I beg you, Vice Admiral Garp. Atlas said calmly, like a prisoner about to face execution, his expression resolute. Bang, 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 bang. It was another day of simple and monotonous beatings. 3 days later, Old Man Garp, where are we going? Atlas asked curiously while chewing on a donut, wondering why it wasn't senbei. According to Garp, delicious food should be eaten first. He had already eaten the senbei, and now he was dragging Atlas to have a donut eating contest. With a sense of revenge, Atlas decided to eat all of Garp's donuts. I'm going back to Windmill Village for a vacation. Plus, I want to see my grandson. Garp casually replied. Garp, Admiral has a grandson. Atlas was somewhat surprised. Illogically, Luffy shouldn't have been born yet. What kind of grandson was Garp talking about? Oh, that's my adopted grandson. It seemed likely to be Ace. In the anime, Ace was born in this year, so he was probably just a few months old now. Tossing such a small child to a mountain thief was quite reckless. Wow, 1,000. I win. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Garp shouted, and then fell asleep snoring. Atlas was speechless. Although they hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, he didn't need to fall asleep this quickly. No wonder he later got slashed by Monka. Atlas stood up, stretched, and then moved a bit before turning to Bogart beside him, embarrassed. Mr. Bogart, could you please give me some pointers? I want to see the gap between me and true strength. No problem, let's move a bit further away so we don't disturb Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart readily agreed, as he saw great potential in Atlas, the Navy's junior. As they spoke, the two drew their swords, and Atlas' expression gradually became serious. He knew he was certainly no match for Bogart. His three-color haki could only activate observation haki. His swordsmanship had not yet reached the level of cutting iron, and he hadn't learned the 6 styles. But true strength requires a heart that does not fear strong opponents. Hesitation was not his style. One sword style Iris. Atlas initiated the attack, first attempting to seize the initiative. However, Bogart casually blocked his sword strike with a simple move, then said with an easy smile, "Good technique, solid foundation, but you are lacking in strength." With a smirk, Bogart's leg muscles suddenly bulged. Shave. Bogart's figure instantly vanished from Atlas' sight, as Atlas hurriedly held his sword with both hands, a flash of red in his eyes. Observation haki. Lock on. Clang. With all his might engaging observation haki, Atlas barely caught a glimpse of Bogart's movement before their swords clashed. Even with both hands on his sword, Atlas was still thoroughly overpowered, getting knocked back to the ship's edge before finally stopping. The gap was too vast. After just a few exchanges, Atlas was defeated, but rather than feeling dejected, he was even more motivated to grow stronger. What happened? It seemed the noise from Atlas crashing against the ship's edge was too loud, waking Garp, who had been snoring. He then saw Atlas sitting on the ground in a disheveled state. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at Garp's hometown, Windmill Village. After the battle with Bogart, Atlas gained a deeper understanding of what it means to be a true powerhouse, thus training harder every day. Even during his usual sparring sessions with Garp, he no longer shouted and screamed, which left Garp feeling somewhat bored. "Hey, little Atlas, want to go out for a stroll?" Garp said to Atlas, who was pondering how to find an excuse to sneak away. Yes, of course. Atlas nodded hurriedly. It was a perfect opportunity to seize, so he decided to forgive Garp for hitting him before. In truth, Atlas wanted to visit Windmill Village mainly to see if he could catch a glimpse of Ace, the boy who had witnessed the execution of the Pirate King. He also wanted to stop by the tavern in Windmill Village to see the tavern owner Makino, who was rumored to have captured the heart of red-haired Shanks, and might even have had a child with him. Just to clarify, visiting the tavern owner was merely a side note, and not the main purpose of his visit. Windmill Village is an inconspicuous little village in the Goa Kingdom, yet it has produced 2 remarkable figures, the renowned naval hero and the infamous criminal revolutionary dragon. Who would have thought that these 2 legendary figures were actually father and son? Located in a remote area of the Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village is almost cut off from the bustling urban center, separated by the massive Gorgon Mountain. Thanks to the protection of naval hero Garp and its secluded geography, the villagers live in peace and tranquility, except for a group of reckless mountain bandits that often wander nearby, referring specifically to the Sig family. Eagerly Atlas jumped off the ship, inquiring with a local villager about the location of Makino's tavern and headed straight for his destination. Makino's tavern is situated near the center of Windmill Village. At this moment it was lunchtime. By the time Atlas arrived, only a few villagers were seated in the tavern. Regular villagers usually couldn't afford to visit such places every day, but due to Makino's exceptional cooking and brewing skills, as well as the reasonable prices, many villagers would come daily to indulge a bit. Welcome. This young naval officer is here. Upon seeing Atlas walk in and curiously inspecting the tavern, Makino greeted him with a gentle smile. At present, Makino appeared to be just over 10 years old with glossy green hair, a face full of collagen, and a warm smile that radiated purity, although she lacked the mature demeanor of a knowledgeable older sister that she would possess 10 years later. This young naval officer must have come with Grandpa Garp, right? Makino noticed Atlas silently observing her, which made her feel a bit awkward, but she still politely asked, Yes, I am Kano's Atlas. Atlas quickly realized how rude his previous behavior was and responded loudly. Oh, then what would you like, young naval officer? Makino, not minding Atlas' earlier rudeness, turned to inquire about his needs. He'll have a glass of rum, please. Although he had just turned 14, his physical constitution allowed him to handle a bit of alcohol without issue. Furthermore, Bogart had given him some money to spend before disembarking. While it wasn't much, it was enough to buy a little drink. Meanwhile, Garp stepped off the ship right after Atlas greeted the village chief and then headed straight for Gorgon Mountain. With his powerful physique, Garp reached the lair of the mountain bandit family, the Dayton family, in no time. Hey, looks like the little guy is being well taken care of, Garp said happily while watching the lively Ace crawling around on the ground. Garp. Dayton, who was playing with Ace, was startled by the sudden voice, and his eyes nearly bulged out. After all, Garp was the one he feared the most. When are you going to take this little brat away? Just seeing him annoys me. We are mountain bandits, not babysitters. Dayton quickly wiped the affectionate expression from his face and cautiously questioned Garp. Yeah. A small brother nearby echoed his words. Do you want to be thrown in jail by me? Garp frowned and threatened Dayton using his usual methods. Whoa. Upon hearing they might be taken away, Dodon's family immediately surrendered, but they couldn't help but feel aggrieved by Garp's threat and silently ran to the side to cry. Little Ace, not knowing what was happening, curiously looked at Garp, unsure if he recognized him since Garp had only adopted him when he was a baby who couldn't speak. Come here, little Ace, call me Grandpa. I am your grandpa. Seeing Ace's adorable expression, Garp's heart melted instantly. He scooped up little Ace from the ground and rubbed his stubble against Ace's small face. Little Ace was unwilling, pushing Garp away with all his might. Garp didn't mind, instead grinning foolishly. If Roger were nearby, he wouldn't know what to think. Seeing his son calling Garp Grandpa, it was clearly taking advantage of Roger. While Garp was enjoying the bliss of grandparenthood, Atlas, drinking at the tavern and admiring the tavern owner, encountered some trouble. With a loud bang, the small door of the tavern was brutally kicked open. Once the intruder was identified, the previously noisy tavern fell silent, as if a flintlock gun had been rendered inoperable. This commotion immediately caught Atlas' attention, leaving him speechless. Even drinking could lead to trouble. When Atlas looked up, he thought, oh, isn't that the mountain bandit King Sig, who is known for angering the 4 emperors and stepping on the future pirate king? What a coincidence to run into him here. Although Sig wasn't very old now, he appeared quite haggard, looking as lecherous as he would in years to come. After entering the tavern, Sig scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on Atlas, who was dressed in a naval uniform, instantly devising a plan to toy with him, thinking that Atlas looked young and probably lacked strength. With that, Sig smirked at Atlas, saying, Hey, you little naval brat over there, I have my eye on that spot. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Atlas chose to ignore him. Madre, are you deaf? Can't you hear me talking to you? Sig's face showed some embarrassment, feeling a bit humiliated since Atlas was ignoring him. However, Makino couldn't stand by and watch. Although she was somewhat afraid of Sig, Atlas was her customer, and she had to ensure his safety. Thus, she attempted to step in front of Sig. However, Atlas was not as easygoing as Shanks. He stood up, bypassed Makino, and confronted Sig, releasing a palpable pressure that bore down on Sig. In an instant, Sig felt a sense of urgency in his legs, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He felt as if he was being targeted by a ferocious beast, and disregarding all dignity, he fled under the bewildered gazes of the tavern patrons and the puzzled looks of his subordinates. Hey, what? Makino was surprised to see Sig retreat so easily, but recalling that Atlas was with Garp, she felt relieved. The tavern quickly returned to its previous liveliness. The arrival of mountain bandit King Sig was merely a minor episode in Atlas' journey in Windmill Village. The warm morning sun was somewhat shy, half hidden behind the clouds, with golden rays cascading down upon the smoke-wreathed Windmill Village. Under the sunlight, the village appeared so tranquil and peaceful, akin to a paradise untouched by the dust of the mundane world. Atlas had been frequenting the tavern in Machino for the past few days, and the incident where he scared off the bandit Sig only served to increase Machino's fondness for him, resulting in subtle discounts on his expenses, which saved Atlas quite a bit of money. However, such days were ultimately too dull, and Atlas was not a patient person. He planned to accidentally encounter Garp and Ace at Gorgon Mountain, perhaps even persuading Ace to join the Navy in the future. With that thought in mind, he set off striding towards Gorgon Mountain. A few hours later, Atlas looked helplessly at the tiger growling at him in warning. If he remembered correctly, this beast would become the king of Gorgon Mountain in the future and had already caused quite a bit of trouble for Ace and his brothers. Go away, don't block my path. Atlas waved his hand impatiently, not caring whether the creature understood him or not, and lifted his leg to walk past it. The tiger's growls grew deeper, and its fur bristled, as if electrified. Atlas didn't mind if the tiger let him pass, that would be fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind tasting tiger meat. It seemed the Gorgon King sensed Atlas' intent, occasionally letting out low growls, but showing no intention of attacking. After bypassing the tiger, Atlas activated his observation haki to evade various obstacles and troublesome creatures, making his journey considerably smoother. Although Atlas had no idea where Dodon's place was, heading toward the center was definitely the right choice. After wandering for several hours, Atlas' observation haki finally caught sight of Garp. Yo, old man Garp, you were hard to find. By the way, when are we leaving? As Atlas approached, he saw a small child with short black hair and big single-eyed eyes with a few freckles on his face that only added to his innocence. It was little Ace. At that moment, Ace was tugging at Garp's short beard, laughing heartily while mumbling "Grandpa," and Garp looked at little Ace with a face full of fondness. After a few days together, the grandfather and grandson had gone from strangers to a harmonious bond. Ace, not being shy by nature, being the bloodline of the Pirate King, quickly became familiar with Garp. Ha 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 ha, little Atlas, how did you find this place? This is my grandson Ace. Garp proudly lifted little Ace over his head, boasting to Atlas. Little Ace widened his innocent eyes, curiously sizing up Atlas. Yo, little Ace, come call me Uncle Kanos, come on, be good. Atlas said with a mischievous smile, thinking that this made him appear of Roger and Whitebeard. In the future, when Luffy sees him, he would have to call him Uncle, ha ha ha. As he thought about it, tears unwittingly streamed from the corners of his mouth. Little Ace seemed to sense Atlas' ill intentions and quickly burrowed into Garp's embrace, ignoring Atlas' teasing. Atlas didn't mind and continued to tease little Ace until Ace made a face as if he was about to cry, at which point he finally relented. By the way, old man, when are we leaving? Atlas asked the previous question again. In a few days, we'll drop you off in Rogue Town on our way. Garp seemed to recall Colonel Randall's request and answered casually. In the following days, Atlas either played with little Ace or went to Gorgon Mountain to hunt, satisfying his appetite. Since Dayton and her group handled the ingredients, he could always offer them the skins and teeth of the animals as payment. Happy times always passed quickly, and the day finally arrived for them to leave Windmill Village. The villagers of all ages spontaneously gathered at the dock to bid farewell to Garp. After all, whether they admitted it or not, Windmill Village's continued peace was largely due to Garp's protection. Before long, after checking the supplies and personnel on the ship, the dog-headed ship slowly departed from the shore, and the villagers gradually became irregular black dots until they completely vanished. The journey at sea was always dull and monotonous, so Garp's guidance for Atlas began anew. Atlas tore off his navy uniform, revealing his muscular upper body. His physique, almost devoid of fat, glimmered under the sunlight, while across from him stood Garp, dressed in a gray-white suit. Ha ha ha, little brat, what I taught you before was the power of will. If you don't understand it yet, that's fine. Now I'll tell you how to perfectly unleash your own strength. Garp laughed heartily. Although this technique sounded rather ordinary, its practicality was terrifying. For instance, if Atlas' strength was 100, but the force he exerted when punching was only 70, or even lower than 30 of that power would be dissipated. What Garp was going to teach him was how to unleash 100 units of strength to inflict 120 units of damage. Come on, Vice Admiral Garp. Atlas understood the stakes and showed no signs of fear. Garp was one of the absolute powerhouses of the old era, having battled countless foes with his iron fists. Most pirates would feel intimidated just hearing his name, let alone the fact that he was still at his peak. His combat experience and techniques were naturally worth Atlas' serious study. The other soldiers on the warship were also attracted by their battle. Firstly, they could learn a thing or two from their fight, as gaining strength in this harsh sea was precious. Secondly, it added some fun to the otherwise boring journey at sea. Swish. One sword-style waterfall. Atlas swung his sword downward toward Garp, while a layer of black substance suddenly appeared around Garp. Armament haki. It must be noted that those who had not awakened haki could not see armament haki, but Atlas observation haki could naturally see it. Bang. The two clashed. Garp stood motionless, while Atlas staggered back several steps before barely stopping, instantly showcasing the disparity in their strength. Come again. Atlas was not discouraged. He continued to press forward, stabbing directly. One sword-style bird piercer. Garp was caught off guard, leaving his center wide open, but the chest beneath his clothing revealed a patch of darkness. Partial armament. His right fist shot out, striking directly at Atlas' forehead. Atlas was startled, drawing his sword to block, narrowly managing to deflect the punch. The two fought for over an hour, ending with Atlas collapsing to the ground exhausted and covered in bruises. However, Atlas, thanks to his remarkable talent, absorbed all the battle experience, and such battles continued to occur in the following days. This provided the other soldiers with some after-dinner conversation, adding a bit of fun to their monotonous journey. Until the East Sea. A colossal dog-headed warship glided serenely across the tranquil waters. Seagulls wheeled lazily overhead, and the calm weather was profoundly soothing. Though his mood would have been far better had it not been for the numerous swollen bumps dotting his head and the curious, bewildered glances cast his way by the surrounding Marines. Which island will we reach next? Atlas grasped a passing Marine and asked. It had been quite some time since they'd left Logtown, and he still missed everyone dearly, especially Lieutenant Wright and Smoker. His feelings toward Lieutenant Wright were complex. Wright had been the first person Atlas met upon arriving in this world, and during his early days in the Navy, Wright had offered him constant, often subtle support. To Atlas, Wright embodied the role of an elder brother, or even a father, and he felt genuine, heartfelt gratitude toward him. We'll soon arrive at Frostmoon Village. The Marine, though slightly puzzled, answered honestly and respectfully. Atlas's diligence and extraordinary talent had earned his sincere admiration, even if his current appearance was rather comical. Frostmoon Village. Frostmoon Village. The name stirred a faint echo of familiarity. Instantly, Atlas recalled. It was where Zoro had trained in swordsmanship as a child. His brow furrowed deeply, as if wrestling with a difficult, weighty decision. Moments later, his furrowed brow relaxed. With purposeful strides, he strode toward Captain Garp, who sat in the mess hall devouring his meal. Admiral Garp, I wish to disembark at Frostmoon Village. Atlas spoke solemnly. Why? You're not returning to Logtown. Garp replied between hearty chews. I've heard that Frostmoon Village hosts a renowned sword dojo led by the formidable swordsman Kuina's father Koshiro. I intend to train there for a time. I've recently hit a plateau in my swordsmanship. Atlas explained carefully. So I humbly ask you, Admiral Garp, to inform Colonel Randall on your way through Logtown. I shall return there no later than 1 year from now. I beg your favor. As he spoke, Atlas rose and bowed deeply. A gesture not only requesting Garp's message, but also expressing profound gratitude for Garp's shelter and unwavering mentorship during this time. Understood, Ugh brat. Garp grumbled impatiently, yet his eyes held no trace of annoyance. Clearly, he was thoroughly impressed with Atlas. Over the years, Garp had trained countless Marines, among them the legendary Admiral Akiji Kazan. After prolonged sparring, Garp was certain Atlas's potential rivaled Kazan's, and his sense of justice burned just as fiercely, if not more so, than any other Marine. He would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Navy. Having secured Garp's approval, Atlas returned to his quarters to pack essential belongings and clothing, then sought out Boogert for a modest sum to cover unforeseen needs. Yet he resolved not to wear his Marine uniform. He recalled from his past life that Koshiro maintained ties with the Revolutionary Army. Atlas wasn't afraid of Koshiro harming him. First, he trusted Koshiro's honor as a supreme swordsman. Second, unlike pirates, the revolutionaries did not slaughter innocents. He simply wished to avoid being turned away at the gate due to his naval affiliation. After disembarking, Atlas inquired among local villagers for directions to Koshiro's dojo, then adjusted his attire and set off toward it. Koshiro's dojo stood at the heart of Frostmoon Village. Most villagers had trained there at some point, many as children under Koshiro's father Kozaburo. Tuition remained modest, so families readily sent their sons and daughters to learn swordsmanship. In this perilous world, where survival hung by a thread, strength was never a liability. Soon Atlas arrived at his destination and beheld the famed Koshiro dojo. He glanced around low walls enclosed several modest buildings, presumably the Koshiro family's residence. What puzzled Atlas was the utter silence within. No clashing blades, no shouts of exertion. So quiet he nearly wondered if he'd mistaken the place entirely. Just as he raised his hand to knock, a piercing infant's cry shattered the stillness, and everything clicked into place. How fortuitous, Atlas thought inwardly. It must be Kuina's birth hour. No wonder the dojo lay hushed and still. Nonetheless, Atlas rapped firmly, but gently, on the main gate. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was soft yet surely perceptible to Koshiro's refined senses, or his advanced observation haki. Almost immediately the gate swung open, revealing a face radiant with warm, genuine smiles. Atlas blinked in surprise. He'd braced himself for a scowling, disapproving glare. From his past life memories, he'd assumed Koshiro disliked daughters, having long desired a son to inherit the dojo. Evidently, rumor had misled him. Koshiro was no patriarchal traditionalist. Rather, he likely hoped only for Kuina's safety and peace. His stern words intended to temper her ambition, not crush it. Yet her fierce, unyielding spirit had turned his caution into unintended fuel. Greetings, Master Koshiro. I have long admired your name, and I have come seeking instruction in the way of the sword. Please step inside. Koshiro offered no immediate verdict, only a gentle, inviting smile. Inside, Atlas took in his surroundings. As from outside, the entrance opened onto a modest training courtyard, the very ground where disciples hone their art. In the main hall, both men settled onto zabuton cushions, finally affording themselves the quiet moment to truly observe one another. As Atlas had imagined, Koshiro was a middle-aged man of serene countenance, his ever-present smile gentle and enigmatic. Whether born of today's joy or his enduring nature remained unclear. Thin-rimmed spectacles rested lightly on his nose, his perpetually half-closed eyes concealed the depths of his thoughts. My daughter was born this morning, and my wife is indisposed. Please forgive her absence. Koshiro apologized with courteous formality, his diction echoing the refined cadence of Wano country. I am aware of your purpose. If you find my humble abode acceptable, I would be honored to exchange insights on the sword. Koshiro spoke with his usual benevolent smile. Atlas understood instantly. Koshiro declined formal discipleship, but neither wished to offend the Navy. Thus he granted permission to stay and study the sword as a guest. Clearly, subtlety was futile before such a master. Koshiro's mastery of observation haki must have sensed Atlas's arrival the moment Garp's ship anchored. Very well. I thank you sincerely, Master Koshiro. With matters settled thus, Atlas accepted graciously. After all, it was far from a fruitless endeavor. West Sea O'Hara. History belongs to all humanity, and no one has the right to stifle the curiosity of those who seek to explore it. An elderly man with white hair spoke with unwavering determination, each word echoing his struggle against the world government. However, with the sound of cannon fire, O'Hara was instantly engulfed in smoke along with a group of seekers of truth who were also buried. The raging flames were greedily devouring the tree of knowledge, turning the entire island into a sea of fire with cries of anguish and debates ringing out reminiscent of a hell on earth. At the edge of the coast, the commander of CP9, Spandam, was laughing maniacally, seemingly unable to contain himself for the upcoming promotion and wealth, his face resembling that of a malevolent demon. Suddenly, the refugee ship intended for asylum was struck by a cannonball, instantly turning into wreckage with no survivors. Bastard. Seeing all of this, Akiji was immediately filled with rage, unable to hold back his curses. Since we are doing this, we must eradicate it completely. In dealing with evil, there can be no mercy. With his face completely hidden beneath his hood, Sakazuki spoke in a low voice, exuding a chilling aura. Absolute justice can sometimes turn a person into a weapon. I have decided to let you leave this island. Nico Robin. Akiji stood by the shore, watching the figure gradually recede into the distance. Once Nico Robin was out of sight, he turned away with no trace of reluctance, his silhouette stretching infinitely under the sunset. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, Frost Moon Village in the East Sea. This year Atlas turned 14, on the cusp of 15. 3 days had passed since Atlas arrived in Frost Moon Village, during which Gung Shiro conducted a preliminary assessment of Atlas Foundation. To his surprise, he found that Atlas fundamentals were far more solid than he had imagined, which brought him some satisfaction. After all, even if he was reluctant to offend the Navy, he didn't want to entrust his swordsmanship to a useless fool. Moreover, Gung Shiro made some adjustments to Atlas' method of exerting force and his sword-drawing posture. It could be said that Wano country is indeed rich in swordsmanship talent, especially since Gung Shiro himself places great emphasis on foundational skills. During Zoro's early sword training, Gung Shiro taught him no specific sword techniques, only advising him to hone his fundamentals well, which led to Zoro's later explosive growth. This was partly due to Zoro's extraordinary talent, but it also stemmed from a solid foundation. Of course, Zoro's naming talent was indisputable, with names like "In the 3,000 Worlds None Can Withstand My Blade" being quite impressive. After making the corrections, Atlas indeed found his sword techniques becoming sharper and his exertion of force gradually smoother. On the morning of the 4th day in Frost Moon Village, Atlas was jogging around the village to enhance his physical conditioning. Just as he reached the seaside, a newsbird flew by, immediately calling out to sell a newspaper. In fact, Atlas usually had a habit of reading newspapers, but he had been too busy with sword training to subscribe recently. The newsbird looked at Atlas with innocent eyes, its wings tightly guarding the newspaper it held. This left Atlas both amused and exasperated. Did he look like someone who would rob a newspaper just to save 100 berries? However, 50 berries was quite expensive, equivalent to a bounty for Chopper, who had trained for 2 years. After paying, Atlas found a tall tree to sit under and planned to take his time reading. As he unfolded the newspaper, the three large characters Demon Slayer Order jumped out at him, causing Atlas' expression to turn grave. The so-called Demon Slayer Order was a brutal attack that burned everything to ashes, authorized by the world government to carry out indiscriminate destructive strikes on areas that issued signals aiming to completely eradicate anything and anyone threatening the world government's rule. Accompanied by a golden transponder snail and a silver transponder snail, the golden one was used to notify the initiation of the Demon Slayer Order, while the silver one was for receiving notifications. They were all controlled by the three admirals of the Navy and the Navy Fleet Admiral, with the golden transponder snail also authorized for use by certain individuals. The combat strength configuration of the Demon Slayer Order included 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and elite forces from the Navy. The warships were undoubtedly the most solid and aggressive in the Navy, all built by the exclusive shipyard of Water 7, top-notch and quality, capable of dealing with small sea kings without issue. Each warship typically carried about 1,000 ordinary Navy soldiers and thousands of elite Navy personnel. However, this force should not be underestimated compared to the disorganized ordinary pirate minions. These well-trained soldiers were significantly stronger. If their presence could be disregarded, then the pirate gang's underlings could be dismissed even more easily. In addition, there were 10 hidden personnel. If 5 vice admirals were assigned to 10 warships, it would be expected that each vice admiral had 10 subordinates. It was impossible for each vice admiral to command from 2 ships. Each warship must have a captain, and it was likely that the captain's rank was either rear admiral or commodore, with strength between that of a vice admiral and a colonel, also a lead in combat. In summary, the configuration of the Demon Slayer Order is 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, nearly 1,000 elite Navy personnel, 10 top-tier warships, the Demon Slayer Order. What a terrifying force it is. As Atlas rummaged through all the information regarding the Demon Slayer Order in his mind, he continued to read on, and as he expected, it was indeed the O'Hara incident. The Demon Slayer Order had only appeared a few times in the original work, and according to the timeline, the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar must have been the time of the O'Hara incident. Looking at the newspaper combined with his memories, Atlas gained a general understanding of the O'Hara incident. Essentially, a group of scholars in O'Hara sought the truth of history by secretly collecting and translating historical texts against the world government's prohibition, ultimately being discovered by the world government, which decided to initiate the Demon Slayer Order to annihilate O'Hara. This O'Hara incident became an indelible stain that Akainu could never erase, as he actually ordered cannon fire on the refugee ship, suspecting that scholars were hiding among them. Atlas found it hard to comment on this matter, but could absolutely not accept it. As for his views on the scholars of O'Hara, Atlas could only say they were too naive. Indeed, the pursuit of historical truth is an inherent mission for a historian, but it seemed overly self-serving to violate the explicit prohibitions set by the world government. While these scholars might have had a martyr's awareness, the island's residents were utterly innocent. These scholars did not foresee the severe consequences of their actions, and even if they discovered the truth, they lacked the power to protect it. Thus, it could be said that these scholars were both admirable and pitiable. Recollecting his thoughts, Atlas prepared to return to the dojo to inquire with Gungshiro about the realm of cutting iron. As he closed the newspaper, a bounty notice quietly slipped out, revealing the image of a dark-skinned little girl. Child of the devil. Bounty of 79 million berries. In the year 1502 of the Hyuan calendar, in the village of Frostmoon by the East Sea. Beneath a massive cherry blossom tree, a young man dressed in black Taoist robes sat cross-legged, his long legs resting upon an unsheathed longsword. His tightly closed eyes portrayed a natural calmness, while his chiseled profile added a sharpness to his demeanor. This young man was Atlas, who was practicing the sword arts in Frostmoon Village. It had been over a year since he arrived in Frostmoon Village, and now he was already 16 years old, as his birthday fell in January. Suddenly, Atlas' tightly closed eyes snapped open, narrowing as a formless aura began to emanate from him. Atlas stood up abruptly, drawing his sword from its sheath, the blade striking the tree trunk with a resounding crash. The massive cherry blossom tree swayed violently, and countless petals fell like rain. Yet beneath the tree, Atlas began to dance with his longsword. Astonishingly, the fearsome flashes of the blade fell upon the scattered petals without leaving a single cut. If Gung Sailang were present, he would surely clap in admiration, declaring, "The realm of iron cutting. It has been achieved. A year ago, Mr. Gung Sailang, I feel that my swordsmanship has reached a bottleneck. I cannot grasp the next level." Atlas sat cross-legged on a mat in the living room, gazing at Gung Sailang, who occupied the main seat. The next level you speak of should be the realm of iron cutting. Only by entering this realm can one truly be called a sword master. Oh, then may I ask, Mr. Gung Sailang, how should a swordsman cut through steel? I would appreciate your guidance. Atlas instinctively straightened his already upright posture. Come, let me demonstrate for you outside. With that, Gung Silang walked straight outside, and Atlas followed suit. The season had already turned to winter with layers of pristine white snow adorning the monotonous world except for the variable weather of the Grand Line. The climates and seasonal changes elsewhere were relatively normal, yet both were unbothered by the cold in their thin Taoist robes. Gung Silang, like a magician, produced a sheet of white paper from nowhere, tossing it into the air. He then drew his sword Wado Ikamanji, and a flash of cold light swept across, adding a touch of menace to the already desolate winter. However, the white paper remained unscathed, gracefully descending along its original trajectory before landing on the snow, eventually being covered by the falling snow. Atlas was greatly shocked. He was no novice. He knew that Wado Ikamanji was a legendary sword, a so-called great blade of 21 craftsmanship. Even an ordinary person unskilled in swordplay could easily cut through gold and jade with it, let alone a simple sheet of paper. This demonstrated Gung Silang's terrifying control over power. In this world, there are swordsmen who cannot cut through anything, yet those swordsmen can still slice through steel and even harder materials with the same blade. The so-called strongest swordsmanship is the ability to protect what one wishes to protect and to possess the power to sever what one wishes to cut, hurting all that one touches with a sword that is not a sword to me. Gung Silang was expressing his own philosophy of swordsmanship to Atlas, one of the belief in protection. In the world of One Piece, belief is of utmost importance, and only by having one's own belief can one aspire to reach the pinnacle of this world. However, once that belief shatters, strength will gradually fade, much like former Admiral Zephyr, who adhered to the justice of not killing. After losing family to pirate retribution and later being betrayed by the world government, his belief crumbled, leading him down an extreme path, while his power diminished significantly. Atlas also had his own belief to be the strongest. Not the strongest man in the world like Whitebeard, but to become a man who breaks through ceilings, to be invincible. However, he would not become a puppet pursuing power. He too had his own sense of justice, to be virtuous while poor and to benefit the world when prosperous. The culture of ancient China deeply influenced him, and once he reached the pinnacle. Mr. Gung Silang, what does this have to do with cutting iron? Atlas withdrew his thoughts, looking directly at Gung Silang as he asked. My apologies, I got a bit carried away. All things in the world have breath, and to cut through iron means to cut along the breadth of the steel. Gung Silang patiently explained. And you should have already awakened your observation haki, right? Grasping the breadth of all things should be effortless for you. Without waiting for Atlas to respond, Gung Silang smiled. Atlas fell into contemplation. Grasping the breadth of all things. It resembled an extreme of observation haki, a low-tier version of listening to the voices of all things. Thus, observation haki should indeed enhance this. Returning to the moment, Atlas was about to raise his head to say something, only to find that Gung Silang had quietly departed. In the following months, aside from honing his physique and practicing martial arts, Atlas also attempted to use observation haki to aid him in mastering the breadth of all things, but he still made no progress. When he finally found Gung Silang again, he received the response that his swordsmanship was still insufficiently refined. After all, it had only been a little over 2 years since he started learning the sword, and he didn't solely practice swordsmanship. Although his foundational techniques had been honed to perfection, there remained a sense of superficiality, prompting him to calm himself and carefully polish his swordsmanship. Finally, today, on the very day Atlas turned 16, he comprehended the breadth of all things and officially became a sword master. Wow, Brother Kanos, you are amazing. Suddenly, a tender voice called out from behind a nearby tree. It was a little girl with black hair and black eyes, her hair styled in horn braids, Gung Silang's daughter Kuina. In truth, Atlas had long noticed Kuina hiding behind the tree, but he chose not to call her out. It wasn't the first time. Kuina was now over a year old. Whether due to the enhanced physical standards of the One Piece world, she was already able to run and jump. Influenced by her family environment, she had developed a fondness for swords at an early age, often sneaking a peek at Atlas practicing his swordsmanship. Atlas didn't mind letting her play nearby. With his observation haki, he could keep an eye on the child for Gung Silang, which he considered a small repayment. Being so young, Kuina naturally didn't understand swordsmanship. She simply thought Atlas' sword postures were particularly cool and couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Kanos, it's time to go back for dinner." Kuina patted her flat little belly and called out loudly to Atlas. Upon hearing this, Atlas also got up, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, and picked up the petite Kuina, placing her on his sturdy shoulder as he headed towards the dojo. In the distance, the silhouettes of a large and small figure gradually disappeared amidst the falling cherry blossoms. In the early morning, the tipsy sunlight spread across the azure sea, with the occasional crisp call of seagulls echoing in the sky. Donghai Frost Moon Village. Docked by the irregularly curved coastline was a simple sailboat. On the shore stood a tall, handsome youth standing straight at 2.5 meters. His bulging muscles stretched his clothes tightly, creating a stunning display of power. The youth was none other than Atlas, who had been training in Frostmoon Village. Opposite Atlas were the smiling couple King Shiro and his wife, along with Kuina, whose eyes were still glistening with tears. At this moment, Madame Heidi, Kuina's mother, looked healthier than when Atlas first met her. Atlas seemed to recall hearing that Madame Heidi had passed away when Kuina was very young, so he intentionally brought it up with King Shiro. Atlas falsely claimed to have some medical knowledge and suggested to King Shiro that he felt Madame Heidi might have some health issues, hoping King Shiro could find a skilled doctor for her. Of course, Atlas initially wanted to test the capabilities of the horse talisman spell, but unfortunately its powers could only affect him for now. Whether there could be any different outcomes later would likely depend on his strength. However, it was unknown how King Shiro managed to find a doctor who mysteriously avoided Atlas. Fortunately, after undergoing treatment from that mysterious doctor, Madame Heidi's complexion improved significantly. This incident also helped to ease the relationship between King Shiro's family and Atlas, making it less awkward than it was initially. Thus, when they suddenly heard that Atlas was leaving, they felt a twinge of reluctance, especially Kuina, who had tears in her eyes. After all, no matter how strong-willed Kuina was, she still had a sensitive side. A few days ago, after achieving the iron-cutting realm, Atlas planned to bid farewell to King Shiro and his wife. He even hired someone to urgently build a simple boat that could meet the requirements for sailing to Roga Town within a few days, specifically choosing this fine whether to set sail. Just drop me off here. Goodbye, Mr. King Shiro and Kuina. I hope that next time I come I can see Kuina all grown up. Atlas smiled as he bid farewell to King Shiro's family and playfully teased Kuina. Slurp, yes I will. Next time we meet, I will defeat Brother Kanos. Kuina sniffled and firmly replied to Atlas, ha. Then I will be waiting for you. With a hearty laugh, Atlas jumped onto the boat, drew his sword to sever the ropes, and unfurled the sails as the boat sailed away with the sea currents and the wind. 2 days had passed since Atlas left Frostmoon Village and set sail. During these 2 days, his training consisted of swimming to build stamina, daily sword training, and meditation. He wasn't too keen on eating the devil fruit for now, nor had he encountered any suitable fruit abilities, so he was able to swim freely in the vast sea. Moreover, swimming is an excellent exercise for physical training, and he aspired to one day cross the calm belt unarmed like Silbaz Riley. Just thinking about it sent his adrenaline soaring. That is the romance of a man of the sea. Meditation was taught to him by King Shiro. Before, he had been muddling through his own approach, which was far less effective than what King Shiro taught him. He had been meditating for over a year now, and his observation haki could already cover half an island, indicating considerable mastery. It was uncertain whether this was due to his exceptionally strong spirit or the effectiveness of the meditation method. Sailing at sea was ultimately quite dull. After finishing his training, a red light flashed in Atlas' eyes as he released his observation haki recklessly, and instantly the world around him became much clearer. Suddenly, a pirate ship entered the range of Atlas' observation haki. What a coincidence! Oh, just when he was feeling bored, he could use them to practice. This could serve as a meeting gift for Colonel Randall. After all, he was slightly later than the agreed-upon time of the year. With that thought, Atlas warmed up a bit and stretched his muscles, preparing to give this group of pirates a serious welcome. Before long, the pirate ship had already approached Atlas' small sailboat. On the skeleton pirate flag, a hammer was placed diagonally in the center. The ship's structure was quite ordinary, indicating it was probably an unknown pirate crew, otherwise they wouldn't be in such dire straits. However, Atlas felt it was somewhat unfair to label them. Pirates were a group of non-productive individuals. They advocated for hedonism, spending money as soon as they got their hands on it. As for their ships, as long as they could sail, they had no excessive demands. This was the reality for the vast majority of pirates. As the two vessels slowly approached, the crew of the Iron Hammer Pirates noticed Atlas, who was alone, and immediately harbored thoughts of robbery. Hey, little brat over there, want me to give you a ride? Ha ha ha. The captain of the Iron Hammer Pirates humorously poked his head out to smile at Atlas. Sure, then please take me to the Navy base in Roga Town. Atlas, seemingly oblivious to the malice from the other side, casually jumped onto the pirate ship. Hey, stop it right there. You snotty little brat, do you know who I am? Hao-Hei was startled by Atlas' actions. He had never seen someone so fearless in all his years as a pirate. He was a pirate, the kind that burned, looted, and plundered. Was it really necessary to be so disrespectful? As he thought this, Hao-Hei's face gradually contorted. Swish! Suddenly, a blood-red slash shot forth from the standard long sword that Atlas had already drawn, instantly cleaving the captain of the Iron Hammer Pirates, Hao-Hei, in half. The cut was impeccably smooth, and the remaining force of the slash knocked several unfortunate pirate crew members to the ground, their fates uncertain. Nanny, what was that? Why did the sword not touch the captain, yet still kill him? The remaining pirates erupted in panic, their fear of the unknown intensifying. Figures like sword masters were still quite rare across the seas, especially in the weakest sea, the East Sea. Atlas didn't bother explaining, he simply leveled his sword. Without even needing to unleash a sword technique, he effortlessly eliminated the remaining scoundrels, then casually wiped the blood off his blade on a pirate lying on the deck. Subsequently, Atlas naturally took over the abandoned ship and also rummaged through the supplies heading to the cockpit to test drive it. Indeed, a large ship sailed faster than a small one. It seemed he would only need a day to reach Roga Town. A truly one does not prosper without unexpected wealth. It smells good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A series of urgent alarm sounds echoed above the Rogertown Naval Base where rows of Marines were standing in orderly formation amidst a tense atmosphere. Colonel Randall appeared on the base's parade ground, inquiring about the situation. Report, Colonel. A pirate ship has been spotted docked at the port. It is the Hammer Pirates with a bounty of 30 million berries on all members. A Marine resembling an intelligence officer reported loudly. The Hammer Pirates. Randall remembered them. Their captain Hao Hei had a bounty of 20 million berries, making him a notable pirate in the East Sea. Note: since Luffy has not yet been born, Garp is not frequently visiting the East Sea, so even though the East Sea is still the weakest sea, the overall bounties are not as low as they would be years later. Everyone assemble. March to the port to intercept the Hammer Pirates and prevent the pirates from landing. Protect the safety of the town's residents. Randall shouted. A bounty of 20 million was enough for him to take the situation seriously. After all, he was just a branch colonel, unlike Smoker in the future, who wielded the power of a Logia fruit and held formidable dominion over non-haki pirates. One careless word could lead to disaster, and the cost of failure in war is often life. Thus, Colonel Randall's expression turned serious. Yo, how did Colonel Randall and the others know I was coming back, and why such a big fuss? It's quite embarrassing. Atlas thought his observation haki, sensing the fierce group of Marines approaching from afar, especially Colonel Randall at the front. He thought they were there to welcome him, and thus smiled as he sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, enjoying this moment. When Randall arrived at the port, he saw a young man with a determined face and muscular build sitting at the bow of the Hammer Pirates ship, but he did not see the other pirates. His vigilance heightened, suspecting an ambush. However, Randall felt that the young man looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Colonel Randall, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Atlas felt something was off at this moment. Randall didn't give him a big hug. Instead, he looked over with a bewildered expression before adopting a wary demeanor. And the Marines behind him, all of them with fierce expressions, looked as if they were ready to take him down. This was hardly a welcoming sight. You are that brat, Atlas. Colonel Randall carefully compared the person before him with the image of the young boy in his memory, speaking uncertainly. This was no fault of Randall, as Atlas now was indeed a teenager, and he had changed significantly since leaving Rogertown. Firstly, in height and build, he had previously been somewhat lean, but now his muscle lines were smooth with thick latissimus dorsi and bulging deltoids, making him appear like a completely different person. His overall demeanor exuded a sharper aura. Colonel Randall actually didn't remember me. That truly hurt my feelings. Atlas said, though his face beamed with a smile. The surrounding Marines relaxed when they saw he was not an enemy. Some who recognized Atlas wanted to greet him, but restrained themselves due to military discipline. What's the deal with this pirate ship? Randall voiced his concern. I ran into it on the way. The small boat was too slow, so I thought I'd take them out to earn some military merit as a greeting gift for you. Then why didn't you remove the pirate flag? Randall's forehead twitched, his emotions becoming agitated. Atlas was taken aback, glancing toward the pirate ship, then back at the furious Randall, and quickly understood. Well, don't be so angry, I simply forgot. With that, he drew his sword and slashed at the pirate ship's mast, a blood-red strike leaping forth which cut the pirate flag off and sent it falling into the sea. See, it's gone now. This truly astonished Colonel Randall and the Marines nearby. Randall, having been to the Grand Line, had seen swordsmen before, so he was merely amazed at Atlas' growth speed. The other Marines, however, were completely awed by his formidable power. Haha, good lad, come on, let's have a proper chat in my office. All Marines dismissed. Randall laughed heartily, pulling Atlas towards his office. Randall leisurely sat in his office chair, puffing on a cigar, which was not a high-end product, just an ordinary one. Although Randall's strength was not remarkable, he certainly lived up to the word justice behind him. Come, tell me in detail about what has happened during your time away. Randall looked at Atlas with satisfaction. Not much really. I just got lost after chasing the Phylock pirates and happened to run into Vice Admiral Garp. I believe he should have told you everything about what happened afterward. Atlas briefly reported the events of this period to Colonel Randall, although he was unsure if Garp had actually informed Randall, given his unreliability. Then, as an elder, Randall asked Atlas about some details of his wandering experience, and Atlas answered each question. After a long time, Atlas gently closed the door to the colonel's office, preparing to visit Lieutenant Light. By the way, I forgot to mention that Atlas is now a branch lieutenant on par with Light. At Light's home, Atlas looked at Lieutenant Light, With a face full of constipation for lights, epaulets clearly showed that he had already been promoted to major at the Rogertown Naval Base, which left Atlas, who had intended to show off, momentarily speechless. In fact, given Atlas' strength and military merits, he was more than capable of being promoted to a major. However, a major was not a rank that a mere branch colonel could bestow. It had to be reported to the headquarters, and an appointment letter from the headquarters would take some time to process. After chatting for a while at Light's home and inquiring about his situation, the visit was nearly at its end. Oh, by the way, make sure to look for that brat Smoker when you have time. He must be eager to see you. Light, or rather Major Light, said meaningfully to Atlas. Oh, I will definitely do that when I get the chance. Although slightly bewildered, Atlas nodded in agreement. The next morning, Atlas began his daily training on the base's drill ground, strangely nostalgic for those early days in the Navy when he had pushed himself relentlessly on that very field. Hey Atlas, really? You dive straight into training the moment you're back. Don't you even pause to catch your breath? Colonel Randall remarked with a teasing grin as he passed by. Oh, what can I say? I'm still far too weak. Atlas replied, swinging his long blade with steady rhythm, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Well, what a tenacious little brat you are. He cracked his thick neck with a soft pop. Funny, I've got a sudden itch to spar. Let's test your mettle, shall we? Colonel Randall smiled broadly at Atlas. Of course, you're forbidden from using sky-cutting slash. As if recalling something mid-thought, he added swiftly. Atlas felt a spark of eagerness. Though he suspected no one within the base could match him now, he welcomed the chance to face Randall, the nominal strongest warrior stationed there. Perhaps he might glean wisdom from decades of hard-won battlefield experience. Agreed. Atlas bellowed, then followed Randall to an open expanse of the drill ground. Soldiers who'd been idly watching nearby erupted with excitement. They'd long debated, privately and passionately, who truly reigned supreme, Atlas, the base's legendary prodigy, or Colonel Randall. The memory of Atlas's astonishing display at the harbor still burned vividly in their minds. Word spread like wildfire. Soon the drill ground's perimeter was packed shoulder to shoulder with naval troops. Colonel Randall, don't hold back now. Wouldn't want you defeated too quickly, Atlas said, glancing around the crowd before flashing a wry grin at his opponent. Enough chatter, you insolent whelp. Randall shot back, laughing, but never yielding an inch. Blades clashed, sparks flared like scattered stars. Brat, your sword lacks the sharpness your boasts promise. Randall locked eyes with Atlas, his face flushed with exertion, thick veins pulsing along his neck, a testament to the raw power straining against his limits. Yet his voice remained defiant, unbroken. Oh, is that so? Then try this, old man. Atlas retorted, volleying barbed banter as effortlessly as he wielded steel. It cheer you, Iris. Stepping back, Atlas coiled his arm, biceps and triceps swelling in unison, then unleashed a thunderous horizontal slash aimed squarely at Randall. He tempered his strength just enough. After all, cleaving the colonel in two would hardly make for dignified sparring. Randall, no novice, raised his blade vertically and deflected the blow with practiced ease. Brat, did you skip breakfast? Come on again. Keep talking, old man, while you still can. Randall growled, masking inner turmoil with bravado. Damn it, what does this kid eat? His strength is monstrous. Atlas subtly noted the faint tremor in Randall's right hand and chose with quiet courtesy to ease his pressure just a fraction. A gesture of respect, not mercy. The surrounding sailors, oblivious to such nuance, roared in delight, convinced they were witnessing a flawless, evenly matched duel. Again, brat. Randall roared as if summoning a surge of battle fury. Thud. Another brutal, unadorned collision, but this time a hairline fracture bloomed across Atlas's blade. It was inevitable. The standard-issue naval longsword had endured far beyond its intended service life, surviving only through sheer craftsmanship and relentless use. Your blade's on its last leg, you brat. Randall had noticed the fissure instantly, not from sight alone, but from the subtle dissonance in the ring of steel upon impact, a telltale sign only seasoned warriors could discern. Don't worry, Colonel Randall. It'll hold long enough to defeat you. Ichiryu bird spear. A direct, overwhelming thrust. Pure force, unyielding and absolute. Randall parried sideways, yet a pale chip appeared on the cherished edge of his personal saber. Though no legendary blade, it had served him loyally for half a lifetime, far superior to any mass-issued weapon. Enough games, brat. I'm going serious now. With grim resolve, Randall gripped his sword with both hands, bracing for the next onslaught. Shave. In an instant, Randall vanished from Atlas's vision, leaving behind only a shimmering afterimage. Shave, the first of the Navy's 6 forms. Randall, limited by natural aptitude, had mastered only 2, and even those superficially, just enough to outpace Atlas, who hadn't yet begun his own 6 forms training. Yet Atlas's physique had long transcended human norms. His explosive speed already eclipsed ordinary limits. Still, the 6 forms were techniques forged beyond mortal boundaries. Thus, for now, Randall held the edge in velocity, though his body bore its cost. Each shave exacted brutal tolls on his leg muscles. He couldn't sustain it for long. But Atlas needn't wait for exhaustion to claim him. Kinbunchaku. Lock on. With Kinbunchaku activated, Atlas sensed Randall's approach behind him before the motion fully unfolded, then smirked, pivoted, and struck backward without hesitation. No retreat, only advance. Ichiryu Rainfall. A newly forged technique, a devastating overhead cleave amplified by colossal kinetic force, splitting into 3 overlapping afterimages, striking with the relentless fury of a monsoon. Colonel Randall became the unwilling first subject of this storm, and felt none of its novelty. The sheer oppressive aura of rainfall pressed down upon his spirit like a gathering tempest. Yet just as defeat loomed, catastrophe struck. Atlas's long sword shattered mid-swing, splintering into countless iron fragments cascading like cold rain. The pre-existing fracture, unable to withstand rainfall's cataclysmic strain, finally gave way, saving Randall from imminent collapse. "Ha ha, little brat, this time you are surely going to lose." Randall first paused in surprise, then laughed triumphantly. Atlas also smiled, clenching his fists. A thick layer of callous resembling armor covered his knuckles, instilling fear in those who beheld it. "A sword is not such an inconvenient weapon. My martial arts are quite formidable as well, Colonel." Atlas smiled with a hint of meaning, although he had focused on swordsmanship over the years, giving the impression that he was merely a swordsman, and without a sword his combat power would significantly diminish. This reasoning was not wrong. Any swordsman would think this way. However, Atlas was different. He did not possess a heartfelt devotion to the sword path. To him, the sword was merely a means to his strength, and so was martial arts. Thus, in his daily practice, he never neglected his martial arts, utilizing no complex training methods, but simply threw punches day after day, starting with air strikes, and then progressing to striking hard objects. He learned this from memories of Garp, who in his time had leveled 8 mountains to practice breaking the pride of the 8 treasure armies' prized weapon, the spear. Atlas certainly could not reach such a terrifying level, but striking small hills was certainly within his capabilities. Randall was not one for fancy tricks. He simply swung his blade. Atlas was not foolish enough to meet the blade with his bare fists. Instead, he slightly turned his body, delivering a powerful punch to the blade, causing such immense force that Colonel Randall nearly lost grip on his weapon. Before Randall could react, Atlas stepped forward in a lunge, pressing the attack. A simple, unadorned jab landed on Randall, who felt a tremendous force strike him, sending him flying. Without using the 6 styles, in terms of power, speed, explosive force, and neural response, Randall was far inferior to Atlas. His ability to hold on until now was purely a result of Atlas going easy on him. "You little brat, you are really unlikable." Randall climbed back up from the ground and continued toward Atlas, appearing none the worse for wear. "But I still have a move you haven't seen yet." Atlas understood Randall's intention of sparring, likely hoping to teach him the techniques of the 6 styles during the fight. After all, compared to his swordsmanship, his martial arts purely relied on immense power and high explosiveness. If he mastered the techniques of the 6 styles, his combat strength would surely rise to another level. Bang, bang, bang. More punches collided in succession, and Randall had already discarded his weapon. Firstly, his swordsmanship had not reached the level of a swordmaster, and the blade did not provide significant benefits. Moreover, facing Atlas, he was somewhat at a disadvantage. Secondly, he was worried his sword would be damaged by Atlas, which he didn't want. Thus, he decisively abandoned his weapon and began trading blows with Atlas. Indeed, nothing beats the romance of a punch landing on flesh. "Huh." Atlas laughed heartily, his fists never pausing, raining down punches upon Randall like a torrential downpour. 2 hours later, iron block. Randall shouted, his muscles tense, taking Atlas' punch, heat in his face, turning slightly red, and then he sat down on the ground somewhat dispirited. He managed to block it, but not completely. It was evident that Randall had not mastered iron block, hence he could not withstand Atlas' punch. "Old Randall, do you not know that the Navy's iron block is not really iron block?" Atlas silently complained to himself. "Atlas, little brat, what disrespectful thoughts are you having?" Defeated Colonel Randall glared at Atlas with an unfriendly expression. "Huh, how could that be? I hold great respect for you, Colonel Randall." Atlas chuckled awkwardly. "Did you see the martial arts I just displayed, you little brat?" Randall looked at Atlas, who was being dismissive, and his forehead couldn't help but twitch. "Of course, no problem. Don't underestimate me, you old fart." Within the range of Atlas observation haki, Randall's every movement was practically transparent. The techniques of the 6 styles could generally be learned as long as one's physical condition met the requirements and one's talent was decent. In the recent battle, using observation haki and his powerful learning ability, the techniques of Soru and Iron Block were no longer secrets to him. Iron Block, after all, is meant to accelerate blood flow, thus speeding up muscle movement, giving the body the hardness of steel, However, the downside is that one cannot move while using it. Of course, this only applies to those who have not mastered it. Iron Block, when cultivated to a profound level, can allow movement. Soru allows for explosive movement by rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant 0.36 seconds, creating a reactive force for high-speed movement, which can easily lead to one-sided situations in combat. After contemplating the training method of Soru, he quickly exerted force in his calf muscles, instantly ripping his pant legs, which then hung like strips of cloth on his legs, his well-defined muscles resembling steel that had been tempered over and over as they wrapped around his legs. He then rapidly stomped on the ground dozens of times, creating cracks in the surface beneath him. Suddenly, Atlas vanished from Randall's sight and dove into a distant wall. Boom! A human-shaped hole instantly appeared in the sturdy wall, and Atlas, covered in dust, walked out of the hole looking somewhat embarrassed, as he said, sorry, this is my first time using it, so I am not very skilled. Atlas, little brat. The repair costs for the venue will be deducted from your salary. Randall shouted loudly at Atlas, utterly shocked by his extraordinary talent. How could he learn it after just a few observations and then execute it on the first try? How could he possibly explode with greater speed than Randall? Oh. The surrounding sailors who had been watching were clearly astonished and emitted a series of bewildered cries. Brother Atlas, I would like to spar with you. Please allow it. At that moment, a small boy with white hair drenched in sweat squeezed through the crowd, sincerely addressing Atlas. This little brat was Smoker. Upon hearing this, the Navy soldiers who had been causing a ruckus immediately quieted down, turning their attention toward Smoker. They wondered who was bold enough to challenge Atlas at this moment, or whether they were foolish or overly confident in their abilities. Once they realized it was Smoker, they all showed expressions of anticipation. No problem, come on, Smoker kid. Atlas naturally noticed the mood of the surrounding Navy, and he was very curious about the means Smoker was relying on. Was it? Smoker, after hearing Atlas' agreement, first showed a look of excitement, then slowly calmed down, leaning slightly forward and assuming a fighting stance. Atlas looked at the tense Smoker and couldn't help but laugh. Be careful, Smoker kid. Atlas always gave his all in battle, especially against an opponent like Smoker, where he didn't have to hold back any face. It was also a good opportunity to sharpen his skills in shaving, so Atlas unleashed his power, without reservation, stomping on the ground, which created a tremendous rumbling sound. His use of shaving was still too rough. Boom. Another huge pit formed in the training ground, and Colonel Randall's face couldn't help but become even more difficult to look at. However, Atlas didn't care about that. After all, he wasn't very concerned about money. Iron Fist Bird Spike. Without a weapon, Atlas simply used his fists for this thrust, and the terrifying speed directly generated a booming sound in the air. Danger. At the moment Atlas struck, every hair on Smoker's body stood on end, as if he was about to face the threat of death. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. A warning from instinct rang in his brain. In this critical moment, Smoker suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke, causing Atlas' fist to miss. Oh, so Smoker kid, you've eaten a devil fruit. Atlas realized no wonder Lieutenant Wright mentioned Smoker with that expression. Oh, it appeared the strongest Logia devil fruit. A group of excited sailors shouted from the sidelines. I also just ate a devil fruit not long ago. Smoker, having released his elemental form, scratched his head awkwardly. He had obtained this devil fruit by chance while pursuing a group of pirates on a deserted island 6 months ago during a mission. If Atlas found out, he would be furious. They both went after the pirates, but Smoker managed to find a devil fruit, a Logia type, while Atlas could only wander around the East Blue. Sometimes the gap between people is even larger than that between humans and pigs. Be careful, big brother Atlas. I'm a Logia-type smoke fruit user, Smoker reminded. In Smoker's view, he was sure to win this challenge, as no one could harm him ever since he got the devil fruit, not even Colonel Randall. Poor Randall was already crying in the bathroom, as the highest commander of the base was actually being looked down upon by 2 kids. It's no wonder Smoker was so inflated at this moment. After all, in the East Blue, where Haki was not known, being a Logia user who couldn't be hit in physical form symbolized invincibility. Then I will go all out next, Smoker kid, Atlas said, looking at the slightly excited Smoker before him. As soon as he finished speaking, Atlas' figure disappeared. The Navy's 6 styles, shaving was like adding wings to Atlas at this moment. With Smoker's half-baked physical skills, he couldn't catch Atlas, let alone counter him. Iron Fist Dragon Tail. This was a swinging punch so fast that it surpassed Smoker's nerve reaction, leaving him unable to block the move, and without exception, he once again transformed into his elemental form. Smoker kid, you can't keep doing this. Although the elementalization of the Logia type is quite overpowered, it's basically invincible at the early stages without haki. However, full elementalization consumes a certain amount of stamina, which might be negligible for those with strong physiques. But for someone with Smoker's weak physique, he probably wouldn't be able to hold out much longer and could only serve as a live target for Atlas. Smoke white fist. Suddenly, two solidified white smoke fists surged towards Atlas. Atlas wasn't afraid and directly met fist with fist specialized in dealing with all sorts of flashy moves. However, it was evident that during the past 6 months since obtaining the fruit, Smoker had not been idle, or at least he had developed his fruit abilities slightly. Bang! Another clash, directly smashing Smoker's two fists into smoke. This made Smoker a bit frustrated. Clearly, in physical skill confrontations, he was completely defeated. To win this battle, he could only rely on his fruit abilities. Time ticked away and Smoker used full elementalization a few more times, but he was already sweating slightly from his forehead. The stamina consumption was evidently significant while Atlas maintained a calm demeanor. Even his breathing hardly changed, which made Smoker feel a bit disheartened. What powerful kids. It seemed Smoker was about to reach his limits. Hey, Smoker's ability is invincible. The soldiers watching the battle were all excitedly debating, and it seemed like they were about to start fighting among themselves. They didn't expect these two young kids to be so powerful, especially Atlas, who could actually force the legendary Logia Devil Fruit user Smoker to this extent purely with physical skills. Since it spread that the three marine monsters were all Logia Devil Fruit users, the Logia type had been almost revered to the skies. And Atlas, a powerhouse relying solely on physical skills, was the man breaking the myth in the eyes of these soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Another few clashes. Smoker clenched his trembling fists, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Be careful, big brother Atlas. I'm going to use the ability I just developed, which I might not be very proficient at. Smoke white domain. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker fully transformed into his elemental form, and a vast expanse of white smoke enveloped Atlas, instantly reducing visibility to the extreme, and the Navy outside could no longer see the battle between the two. Inside the enveloping white domain, Atlas found that all his senses were reduced to the lowest point, and even his eyes were nearly blinded by the smoke. Some tiny white smoke particles even attempted to sneak into Atlas' nose through his breathing, prompting him to become alert and slow down his breathing, closing his eyes to sense Smoker's attacks with Kenbunchaku. Smoker definitely couldn't maintain such a wide area of effect for long, so he would surely adopt the quick strike attacking method. Atlas just needed to wait for the right moment. Suddenly, a fist appeared quietly behind Atlas. Clearly, Smoker wanted to deliver a surprise attack. However, under the coverage of Atlas Kenbunchaku, nothing could escape. As Smoker's fist approached Atlas' attack range, Atlas quickly sidestepped and firmly grabbed Smoker's fist. In pain, Smoker swiftly transformed into smoke. This underhanded tactic left Atlas feeling helpless, as he still couldn't use haki, making it impossible to hold on to Smoker's physical form, and he could only gradually wear down his stamina. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their clashes echoed continuously, while Smoker's attacks grew increasingly frantic, for all his strikes were effortlessly blocked by Atlas. Finally, after exhausting all his stamina, Smoker was forced to revert from his elemental form, collapsing weakly to the ground, whereas Atlas showed no signs of fatigue, only a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, looking far less disheveled than Smoker. This left Smoker feeling somewhat dejected. Ever since he acquired the smoke fruit, which he prided himself on, he had completed every pursuit mission with ease. Furthermore, with Atlas absent from the base, none of his peers in the Navy could defeat him. Even Colonel Randall from the base had sparred with him privately, but had also found himself unable to best Smoker, leading him to become increasingly arrogant, reveling in the glory that the natural-type devil fruit provided. Smoker had always admired Atlas and envied his remarkable talent, yet he understood that Atlas' strength was a result of rigorous training. However, being of the same age, Smoker also possessed the pride and competitive spirit of youth. Thus, upon seeing Atlas return, he immediately challenged him, much like a child eager to show off a beloved toy to an older brother. "All right, Smoker, pull yourself together. Your sense of justice can't be this superficial," Atlas said, looking at the dispirited Smoker with a furrowed brow, unable to hold back his words of comfort. In truth, Smoker's talent was commendable. The natural-type smoke fruit was indeed a powerful devil fruit, and if developed properly, it could grant immense dominion. The smoke fruit was not as weak as those depicted in the anime of his past life. It was merely that Smoker had poorly developed it. If he continued on this path, he might waste the powerful potential of this fruit, prompting Atlas to feel the need to awaken him. Moreover, Smoker's physical talent was not lacking either. However, after acquiring the devil fruit, he had become overly reliant on its formidable powers, neglecting the cultivation of his physique, leading to a situation where he was lacking in both areas. The most absurd part was that at over 30 years old, he still had not mastered a single form of haki, effectively disqualifying him from competing among the top powerhouses. "Listen, Smoker, you have already strayed onto the wrong path." Upon hearing this, the previously withdrawn Smoker instantly raised his head, feeling a twinge of discontent. "Yes, that's right. You, Atlas, are much stronger than me, but that's because I've had the fruit for too short a time. Once I develop its abilities, I will definitely defeat you. Atlas calmly regarded Smoker's defiant gaze and bluntly replied, I know you are definitely thinking that once you develop the fruit's power, you can defeat me. If you still hold on to such thoughts now, then you will never catch up to my strength. You must understand in this cruel, no top powerhouse has ever relied solely on the abilities of their devil fruit to reach the pinnacle. Remember, it is no one. Hearing this, not only did Smoker show a serious listening expression, but the soldiers around him also instinctively held their breath, afraid of missing a single word. Looking across the sea, whether it be powerful pirate overlords or the current 3 monstrous vice admirals of the Navy, they all possess formidable devil fruit abilities, yet their physical strength equally stands at the peak of this ocean without exception. Even the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, wields the Tremor fruit, regarded as the strongest paramecia devil fruit, and that is because its user is Whitebeard, not some random nobody. Thus, it is Whitebeard who achieved greatness for the Tremor fruit rather than the Tremor fruit elevating Whitebeard. Atlas surveyed the surroundings with a disdainful glance and continued. Speaking of our Navy, the Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp has repeatedly forced the pirate King Roger into desperate situations using only his physical skills, and the former Admiral Zephyr was the youngest admiral in Navy history, known as the Black Arm, likewise renowned for his martial prowess on the sea. As for the 3 monstrous vice admirals of the current Navy, they, like you, Smoker, are also users of natural-type devil fruits, and among the finest. Yet even for Vice Admiral Kazuru, who places less emphasis on martial arts, he is a renowned swordsman. His physique is equally of monstrous caliber. Atlas subtly cast a glance at Smoker. After all, in a decade or so, Smoker would be considered a standout among his peers. Moreover, due to being a natural-type user, he was always viewed as a successor to an admiral by the Navy, but in Atlas' eyes, Smoker was still quite far from becoming an admiral. Furthermore, setting aside these strong individuals, using a devil fruit requires stamina. If your physique is weak like Smoker, who becomes winded after a short, well, how can you execute your sense of justice? Indeed, the little brat Atlas is right. Physical strength is the foundation of everything, whether it be devil fruit users, martial artists, or swordsmen. Colonel Randall, who had been watching the scene, spoke up. His insight was undoubtedly sharp. He had long realized that Smoker had strayed, but was hesitant to remind him due to his inability to utilize haki. He couldn't even defeat Smoker, so how could he educate him? Thus it had ultimately come to nothing, until Atlas returned. Enough, stop standing around gawking. Smoker, go reflect on yourself. Randall's words drove away the onlookers, and Atlas left the training ground to head to the mess hall, leaving Smoker alone, his expression shifting continuously. However, Randall paid no mind. Smoker was a very talented Navy officer. Although he was slightly inferior to Atlas, he was not someone who would stubbornly cling to his viewpoint, so Randall let it be. As he thought of Atlas, he couldn't help but glance at the crater on the ground, feeling a profound sense of awe. What a terrifying little brat. Meanwhile, Atlas had already arrived at the base's mess hall, where he had not tasted Uncle Carl's cooking for a long time. Uncle Carl, please serve me 5 portions to whet my appetite. Atlas shouted loudly at Carl, who was busy in the kitchen. It's you, kid. I haven't seen you in a while. I thought you died out there. Carl exclaimed with a smile and a scolding tone upon recognizing Atlas. However, Atlas could clearly sense that Carl's demeanor had relaxed considerably, as if the burdens that once weighed on his heart had vanished in an instant. 3 months later, in the office of Commander Randall at Lowtown Naval Base, East Blue. A thunderous crash as the door burst open startled Commander Randall, who had been deeply engrossed in writing. He looked up to see Atlas standing there, and his temper flared instantly. You brat. This is the 3rd door you've shattered this month. Relax. I'll have logistics reimburse you. Atlas grinned carelessly as he spoke. Randall could only sigh in resignation, then snatched several wanted posters from his desk and flung them hard at Atlas. Fine. Just remember to knock next time and open the door gently. Here are your orders: the Horton Pirates with a collective bounty of 30 million belly and the Bloodhand Pirates worth 35 million belly. Try to leave a few alive. Since returning, Atlas had been relentlessly hunting pirates across the East Blue. With his current strength, most pirates here were no match for him. He accepted every mission Randall assigned. After all, he was saving up to purchase a legendary blade, and bounties made excellent supplementary income. In a few months, the new recruit training program begins anew. You'll head to Marine headquarters alongside Smoker. Train diligently until then. Don't shame our Lowtown base. Randall watched Atlas idly flipping through the wanted posters, speaking with solemn earnestness. Yeah, I got it. Though honestly, couldn't you assign me something more challenging? Aside from their captains, these crews are just a motley assembly of misfits. Atlas set the posters down with mild dissatisfaction. Randall sighed helplessly. Be grateful. You've drawn the toughest assignments I've got. Truth be told, that's all the East Blue has to offer. Atlas's growth had been astonishingly rapid. Pirates here no longer posed any meaningful trial for him. All right then, I'll take care of them right away. Atlas was always decisive, never one to linger or hesitate. Get out of here, you little pest. Fresh from completing his mission, Atlas stood at the harbor, holding a blood-stained sack, within which faint contours of a human face were barely discernible. Hey, Atlas, back from your assignment already. How'd it go? You're not injured, are you? What kind of question is that? Lieutenant Atlas is the strongest officer stationed at our base. How could mere pirates possibly harm him? Fellow officers and locals recognized Atlas along the way and greeted him warmly. He smiled and nodded politely in return. Popularity, after all, was its own peculiar burden. After filing his official report with Randall and turning in the bounties, Atlas gazed contentedly at the thick stack of bills in his hand, grinning ear to ear. On Lobetown's commercial street, a tall young naval officer entered a weapons shop. The proprietor was a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s or early 50s, who immediately rushed forward with effusive hospitality upon spotting Atlas. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Atlas surveyed the shop slowly before fixing his gaze on the owner. After a brief pause, he said, I'm looking for a fine sword, preferably one ranked among the 50 great blades of the Wado class. The shopkeeper gave an awkward chuckle. Sir, you jest. We run a modest establishment. We don't stock blades of such caliber. Atlas's disappointment deepened. Ordinary blades wouldn't withstand his combat style, not even for a single skirmish. He distinctly recalled that Zoro had acquired 2 legendary swords right here in Lobetown. Yet Atlas had forgotten the name of that shop, only remembering the owner's claim of operating a 200-year-old family business. So he pressed on, visiting shop after shop, clinging to the slim hope of serendipity. Hours later, Atlas stood before another weapon shop, unmarked, bearing only a simple sign, 2 crossed blades. By now he held little expectation. This was his 10th visit to a reputed old shop, and each had yielded nothing. Truly exceptional blades were exceedingly rare. Only someone blessed with protagonist fortune like Zoro could stumble upon them so effortlessly. He strode inside, and was met by a youth, or perhaps a man nearing middle age. Atlas wasn't quite sure. His crown was nearly bald, with a few stubborn strands clinging desperately to life. His sideburns evoked Yonko's fierce visage, and his nose bore the unmistakable flush of chronic wine indulgence. The shopkeeper beamed with ingratiating warmth. Welcome. Please browse at your leisure. We've been in business for 200 years. Atlas blinked in surprise. So the 200-year legacy was apparently his standard pitch to every customer. Do you carry a blade ranked among the 50 great blades of the Wado class? Money is no object. Atlas repeated the line he'd delivered countless times before. Ah, you're Lieutenant Kanos. The shopkeeper clearly recognized him, and appeared to be a devoted admirer. Ah yes, I am Atlas. Atlas couldn't help but smile wryly, but inwardly he felt reassured. He'd feared the owner might refuse to part with his most treasured piece. So, do you have a blade matching that rank? Afraid the shopkeeper might miss his request amid his excitement, Atlas asked again. Yes, absolutely. The owner bobbed his head vigorously, terrified Atlas might vanish before he could respond, and dashed upstairs, returning breathless with a long lacquered case held aloft like a sacred relic. This is our shop's greatest treasure, the Wada-class blade Yukisuji. Its scabbard is black lacquered, and its blade bears a chaotic, finely wrought small dento pattern, the finest we possess. The shopkeeper spoke with reverent gravity. How much? Atlas asked. Free of charge. You Lieutenant Kanos are my greatest idol. When a man entrusts his dreams to another man, what need is there for coin? The shopkeeper gushed, starstruck. No, I am a Marine officer. Payment is non-negotiable. It's a matter of principle. Atlas stood firm, making it clear, no payment, no blade. Then, would you sign your name for me? That would be reward enough. The shopkeeper, flustered, offered this compromise. Suddenly Atlas remembered something. He rose and strode toward a corner where several large barrels overflowed with swords. He vaguely recalled Zoro discovering the Yubashiri among discarded blades. Ah, Lord Kanos, those barrels hold only 5,000 belly swords. The shopkeeper paled, convinced he'd somehow offended his hero. Atlas waved dismissively, signaling calm. Then his eyes flashed crimson as he activated his observation haki. An eerie, malevolent aura surged into his perception. Without hesitation, he reached in and drew forth a long sword sheathed in vivid crimson. But the shopkeeper's face twisted into stark, unambiguous dread. Atlas scrutinized the blade in his hands. Outwardly indistinguishable from an ordinary sword, yet to his observation haki, it exuded an eerie, unsettling aura. No, Captain Kanos, this blade cannot be yours. Startled by Atlas's satisfied expression, the shopkeeper's face darkened with alarm, and he shouted out in protest. This sword is named Sansei Kitetsu, the 3rd-generation Kitetsu. Its predecessor Nisei Kitetsu was a great sword, and before that the original Ishi Kitetsu ranked among the supreme great swords. But But it is a cursed blade, isn't it? You needn't finish, Atlas interjected calmly. Huh, you already know. The shopkeeper looked genuinely astonished. Yes, I can feel it. Atlas gazed at the Sansei Kitetsu resting in his palm. From its very origin, every blade of the Kitetsu lineage has been peerless in craftsmanship. Yet each is a cursed sword. Countless swordsmen perished mysteriously after wielding them. Today no swordsman in the world dares draw a Kitetsu. Even unwitting use carries the risk of vanishing without a trace. Selling it to you would be condemning you. The shopkeeper grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, terrified Atlas might still insist on taking the accursed blade. Atlas merely smiled with quiet confidence. Every blade possesses its own temperament. Weak swordsmen, lacking strength, spirit, or resolve, cannot master certain swords. So they fear them, call them cursed, and blame ill fate upon the steel itself. This wisdom had come from Kayashiro, and so the tale went from Kayashiro's father before him. Ha ha ha, I intend to become the strongest man in the world. Let me test my mettle against this so-called cursed blade. Atlas threw back his head and laughed, a surge of overwhelming, awe-inspiring presence erupting from him. The shopkeeper recoiled, awestruck. So this is the aura of a true sovereign of strength. In the end, Atlas strode triumphantly from the armory, a long sword sheathed in crimson lacquer hanging at his waist, the Sansei Kitetsu. After repeated entreaties from the shopkeeper, Atlas declined to take yukawari and quietly left behind all the coin he carried. Before departing, he cast the shopkeeper a knowing glance and said, "Yukawari will wait for her true master." After all, Atlas was no dual sword wielder, one legendary blade sufficed, and the Sansei Kitetsu's fierce, unyielding spirit resonated perfectly with his own. The sea is all-encompassing, silently swallowing beauty and brutality alike, yet utterly merciless. Beneath the radiant sun, its waters shimmered with golden light, waves dancing like mischievous children, restless, capricious, alive. A marine warship glided steadily across the open ocean. On its deck, Atlas sat cross-legged, meticulously polishing the Sansei Kitetsu with soft cotton swabs. Proper sword maintenance is paramount, especially for legendary blades. The Sansei Kitetsu was Atlas's first true sword, and he cherished it deeply. Yet even the finest weapons must taste blood, and cursed blades most of all. Today Atlas had brought the Sansei Kitetsu to its first baptism of battle. Reporting Lieutenant Colonel Atlas. We've entered the operational waters of the Garfield pirates. We'll soon engage them, his subordinate announced. Incidentally, orders from headquarters had reached Lobetown. Atlas had officially been promoted to lieutenant colonel. Excellent. Advance as planned. Understood. Atlas replied, then resumed, tending to his beloved blade. Moments later, the warship continued forward for several minutes, its speed gradually easing. Lieutenant Colonel sighting the Garfield pirates ahead. The lookout atop the crow's nest declared grimly as the pirate vessel drew near. He felt little concern. Garfield himself, their strongest, commanded only a bounty of 30 million. And our lieutenant colonel has slain far more such vermin. Then close in. Prepare for boarding action. At the sight of the pirates, Atlas swiftly sheathed his sword and rose, issuing commands with swift authority. Meanwhile, aboard the Garfield pirates' ship, a thick-set, middle-aged man ranted animatedly about his so-called glorious exploits. Antonio, the crew's first mate. Last time we raided that coastal town, I slaughtered over a dozen. The way those villagers stared at me. Beside him, Captain Garfield listened with a placid, smiling mask, one that flickered now and then with chilling cruelty. Sailors, Marines. Second mate Grant, idly gazing seaward from the bow, spotted the approaching warship and screamed in sheer panic. Too late. Atlas measured the narrowing distance between ships, then exploded upward, his legs driving so hard into the deck that splinters erupted beneath him, launching him like a cannonball straight toward the pirate vessel. What nonsense is this? The entire Garfield crew froze in abject terror. As Atlas landed soundlessly upon their bow, he drew the Sansei Kitetsu in one fluid motion. Shwa! A blinding arc of steel flashed. Grant felt sudden lightness at his throat, then watched wide-eyed as crimson fountained from his severed neck. Cursed blade, now quenched in blood. Atlas flicked the blade. Scalding droplets slid silkily down its edge, sending shivers of dread through the crew. Charge! At that moment, the warship closed the gap. Marines poured over the rails in disciplined waves, storming the pirate deck. This was Atlas's preordained strategy. Though he could slaughter them all alone, he refused to coddle soldiers like a nursemaid. They needed battlefield baptism to grow stronger. And war never spares life. His gaze hardened, locking onto Captain Garfield and first mate Antonio. The Sansei Kitetsu rose before him, held in perfect balance, one hand orthodox, the other reversed. One sword-style blade return, lightning fast. The blade cleaved before they could blink, severing both carotid arteries in a single seamless stroke. Ah! He killed the captain. Damn him. We're doomed, run. Morale among the pirates collapsed instantly, while the Marines surged forward roaring, swinging their weapons with redoubled fury and unstoppable momentum. Within moments, the Garfield pirates were annihilated, every last one. And the Marines? Not a single fatality. Only a few sustained minor wounds. Though Atlas refused to babysit his men, neither would he stand idle while they bled to death. The sky as clear as a wash reflected on the deep sea surface as Atlas and his companions slowly sailed back along the route to Rog Town. Hey, don't you think my last strike was cool? No matter how cool it is, it can't compare to my skills. I took down several pirates, so I'm definitely due for a promotion when we return. Speaking of which, Lieutenant Atlas is truly impressive, dispatching the main combat force of the Garfield pirate crew with just 2 strikes. Of course, a monster like Lieutenant Atlas would be a monster even in the Navy headquarters. The sailors aboard the warship were still reveling in their recent victory, with chattering discussions continuing endlessly. After all, it was a victory, without casualties, and many of them could claim credit for it upon returning. The Navy headquarters, Atlas, who was lying on the deck soaking up the sun, smiled at the mention, then slowly raised his hand to his face. The intense sunlight filtered through the gaps between his fingers and cast a play of light on his face, softening his originally rugged features. A white-haired youth with a well-built upper body was hopping around the training ground, sweat streaming down his body. With determined eyes, he focused intently on the front. It was none other than Smoker himself. Since being awakened by Atlas last time, Smoker had been pestering Atlas to train him every day. However, the gap in physical fitness was too great and Smoker couldn't keep up with Atlas' pace, so Atlas suggested he start with physical conditioning. Smoker, originally a genius, became much stronger after training his physique, making it much easier to develop and utilize his fruit power, which further solidified his decision to focus on physical training. Lieutenant, we're about to arrive at Rog Town ahead. After 2 days at sea, Atlas and the others were finally nearing Rog Town. The back-and-forth journey had nearly made Atlas' mouth dry, so he decided to treat himself well upon returning to the town. All hands prepare to dock at any moment. Atlas stood up to issue the command, gazing far ahead at the approaching Rog Town. Hey, Smoker, are you training? As soon as Atlas left the colonel's office preparing for some pre-meal exercises at the training ground, he spotted Smoker drenched in sweat and couldn't help but tease him. Yes, brother Atlas. Also, could you please guide me a bit later? Smoker was taken aback at first upon seeing Atlas, then shyly spoke. No problem, I just happen to want to see your progress during this time. Atlas replied cheerfully. An hour later, Atlas stood with his arms crossed looking down at Smoker, who lay on the ground looking exhausted, and said with a smile, Not bad, Smoker, your endurance has improved quite a bit. But I still have a big gap compared to you, brother Atlas. Smoker seemed somewhat dejected, feeling as though Atlas was an endless abyss impossible to measure. Well, don't worry. I'll treat you to a meal later, so cheer up. Atlas said nonchalantly, then pulled Smoker along as they headed out of the base. A restaurant in Rog Town. Atlas and Smoker took their seats one after the other. After ordering everything from the menu, Atlas began to devour the food ravenously, while Smoker was a bit more civilized, indicating that the young Smoker wasn't as wild and unruly as he would be in a decade or so. Brother Atlas, how can I become strong like you? After a hearty meal, Smoker produced a cigarette from somewhere and began to smoke in front of Atlas. Burp, Smoker, what is your sense of justice? Atlas satisfiedly burped, but didn't directly answer Smoker's question, instead asking slowly. My sense of justice. Smoker's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Don't overthink it. You'll find your own sense of justice in the future. After patting Smoker on the shoulder in comfort, Atlas went straight to the front desk to settle the bill. In the world of pirates, belief is a strange thing. Essentially, everyone at the top of the ocean has their own belief. This belief doesn't necessarily have to be grand. For instance, Whitebeard's belief is to have a family, while the Navy's belief is justice. However, because each Navy officer has different experiences, the justice they uphold also varies. For instance, Akainu upholds absolute justice, while Akiji embodies lazy justice, and Kazuru represents ambiguous justice. However, there is no doubt that belief is crucial for becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Take former Vice Admiral Zifa as an example. Although he was hailed as the youngest admiral, when he became one, he was just a small soldier before the age of 28. Would such a person remain obscure for 28 years? According to Atlas, speculation, belief should be related to the cultivation of haki. For in his past life memories, Rayleigh once said that haki is a power hidden within all humans across the world, but most people cannot unleash it throughout their lives. Belief refers to the will you firmly believe in and persistently carry out. It is devoid of favoritism, and the guiding key to haki is likely belief itself. Of course, the above is merely Atlas's speculation. He couldn't definitively determine the specifics. As night fell, everything was shrouded in darkness, including the human heart. Atlas sat cross-legged on his bed, concentrating his mind on the dimly glowing talisman in his mind. Yes, Atlas was preparing to light up his next talisman. For years had passed since he lit his first talisman. With his current physique, he had already reached the standard to bear 2 talismans. The reason for his hesitation now was that he was wavering between the ox talisman and the rabbit talisman. However, if the talisman truly worked for him as he imagined, the ox talisman would be his best choice at present. Thus Atlas slowly focused his mind on the ox talisman, and the blue patterns suddenly burst forth with white light. Soon Atlas felt the power granted by the ox talisman slowly flowing within him. His muscles suddenly contracted and tightened even more. East Sea Logetown. On the other side of the island belonging to Logetown, a wooden stake is inserted at the edge of the coast, guarded by a naval soldier. A thick hemp rope is tied to the wooden stake with the other end extending into the sea, where a shadowy figure can be faintly seen in the water. Limp. Splash. Suddenly the naval soldier on the shore vigorously pulls the rope, struggling to drag the figure out of the water, and it is none other than Smoker. This training method was taught to him by Atlas. It is not something he invented out of thin air. He originally intended to use sea prism stone for weight training, but such strategic resources are too scarce in the East Sea, and the headquarters did not equip Logetown with any, so he could only use seawater. The pressure of the deep sea not only hones the body, but also enhances Smoker's resistance to the sea prism stone factor. Otherwise, if he were to be accidentally affected by the sea prism stone in the future, he would have no means of resistance. Lieutenant Smoker, you've managed to hold on for a minute longer than last time, a nearby naval soldier cheerfully said to Smoker. Smoker has been undergoing this training for several months, from initially being limp to now still being limp. The naval soldier guarding him was worried that Smoker might exhaust himself in the sea, and thus sought help. Smoker did not respond, leaning against the wooden stake, looking apprehensively toward the distant sea surface, as if his gaze penetrated through the cold seawater, and saw that muscular figure. Lieutenant Smoker, don't compare yourself to Major Atlas. He is a monster among monsters. The nearby naval soldier quickly comforted him upon noticing his expression. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters below the surface of the sea, Atlas' body hovers in the icy seawater. Surrounded by darkness, only a few small sea kings swimming by occasionally indicate signs of life. The pressure from all directions surges toward Atlas, but his expression shows no sign of change. With Atlas' current physical condition, holding his breath underwater for half an hour is not a problem, and the pressure of the deep sea can forge his body like steel. Atlas carefully senses the changes in his body and confirms his thoughts indeed. After completely digesting the horse talisman, Atlas realizes that the horse talisman has effectively become a part of his innate talent, allowing him to repair his body simply by consuming energy. Thus, he conceived a bold idea: are the zodiac talismans similar to the superhuman-type devil fruits, divided into superhuman bodies and super abilities. He then classified the zodiac talismans: rat, tiger, dragon, snake, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig can grant Atlas super abilities, while ox, rabbit, horse, and goat grant him a super body. Atlas has trained under waterfalls and used wooden sticks for striking, but he ultimately found that the effects of the deep sea are the best, as it exerts comprehensive pressure on Atlas without any bias. After activating the ox talisman for training, Atlas found that the density of his muscles, bone density, and the strength of his organs were all gradually increasing. It can be said that the ox talisman is transforming his physical potential. Once the ox talisman completely disappears from his mind, he is expected to possess the strongest innate talent in the world. Just like Big Mom possesses terrifying defensive power as a steel balloon, Atlas will have the talent of immense strength, more exaggerated than the young Whitebeard. Of course, his physical defense will not be lacking, but just won't be as exaggerated as that of the steel balloon. Lieutenant Smoker, Major Atlas. Vice Admiral Garp is here to take you to the headquarters. A naval soldier ran over panting and told Smoker. Understood, I'll call Brother Atlas. No need, I heard it, Atlas replied. With the coverage range of Atlas observation haki, he had already heard what the naval soldier said, and he then dragged his wet body ashore. However, Atlas was somewhat surprised. Why was Vice Admiral Garp personally coming to fetch them to the headquarters? Soon Atlas and Smoker changed their clothes and rushed to the port of Logetown. He saw Randall speaking respectfully with a naval soldier who appeared to be about the same age as him. It was the naval hero Garp. Yo, little Atlas, you've kept this old man waiting. Garp also spotted Atlas not far away, one hand picking his nose while the other waved in greeting. Vice Admiral Garp, why are you personally here? Atlas signaled the excited Smoker to follow, and then quickly walked towards Garp. This old man just happened to return to the East Sea for vacation to visit my grandson, and I conveniently came to pick you up, Garp said casually. Atlas, Smoker, you two little brats, better behave at the headquarters, don't embarrass Logetown. Randall also sternly instructed. Yes. Atlas and Smoker respectfully saluted in response. All right, We should set off, though I wonder if Sengoku has saved any donuts for this old man. Haha, Garp said without any regard for his image, then turned and walked toward the ship, leaving behind a tall figure. Atlas and Smoker waved their hands and followed closely. Oh wow, Vice Admiral Garp, I really admire you. Could you give me an autograph? Vice Admiral Garp, can you tell me about capturing the Pirate King? As soon as Smoker boarded the ship, he excitedly bombarded Garp with questions, making Atlas want to pretend he didn't know this kid. Hey, you little brat, be quiet. Garp, perhaps annoyed by the interruption, directly landed an iron fist on Smoker's head instantly, leaving a warm bump in the middle of Smoker's white hair, which looked quite comical. Report to Vice Admiral Garp. We are about to cross the red line and enter the comm belt. At that moment, a messenger came to report on the ship's progress. Good. I understand. The naval ship is not taking the route that goes through Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line, but is heading directly to the naval headquarters through the comm belt. As for how to avoid Sea King attacks in the comm belt, it relies on Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist said to possess wisdom exceeding that of humans by 500 years. This is achieved by embedding sea prism stones at the bottom of the ship, deceiving the Sea King's perception and making them mistakenly believe that the naval ship is part of the seawater. However, this does not completely evade Sea King attacks. If luck runs out, and they happen to collide with the Sea King, there is no way to avoid it. Splash! Just as we were talking about him, a Sea King about 800 meters in size surfaced, looking as if it was about to collide with the naval ship. However, the naval soldiers on the ship all appeared calm. Fear was impossible, as this was the flagship of the naval hero Garp. Little Atlas. It's up to you. This old man will take a nap. Huff, Garp said to Atlas before standing in place and starting to snore. The surrounding soldiers were so shocked their jaws dropped. Is it really okay to take such things so casually? How reckless, Vice Admiral Garp. Atlas replied with some helplessness, but still drew the third-generation sword, the ghost slash from his waist, the tip of the blade hanging down. One sword-style dragon, sword divine might. A blood-red slash flew down toward the giant Sea King, releasing immense power that surged violently through its body. In an instant, the sea was stained red with blood, and the massive corpse of the Sea King slowly floated to the surface. Hiss! The slash nearly cleaved the giant Sea King in half, causing everyone on the battleship to gasp in astonishment. Oh, sorry, I accidentally used too much force. Let me treat everyone to a meal tonight. Atlas slowly sheathed his sword and turned around to smile at the crowd. Atlas, we should spar sometime to exchange sword techniques. Beside him, Bogart was somewhat stunned. The last time he saw Atlas, he hadn't yet reached the level of cutting through iron. Though his swordsmanship could not be called exquisite, the power of that slash was indeed jaw-dropping. Definitely when the chance arises. Atlas nodded in agreement. He was in a situation akin to working in isolation, having not fought against other swordsmen. Although Bogart was Garp's deputy, Atlas would not underestimate him, knowing that Garp's previous deputy was currently the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Akiji. However, they certainly wouldn't engage in combat on the battleship. The destructive power of swordsmen was terrifying, and once a fight broke out, it was questionable whether they could safely reach headquarters. The dog-headed battleship sailed along its course for a few days before finally reaching its destination. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In his past life, seeing Marineford in anime did not evoke much feeling, but now facing the towering structure directly, the visual impact on Atlas was unparalleled. The rolling waves constantly crashed against the crescent-shaped harbor, with splendid warships circling next to sturdy barriers. Soldiers standing solemnly, and the flying seagull flags radiated immense authority. This is the Marine Headquarters, Marineford, a place that has instilled fear in countless pirates, where both the old era's Overlord Gold Lion and the Pirate King Roger met their demise. Since the public execution of Roger in Logtown 5 years ago, although the situation at sea has become increasingly chaotic, the Marines' might has also reached its peak. And this too is the starting point for Atlas to step onto the world stage. The era of great pirates will be brought to an end by him, Atlas. Garp's flagship slowly docked at the Marineford harbor, instantly causing a stir. After all, the distinctive style of Garp's dog-headed battleship was too eye-catching, and most soldiers of the Marine Headquarters recognized it. Soon a colonel on duty at the headquarters came running over, standing respectfully in front of Garp and giving a standard military salute, saying, "Vice Admiral Garp. Colonel Hayes requests instructions. You take these 2 new recruits to familiarize themselves with the headquarters." Garp said, patting Colonel Hayes' shoulder with a hearty laugh, then pointing at Atlas and Smoker. Colonel Hayes was taken aback. Who were these 2? To receive such attention from Vice Admiral Garp personally? Yes. Colonel Hayes replied loudly, though feeling a bit confused. He chose not to ask further, but instead thought about getting some information from these 2 new recruits. Follow me, I'll take you to report to the new recruit camp and get familiar with the environment. By the way, you came to participate in the new recruit training camp, right? Colonel Hayes said gently to the 2 beside Vice Admiral Garp. Yes, Colonel Hayes. Atlas and the others did not dare to be negligent. Although Atlas held the rank of major, it was in the East Sea. According to regulations, the same rank in headquarters was 3 levels above that of the 4 Seas branch, so Atlas' current rank should be that of a lieutenant in headquarters. Ha ha ha, then these 2 kids are in your care. They'll go find Sengoku. Garp said as he walked towards Sengoku's office. Come, I'll first take you to register at the new recruit camp. After Garp left their sight, Colonel Hayes called out to Atlas and the others. In Sengoku's office, Sengoku was discussing the next layout of the Marine with Vice Admiral Tsuru. Beside them, a man with curly hair and an eye patch sat languidly, looking as if he might fall asleep at any moment. It was Vice Admiral Akiji. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound of the door being kicked open interrupted Sengoku and Tsuru's conversation. Seeing that it was Garp, Sengoku's forehead began to twitch and his expression gradually turned unfriendly. Garp, you still remember to come back. Garp, however, ignored Sengoku's question and casually said, I just went on vacation to see my grandson. I will definitely train him to become a powerful Marine. You still dare to say that? The monkey family doesn't have a single worry. Hearing Garp mention his family education made Sengoku even more furious. He had just received intelligence that the Brat Dragon had established a revolutionary army which had now attracted the world government's serious attention, and the 5 elders were questioning him about it. Akiji is here too. Seeing Sengoku getting angry, Garp pretended not to hear and quickly shifted the topic using Akiji as a shield. Vice Admiral Garp. Akiji said helplessly, but had to push the eye patch up to his forehead to join the conversation. Ha ha ha, I found a monster in the East Sea with even greater talent than you. Seeing Akiji's lack of interest, Garp couldn't help but boast about Atlas. Oh, really? Since it's someone praised by Vice Admiral Garp, I must meet him when I have the chance. Akiji was indeed quite interested. The next generation of the Marines' 3 admirals would undoubtedly be him, Akainu and Kizuru, but after that things were a bit uncertain. As for the likes of Zoro and Sanji, they were still somewhat lacking. Kano's Atlas, Sengoku said as he took a piece of intelligence from the top of the high pile of documents on his desk, which prominently displayed Atlas' photo. Meanwhile, Atlas and Smoker had successfully completed their new recruit registration under Colonel Hayes' guidance and were coming out of the new recruit camp planning to check out the training camp cafeteria. Lieutenant Atlas, the position after reporting to headquarters. Admiral Sengoku wants to see you. Please follow me. A soldier suddenly blocked the path of Atlas and the others, panting heavily. Atlas and the others were taken aback, then Smoker and Hayes looked at Atlas with some envy. To receive a summons from Admiral Sengoku on his very first day at headquarters was undoubtedly a bright prospect for his future. It should be noted that currently Sengoku was the only admiral in active service at headquarters, and Steelbone Kong had long entrusted all marine affairs to Sengoku, making it virtually certain that Sengoku would succeed as fleet admiral. It was only a matter of time. Yes, Atlas was also taken aback, but quickly responded. Knock knock. Atlas politely knocked on the door of Admiral Sengoku's office, as he wasn't familiar with Sengoku, and certainly couldn't barge in like he did in Logtown. Randall, thank you. Do you think you're being polite? Come in. A deep voice echoed from within the office, and Atlas immediately sensed that the voice belonged to a dignified middle-aged man. Upon entering, Atlas discovered that this small office was crowded with high-ranking Navy officials. His demeanor turned serious, and even though Garp was making faces at him, he saluted the assembled Navy leaders with a standard military salute, saying, New recruit Carnos. Atlas reporting to Admiral Sengoku. Not bad, Atlas. The future of the Navy relies on young people like you. Sengoku remarked, looking at Atlas' youthful face and strong physique, unable to contain his admiration. Especially after hearing Garp's praise of Atlas, Sengoku felt even more satisfied with him. Old Sengoku, I've found where you've hidden your senbei. Just as Sengoku was about to say a few more encouraging words to Atlas, he was interrupted by Garp's triumphant laughter. Sengoku, I've eaten all your senbei. Garp continued to taunt Sengoku, completely ignoring the veins throbbing on Sengoku's forehead. Bastard, shut up. Sengoku suppressed his anger, and trying to remain calm, gritting his teeth, looked at Atlas and asked, So, Lieutenant Atlas, may I ask what your justice is? Instantly, 4 pairs of eyes in the room turned to Atlas. Even the previously squinting Akiji slightly opened his eyelids, his gaze filled with curiosity. My justice. The strongest. I believe in the strongest justice. Atlas pondered for a moment, then seriously stated, while looking at the justice that rules the world behind Sengoku. Peace sought through struggle will endure, while peace sought through compromise will perish. Only with a fist can this chaotic era come to an end, Atlas declared emphatically. He didn't care how the 4 leaders reacted, simply expressing his most genuine thoughts. In truth, Atlas wasn't afraid. The Navy was a highly inclusive faction. As long as one believed in justice, they would be accepted. Alright, I understand. You may return and sort out your internal affairs now. Yes. Upon hearing the dismissal, Atlas promptly exited, closing the door tightly behind him. Little Crane Akiji, what do you think of this kid? Atlas, you mean? Without a doubt, he is a person of extremely firm beliefs, and his devotion to strength and pursuit of justice is no less than that of anyone present. Moreover, Garp has affirmed his training aptitude. Vice Admiral Crane paused slightly before continuing. His future growth will be no less than that of Akiji, and the others perhaps even stronger. Who knows, perhaps the great pirate era could really end in his hands. Vice Admiral Crane said half-jokingly. Akiji, what about you? Well, he is a Marine with strong beliefs. His justice is not as absolute as a kindness, and I would like him to join my crew after graduation. That won't do. I intend to personally teach him on my ship, Akiji said, showing strong agreement with Atlas, though it was unclear if it was just to recruit a laborer. Garp immediately couldn't sit still upon hearing this, unable to hold back his objections. It's hard to believe, but Atlas is only 17 years old, and yet his physical strength is comparable to that of an ordinary rear admiral. Moreover, judging from his file, his mastery of observation haki seems quite impressive. With his talent, once he leaves the training camp, he can immediately become a significant force in the Navy. Sengoku picked up Atlas' file from the table, somewhat incredulous, saying that even Akiji and the others did not possess such terrifying strength at that age. Especially in terms of physical talent, in Sengoku's view, only someone like Big Mom could compare to it. Meanwhile, Atlas was unaware of the evaluation from these leaders, making his way to the dormitory assigned to him, as he had yet to organize the various materials he had just received. Atlas hummed an incomprehensible tune while searching for his dormitory. Looking at the room number, Atlas confirmed that this was indeed his dormitory. He had come here once after reporting, but he had left after dropping off his things with Smoker, so he hadn't thoroughly examined the dormitory. Pushing the door open, the dormitory was a simple 4-person room with 2 sets of bunk beds, one by the window and one near the door. However, upon entering, Atlas wondered if he had entered the wrong dormitory, as it was filled with clutter, and it seemed somewhat familiar. The entire dormitory was a mess, and on the bed where Atlas was supposed to place his belongings sat a cocky-looking young man appearing to be around 25 or 26, while Smoker was not in the dormitory, presumably off somewhere. On the bed near the door, the lower bunk was occupied by a blonde youth whose appearance could be considered handsome, but there was always a trace of unshakable gloom between his brows, and he looked somewhat frail. Hi. Hello. Bang. The blonde youth seemed to want to greet Atlas upon seeing him enter, but for some reason, whether he forgot he was getting off the bed or not, he accidentally headbutt the upper bed frame, nearly flipping it over. The young man occupying Atlas' bed seemed to treat both Atlas and the blonde youth as air, leaning against the head of the bed with a completely indifferent, pretentious expression. Hey, this is my bed, and my stuff is what you threw down, right? Atlas was not one to let it slide, walking straight to the arrogant youth and questioning him. What's wrong? This is mine now. The guy didn't even look up, completely ignoring Atlas' presence. Hey, you over there, I'm going to tidy up this brat now. Can you help cover for me? Atlas chose not to argue with the fool and decided to teach him a lesson directly, as it was a rare opportunity to encounter someone to practice on. As for why he called the blonde youth to help him cover, it was obviously because Atlas knew that his fruit ability could perfectly conceal any traces of his actions. Oh, all right. The golden-haired youth was momentarily taken aback. After all, Atlas spoke of fighting so casually, and it seemed from his tone that he knew him. Silent sound barrier. The golden-haired youth was a superhuman-type silence fruit user capable of effectively preventing the sounds from this room from attracting others' attention. It could be said to be the best fruit for espionage, which is why he was later sent out as an undercover agent. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Atlas grinned broadly, revealing his white teeth, and laughed arrogantly. Hey, is it necessary to be this arrogant? He really thought he had me at his mercy. Seeing that Atlas seemed to be serious, the arrogant young man suddenly lost his composure. If he were punished for fighting before training, he would be dead when he returned to his Major General father. Yes, he wasn't afraid of Atlas beating him, but of his father's palm. In his view, Atlas looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Even if he seemed strong, how powerful could someone from a small place in the East Sea be? Gruz had grown up in the Grand Line and received rigorous military training. Soon Atlas used his fist to teach Gruz a lesson. Age and strength are not correlated. Shave. Atlas directly dodged to Gruz's back, aiming to subdue this arrogant guy in one move. Iron block. As the son of a Major General, Gruz would definitely know 1 or 2 techniques of the 6 styles, but right now he could only use iron block, which was relatively simple among the 6 styles. However, Gruz was horrified to discover that even his iron block, praised by his father, crumbled like paper beneath Atlas' fist. Bang! Gruz felt an overwhelming force rushing towards him, making him feel as though he was facing his father, and he directly fell to the ground in a dog-eat-dog position, choosing to lie there pretending to be unconscious. Hey, if you're not dead, get up and clean up my stuff. Atlas, with his observation haki, had sensed that this guy was not unconscious and called him up in an unfriendly tone to put his things back in place. Hey, boss, I'm coming. My name is Gruz. What's your name, boss? Gruz, with thick skin, stopped pretending to be unconscious once he was found out, immediately bouncing up from the ground and shamelessly addressing Atlas as boss. Just call me Atlas. Atlas couldn't do anything about someone like this. After all, one doesn't strike a smiling face. Hey, little brat over there, what's your name? Atlas asked the golden-haired youth. Although he was the youngest here, he still insisted on calling others little brat, which was quite amusing. My name is Razanandi, and you seem to know me. How do you know that my fruit ability can help you cover up the noise? Razanandi felt a bit shy, but still mustered the courage to ask. He thought Atlas was sent by the world government's CP agency to monitor him, so he felt a bit wary. I don't know you. I just wanted you to help keep an eye out. Who knew your fruit ability could help me? Atlas explained casually. But what he thought was I not only know you, but I also know your surname is Donkikso, that you were once a celestial dragon and the adopted son of a warlord. 2 years later, you will go undercover in the Don Quixote family and stab Doflamingo in the back. Oh, I see. It's unclear whether Razanandi believed him or not, but Atlas didn't take this small matter to heart. Brother Atlas, I'm back. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside, and it was Smoker. Gruz, with his keen ears, immediately slowed his pace of tidying up upon hearing the noise, looking up to scrutinize Smoker, discovering that this newcomer was roughly the same age as Atlas. However, judging by his physique, he definitely couldn't compare to Atlas in physical skills, making Gruz feel a bit more confident. Smoker walked in and saw his roommates. A smile appeared on his face as he enthusiastically began to introduce himself. Hello. My name is Smoker, and I come from the EC branch. I am a nature-type smoke fruit user. Hearing the term nature-type, Gruz and Razanandi's expressions changed. He was actually an incredibly rare nature-type devil fruit user. He was definitely the strongest among them in this batch. They had truly never heard of any other nature-type. But, seeing how respectful this guy named Smoker is towards Atlas, could it be that he has already learned Busashoka haki? Gruz felt puzzled. Having grown up in the Grand Line, his perspective was naturally broader than Smoker's. He certainly knew about Busashoka haki. But Gruz soon felt a bit gloomy, realizing he was the weakest in the dormitory with 2 devil fruit users, one of whom was a troublesome nature type and another a physical monster. He had even thought about establishing some authority in the beginning, maybe playing the role of dorm leader, but unexpectedly, he had now become the dorm's common underling. Hey, little brat Smoker, where have you been messing around? Atlas couldn't help but gossip upon seeing Smoker return so late. I ran into a troublesome new recruit and had a fight with her. Oh. Upon hearing this, the others in the dorm immediately perked up their ears. A new recruit who could make a nature-type user feel trouble. Is the training camp this year really that terrifying? Is it still possible to withdraw now? Gruz thought dejectedly. Oh, is she also a devil fruit user? Atlas asked the question everyone was most concerned about. She's a superhuman high barrier fruit user, that's what she said. But she still couldn't deal with me. Smoker slightly raised his head and said proudly. Don't worry. Tomorrow morning, we have the first assembly of the camp. You all should get some rest. I'm going to train a bit more. Atlas didn't mind. With his current combat power, he was basically like a human bulldozer capable of pushing through the entire training camp. Not to mention his Bodis bones and muscle density were still increasing. As long as he wasn't facing a top-tier nature-type devil fruit user, he was completely unafraid. You're still going to train this late? Razanandi and Gruz were obviously a bit surprised, but Smoker remained calm. He had personally experienced the training volume of Atlas, who just the warm-up nearly exhausted him. It can only be said that no one's strength comes from thin air. The Grand Line Marine Headquarters Marine Fort. A sharp whistle pierced the silence of the night above the new recruit training camp. It was 5 in the morning and most of the newly arrived recruits were still asleep in their warm beds, while Atlas had already completed his swordsmanship practice for the day. Soon around 160 recruits gathered at the training ground, and Atlas made his way over to Smoker and the others at a leisurely pace. At the front of the training ground stood a middle-aged man with short purple hair, his half-open clothing revealing a robust chest and his thick neck seeming to merge with his scalp. The chief instructor of the Marine new recruit training camp, Black Arm Zephyr. Behind Zephyr stood a burly man with a ponytail whose arms hung naturally past his knees and whose skin was deeply tanned. To Atlas' surprise, this man was actually a member of the Longarm tribe, which was quite rare. In Atlas' memory, there was a supernova from the Longarm tribe in the infamous pirate era that would occur in about 10 years. Zephyr stood calmly in front of the somewhat chaotic recruits, casting a bland gaze over the crowd before speaking. Quiet down. I am very disappointed in you all. Those of you coming in from behind, you can leave. You have already been eliminated. His voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. Instantly, some of the new recruits rushing in from behind turned pale, collapsing dejectedly onto the ground. The Marine New Recruit Training Camp is the cradle of Marine officers, and typically anyone who graduates from here holds at least the rank of a commander. Being expelled from here would leave a stain on their lives. No, please, Instructor Zephyr, give us another chance. Some, unwilling to accept their fate, attempted to plead for mercy from Zephyr. You are soldiers. Your duty is to protect the safety of the world's people. If you cannot even follow orders, how can you talk about executing justice? Though Zephyr was known as the non-lethal general, he was not a soft-hearted person, as soldiers must possess ironclad discipline and obedience. After handling the first batch of eliminated recruits, Zephyr's gaze swept over the crowd, before finally locking onto Atlas, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Konos Atlas, I truly look forward to seeing you. I know many of you come from diverse backgrounds, some even have a bit of fame in their branches, some hail from the Grand Line, and some even have parents in high positions within the Marines. However, here with me, you must forget everything. I have even taught your parents, so do not think about trying to gain any privileges from me. Zephyr glanced at the expressionless crowd before continuing. My name is Zephyr, and I am your chief instructor. I'm sure some of you have heard of me. It doesn't matter if you haven't here, you just need to follow orders. Did you hear that? Heard it. All the recruits shouted with all their might, trying to project their loudest voices, and Atlas was no exception. Very well, next your physical training instructor Shozwa will introduce some details about the new recruit training period. Zephyr looked at the vibrant young group with satisfaction, then took a step back, leaving the stage for the long-armed tribe's muscular instructor Shozwa to take over. Hello everyone. My name is Shozwa. You can call me Officer Shozwa. I will be responsible for teaching you physical training, and I am also Instructor Zephyr's assistant. Our new recruit training lasts for 3 years. Of course, if you wish to graduate early, you only need to pass the assessment from Chief Instructor Zephyr. At this point, Shozwa made a small humorous gesture. Tomorrow we will conduct a strength test, which will allow us to understand you better and develop specialized training methods to maximize your growth in the shortest time. Of course, do not think you can just coast through this to get a golden ticket. There will be an assessment at the end of each year. Those who do not meet the standards will have their graduation delayed by a year, and there is only one chance for a delay. Graduation also comes with its own assessment. I hope to still see you all then. Very well, since no one has any objections, let's begin today's first training, physical training. Now everyone start moving in place. You have 10 minutes to warm up. After finishing his instructions, Shozwa ran aside to discuss something quietly with Zephyr. Atlas felt a bit curious, but didn't dare to eavesdrop with his observation haki, so he began to warm up obediently. To be honest, Atlas was not looking forward to the upcoming physical training because he usually trained with weights. However, today, due to the new recruit briefing, he had not brought any weights, so he could just jog to get by. Alright everyone. Today we will run 50 laps around the training ground before going for lunch. The crowd had no complaints and silently began to run laps around the field with Atlas and the others heading towards the track. These recruits were all determined to stand out in this training. Perhaps they would catch Instructor Zephyr's eye and receive special treatment, which would be a direct path to success. Atlas was naturally not one to hold back either. The earlier he showcased his talents and abilities, the more likely he would be valued. It must be said that Atlas' physique was already unparalleled in the entire training camp. Everyone felt as if a gust of wind had passed them by, and within minutes Atlas had left everyone far behind in his lap count. Wow, where did this powerhouse come from? Atlas is indeed impressive. It seems I need to keep working hard too. Our boss is indeed amazing. He truly lives up to being the boss of my crew. Gruss. This was Gruss, the thick-skinned guy who had stuck to Atlas ever since being taught a lesson by him. He was impossible to shake off. Atlas, don't worry, Xiaomi Gua, he's definitely not from the CP department. This little guy has the potential to become a great general. A phone worm with frog-like glasses and a twisted beard spoke in a relaxed tone from the shadows. Impressive indeed, Atlas. Remembering the praise from Sengoku last night, Rosanandi couldn't help but sigh. Marineford New Recruit Training Camp. The deep night sky was dotted with a few stars while the cool breeze gently caressed Atlas' muscular frame. At this moment, he was doing extra training after dinner on the training ground, but recalling the morning's intense training made his head ache. In the morning, he had pushed his physical training to the limit to finish as early as possible, accomplishing the task in just a third of the time taken by others. However, Instructor Zephyr seemed unwilling to let him off easily, so he imposed weighted training on him, which left Atlas utterly exhausted. Zephyr had almost perfectly adjusted Atlas' weight to match his current physical limits, which caused both a headache and a slight thrill for Atlas. He believed that once he emerged from the training camp, his strength would undoubtedly experience a leap. After completing the final training exercise, Atlas turned around, intending to return to his dormitory for a shower to wash away the fatigue of the day. Little did he know, in a brightly lit building not far away, Zephyr stood silently by the window, quietly watching Atlas' departing figure. He had been standing there for several hours while Atlas remained completely unaware. What a hard-working little brat. Atlas dragged his weary body into the dormitory only to find the other three neatly huddled together. Boss, you finally made it. I've already prepared hot water for you. Come on, take a nice hot shower, Gruss said, wearing an expression of pride as a sycophant. You've already prepared hot water for me. Just what I needed, thank you, Gruss. Atlas accepted Gruss' kindness, naturally having grown accustomed to his behavior. It's nothing. If you want, I can fetch water for you every day, Gruss replied cheerfully, as if thrilled to have earned Atlas' approval, which caused Smoker and Rosinante to shudder slightly. This guy, could he have some special fetish? Well, then I'll trouble you from now on, Gruss, Atlas said with a smile, unfazed. Then I'll be counting on you to take care of me, boss. I heard there are about 160 new recruits in our batch. There were around 30 repeaters from the last batch. From what I've gathered, there are 3 monster recruits in our group. Gruss paused meaningfully, eyeing the others before continuing excitedly. Let's wait until you finish your shower to discuss it, Gruss teased, creating a sense of frustration for Smoker and Rosinante as they scratched their heads. Stop with the nonsense, just say it, Atlas said, giving him a light punch to the head, urging him on. He out of the 3 monster recruits, 2 are in our dorm and you, boss, are at the top. Gruss glanced at Smoker after finishing his sentence. Huh, me. Did they get it wrong? Having often been critiqued by Atlas, Smoker had almost lost his confidence, never expecting to share the spotlight with him. But who's the other person? Smoker asked with curiosity. You probably don't know this, but the third person is a woman, seemingly a devil fruit user. I haven't found out what her ability is, but I do know her name. As Gruss spoke, a lewd smile appeared on his face. Her name is Tina, right? For some reason, the name suddenly flashed in Smoker's mind. Huh, how do you know? Gruss seemed surprised, as he had been trying to find out this information for a long time, not expecting Smoker to know before him. Well, didn't I mention last time that I had a fight with a Paramecia user? That person's name is Tina, Smoker replied, also surprised at the coincidence. But still, I believe that you, boss, are the strongest among the recruits. You're the real monster here. Gruss had already realized that Atlas was a man who could physically overpower Smoker, a Logia user. My. Smoker and Rosinante nodded in agreement. All right, you little brats, get some rest. Tomorrow is the camp entrance test. Atlas timely interrupted their gossip, knowing that if they continued, it would be a long time before they could fall asleep. The others in the dorm had already grown accustomed to Atlas' old-fashioned way of speaking, as in the world of One Piece the strong often exhibited somewhat unusual behavior. The night passed without incident. New recruit training camp training ground. Before dawn, new recruits had already lined up in long rows. It wasn't that they were particularly diligent, they were simply frightened by the elimination method from the previous day. Atlas had just finished his morning training and quietly found his spot from yesterday. However, his arrival stirred some commotion among the crowd. After all, the figure that had raced ahead during the physical training yesterday left a deep impression on them. Moreover, the rumors about the top 3 monster recruits in the camp had made Atlas' reputation soar. Soon it was time for the test. Zephyr and Kizaru appeared before everyone, right on schedule, accompanied by a large machine approximately 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, which was steadily placed beside them. Very well, it seems no one is late today. Today's test involves a machine implemented by the world government's scientific department, and the resulting value is called the Tao power value. Of course, the Tao power value is merely a static display of your physical data and cannot determine your combat capability. Many factors influence combat power, including mental state and willpower on the battlefield. Kizaru slowly explained while observing the curious eyes of the new recruits. After finishing, he picked up the list in his hand and began calling recruits one by one to prepare for testing. Gruss was surprised to be the first called for testing, but he quickly stepped forward. Come hit the machine with your strongest attack. Kizaru explained to Gruss. You can use any form of combat, whether martial arts or swordsmanship, before stepping aside. Bang! Gruss used all his might to punch the testing machine. Tao power value 550. A cold synthesized electronic voice drifted from the machine. Next, Kirkland. Kizaru continued to read names, his face showing no emotion, making it hard to gauge whether the results were good or bad. Bugra. Tao power value 230. Berengier. Tao power value 180. Smoker. Tao power value 800. Everyone gasped in shock. After the previous rounds of testing, they had a rough understanding of what the Tao power value represented. A Tao power value of 520 and above was considered to truly surpass human limits, reaching superhuman levels, while Smoker's 800 was genuinely staggering, especially since Smoker was a Logia user. Tina. The Tao power level 750. Another big shot. The crowd had become somewhat numb. Their average Tao power level hovered around 300, with only a few exceptional individuals exceeding 500. The fact that Tina, a girl, had such a high Tao power level left them feeling a bit disheartened. Tina was not happy. Seeing her Tao power level seemingly lag behind that of Smog, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. After casting a glance at Smog and the team, she returned to her position. What is this guy looking at me for? Is he trying to provoke me? Smog thought gloomily as he noticed Tina casting a displeased glance in his direction. Next, Kano's Atlas. Hearing this name, the crowd, which had become a bit bored, perked up slightly. Even Zephyr cast a glance of interest. Atlas calmly stepped forward, took a deep breath, dug his toes into the ground, sank his body slightly, and suddenly exerted his strength. Iron Block Shatterbird Strike. Atlas bellowed as the technique derived from the iron block, combined with a piercing punch, struck the machine hard. Tao Power Level 5000. Boom. When the cold, synthesized electronic voice announced Atlas' score, the crowd erupted in excitement, even Zephyr momentarily lost in thought. The new recruits might have expected Atlas' Tao Power level to be slightly higher than that of the other two so-called monster recruits, but they never imagined the gap would be this vast. With a Tao Power level of 5000, Atlas' actual combat capability might be even higher. Atlas himself remained calm. This result was within his expectations. After all, he was a master swordsman. Alright, quiet down. Next. Although Shozua was surprised, he intervened in time to stop the recruits' discussions and continued to host the following tests. In the Navy headquarters in the General's office. Under the plaque of Justice, Sengoku, wearing frog-eyed glasses, was deeply engrossed in handling documents, occasionally tossing discarded papers to the goat for disposal. Suddenly pausing, he picked up a document and scanned it carefully, then passed it to the nearby Vice Admiral Crane. Little Crane, take a look at this document. Vice Admiral Crane, puzzled, took the document from Sengoku and then burst into laughter. I didn't misjudge this kid. Tao Power Level 5000, truly a terrifying little brat. After the new recruit test concluded, Shozua announced that recruits with Tao Power levels below 500 would first undergo basic physical training, while those above 500 would receive Zizuo's special training in body techniques the following day. Fortunately, all the dorm mates of Atlas passed, including the seemingly weaker Razanandi, who barely met the standard with a Tao Power level of 520. You are Atlas, right? Tina wants to get to know you. After the dismissal, as Atlas prepared to head to the cafeteria for a feast with Smog, a girl with a stylish light pink middle-part hairstyle and purple-tinted sunglasses blocked their path. Oh, hello, I'm Atlas. Atlas was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and replied, Tina wants to challenge you. I've heard Smog say you're quite formidable. Atlas turned to glance expressionlessly at the bewildered Smog, realizing that this little brat was the source of his trouble. Sorry, you're too weak. I'm not interested. Atlas unhesitatingly rejected Tina's challenge, joking that fighting her was no match for the delicious meat in the cafeteria, and then walked past her straight towards the dining hall. A big brother, wait for me. The three of Smog were also taken aback by Atlas' abrupt refusal. Seeing him walk away, they hurriedly chased after him. Meanwhile, Tina, left behind, clenched her fists as she watched Atlas walk away, a fierce determination igniting within her. She had never been so thoroughly crushed by her peers. Her earlier regard for Smog was merely due to his natural type, devil fruit. As night fell, Atlas continued his usual evening training. Suddenly, a low voice came from behind Atlas. Instructor Zephyr. Atlas exclaimed in surprise at seeing the chief instructor Zephyr here. Atlas, I've been watching you for a long time. Today, am feeling a bit restless. Just what I wanted. Atlas grinned and said excitedly. Shaved. Atlas' leg muscles flexed instantly, moving him in front of Zephyr, his body taut, like a drawn bow, his arms suddenly bulking up. He charged directly at Zephyr's face. Zephyr remained unperturbed, his palms seemingly preemptively blocking Atlas' punch, securely grasping Atlas' fist, then taking a step forward, exerting his waist to attempt to throw Atlas over his shoulder. Iron Block Knee Strike, Divine Power. Atlas would not let Zephyr have his way so easily. He utilized the Iron Block technique, which he had long since mastered in conjunction with the Bull Talisman, to deliver a knee strike toward Zephyr. Zephyr quickly raised his hand to block the powerful knee strike, allowing Atlas to avoid the fate of being thrown over his shoulder. Little brat, good strength, quick reflexes, you've mastered the Iron Block well. Seeing Atlas skillfully deflect his counterattack, Zephyr couldn't help but praise him. However, I'm going to get serious. Next, be careful, little brat. Iron Block Fist, Shattered, Divine Power. In response to Zephyr, Atlas unleashed a series of punches, the rapid succession, creating the illusion of hundreds of fists. Ha ha, Iron Block Steel Armed. Zephyr would not be deceived by such a trick. Relying on his powerful observation haki, he clearly caught Atlas' punches and accurately distributed his armament haki to the points where Atlas' fists would land. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds echoed as Atlas shook his slightly numbed fists, thinking how tough he couldn't break through Zephyr's armament defense. Ha 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 ha, impressive power. Zephyr was also taken aback by Atlas' strength. The 17-year-old Atlas possessed immense power. Had Zephyr not known in advance that Atlas was a pure physical powerhouse, he might have suspected he had secretly consumed a devil fruit. One sword style thunder cut, Divine Power. Seeing that his fist attack was ineffective against Zephyr, Atlas decisively drew his third-generation sword from his waist and slashed at Zephyr. A bright flash of sword light appeared, almost illuminating the dark night. The previously chilly night air suddenly filled with a bone-chilling coldness. This was a drawing technique. The sharp sword intent surged toward Zephyr, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine, as if the blade was going to cut him in half. Zephyr's eyes lit up. This strike could inflict severe damage on anyone below the rank of Vice Admiral, especially those who had not yet mastered armament haki. However, despite the speed and timing of the strike being exceptional, Zephyr, with his powerful observation haki, dodged it. Shave. Zephyr instantly appeared in front of Atlas, his armament haki clinging to him, as his black fist came crashing toward Atlas' abdomen. Atlas' observation haki reacted clearly, but Zephyr's speed was too fast. His body had no time to counter. Bang. Iron block, empty wood. In the early morning at the new recruits' training ground, a line of Navy recruits are desperately charging forward around the edge of the field, their faces showing a numbness devoid of emotion. This training method is not like HIIT exercise with a period of jogging, rather it requires them to use all their strength to sprint forward. Many who have run 400 or 800 meters would understand this experience. This method effectively squeezes out a person's potential and physical endurance. Leading the pack without a doubt is Atlas, who has already lapped others many times. He is also carrying a heavy load, so the sparkle in his eyes has dimmed slightly, primarily because he recalls the punch from Zephyr last night that now gives him a lingering ache in his abdomen. Iron block, empty wood. Just as Zephyr's fist was about to strike Atlas' abdomen, Atlas reacted in time, attempting to defend against the blow with iron block, hoping to mitigate some damage. Bang. A violent force with a peculiar penetrating power surged into Atlas' abdomen, making him feel as if a storm was raging inside him, nearly expelling his last meal. Fortunately, I broke through his defense. I wonder what this kid has been eating. His muscle density is simply monstrous. Thankfully, I used a bit of flowing Sakura haki, otherwise where would my face go? It's a good thing Atlas doesn't know that Zephyr even used flowing Sakura haki against him, or he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, there are 10 minutes left in the 20-minute limit run. Hold on. Look at Atlas. He's still carrying a load compared to you all. What excuses do you have not to persevere? Standing in the center of the training ground, Shizuo sternly admonished. You must remember the feeling of this moment. A true powerhouse is not only strong in physical strength, but also in willpower. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now, you will in the future. So what you need to do now is to persevere, to push your limits, and to conquer yourselves. This form of physical training is primarily about honing a person's will. Of course, it is also greatly beneficial for physical growth, so it is not related to strength, but rather reflects the strength of one's belief and willpower. Soon 5 minutes passed. Bang. At the end of the line, one person suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping greedily for fresh air, his heavy breathing sounding like the bellows of a blacksmith's forge, his body limp like a puddle of mud. Quickly, a few more individuals chose to give up, and like a domino effect, a large number fell in an instant. Shizuo, witnessing all this, did not intervene, but chose to observe coldly. Meanwhile, the leading Atlas continued to run toward his predetermined goal, like a machine, showing no signs of change aside from slightly heavier breathing, his footsteps still precise. Monster. A single word unconsciously surfaced in everyone's minds. Atlas jogged up to Shizuo and asked, Instructor, is there a heavier load? It's too light. The adjutant helplessly replied, No, what you're carrying is already the heaviest load in the recruit camp. Alright. At this moment, the physical training time had passed, and everyone was sprawled on the ground, without any dignity. Even Tina was no exception. Shizuo glanced around. Although only Atlas remained standing, about 100 others had managed to persist. Shizuo couldn't help but nod inwardly, paying more attention to these 100 or so individuals. Some of them might have only a power level of 200, but their performance in willpower was undoubtedly outstanding. Now we will proceed to the next training. Adjutant, oversee them. Those with a power level over 500 step forward. Come with me. Shizuo instructed the adjutant and walked out of the training ground. About 8 people, including Atlas, stepped forward, among whom Atlas recognized only 4. The rest left little impression. You have been called out for the next phase of special training. Your physicality has basically surpassed the limits of the human body, and now I will teach you a martial art that transcends human limits, the Navy's 6 styles. Of course, even if your physical quality has met the standards, I must remind you to avoid biting off more than you can chew. If you feel your talent is lacking, you can choose to practice only a few styles. Shizuo warned seriously. But everyone present was a genius, having emerged from their respective bases, naturally feeling proud. Shizuo foresaw that someone would surely want to master all 6 styles. By the way, Atlas is an exception. You must learn all 6 styles. Additionally, you are considered the elite class of the recruit camp, but there will be an assessment at the end of the year, and you will face challenges from the regular class. The winners rise, and the losers fall. Here, as long as you have a strong fist, you can enjoy more resources. Shizo's words were highly motivating, and the recruits were not fools. They naturally knew what to do. All right, now I will explain the Navy's 6 styles to you. You are likely familiar with the 6 styles to some extent. I will first explain the principles, and then through practical combat, deepen your understanding of the 6 styles. The rest will depend on your own choices. Soru involves stepping rapidly on the ground dozens of times to generate explosive power for body movement. A technique called Rankyaku is a kicking technique that creates a vacuum attack resulting in slashing strikes akin to a swordsman. As he spoke, others turned their gaze toward Atlas, for he was the only sword master present. As for Jeppo, it allows you to achieve a brief state of suspension, which consumes a tremendous amount of stamina. Its difficulty is arguably the highest among the 6 styles. The Shurgan technique involves concentrating all your strength into your index finger, allowing it to have the effect of a gunshot easily penetrating steel. Shirogane is. After finishing, Shizo looked in Atlas' direction instantly, giving Atlas a sense of foreboding. Atlas, come up and spar with me, so that everyone can have a more intuitive understanding of the 6 styles. Indeed, as soon as Shizo spoke, Atlas felt that he was about to suffer again, while Smoker and Rasenandi looked at Atlas with glee. Oh, well, there's nothing I can do about it. I won't hold back, Instructor Shozwa. Atlas said, bracing himself as he realized there was no way to avoid it. Stop talking, big little brat. Fingergun spot. Shozwa formed his hands into the shape of guns, transforming into a multi-armed Azura. Countless bullets rained down on Atlas. Although he had called Atlas up for practice, he certainly wouldn't underestimate this young brat before him. Atlas remained calm, a red glint flashing in his eyes as he activated his observation haki. With slight movements, he deftly dodged all of Zaizuo's finger guns. However, Atlas was not just a master of evasion. Before Shozwa could withdraw his strength, he lunged forward with a powerful step, crushing his left leg into the ground, causing a crater to spread outwards. Iron block press. Seeing this, Shozwa was taken aback and quickly crossed his arms in front of him for protection, but it felt as if he were hit by a steam locomotive, forcing him to stagger back a few steps before he could regain his balance. How's that, Instructor Shozwa? Atlas grinned at Shozwa, while those around him felt a mix of fear and admiration, realizing that if they were in his position, they would likely not withstand even this blow. Good kid, bring it on. Shozwa was stirred by a sense of competitiveness, grinning as he spoke. Storm leg chaos. Atlas had just learned the storm leg, so he hadn't developed its advanced techniques yet, and he immediately found himself at a disadvantage as a flurry of vacuum slashes threatened to engulf him. Razor. Suddenly, Atlas vanished from his spot, leaving behind several afterimages in midair, narrowly avoiding all the slashes. In truth, with Atlas' current physique, he could withstand those slashes with only minor injuries, but he wanted to maintain his dignity. After all, it would be quite shameful to appear all battered. Taking the opportunity, Atlas charged toward Shozwa, nearly reaching him in an instant, launching a fingergun strike aimed directly at Zaizuo's vital points. Watch closely, this is iron block. Shozwa even had time to explain to the onlookers, which inadvertently made Atlas' strike even more forceful. Clang. A sound of metal clashing echoed as he activated iron block, steel-armed. To avoid any mishaps, Shozwa subtly reinforced his clothing with a layer of armament haki. Reality reminded him that his caution was well-founded. Although it was Atlas' first time using the finger gun, his formidable physique, combined with the strength bestowed by his talisman, was far more than a simple sum of parts. Had Shozwa not activated the armament haki, he would have surely suffered a serious wound. Not that it would have been a major issue, but losing face in front of the students was absolutely unacceptable. Alright, that's enough for today's demonstration. Seeing the growing excitement, or rather madness, on Atlas' face, Shozwa swiftly ended the session. Atlas, seeing this, refrained from attacking again and licked his lips in anticipation. He hadn't encountered any worthy opponents during his time in the East Sea, and indeed this trip to headquarters had been well worth it. In Atlas' view, a true strong person challenges even stronger opponents. Strong individuals wield their blades against those who are stronger, while the weak only target those weaker than themselves. Strength is never obtained without effort. Fate will not betray the sweat you shed. Alright, use the remaining time to practice on your own. If you have questions, feel free to come find me. Atlas, come with me. Teacher Zephyr has something to discuss with you. Shozwa casually dismissed Smoker and the others, then called Atlas to follow him to Zephyr. The news that Zephyr wanted to see Atlas instantly drew envious eyes from the crowd. After all, being summoned by an admiral was no small matter. They might even receive Zephyr's personal guidance. However, they could only envy, as jealousy arises only when one is close in capability, but when the gap widens, envy remains. Atlas was somewhat puzzled as to why Zephyr wanted to see him. Did yesterday's battle leave him wanting more? With that thought, Atlas couldn't help but rub his chin. Little brat, how's your training with the 6 styles going? Zephyr asked directly upon meeting Atlas, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Zephyr could be considered strict, but he was definitely not harsh. Otherwise, many commanders in the Navy would not have graduated while still holding gratitude towards him. It is said that Shiozwa stayed in the recruit camp to assist Zephyr because he wanted to follow him, and even after Zephyr's decision to leave the Navy and establish the Inyo Navy, he still had a large number of followers. This shows just how charismatic Zephyr is. It's going well. I understand the basic principles and usage without issue, just need more practice to improve my timing, Atlas replied earnestly. Zephyr was not surprised by this. He had long since become immune to Atlas' monstrous learning ability. Never underestimate the practice of the 6 styles. It is not merely a combat technique. Mastering all 6 styles to achieve ultimate control over your body is the 7th style of the Navy life return. Zephyr continued explaining to Atlas. Life return. Atlas feigned surprise, although he was already aware of this ability. After all, knowing that there are 7 styles is common knowledge. Yes, life return. In the Navy, very few can successfully master it. The most famous practitioner is Rear Admiral Spider's 8th sword style, which operates by infusing consciousness into one's hair. The wonders of life return extend far beyond this. Moreover, you have already achieved part of life return by maximizing your energy use to repair your body, similar to your innate healing abilities. However, yours is passive, while life return requires conscious control. Zephyr was quite pleased with Atlas. As an elder of the Navy, he valued the honing of physical strength. He did not deny the power of devil fruits, but did not advocate for over-reliance on their abilities. Back when Borisolino was in the recruit camp, he was criticized multiple times by Zephyr for being too reliant on his devil fruit powers. Thus, seeing a pure physical powerhouse like Atlas sparked a strange fondness in him. Little brat, I have high hopes for you. You have the potential to become an admiral of the Navy one day. Ha ha ha. Zephyr clapped Atlas' shoulder heartily, a proud look on his face. Of course, I aim to become the strongest man in the world. The morning sunlight was not piercing, and the rolling waves tirelessly crashed against the shore again and again. On a large reef by the coast, Atlas sat quietly with his bare upper body, his eyes vacant as he gazed into the distance, his mind occupied with thoughts about his recent training. Atlas had been practicing the 6 forms for some time. Although he had achieved a high level of proficiency, he recently encountered a bottleneck. His understanding of the 6 forms was still too shallow, preventing him from developing any extended techniques. What's wrong? Have you hit a bottleneck in your practice of the 6 forms? Zifa's office was not lavish at all, or one might say it was rather simple. A plaque reading Justice of Non-Killing hung on the front wall, and an old sofa beside it had likely been there for ages. Shiozwa sat leisurely on the sofa, a thoughtful expression on his rugged face, as if he was troubled by matters concerning the training camp. Atlas sat upright across from Zifa's desk, quietly waiting for Zifa's response. Well then, let me see your current level by sparring with me. Zifa pondered for a moment before suggesting a spar against Atlas. After all, practical combat was the best way to gauge Atlas's mastery of the 6 forms. Alright then, I'll trouble you, teacher Zifa. Atlas naturally would not refuse such an opportunity. Having a top-tier powerhouse as a training partner was something many people dreamed of. Shiozwa, watching the situation, also showed an interested expression. He was quite curious about Atlas' progress and strength, recalling that just a few months ago, he couldn't defeat Atlas without using armed color. Atlas' monstrous physique and immense strength had left a deep impression on him. Teacher Zifa, be careful. Once the two stood on the training ground, Atlas couldn't help but remind him. Ha ha ha, you little brat, come at me with all your might. Zifa laughed heartily, casually tossing his justice cloak to Shiozwa, revealing his well-defined muscles. Swoosh. Iron fist technique, divine power. As soon as he finished speaking, Atlas took the initiative, stepping forward into a bow stance and struck directly at Zifa's chest with his right fist, the tremendous force even causing the air to rumble. Nice move. Zifa showed no fear, also responding with a punch, and instantly a loud boom erupted, stirring up a cloud of dust around them. Again, Atlas shook his numb arms and charged forward with renewed fighting spirit. Bang, bang, bang. The intense sound of their clashes echoed across the training ground, causing the onlooking recruits to feel a chill run down their spines. Although they had always thought of Atlas as strong, they had never experienced it firsthand. Today's showdown with Zifa gave them a concrete understanding of Atlas' power. After all, Zifa was the Black Arm General. Even though he had retired early, it didn't diminish his peak strength. This realization struck the surrounding recruits hard. The gap between people was truly vast. Shiozwa watched the expressions on the recruits' faces and seemed to have an epiphany. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Finger gun. Iron block. Indeed, iron blocks are not the same as iron blocks. Atlas' finger gun felt like ordinary swords clashing against steel when it struck Zifa, merely breaking the skin without penetrating further. Now it's my turn, you little brat. Ha ha. Seeing Atlas' finger gun fail to make an impact, Zifa teased, but his movements never paused. Life return paper, drawing martial body. Swoosh. Zifa's original height of 3.48 meters rapidly shrank, his muscles seeming as though they had been compressed by a hydraulic press, giving him a compact and powerful impression. He then swiftly disappeared from Atlas' sight, moving so quickly that even Atlas's fully awakened observation haki couldn't react in time. Danger! Danger! Suddenly a shadow loomed over Atlas from behind. The warning from his observation haki frantically urged him to move, but before he could turn, a massive iron fist swiftly crashed into his back. Iron block fist technique, giant hammer. Bang! Atlas was struck squarely by Zifa's punch, crashing heavily onto the training ground, the terrifying force even creating a human-shaped pit in the hard ground. Oh, what a merciless blow, Teacher Zifa. Atlas painfully climbed up from the ground, much to the astonishment of those around him, as he had only slightly damaged his clothing, and even the minor scratches on his face healed visibly at a rapid pace, leaving only faint white scars. What a terrifying physique. Is this guy really not a Zoan-type devil fruit user? I knew your body wouldn't flinch at all, but I didn't expect it to be this exaggerated, haha. Zifa said while patting Atlas on the shoulder. Atlas could only stand by and smile bitterly, allowing this old man to do as he pleased. Teacher Zifa, that state you just used. That's right, it's just as you thought, but this is merely an application of life return. By the way, I just observed that your mastery of the 6 forms is quite good. However, the training time has been too short. If you want to grow faster, you can only start with practical combat. This way you'll be able to incorporate the 6 forms into your body more quickly. Oh dear, what should I do then? Atlas suddenly looked troubled. Although Zifa had retired early, he was still quite busy as the chief instructor of the recruit camp and couldn't frequently spar with him. As for the others in the recruit camp, Atlas silently shook his head. They were too weak to pose any threat to him. Teacher Zifa, I can take responsibility for training Junior Canas. Shiozwa, who had been planning this for a while, immediately volunteered. Atlas was somewhat surprised. He had considered asking Shiozwa, but assumed he had many affairs to attend to, never expecting. But I have a favor to ask Junior Canas. Shiozwa's dark face flushed slightly as he said somewhat shyly. What a guy, turns out you were waiting for me here. Usually you look like a simple and honest big guy, but I didn't expect you to be scheming against me. Guzzi, you've changed. Atlas silently complained to himself. Atlas, I'd like to ask a favor. Could you discipline the elite class students for me? Shizo said somewhat bashfully. Atlas nearly doubted his ears, and immediately turned to Shizo with a look of utter bewilderment. Beside him, Zephyr leaned in, curiously listening intently. It's just that Smoker and the others have grown far too arrogant, deluded enough to believe they can master all 6 forms at this stage. So I'd like you to gently remind them of reality. I beg you. Now Atlas and Zephyr understood Smoker and his peers had grown recklessly ambitious, brazenly ignoring Shizo's initial warnings, and yet Shizo, lacking an effective means to rein them in, had resorted to this unorthodox solution. Gather around, everyone. Today we have a sparring partner to test your recent progress. Shizo smiled warmly at Smoker and the others, mid-training, his dark face straining to project an expression of harmless amiability, yet somehow radiating an unsettling aura. Boss. Naturally, that was Gruss. Brother Atlas. Atlas's 3 roommates were visibly startled. They rarely saw him anymore. After all, he rose earliest and retired latest, training relentlessly from dawn till deep night. The other 3 seldom found a chance to speak with him. No way, Commander Shizo, aren't we just signing up for a beating? Upon hearing Atlas was their sparring partner, Gruss groaned inwardly. He knew better than anyone how tirelessly Atlas trained and how terrifyingly gifted he was. By now, Atlas's strength likely soared far beyond imagination. The others nodded in grim agreement. All except Tina. Her eyes sparkled with pure, unadulterated excitement, eager to finally measure the chasm between herself and Atlas. No, I think you've misunderstood, Atlas replied, shaking his head. Smoker and the others blinked, taken aback. Misunderstood. All 7 of you will challenge me, but I'll use only 2 of the 6 forms, Rankyaku and Tekai. In truth, Atlas had mastered only those 2. The rest remained rudimentary at best. What a flash of indignation flickered across their faces. Was he truly underestimating them? True, none could best him unknown, but 7 against 1. Surely victory was inevitable. And he would even restrain his power. None present were fools. They grasped Shizo's pedagogical intent, but pride still recoiled at the implication. Clearly only strength would settle this. Atlas observed their shifting expressions, then fell silent, stepping instantly into a battle-ready stance. Smoker and the others exchanged resigned glances, muscles coiling taut. To lose now, to be humiliated before their instructor, would be unforgivable. Kajahama. Tina struck first. Black iron bars erupted from her arms, encircling Atlas in an inescapable cage. Smoke, white domain. Smoker swiftly activated his devil fruit, flooding the enclosure with dense, suffocating mist. Boom, boom, boom. Atlas refused to stand idle. His fist, hard as a mortar, shattered Tina's iron cage with brutal force. Yet the moment he emerged, a horned snout bovine figure loomed overhead. Shurgon, a colossal hoof, slashed downward, cleaving the air with a shriek of displaced wind. Even Shuzo, observing from the sidelines, silently applauded the flawless coordination. Unfortunately, a devil fruit user. Atlas hadn't anticipated an animal-type user among them, but neither was he unprepared. Tekai Komoku. Clang. Herberth felt as though his hardened hoof had struck not flesh, but a bronze bell. Recoil surging up his limb, jolting his entire frame. He was after all a Zoan-type user, the Nyo fruit yak variant, renowned for unmatched strength and durability. Yet Atlas's raw power and resilience dwarfed his own. Atlas seized Herberth's momentary daze. Even a single second was enough. Tekai Fist Art, Shinriki. A torrent of explosive force slammed into Herberth, hurling his hybrid form backward like brittle paper. The others were stunned, but not broken. Fortunately, Herberth's Zoan resilience kept him combat-capable, albeit relegated to peripheral harassment. Another blow like that would be catastrophic. Kajahama. Tina attempted the same tactic again, but Atlas wouldn't grant her a second chance. Crimson light flared in his eyes. Kenbunchika Haki, activated. Shaved. He evaded Tina's fruit ability and Smoker's twin white punches with pinpoint precision, then reappeared instantly before Razanani and two unfamiliar cadets. They were simply the weakest trio among the seven. Even Razanani, a devil fruit user, wielded abilities geared towards stealth and assassination, not frontal assault. Heh. Sorry, boss, but I'd rather not get pummeled today. With a shameless grin, Gruss lunged squarely in front of Razanani. Logically, Razanani's fruit offered perfect cover. Emotionally, he was Gruss's roommate, so Razanani came first. The other two would have to wait. Atlas dispatched them effortlessly. Two clean strikes sent them sprawling out of the match. Damn it. In mere moments, two were down, and a third gravely wounded. Pressure tightened like a vice around their chests. My turn to attack. Atlas grinned, flashing rows of gleaming white teeth, blinding in the sun. Shaved. Tekai Fist Art, swag. His target remained Razanani, but Smoker reacted at last. Smoke. White Serpent. Serpentine plumes coiled instantly around Atlas's limbs and torso. Too weak. Ignoring Smoker entirely, Atlas charged forward with sheer physical might, shattering the smoky restraints in an instant. Shave. Tekai Tamashi. His towering frame spun violently, yet his target was Gruss. Combat is an art, not blind aggression, but timing, perception, and mastery of the battlefield. Iron Body. Gru's face flickered with panic as Atlas lunged toward him, yet he could only pin his fading hope on the Iron Body technique, his most refined art, to buy a fleeting moment of defense. Boom. With no contest whatsoever, Gruss was hurled backward like a tattered sack, crashing heavily onto the ground. Another fighter down. Witnessing this, the remaining four instantly bunched together, pressing shoulder to shoulder, desperate to deny Atlas any chance of picking them off one by one. Yet their strategy was tragically naive. They knew nothing of Atlas' true power. Razor Iron Body, Steel Rampaging Ox. Atlas charged forward like a maddened beast, his momentum tearing up the earth beneath him as though it were soft, yielding soil. Smoke White Wall. Cage Spear Shield. Smoker and his comrades refused to stand idle, a gleaming iron shield bristling with black spears, and a towering wall of white smoke materialized abruptly across Atlas' path. Indeed, devil fruits remain marvels beyond comprehension, capable of decisively tipping the scales of battle even when combatants are evenly matched in raw strength. Alas, their gulf in power with Atlas was simply too vast. Boom. A deafening detonation split the air. Smoker's white wall and Tashiji's spear shield crumbled like parchment, shattered utterly, while Atlas, unslowed and unstoppable, crashed into them heated. One by one, they were flung backward, limbs flailing helplessly as they struck the ground, broken, breathless, and wholly incapable of further resistance. Have you grasped it now? What you must do is master the six powers deeply, not swallow them whole in haste. Show me one among you who can execute even half a six-power technique flawlessly. Fortunately, your opponent today was a comrade, not an enemy, on the battlefield. Their failure would cost far more than pride. It would cost your lives. Shizuo, watching the swift and utter defeat, blinked in stunned silence, then hurried forward, dispensing earnest encouragement to Smoker and the others, wary of crushing their morale entirely. Then I'll take my leave for now, Senior Shizuo. Don't forget your promise. Seeing that Smoker and the rest were unharmed, Atlas offered a courteous farewell before departing. Rest assured. Finger gun AK-47. A sharp, resonant gunshot cracked across the training ground's expanse. Passing Marines paid it no mind, absorbed in their own duties. Ever since that sparring match with Smoker's group, Atlas had trained with Shizo for over 2 hours daily, refining his command of the 6 powers until each movement flowed with instinctive precision. Opposite him, Shizo wore an expression of profound resignation. Only he, locked in daily combat with Atlas, truly understood the staggering depth of the youth's power and the sheer terrifying velocity of his growth, which shattered every prior notion of what a monster could be. At first, Shizo's haki had held Atlas at bay, but now every clash grew more grueling. It felt as though Atlas's physical form swelled, strengthened, and hardened by the minute. Atlas himself was astonished. Perhaps enduring relentless beatings at headquarters had accelerated his assimilation of the Ox Talisman, its essence now surging through him at unprecedented speed. He sensed it keenly. Full integration was imminent. His body was evolving at a pace bordering on the supernatural. Most strikingly, Atlas, now standing at 2.8 meters, weighed a colossal 300 kilograms. Were he skilled in life return, he would discern that his bones and musculature possessed densities and cellular complexity far surpassing any mortal norm. Crash. Another titanic impact, the shockwave rippling outward. Atlas stood unmoved, not a single step displaced, while Shizo's fist shimmered unmistakably with armament haki. Say, brat, why haven't you awakened armament haki yet? Shizo asked, exasperated. Huh, neither you nor instructor Zephyr ever taught me. Atlas spread his hands wide, equally vexed. Though he possessed rudimentary knowledge of the 3-colored haki, gleaned solely from fragmented anime episodes in his past life, no one at the recruit camp had ever instructed him in its practice. Huh, really? Must have slipped my mind. A faint flush of embarrassment colored Shizo's dark visage, until thankfully an aide approached, deftly dissolving the awkwardness. Reporting Instructor Shizo, Vice Admiral Kizaru has arrived at Instructor Zephyr's office. Shizo nodded, then turned to Atlas. Very well. Next time I'll instruct you in haki myself. For now, allow me to introduce you to a master swordsman. Atlas had already heard the aide's report. Clearly Kizaru had arrived at the recruit camp. Of Kizaru, the future Rabbit Peach and Admiral candidate, Atlas knew little beyond her destined mastery of the blade. Though perhaps slightly less formidable than a full admiral, her martial prowess remained undeniably extraordinary. By this timeline, Kizaru was poised to ascend to rear admiral, her strength unquestionably meeting that rank's threshold though not yet reaching the elite tier. Yet in swordsmanship alone, her supremacy over Atlas was absolute. In Zephyr's office, Kizaru sat relaxed in a chair, legs crossed, her long pale thighs bearing a delicate spider tattoo. Her famed blade Kenpyra rested casually beside her. A warm, knowing smile played upon her lips as she spoke lightly with Zephyr. Master Zephyr, long time no see. You seem unusually cheerful. Has some prodigy, truly remarkable, just entered the recruit camp? Indeed there is, one named Atlas. A monster even more extraordinary than Kazan and his peers. Oh, then I must see this monster who commands such rare praise from Master Zephyr. Kizaru's eyes sparkled with sudden vivid curiosity. She knew well that Zephyr never spoke without cause. Coincidentally, speaking of Atlas, I have a favor to ask of you. Zephyr replied, a subtle glint of cunning in his gaze. Atlas is not merely a genius in hand-to-hand combat. He possesses exceptional aptitude for swordsmanship as well. I'd like you to spare some time to instruct him in the art. Seeing Kizaru offer no objection, Zephyr continued. No problem at all. I'm genuinely intrigued by the boy. And if headquarters gains another high-caliber warrior, the operational burden will ease considerably. Perhaps I'll even earn myself a well-deserved vacation. As she spoke, Kizaru stretched languidly, a breathtaking arc of flawless form unfolding before the eye. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Xiao Zhua and Atlas entered Zhe Fa's office one after the other. Teacher Zhe Fa, Xiao Zhua greeted, then turned to the standing Shiguan and said, It's been a long time, Major General Shiguan. You still look as beautiful as ever, haha. Thank you for your compliment, Xiao Zhua, Shiguan replied politely. In truth, her interactions with Xiao Zhua were limited, merely acquaintances, due to both being disciples of Zhe Fa. Oh, by the way, I want to introduce you to a swordsmanship prodigy. I hope you can help mentor him, Xiao Zhua said as he pulled Atlas forward to introduce him to Shiguan. Shiguan was taken aback, then exchanged a knowing glance with Zhe Fa, covering her mouth with a smile, and said, You must be talking about the monstrous genius mentioned by teacher Zhe Fa. Atlas, right. I was just discussing Atlas with Shiguan, but I didn't expect you to come here. Zhe Fa said with a mix of helplessness and pride. Shiguan clearly showed curiosity as she began to size up Atlas from head to toe. The man before her seemed to be around 18 years old, standing nearly the same height as her. His body was muscular, yet not bulky, exuding an aesthetic sense of strength. His slightly tattered clothes indicated he had just experienced a battle, likely having just finished sparring with Xiao Zhua. Her gaze then shifted to the third-generation Gui Che at Atlas' waist. Accursed blade. Shiguan looked at the composed Atlas with surprise. It is known that very few swordsmen choose cursed blades as their weapon, and many even avoid them at all costs. That's right, the third-generation Guiche. Atlas stated as his first words upon entering the office, slowly drawing the third-generation Guiche from his waist. The eerie patterns on the blade glimmered with a cold light, creating an illusion of illuminating the office. What a fine blade. Shiguan couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing that the quality of this sword was top-notch even among fast blades. Alright, stop showing off your sword, Shiguan. Since you don't have much to do these days, you can come over to the new recruits camp and teach them swordsmanship. Zfa said earnestly. In fact, there were swordsmanship instructors at the new recruits camp, but they could only teach basic techniques. Moreover, Atlas had already become a sword master, while the swordsmanship instructors had not yet reached the level of cutting iron, which meant Atlas' swordsmanship had not progressed much. Rest assured, teacher Zfa. After this mission, I will stay at headquarters for a while, so I will come to trouble you, teacher Zfa. Shiguan had no objections. After all, they had both come from the new recruits camp, and the people emerging from the new recruits camp represented the future and fresh blood of the Navy. Helping the new recruits grow was one of their responsibilities. After all, the Navy had evolved through such steps over the years. The next day at the new recruits training camp, the recently completed physical training led the new recruits to quickly form a neat rectangular formation. The previous swordsmanship instructors were standing quietly aside, though Atlas hardly recognized them since he had never attended swordsmanship classes since arriving at the new recruits camp. Standing at the front of the training ground was Major General Shiguan. Hello everyone, I am your new swordsmanship instructor Shiguan, currently holding the rank of Major General at headquarters, Shiguan said, smiling as she looked at the solemn new recruits. Now those who wish to learn swordsmanship step forward. Soon several individuals quickly stepped forward, only about 40 of them. Although some were tempted by the beautiful instructor, they did not dare to joke with their futures. The choice of weapon was crucial for their future development. Very well. Those with a foundation in swordsmanship stand to my left, those without a foundation stand to my right. Shiguan nodded with satisfaction as her keen observational skills allowed her to clearly distinguish those who were merely trying to take advantage of the situation. To her satisfaction, she had not yet spotted anyone like that. My time to teach you swordsmanship is limited, so to maximize your efficiency, those without a foundation will first learn from your original swordsmanship instructor. Shiguan's arrangement was quite reasonable. After all, given her level of swordsmanship, it would not be appropriate for her to teach them the basics at the new recruits camp. Otherwise, it would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Very well, those with a foundation come with me. Atlas and the others silently followed Shiguan to a corner of the training ground. This area was specifically for practicing swordsmanship. Now I want to assess your level of swordsmanship. Find an opponent to spar with, I will watch from the side. Shiguan paused before continuing. Use real swords. Wow. The new recruits were clearly surprised, as they typically practiced with bamboo swords, and using real swords would significantly compromise their safety. What? Do you have any objections? Shiguan, upon hearing their astonishment, immediately suppressed her smile and asked with narrowed eyes. It should be noted that she was not just a pretty face. Her rank as a major general was earned through solid military achievements, and behind those achievements lay mountains of pirate corpses. Yes. The new recruits, sensing that Shiguan's expression was not quite right, quickly responded. Bang! Clatter! Clang! Soon after a flurry of clashing sounds, the new recruits' battle ended rather hastily, while Atlas stood alone in place, not because he did not want to fight, but because no one came to challenge him. I just observed that first, your basic swordsmanship needs to be practiced again. Secondly, your swords lack killing intent, and you need more bloodlust. Shiguan commented as she looked at the now stopped recruits. Now Atlas stepped forward. Fight me, and let me see your level of swordsmanship. Yes. Atlas quickly stepped forward. Famous blade Jin Pai Luo, 21 works of the great fast blade. I couldn't find out the rank of Shiguan's sword, but it shouldn't be too inferior since it's used by a candidate general. Shiguan gently stroked the blade as she introduced it to Atlas. In response, Atlas slowly unsheathed the third-generation Guiche, one sword style Falling Stars. A slash cut directly toward Shiguan. This technique mimicked the force of a meteor falling, embodying both power and explosive force. Come on. Shiguan's eyes lit up instantly as armament haki wrapped around Jin Pai Luo from her wrist in an instant. One sword style steel cutting flash. In December of the 1503rd year of the Haiyuan calendar at Marin Vondo. Since the last time Ji Yuan came to the new recruits camp to serve as the swordsmanship instructor, Atlas' sparring partner has changed from Xiao Zhuo to Ji Yuan. After so much time of training together, Atlas has thoroughly digested the ox talisman and has seamlessly incorporated a rabbit talisman as well. As he had anticipated, the rabbit talisman primarily enhances his lower body strength, making Atlas' power now comparable to that of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters, and his strength continues to rise at a terrifying speed. In the world of pirates, strong individuals like Garp and Zifa are generally more robust in their upper bodies. This does not mean their lower body strength is weak. Rather, their organs are exceptionally powerful. Atlas is now showing this tendency as well, but the rabbit talisman has balanced his physical strength effectively. As for swordsmanship, according to Ji Yuan, Atlas' sword style leans towards bold and expansive movements with insufficient finesse suitable for overpowering opponents with sheer strength. At this stage, Atlas is primarily focused on honing his body and has no intention of consuming a devil fruit, as he does not want to create a weakness for himself unless he encounters a particularly powerful devil fruit. Moreover, Atlas has a premonition that he is just one step away from awakening the Busashoku haki. At the beach behind the new recruits' camp, Zifa stands upright, facing the sea. This former Marine admiral continues to shine light on the cause of justice, even in retirement. It was only after he was betrayed by the justice he believed in that his temperament changed dramatically, falling into extreme thoughts. One must say that the decisions of the world government appear quite foolish upon reflection. The mindset of politicians is indeed different from that of ordinary people. Even though Atlas does not agree with his concept of justice, he cannot help but admire his character. For both emotional and rational reasons, he would never allow Zifa's later years to fall into such a predicament. "Teacher Zifa, I heard you were looking for me." Atlas, who was training, was summoned here by Shios, was still confused. "I intended to explain to you some aspects of haki training today. This was originally supposed to be content for the 3rd year, but your physique has already met the conditions for awakening haki." Zifa turned around and said upon hearing Atlas' arrival, "Oh, then I appreciate your guidance, Teacher Zifa." Atlas replied, his expression serious. Currently, haki is the last shortcoming in his strength. In simple terms, even though his physical strength and power level have reached that of a rear admiral in the headquarters, he still is not a match for a rear admiral, and if he encounters a Logia user, he can only passively endure attacks relying on sheer stamina to outlast the enemy. Haki is a power hidden within every person's body, divided into 3 types: Kinbunshiku, Busashoku, and Haoshiku. Zifa paused before continuing. "You have already awakened Kinbunshiku haki, and I believe I do not need to elaborate on it further. As for Busashoku haki, its function is to enhance individual defense akin to wearing a layer of invisible armor on your body. It can also evolve into an offensive capability and help you make contact with the physical bodies of Logia devil fruit users. The quality and quantity of Busashoku can be continuously improved through training. In Wano country, Busashoku is also referred to as Ryoyo, just as Kinbunshiku is called the heart net in the Sky Island. Specifically, the training of Busashoku has 3 levels, which are merely the techniques of using Busashoku. The most crucial part is still the quality and quantity of your Busashoku. The first level involves hardening and wrapping. Initially, you can only harden, then through training you can learn to wrap your weapons. The second level is the external application of Busashoku, which, unlike the first level, does not require direct contact with the target being attacked. The principle of the third level of Busashoku is to make the Busashoku flow, thus achieving internal destruction. Atlas understands this to some extent. For instance, the Zuko Dako used by Bartolomeo is a skill from the second stage of Busashoku. No wonder he always claims to be the strongest man in the world in defense. Although it's a bit exaggerated, it does not obscure his formidable prowess in Busashoku. In fact, the majority of people in the world only remain at the first stage of Busashoku, but the strong must be proficient in it. Zifa glanced at the contemplative Atlas and added, "Rest assured, Teacher Zifa, I understand the importance of Busashoku training." Atlas smiled upon hearing this. He knew Zifa was intentionally reminding him not to underestimate the training of Busashoku. "I'm glad you understand." Zifa felt somewhat relieved and continued, "Haoshiku haki is the most unreasonable among the 3 types of haki. This is because not everyone possesses it. The qualifications for awakening it are extremely stringent. Only 1 in 100,000 is a Haoshiku user. In the Navy, only Sengoku has it, while among pirates those who possess Haoshiku are as common as fish in a river." As he spoke, Zifa's face showed frustration, clearly helpless about this situation. Moreover, Haoshiku can also be used for wrapping, just like Busashoku, but this technique can only be comprehended by top-tier powerhouses. Ordinary pirates merely indulge in the glory of Haoshiku. Atlas nodded in agreement. In the original work, only Kaido was seen using the wrapping technique of Haoshiku on Luffy, while others likely have not even touched this field. In the old man's view, the so-called 3 types of haki can be summarized as spirit body and will corresponding to Kinbunshiku, Busashoku, and Haoshiku respectively. Kinbunshiku utilizes your 7th sense beyond the 6 senses, which is spiritual perception, consuming your mental energy. Busashoku is closely related to your physical body. Only with a robust physique can one awaken it. Similarly, the total amount of Busashoku is also linked to your physique. Haoshiku, on the other hand, is an embodiment of will capable of instilling a sense of intimidation in enemies. Zifa continued to share his insights with Atlas, who listened with great interest. This is the experience of a top-tier powerhouse, and nowhere else has anyone explained it to him so clearly and broken it down so thoroughly. Atlas naturally cherishes it and wishes he could memorize every word. If you do not possess the qualifications for Haushiku, you might as well consult that old fellow Garp. Zifa looked at Atlas, who was serious, and nodded in satisfaction. Isn't Rear Admiral Garp devoid of Haushiku? Atlas was somewhat puzzled. In his past life, he had never heard of Garp having Haushiku. You must have experienced Garp's so-called Iron Fist of Love, right? Zifa teased, knowing that Atlas had taken Garp's ship to the headquarters during his entry. Kapu's Iron Fist of Love is actually a form of will entanglement. According to Kapu, it is a punch infused with all his heartfelt affection, allowing him to achieve similar effects even without Conqueror's haki. Zifa did not keep any secrets and directly explained to Atlas. In fact, every top combatant on the seas possesses not only unparalleled physical strength and domineering aura, but also unique special techniques. Take Black Arm Zifa, whose armament haki is absolutely top tier on the seas, while Iron Fist Kapu excels in the use of will entanglement. As for how to guide armament haki, you will increase a training project every day during this period, allowing Shozwa to strike you with armament haki. This is the most direct way for you to experience armament haki. Zifa spoke the most terrifying method in the calmest tone. In fact, Zifa chose the most suitable method based on Atlas' physical condition, as only Atlas' monstrous recovery ability could withstand it. If it were Smoker and the others, they might end up severely injured. Today marks the annual assessment time for the new recruits, and all of them have been summoned together. At this moment, it can be said that the new recruits are the most anxious, as each of them was informed before joining the camp that there is only one opportunity to be retained, making it a daunting challenge for those who wish to slack off or lack talent. This year-end assessment mainly consists of pairwise duels based on the list provided by the instructors, as they are most familiar with the recruit's strengths during training, leading to a relatively reasonable allocation of opponents. Several arenas were temporarily set up in the training ground of the new recruits. Although they were improvised, their sturdiness was still beyond what the Navy in this camp could destroy. One should never underestimate the productivity in the pirate world, especially in the Marine headquarters, Marineford, where superhumans abound. In front of the arenas, there are tiered stands arranged from high to low. Sitting at the top is Admiral Sengoku of the Marine headquarters, the only current Marine admiral. At this moment, Steelbone Kong has largely stepped back from managing military affairs, indicating that the internal power transition within the Navy has been completed, just awaiting the world government's appointment to initiate the naval commendation ceremony. Beside Sengoku sits the lud-faced, brown-tinted, sunglasses-wearing Vice Admiral Kazuru, while the other two monstrous Vice Admirals are temporarily away on missions, including Kuzan, whom Atlas met before joining. Of course, the Vice Admiral Shuan, who remains in the new recruits camp as a swordsmanship instructor and Atlas sparring partner, is also present to observe this highly anticipated year-end assessment. As for the other various officers, Atlas is not very familiar with them and cannot even recall their names. The other recruits are somewhat excited, as it is rare to see so many Navy officers at once. Especially with Admiral Sengoku, even the new recruits coming from the headquarters have never seen him up close before. Wow, that's Admiral Sengoku. It's my first time seeing him in person, and he truly exudes authority. Why isn't Vice Admiral Kapu here? Okazuru is here too, but why do I feel like he's getting more handsome every time I see him? The last comment, I don't know who said it, but Atlas can only say it has a unique perspective. Soon Zifa appeared before the new recruits, with Shozwa nodding slightly to Sengoku before turning to the whispering recruits. Attention everyone. Silence. Form your lines now. Upon hearing Zifa's command, the recruits reflexively stood in line, their movements synchronized and orderly, without any confusion. This pleased Zifa, who nodded in satisfaction and continued, "This year-end assessment is a test of your training results over the past year. I do not wish for you to become parasites in the Navy who only aim to slack off. You are the future of the Navy and the hope of the world's people. Therefore, please give your utmost effort in every assessment and do not let your sweat and hard work go to waste." Zifa's every word is heartfelt. This elderly man who has devoted his life to the Navy has high hopes for each student, wishing for them to shine in the pursuit of justice. Shozwa, the next matters will be up to you to host. After instructing Shozwa, behind him Zifa directly sat down next to Sengoku. What a lively bunch of kids. Seeing them makes me feel several years younger, Sengoku remarked as he gazed at the youthful faces below. Indeed, they are the future of the Navy. Speaking of which, where is that rascal Kapu? Zifa smiled upon hearing this, then asked. That bastard Kapu went to the New World, and before leaving, he swiped my senbei. Just mentioning Kapu made Sengoku's head throb with irritation. Ha ha ha, that's indeed something Kapu would do. But for now, let's see how the recruits perform. Zifa helplessly observes the love-hate relationship between Sengoku and Kapu. It seems Kapu's usual unorthodox behavior has left Sengoku quite troubled. Hey Zifa-sensei, I assume you want us to watch your proud student Kanos Atlas. Just as Sengoku and Zifa were chatting, a rather annoying voice came from the side belonging to the lewd-faced Kazuru, who was pouting. Of course, Atlas does not rely on his devil fruit abilities as much as you do, Polysolino. Zifa retorted with a somewhat unfriendly tone. He has always criticized Polysolino for neglecting martial arts. In his view, Polysolino's talent should surpass Sakazuki's, but his attitude of going with the flow makes him feel like he's wasting his talent. Thus, Zifa has always had a somewhat contentious relationship with Kazuru. Hey, Zifa-sensei, don't say that. The power of the fruit can also make one a top-tier powerhouse, so don't be too harsh. Alright, stop arguing, and let's watch the matches. Sengoku quickly intervened to prevent the two from arguing again, as he didn't want to be caught in the middle on his rare day off. In the training ground, Shozua had already started arranging the participants for each arena based on the list in his hand. Arena 1. Smoker vs. Tina. Arena 2. Gladius vs. Herbert. There are a total of 10 arenas in the training ground, enough to complete the assessments in one day. On the no. One arena of the training ground, Smoker and Tina had already engaged in fierce combat. Both were users of devil fruit abilities, and their personal fighting styles leaned towards the use of their powers. However, Tina had yet to master armament haki, which meant Smoker held a natural advantage, not to mention that natural type abilities could force a stalemate with anyone. Smoke White Fist. Iron Gun Shield. Smoker and Tina were too familiar with each other, fully aware of one another's combat habits and techniques, but in terms of basic physical fitness, Smoker definitely had the upper hand. Feather Iron. Countless black iron branches attempted to ensnare Smoker completely. However, Smoker transformed into smoke to evade the attack. If the black iron could have tightly wrapped around Smoker, his transformation might not have worked. Soru. Both fighters skillfully employed Soru to close the distance, but Smoker's physique clearly surpassed Tina's, giving him a slight edge in speed. Smoke White Fist Finger Gun. Before they could collide, Smoker's fist shot out, aiming a finger gun directly at Tina. Iron Block. The thick black iron quickly enveloped Tina's beautiful figure, causing Smoker's incoming finger gun to hit nothing but air. Since the last lesson from Atlas, Smoker chose to first practice finger gun Soru and iron blocks, while Tina focused mainly on iron block Soru and paper drawing. At their current stage, the Gale Foot and Moonstep techniques still posed a certain level of difficulty for them, as both required a significant advancement in foot strength. Bang, bang, bang. After several collisions, Tina's attacks were invariably evaded by Smoker's transformation. Wow, what a terrifying little guy, a natural type. One could tell it was Kizaru from that tone. He truly was an old master of yin and yang. The potential of a natural type devil fruit is still quite high. Sengoku nodded in approval from the side. In truth, the outcome of this battle was already set. Although Smoker's natural type had once been deemed a disgrace among natural types, its unreasonable capabilities were not to be underestimated. As expected, the eventual victor of the battle was Smoker. However, Smoker's appearance was hardly any better. His clothes had basically turned into rags, and his body was covered in cuts, making him look quite tragic. As time progressed, the assessment was nearing its end, but there was still no arrangement for Atlas' opponent, leaving one to wonder about Zephyr's thoughts. Atlas, center of the training ground. Atlas was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. After all, his battles made quite the noise, and the arena could no longer accommodate the space needed. As for who his opponent would be, Atlas had some guesses. Under the gaze of the crowd, Atlas slowly walked to the center of the training ground, facing off against the bare-chested Kyusuke, who clearly did not want to ruin another set of clothes. Atlas quietly observed Kyusuke, his eyes filled with eagerness. After nearly a year, he had faced Kyusuke the most, yet he had never truly defeated him. However, this time the result might be different. Has this little brat grown so strong now? Kyusuke is actually stepping onto the field himself, huh? Sengoku was somewhat surprised, as he had been too busy to pay much attention to Atlas, and he had complete faith in his old comrade Zephyr. Don't worry, whether Kyusuke can win is still uncertain, Zephyr said with some delight, as there was nothing more prideful than showcasing a talented student in front of an old friend. Soru. Atlas and Kyusuke skillfully began to launch an assault, clearly planning to engage in close combat. Atlas did not take advantage, opting to forego swordsmanship for a ranged attack. Iron Fist Technique Break. A flurry of fists surged toward Kyusuke, who remained calm, a red light flashing in his eyes as he activated observation haki. Paper drawing soft mud. Suddenly, Kyusuke's body moved like a pool of soft mud, easily weaving between Atlas' fists. Seeing this, Atlas decided not to waste effort and stepped back, positioning his hands in a gun shape. Flying Finger Gun Gatling. Vacuum bullets erupted like they were free, unleashing tremendous kinetic energy that created sonic booms in the air. Iron Block Steel Armament. Kyusuk's pupils narrowed as his blood flow accelerated the armament enveloping his entire body. The flying finger gun struck Kyusuk's dark body, causing sparks to fly, but the massive force still pushed him backward uncontrollably. In truth, Kyusuk was also in a difficult position. Zephyr had advised him that covering his entire body with haki was a foolish practice, as a person's total haki capacity is limited. Such actions would reduce the defensive power of those who had insufficient haki training while also consuming too much haki. However, Atlas flying finger guns were too dense and rapid, and their power was not to be underestimated. Thus, Kyusuk had no choice but to use a significant amount of haki to maintain his fighting condition. Gale Foot Chaos. Soar. Kyusuk was unwilling to be a passive target. He raised his right foot, unleashing a flurry of vacuum slashes toward Atlas, swiftly closing the distance using Soro. Come on. Ha ha. Atlas laughed heartily, relying on his formidable mastery of Iron Block to withstand Kyusuk's Gale Foot. Clear cuts appeared on Atlas' body and then gradually faded, turning into faint white scars. This? Sengoku on the stands was somewhat astonished. Despite knowing from reports about Atlas' monstrous regenerative abilities, he hadn't anticipated them to be this extreme. However, Kyusuk was not surprised at all. He was already accustomed to it. He quickly closed the distance to Atlas, attempting to land a heavy blow. Life Restoration Iron Block God of War Arm. Facing Kyusuk's assault, Atlas did not evade. His raised right arm suddenly swelled, the sleeves shredding into countless fragments, and his dark fist collided forcefully with the incoming Kyusuk. This God of War arm was the result of his recent practice in life restoration. He had already learned to infuse consciousness into his arm. Although life restoration was not yet complete, it was a small achievement. The explosive force caught Kyusuk off guard. Despite the defense granted by armament, the overwhelming power still sent him flying. Good kid, you really surprised me, ha. Zephyr laughed heartily. Sengoku beside him was left speechless, as Atlas had already given him a significant surprise that day. The strongest justice. Sengoku was somewhat lost in thought. Perhaps this little brat could truly achieve it. Marineford training ground for new recruits. What a terrifying power. The repairman slowly got up in the center of the training ground, expressing his complex feelings. He didn't know how many times he had uttered this phrase after meeting Atlas. Every battle with Atlas allowed him to feel this overwhelming force that left him helpless. I have lost. Congratulations, Atlas. The repairman said, somewhat dejected, but also genuinely happy for Atlas. Thank you, Instructor Shio. Atlas replied humbly. Thanks to Shio's sparring, his strength had progressed rapidly, and he certainly wouldn't gloat at this moment. Moreover, they were not engaged in a life-and-death struggle. It was enough to recognize the difference between them. March year 1504 of the Marine calendar, training ground for new recruits. In the center of the training ground stood a young man about 2 meters 8 tall, with a resolute expression. His well-defined muscles perfectly fitted his body, as if he were donned in a suit of battle armor, instilling fear in onlookers. Opposite the youth stood a burly man with dark skin, whose hands were covered in a layer of glossy black-purple haki, continuously striking the young man before him. These two were Atlas and Shio. Following Zephyr's suggestion, Atlas shamelessly volunteered to be Shio's human punching bag. Feeling the clash of haki and flesh, Atlas' understanding of haki deepened. He had a premonition that with just one opportunity, his haki would fully awaken. Alright, today should be the day for practical training, so let's call it a day. Shio slowly retracted his haki and addressed the visibly delighted Atlas. Practical training was a project for the second year of the Navy's new recruit program. In the first year, a large amount of resources was spent to train the recruits. It was impossible to send them to the battlefield right away, as it would be tantamount to slaughter. However, the recruits could not be raised in a greenhouse. Thus, from the second year onwards, they would frequently be subjected to the cruel realities of war. In the original story, Zephyr had encountered the foolish Whitebeard II and Miss, while leading Ein and Benz for practical training. Bayuing in order to protect the recruits was caught in a bind exacerbated by Zephyr's asthma attack, leading to his dismemberment. Cough, cough, cough. Lads were almost at Sabeti Archipelago. A scarred, burly man with his clothes open, holding a spiked club, stood at the ship's bow, laughing maniacally at the throng of pirates below. Oh, ha, we're coming to the new world. Captain, let's take Whitebeard down from the throne of the world's strongest. Ha. Of course, the captain is a pirate supernova with a bounty of 90 million. The pirates laughed heartily, as they firmly believed that the man on their ship could become the pirate king. Marine Headquarters, Marineford Port. A line of serious-looking Navy soldiers stood at the front of the port, led by the chief instructor of the Navy's new recruit training, Zephyr. Recruits, justice must be watered with blood. Today I will lead you in this year's first practical training project. This is not a drill, it is a bloody battlefield. Zephyr scanned the faces of the new recruits, then continued, Our target this time is the Mad Dog Pirates led by the pirate Supernova Diaz, who has a bounty of 90 million. First mate Carlos has a bounty of 55 million, and second mate Bahala has a bounty of 50 million. The bounties of the other pirates vary, and this is all the information I can provide you with. Soon led by Zephyr, the group of recruits headed towards the Decimating archipelago. Zephyr Sensei, are we heading to the Decimating archipelago? Atlas leaned against the ship's railing and asked Zephyr with a smile. That's right. According to the intelligence, the Mad Dog crew is expected to dive from Decimating archipelago to Fishman Island en route to the New World. After all, this is a pirate tradition. Zephyr chuckled. So do you have any other information about them, ha? Atlas asked curiously. Frankly speaking, this pirate with a bounty didn't particularly attract him, but Zephyr's choice of this crew as their target must have deeper meanings. Ha, you will have to see for yourself. After all, in future missions you can't expect every piece of information to be accurate. Looking at Atlas, who was filled with curiosity, Zephyr couldn't help but laugh. True enough. Atlas replied, no longer probing further. After all, he had no fear of even a mere 90 million bounty pirate. Report to Chief Instructor Zephyr. Mad Dog Pirates sighted ahead. A sailor at the lookout called out loudly. Good. Keep moving forward. On the other side, aboard the Mad Dog Pirates ship, Diaz, with a scarred face, squinted at the rapidly approaching Navy warship, revealing a trace of cruelty. Lads, the Navy is here. This is a gift for me to enter the New World. Ha. He thought that since his bounty was a bit low, perhaps slaughtering this warship would raise his bounty. Soon the warship and the pirate ship docked not far from the Decimating archipelago. Lads, kill all these Navy men for me. Diaz grinned at the Navy men holding his spiked club on his shoulder. Although he noticed Zephyr's presence, Diaz did not immediately recognize the retired former Marine Admiral. Recruits, this battle is entirely up to you. Shave. As soon as Zephyr's words fell, Atlas used Shave to charge towards Diaz. After all, as the strongest among the new recruits, he took it upon himself to confront Captain Diaz. As for the first mate with a bounty of over 50 million, he would be left to Smoker and the others. Bang. A piece of iron. Before Diaz could react, Atlas' fist landed on him. However, what puzzled Atlas was that it felt like he was hitting a piece of steel instead of penetrating flesh. Though he had merely thrown a casual punch, it should not have been completely ineffective. You brought him a steel devil fruit user, ha. Diaz was surprised by Atlas' speed, but felt no fear knowing that no one had ever broken through his defenses since he acquired the steel fruit. Iron fist technique, piercing. Boom. A massive fist descended once more on Diaz, and although Atlas didn't understand why pirates in this world loved to disclose their information to their enemies, he wasn't one to waste time with words, directly teaching him a lesson with the iron fist technique. A steel fruit. I thought it was a tofu fruit. Atlas glanced at Diaz's corpse on the ground and sneered. The skirmish between hunter and quarry soon ended. Squads of Navy men came and went tallying spoils. Unfortunately, they found no devil fruits or famed blades. Valuable items were absent. Devil fruits, which are often consumed immediately to gain power, command high prices on the black market, yet are frequently unsellable despite being worth 100 million berries. So, Atlas, how's your armament haki? On the ship, Zafa looked at Atlas' composed face and asked. Atlas showed no surprise at this outcome, felt inevitable. With his current physique and resolve, awakening armament haki was merely a question of time. Arg, sudden awakening. Atlas said as he raised his arm. Blackened haki swiftly coiled around it like blood-stained vambrace. Such potency in armament haki. Just upon awakening, Zafa was astonished. The quality of Atlas' armament haki hardly seemed like a novice's, though he comforted himself by recalling Atlas' monstrous physique. Let's go. There's an uninhabited island ahead. Test your armament haki there. Atlas felt tempted. If Zafa could guide him at the very moment of awakening, his path forward in training would become far clearer. They could not duel aboard the warship. Even if their strength had not yet reached catastrophe level, a single warship was insufficient for their scale of conflict. Soon the ship moored at the deserted isle. The rest of the Navy stayed on board, watching from a distance. They did not wish to be accidentally harmed by the two combatants. Master Zafa, I will go all out. Watch yourself. Atlas grinned, coating his hands with armament haki, his leg muscles tensing, fascia stretched to the limit. Razor. Life return, iron mass, martial god arm. Ha. Come then, brat, don't underestimate this old man. Zafa laughed heartily, his smile brimming with absolute confidence. After all, he was the Navy's supreme combatant, the black arm Zafa. Bang. The blackened giant-like fist collided with Zafa's smaller black-purple glowing punch, sending rippling gusts of force that carved jagged fissures outward from their meeting point. Exhilarating. Bang. 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 Several heavy blows followed, yet Atlas only stepped back slightly, feeling no real discomfort. Kid, your armament haki is fierce. Come, let me see your limits. Zfa, excited by the hunt, raised his fist to strike Atlas again. But something strange occurred. Zepha's fist had not yet touched Atlas when Atlas seemed to sense a force rushing at him. Armament projection. Atlas' expression hardened. No matter how potent his newly awakened armament haki and technique, he still stood at the hardening stage. Ha ha ha, that's right. Feel the second stage of armament. Without another word, Atlas crossed his arms before him. A vast tide of armament haki enveloped him, his soles clawing the earth, waist sinking slightly. Boom. The colossal impact hurled Atlas 10 meters through the air, yet his posture remained unchanged. The ground had simply been furrowed by a deep, long trench. Razor. Atlas did not pause. The ground he stamped ruptured into a great pit, and in moments he was already closing the distance on Zfa again. Iron Mass Fist Technique 100 Pierce. This was a move Atlas had developed specifically to counter haki users. Though it could not rival Liu Ying's terrifying penetration, it could still trouble Zfa. After clashing fists with Atlas, Zfa sensed something odd. An energy had seemed to pierce through his armament defense and act upon his fist. Yet that penetration did little to him. It was like a mosquito's bite. A rather fine technique. Zfa admitted. He could not fathom how Atlas devised such bizarre maneuvers, but they often produced surprising effects. Had another used 100 Pierce, they might well have been finished. In battles between the powerful, even a second's lapse can tip the scales of victory. Master Zfa, try this next. Atlas' lips curved. Dense armament haki blanketed him like blackened armor. Two dark lines stretched from the corners of his eyes down his neck, lending him an eerie beauty. Atlas' body compressed until he stood merely 2.5 meters tall. Master Zfa, I haven't fully refined this move. I hope you can instruct me. A fusion of haki and life return, is it? Zfa murmured as he looked at the small figure before him. In a flash, this form of Atlas seemed utterly detached from gravity. With the terrifying speed granted by the bunny talisman, even light could not catch his silhouette like a phantom in the dark. A chill ran through Zfa. His body tensed, and his observation haki locked onto Atlas' movement, but it was too late. Armament Iron Mass Fist Technique Heavy Hammer. Atlas' fist swelled like a warhammer and crashed towards Zfa. The friction between arm and air ignited flickers of flame. Zfa felt an oppressive shadow press against his chest, but he forced past the discomfort and blocked with haki. Boom. The concussive sound rolled across the aisle. Even the Navy aboard the ship felt ringing in their ears and a sudden dizziness. When the dust settled, two silhouettes remained. One large, one small, standing opposed, evenly matched. Cough, cough, huff, huff, huff. Suddenly Zfa bent slightly and began to pant violently, his face flushed. Atlas sensed something amiss. Ordinarily, that bout should not have drained Zfa much, yet Atlas frowned, as if recalling something important. Swift as a razor, Atlas dashed back to the warship, ignoring the startled gazes of the others. He barged into Zepha's cabin without opening the door, smashing it to pieces. In the year 1504 of the Ocean Circle calendar, near the Decimating archipelago on an unknown small island, Atlas administered the asthma medication into Zephyr's mouth, gently patting his sturdy back. Finally, Zephyr's complexion gradually eased, and his breathing returned to normal. It turned out that Zephyr had just experienced an asthma attack, leaving him weary. Fortunately, Atlas seemed to have heard about Zephyr's asthma before, so he quickly fetched the medication from the ship. Usually Zephyr carried his own medication, but he had lost it during the scuffle with Atlas earlier. Teacher Zephyr that day you? Atlas asked with some concern. It had been a week since their last combat training. Although he had managed to draw with Zephyr in their final clash, he was not arrogant enough to think he had already attained the highest combat power of the base. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Zephyr replied nonchalantly. He had sought medical advice for his asthma before, but the hidden injuries accumulated in his youth had made this condition incurable. Hearing this, Atlas refrained from further comment. After all, Zephyr was a former admiral and the current chief instructor of the rookie camp, and the medical resources available to him were far beyond what Atlas could imagine. Not wanting to dwell on this topic, Zephyr recalled the last battle and asked, "How long can you maintain that state from last time?" I should be able to maintain it for quite a while," Atlas replied somewhat uncertainly. "If I am not mistaken, the technique you developed is a combination of life restoration and haki, which should consume a significant amount of haki and stamina." "Oh, that's right. Moreover, I have not yet fully mastered life restoration, so its power may be somewhat lacking. As for stamina and haki consumption, I'm not too worried. I feel that my haki capacity should be much greater than that of an average person." As Atlas spoke, he enveloped his entire body with haki, continuing, "I feel that I could maintain this state for several days and nights of combat without any issue." Zephyr's pupils contracted upon hearing this, and an involuntary look of shock washed over his face. "You remind me of someone, a pirate with exceptional talent." "Oh, who is it?" "Douglas Bullet." "Bullet? Atlas responded, unfamiliar with this character from the original story. Bullet, known as the Demon Heir, was a former member of the Roger Pirates. In the year 1499 of the Ocean Circle calendar, at the age of 22, the Navy issued an extermination order against him, and he ultimately lost due to exhaustion. At that time, both Garp and Sengoku were involved in the capture, and he is currently imprisoned in Impel Down Level 6. He possessed a physical talent comparable to yours, and an incredibly terrifying amount of haki. Zephyr spoke solemnly. Although he had not participated in the battle back then, he was very surprised by the outcome shared by Sengoku and Garp, and could only say that he truly lived up to the title of the heir of the demon. Although Atlas was somewhat surprised, he did not feel any fear. After all, these individuals were merely stepping stones on his path to becoming the strongest. So never underestimate anyone. This sea is never short of monsters. Zephyr warned sternly. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Atlas was not the type to take things lightly. He understood the principle that even a lion must use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Teacher Zephyr, I have one more thing to report to you. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Rookie Atlas reporting to Admiral Sengoku. Atlas walked up to Sengoku's desk and rendered a formal military salute. Sengoku, hearing the voice, reluctantly lifted his head from the documents and adjusted his frog-like glasses, still maintaining his usual fluffy hair and braided beard look. Is there something you need, Lieutenant Atlas? Sengoku asked with some confusion, as it was expected that Atlas should currently be in the rookie training phase, and there should be no immediate connection between them. Report to Admiral Sengoku. Rookie Atlas requests early graduation after the new year. Oh, can you tell me the reason? I believe the rookie camp is no longer significantly beneficial for my growth. For me now, combat is the best nourishment, and I am ready to step onto the world stage. After a pause, Atlas continued with a smile. Moreover, I think the pirates are eagerly anticipating the arrival of fear. Knock, knock, knock. Sengoku slowly tapped the table, his eyes occasionally flashing with wisdom. He was contemplating what kind of changes Atlas' appearance would bring to his plans. As the strategist of the Navy, Sengoku could not casually issue any orders. Every move he made was closely tied to countless lives in the world. All right, I understand. Have you consulted Zephyr about this? After a moment, Sengoku finally snapped back to reality and asked slowly. It should be noted that Zephyr was the chief instructor of the rookie camp, and early graduation required his approval. I have already spoken with Teacher Zephyr, and he is very supportive of my decision. Atlas had prepared for this. His visit was also at Zephyr's request, as Zephyr had received news regarding Sengoku's strategic deployment in the New World. Sengoku understood. It seemed Atlas had grown restless after spending 2 years in the rookie camp. Such men ultimately belong to the cruel battlefield. After hearing Atlas' words, Sengoku had already formulated a plan for Atlas' future after graduation. All right, you may leave for now. I will notify you of the content of your graduation trial in due time. In fact, Atlas originally intended to graduate from the rookie camp immediately, as he believed he had learned everything he needed to learn. He had awakened his armament haki, and staying in the rookie camp was merely a waste of time. It would be better to go out and train, possibly further honing his armament haki. However, Zephyr outright rejected his proposal, believing that his armament haki had only just awakened and he needed to become proficient in its basic applications before he could officially graduate. Furthermore, Atlas' life restoration was not yet at a sufficient level. Currently, he could only imbue his consciousness into his arms. By staying in the training camp, Zephyr could also provide him with some advice in this regard. Once Atlas successfully cultivates life restoration, he would essentially be able to roam freely in paradise, and would have the strength to fight even against the powerful pirates of the New World. Your graduation trial will take place at Fortress G8, under the command of Major General Jonathan. Although rumors circulate that Fortress G8 is a large and ineffective stronghold, do not underestimate Jonathan. Upon your arrival, make sure to seek his guidance. Nearby the Malin Vondo Sea area, a speedboat flying the naval flag sped swiftly through the deserted waters. Atlas, somewhat bored, steered the boat, heading towards Fortress G8, where he would conduct his graduation trial for the next 3 months. According to the customs of previous years, the main office would dispatch warships to escort the new recruits to their assigned vessels. However, Atlas' situation was somewhat unique. He had applied for early graduation. The main office would not send a warship specifically to pick him up, and the warring states had confidence in Atlas' abilities. Thus, they decided to allocate him a speedboat that had been decommissioned from the Navy as a means of transport. When will this junk of a boat reach Fortress G8? Atlas lamented, feeling exasperated. After all, even a decommissioned speedboat shouldn't be this useless. Growing increasingly bored, Atlas casually picked up a nautical chart beside him. This chart was meticulously drafted by the naval forces, far more precise than any available in the market. After all, every Navy personnel risked their lives to uphold justice. Sometimes a detailed chart could be a lifesaver. Water 7 used to be the city of 7 waters. It's just right to upgrade this junk of a boat there. Atlas silently planned in his mind, then took out the permanent compass given to him by Zephyr before he left for Water 7. Water 7 is the Navy's designated shipyard, and it can be said that the world's finest shipwrights gather there. Many notorious pirates' ships were also produced in Water 7. However, it remains unclear whether the sea train has been completed yet. Atlas thought with anticipation. As time ticked by after several days of sailing, he could finally catch a glimpse of the general outline of Water 7. The main architectural features of Water 7 resemble a circular fortress showcasing a distinct Islamic architectural style. A massive fountain occupies the upper section, maintained by a special ocean current that keeps it operational. The entire island structure looks like a bastion. Above the bastion, there are 7 enormous thoroughfares allowing various ships to enter Water 7. Additionally, there are ports alongside the thoroughfares for vessels to dock. Due to its unique status, Water 7 sees a constant influx of people, creating a bustling atmosphere. Even with Atlas dressed in his Navy uniform, he doesn't appear out of place. Of course, should any foolish pirate seek trouble, Atlas wouldn't mind adding another entry to his military service record. However, Atlas did not enter through these 7 waterways. Instead, following Zephyr's advice, he chose to bypass the front and head towards the direction of the decommissioned ship's island in Water 7. Unlike what Atlas remembered, the decommissioned ship's island was now piled high with various materials and debris, appearing somewhat dilapidated and desolate. Perhaps the Frankie family had not yet been established, leading to a degree of chaos. The decommissioned ship's island was once the site of Water 7's largest shipyard, Tom's workshop. However, it was condemned to death by the world government after being revealed as the shipbuilder for Joel D. Rogers' fleet. Nevertheless, Tom requested to complete the sea train before facing his execution. In the end, the world government granted Tom's request, stating that if he completed the project on time, his death sentence would be commuted. Upon landing on the decommissioned ship's island, Atlas was confronted by a boy with blue spiky hair, dressed only in red shorts. He appeared to be around Atlas' age and warily glanced at the Navy uniform Atlas wore, saying, "Who are you? We do not currently offer shipbuilding services here." Flan, as he was previously named, harbored no fondness for those associated with the world government, even though the Navy was merely one of its subordinate agencies. "Huh, kid, are you in charge here?" "I'm here to find Mr. Tom," Atlas said, looking at the strange boy. He had considered buying a new speedboat, but due to his current financial constraints, he had to come here to try his luck, hoping that Tom might take a liking to him and offer some repairs. "What do you want with Tom?" "He isn't here," Flan replied, momentarily revealing a hint of panic upon hearing Atlas was searching for Tom, but cleverly concealed his relationship with Tom and hoped to dismiss Atlas. "Well, I'm looking for Mr. Tom to help me modify my vessel." "Of course, Mr. Tom's disciples would also be fine," Atlas said while casting a meaningful glance up and down at the stiff Flan. "Ah, yes, I am indeed Tom's proud disciple, Flan." Flan, caught off guard, no longer concealed his identity and directly revealed it. "However, we do not have time to modify your vessel." Flan wasn't intentionally making things difficult for Atlas. Rather, Tom was currently busy building the sea train, and Flan had been assisting him. This was a significant matter concerning Tom's life and livelihood. Even if Tom himself was unconcerned, it was not something his disciples could take lightly. Well then, I apologize for the disturbance, kid." Atlas, upon hearing this, decided not to press Flan further. He was not the type to force others to do something against their will. Since the other party had so decisively declined, Atlas was left to consider other options. Perhaps some kind-hearted pirates would generously lend him a hand, he thought to himself, as a form of self-comfort. "Wait a moment, this Navy young man, I can help you modify your vessel." Just as Atlas was about to turn and leave, a deep voice emerged from behind Flan. Atlas squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him, with blue-purple hair, a slight beard on his chin, and dressed in work clothes. His attire was a bit dirty, clearly having just stepped away from work. However, a white mouse's head peeked out from the pocket of his black work clothes, creating a rather odd appearance. "What a strange pairing," Atlas mused to himself. "Iceberg," Flan said, somewhat puzzled, unable to comprehend why Iceberg had come, as he was almost ready to dismiss the Navy man before him. "Hello, my name is Iceberg, and I am a disciple of Master Tom." Iceberg did not give Flan a chance to ask questions and slowly extended his rough palm towards Atlas. "I am Canros Atlas, a lieutenant of the Marine headquarters." Atlas stepped forward without hesitation and shook Iceberg's hand, then gazed at the man with quiet curiosity, awaiting his words. "TCH. Fram beside him snorted disdainfully, clearly unimpressed by Atlas's rank. Atlas paid it no mind. As for his rank, he suspected a formal promotion would follow once he reported back to headquarters. "Lord Atlas, I can refit your vessel for free, but in return I ask you to grant me one condition." Iceberg ignored Fram's sullen expression and explained calmly. "Oh, pray tell." Atlas raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What could a mere lieutenant possibly offer them? After all, Tom had long dealt with figures of immense stature, the world government, even Joel D. Roger himself. Should the day come when we are no longer here, Lord Atlas, I ask that you watch over Fram. Hey, Icebug, what nonsense are you spouting on your own? Fram bristled, exasperated. Then why entrust such a weighty request to a humble lieutenant like myself? Atlas couldn't help but admire Icebug's foresight and discernment. Though the world government had granted Tom a full pardon, Icebug remained deeply skeptical of its integrity. A warrior. I sense the bearing of a true warrior within you. Oh, is that so? Then my vessel is yours. I shall return in 3 days. But let me state this plainly, I am a Marine. Without waiting to see whether Icebug understood, he turned and strode away, to find lodging while his vessel was refitted. Who'd want you of all people looking after me? Fram's indignant voice echoed from behind Atlas. 3 days later, at Scrap Island, Atlas met Icebug as promised. Fram did not accompany him, and neither man mentioned the earlier condition. It was a silent pact between men who Icebug trusted Atlas would honor it. Let us go. Your speedboat remains exactly where you left it. They exchanged no pleasantries, proceeding directly to the dock, where Atlas's vessel was moored. Soon Atlas beheld his speedboat, transformed beyond recognition. Its gleaming white hull resembled a compact luxury yacht from his memory. The interior layout remained unchanged, a private cabin and storage hold. Though its exterior bore little resemblance to the original, Atlas could not yet discern any modification to the propulsion system, and glanced questioningly toward Icebug. Your hull is too small to accommodate a new engine system. Instead, I've installed impact clams at the stern. Yet the hull's material imposes limits. Prolonged exposure to their force may compromise structural integrity. Icebug glanced at Atlas, mindful he might not know the term, and added, impact clams originate from the White Sea of Skypea, rarely seen in the Blue Sea, thus exceedingly scarce and costly. No matter, I won't need it for long, Atlas waved dismissively. He only required it for the voyage to G8 branch. Once there, its fate mattered little. What is its top speed? 70 knots per hour. That fast? Atlas was astonished. 70 knots equaled nearly 129 kilometers per hour, a staggering velocity for so compact a vessel. With this craft, reaching G8 branch would be swift indeed. Indeed, sharpening the blade never hinders the cutting. His efforts these past days had been well worth it. Rororo. Ironclad fortress, G8. Pirates dare not draw near. 188 cannons trained upon you. The hedgehog upholding peace. Our proud G8. After several days' journey, Atlas finally arrived at G8 branch. The refitted speedboat had exceeded his expectations, delivering him far sooner than anticipated. Yet even before entering the fortress, boisterous singing reached his ears. A truly unconventional branch, he mused. From the front, G8 fortress lived up fully to its name. Built upon a circular island, it bristled with steel watchtowers and layered military emplacements. Its perimeter formed a seamless ring, broken only by a single entrance guarded by a colossal iron gate. To enter was to surrender all hope of escape, though Luffy's departure and legend owed less to strategy than to the sheer force of narrative destiny. Beyond its geography, every inch was fortified, over 100 cannons mounted along its iron ramparts, radiating cold, implacable menace. Whether the number truly reached 188, as the song claimed, remained uncertain, but unquestionably this was a Ceres Marine base in every formidable sense. Hey, I'm Canros Atlas, a new recruit from headquarters. Admiral Sengoku assigned me here for my recruit camp graduation trial. Atlas called up to the patrolling Marines aboard the fortress. I'll report immediately. Upon hearing Sengoku's name, the sentry wasted no time rushing off to inform his superior, though he did not open the gates outright. After all, this was a military stronghold under direct command of Marine headquarters. Its gates would not swing wide at mere words. Moments later, a broad-shouldered Marine with a thick beard and navy cap appeared atop the rampart, clad in the blue coat of justice. His urgency was palpable. He lunged forward, half his body leaning perilously over the edge. Atlas half feared he might plummet. Hey, you're Lieutenant Canros, Atlas. Indeed. Kindly open the gate and allow me entry, Atlas replied coolly. Rumble, creak. At once the massive iron gate rose slowly from the sea, parting just wide enough for Atlas's speedboat to glide through. Greetings, Lieutenant Atlas. I am Drake, a major stationed here at the fortress. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. I've been personally instructed by Instructor Zephyr. Drake studied the young man before him, awestruck. Could this really be the prodigy Zephyr had described, a being rivaling an admiral in power? Reflecting on his own years of service, he felt for the first time that he'd squandered his life. Drake. Atlas was somewhat bewildered. Isn't that the name of the fallen Major General in the future? Logically, he should still be on his undercover father's ship, suffering abuse at this time. Moreover, that guy doesn't seem to look like this either. It's probably just a coincidence with the name. Hello, Major Drake. Please take care of me. Atlas snapped back to reality and quickly greeted the scruffy-faced Major. Then let me take you to your arranged accommodation for some rest. Drake was evidently an impatient person. Without waiting for a few pleasantries with Atlas, he hurriedly led him towards the dormitory. After about half an hour, Atlas finally arrived at the dormitory building. As for the living conditions, Drake had arranged a single room for Atlas, as he would receive some preferential treatment due to Zifa's instructions. Considering that Atlas had traveled for a long time to reach the fortress, Drake gave him a few reminders before bidding farewell. Atlas washed up briefly, removed his clothes, and collapsed into bed. After all, he hadn't had a proper sleep for days, and even a superhuman body couldn't endure that. As night fell, darkness became the main theme, but Fortress G8 remained brightly lit with soldiers patrolling in an orderly manner. Just waking up, Atlas stretched comfortably, gazing at Fortress G8 under the night sky. He decided to head to the cafeteria for dinner first, then wander around to familiarize himself with the environment, as this would be his home for the next 3 months. Thus, Atlas dashed out of the dormitory building, following the various signs to find the cafeteria. Why is it all vegetables? I don't like broccoli and carrots. What is the second rule of the 8th division? I got it, look, I've eaten it all. Atlas, having just reached the entrance of the cafeteria, was momentarily taken aback by the conversation between a man and a woman. Logically, there shouldn't be many people in the restaurant at this hour. However, Atlas didn't mind. After all, there were all kinds of strange people in this world. Perhaps they just like to have dinner this late. Thinking this, Atlas intended to push open the cafeteria doors. Inside, he saw a man and a woman seated at a table. The man had wired hair, a thick mustache, and a square face, dressed in a navy uniform. The woman was beautiful, wearing a chef's hat, looking like kitchen staff, but they appeared to be very close. Upon seeing the doors open, Jonathan and Jessica both displayed surprised expressions, as they had intentionally chosen this time when the restaurant was empty. Hey, Navy over there, are you new here? Do you know the rules of the fortress? Jessica asked somewhat aggressively, noticing that Atlas seemed unfamiliar. Meanwhile, Jonathan, sitting beside her, was lost in thought, his eyes constantly rolling as he assessed Atlas from top to bottom. My name is Carnos Atlas, a new recruit from the headquarters. As for the fortress rules, sorry, it's my first day here, and I don't know General Jonathan. Atlas was somewhat puzzled. Major Drake hadn't mentioned any rules of Fortress G8 to him. As for why he recognized Jonathan at a glance, it wasn't that Atlas had seen him before, but rather the shoulder insignia on Jonathan's formal coat told him that he was the only major general in the entire fortress. First, you must wash your hands before eating. Second, absolutely no leftovers. Third, no work talk during meals. Fourth, you must brush your teeth after eating. The young man, you haven't washed your hands yet. Jonathan teased from the side. Yes. Atlas replied loudly, then walked straight to the kitchen sink. He was someone who blended in with local customs. Since he was at Fortress G8, he would abide by its rules. Excuse me, Miss Chef, could you please prepare a hearty dinner for me? After washing his hands, Atlas said somewhat nervously, as his stomach was already protesting strongly. As for whether he would offend this seemingly tough lady, Atlas couldn't care less. After all, she looked like she was either Jonathan's girlfriend or wife. You can just call me Jessica. As for the food, please have a seat, and I'll prepare it for you right away. Fortunately, the chef named Jessica was quite understanding and didn't seem as fierce as she appeared. At least as a chef, she was undoubtedly very competent, which relieved Atlas significantly. This is truly terrible vegetables. Jonathan, seeing Jessica leave, couldn't help but frown and complain, but his hands continued to move quickly, finishing the vegetables on his plate, clearly attempting to abide by the rules set by Jessica. General Jonathan, I want to take on a mission tomorrow to start hunting pirates. Atlas plopped down across from Jonathan. With dinner settled, he couldn't help but think about the upcoming graduation trials. So what is the third rule of the division? Young man. Jonathan did not answer Atlas' question, but instead asked about the rules displayed earlier. Atlas raised an eyebrow at this, then fell silent as he waited for dinner. After a hearty meal, let's go, kid, follow me to a place. Seeing Atlas clear his plate in a whirlwind, Jonathan stood up and motioned for Atlas to follow him. Thus, Atlas watched as Jonathan took out fishing rods from the office and headed to a corner of the fortress to fish. Sorry, I only have one fishing rod here. Hope you don't mind, Jonathan said, looking at the empty-handed Atlas, scratching his head and laughing. Hey, General Jonathan, you don't look like you're embarrassed at all. Atlas couldn't help but murmur to himself, but what he said out loud was entirely different. It's fine, General Jonathan, I don't really like fishing. Ha, that's good, but kid. Jonathan squinted, continuing, I never fish for free. About my mission. Atlas also didn't understand Jonathan's meaning, but he still picked up the question that had been interrupted earlier in the cafeteria. Well, go find Drake tomorrow. What an impatient kid. The first half of the Grand Line, a place known as Paradise. A somewhat disheveled pirate ship swayed precariously on the surface of the sea, its battered hull seemingly telling tales of fierce battles it had endured. The pirate flag, hanging from the massive mast, now reduced to tattered rags, struggling to survive. Captain, Gale, and the others. Their life cards have burned out. A guy with a head wrapped in white bandages and his arm bandaged shouted in terror. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously quiet atmosphere on the ship was shattered like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 ripples. One by one, the crew, unable to bear the despair in their hearts, began to cry out loud. Whoa, we shouldn't have gone to the New World. What kind of monsters are there? I get it, stop yelling. A bald man with rough dark skin impatiently silenced the noisy pirates. He seemed to be the captain of the ship, yet there was no trace of sadness on his face regarding the news of his fallen comrades. His expression was devoid of emotion, with only a hint of fear lingering in his not-so-large eyes. Perhaps it would be better to find a place and live as a wealthy gentleman. The captain felt somewhat tired and even contemplated retirement. This was not only due to the heavy casualties and the destruction of the fleet, but also because of the fear of that man, a devil-like figure. Meanwhile, the crew remained immersed in fear and sorrow, completely unaware that their captain planned to take the remaining treasure and become a wealthy man. Of course, even if they knew, it would be of no use. Because this is the lament of the week. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, Atlas arrived at the staff office. Perhaps it was too early, as only Major Drake was present in the office. However, the office door was not closed, yet Atlas still politely knocked on the door. Is there something you need, Lieutenant Atlas? Upon seeing Atlas at the door, Drake was somewhat surprised, quickly stopping his work and curiously asking about Atlas' purpose. Major Drake, I was summoned by Admiral Jonathan. Admiral Jonathan, Drake said puzzledly. You just arrived at the base yesterday. How did you already meet Admiral Jonathan? Atlas then briefly explained his purpose to Major Drake. You want to leave the fortress to participate in a mission? Drake appeared somewhat astonished. Did you not just settle in yesterday? Don't you need a few days to rest before undertaking a mission? It's no trouble at all, Major Drake. I'm in great shape right now and can participate in the pirate capture mission at any time. All right then. Major Drake hesitated for a moment before immediately rummaging through the pile of paperwork on his desk. Drake shook his head apologetically, saying, I'm sorry, but our fortress is located in a relatively peaceful area of the first half of the Grand Line, so we can only provide you with some information on pirates. Combat operations of warships are quite rare, but a group of pirates returning from the New World will pass nearby tomorrow. Drake hesitated again. However, I personally do not recommend that you pursue this pirate crew, as there is a new group of pirates that just entered the Grand Line from the Four Seas, and with your strength chasing them should be more than enough. Clearly, Drake was somewhat skeptical about the evaluation of Atlas' strength from Admiral Zifa, thinking it was just a teacher's habitual exaggeration of his favored disciple. I want to know the information about the pirates returning from the New World. Atlas couldn't care less about what Drake was thinking, as he had no interest in wasting time dealing with such small fry. But, as Drake seemed about to say something, Atlas snatched the information from his hand, politely thanked Drake, and then turned to leave. What an arrogant little brat. Drake watched Atlas' receding figure, feeling slightly annoyed. But turning around, he hurriedly ran out of the staff office towards the base commander's office. After leaving the office, Atlas naturally did not notice Drake's actions and simply took the still warm information in his hand to read. The Ekram pirate crew captain Ekram bounty of 200 million berries, Vice Captain Wilkes bounty of 160 million, and officers Gale Bay and Durut with bounties ranging from 50 million to 90 million. They encountered Kakuri of the Bigmum pirate crew in the New World, suffered a crushing defeat, and escaped severely injured, leaving only one ship out of 3 with most of the crew dead or injured. The vice captain's fate unknown, and all officers remaining in the New World. TCH, I thought they were some big pirates, but it turns out they're just a pack of strays. Atlas scoffed dismissively. It's likely that this group of pirates tried to provoke Bigmum, yet they were obliterated before even seeing her. This sea is never short of such self-righteous fools. According to the sailing route of this group of pirates, they are expected to pass near G8 tomorrow, so Atlas plans to check out the training grounds at the fortress. The training ground at G8 Fortress is vast, with walls, floors, and ceilings covered in thick iron plates, just right for one to stretch their limbs without fear of damaging the area. With Atlas' current physical strength, ordinary training can no longer meet his needs, and there are no sparring partners like Zifa or Shiozwa here. As for Admiral Jonathan, although he and Sakazuki came from the same training camp and seemed to have a good relationship, it was unlikely that the fortress' highest commander would neglect his duties to spar with a mere lieutenant like him. Therefore, Atlas chose the most straightforward training method, requesting a huge piece of forged steel from the logistics department, intending to hone his skills with his fists. Time spent in training always passes quickly, and before long, it was evening again. Atlas looked at the pockmarked steel block before him with blood continuously dripping and sighed. He did not cover his fists with armament haki, instead using pure bare fists to strike, which led his hands to fall into a cycle of injury, healing, injury, although such results were remarkably effective. Atlas glanced out at the sky, tidied up the signs of his training, and headed towards the cafeteria, but he did not see Admiral Jonathan today. At the port of the G8 Fortress, a navy blue single-person speedboat quietly docked there. This speedboat was the same as the one Atlas had previously brought from headquarters. Both were standard military boats, but due to the modifications made for the impact shell, the previous boat had brought Atlas to the G8 Fortress and met its demise. The current speedboat was acquired by Atlas from an old man in the branch's maintenance team, and Atlas had to part with several bottles of liquor to successfully obtain approval for this boat. Moments later, Atlas set off towards the fortress, basking in the gentle morning light. The sunlight penetrated the clouds, casting its rays generously upon the azure sea. After several hours of sailing, the massive G8 Fortress had become a distant memory, surrounded by vast emptiness that evoked a sense of disorientation. I should be able to meet the Eklund pirates by following this course, Atlas thought, carefully comparing the information in his mind to pass the time during the dull ocean voyage. In the vicinity of the G8 Fortress sea area, a battle-damaged, dilapidated pirate ship swayed unsteadily on the vast ocean, its wide deck sparsely occupied by a few pirates wrapped in bandages, many appearing unusually pale, likely due to blood loss. The scarred mast leaned against a cold-faced, bald, muscular man whose complexion appeared much healthier, as if his previous injuries had nearly healed. Eklund, where are we headed next? Next to the bald man sat a sickly-looking pirate, seemingly recovering from a serious illness, but unlike others, he did not show fear towards the bald man. First, let's return to the South Sea to recruit the personnel we lost, then we can consider our next plan. Eklund slowly revealed his plan to the first mate Veltz, but Veltz did not notice the fleeting ruthlessness in Eklund's eyes. Captain Eklund. At that moment, the only intact lookout tower on the ship suddenly revealed a drastic change in expression from the pirate responsible for scouting, who hurriedly warned Eklund. It's bad. We've spotted the Navy at 3 o'clock. Moi. Eklund and Veltz felt a surge of tension. They knew that with their current manpower severely depleted and most of their combat strength injured, although they were not completely devoid of fighting capability, their ability to face an enemy was greatly diminished. Now encountering the Navy, they exchanged glances and shouted, "How many enemies are there?" It seems like. The scouting pirate hesitated. Just one Navy. What? The crew of pirates on the ship expressed their surprise and anger. Although they had lost a significant number of men in the New World, they were still one of the top pirates in paradise. To send just one Navy to chase them felt like a slight against them. You lot, bring the ship over here. Let's take that guy down. Eklund opened his mouth in a somewhat violent grin, a cruel glint in his eyes, as if he intended to unleash all his recent frustrations on the approaching Navy. At the same time, Atlas also spotted the damaged ship of the Eklund pirates, instantly leaping from his speedboat. Moonwalk. It was as if there were invisible stairs in the air. Atlas leisurely ascended, looking down at the panicked pirates on the deck. What are you panicking about? It's just a moonwalk. Eklund bellowed. As a pirate who had reached the New World, he naturally would not be intimidated by a mere Navy's 6 forms. At most, he was slightly more vigilant of this young Navy. Despite the numerous monsters roaming in the New World, it was still relatively rare to see a Navy capable of moonwalk in paradise, especially since this guy was only a lieutenant, possibly a secret training project within the Navy. Hey, you there, Navy brat, I'm Eklund with a bounty of 200 million berries. Eklund clearly felt a bit intimidated, hoping that his enormous bounty would scare Atlas away, but he vastly misjudged the situation. The higher his bounty, the more excited Atlas became. I know, just a defeated dog. Before Eklund could express his anger, Atlas had already drawn the Sandai Kitetsu from his waist. One sword style falling stars. Countless massive slashes fell like meteors upon the pirate ship below, and the expressions of many pirates froze in shock at the last moment. The already dilapidated pirate ship was instantly shattered into countless fragments by the numerous slashes. Bastard! I will kill you. Looking at the disintegrating pirate ship and the floating corpses, Eklund couldn't help but curse in anger. He certainly wasn't feeling sorry for his subordinates. People could be replaced at any time, but the treasure they had was completely sunk to the seabed under Atlas slashes, and his dreams of wealth were shattered. Eklund, calm down. Veltz, who had survived, tried to calm the furious Eklund. Now the once large pirate crew was reduced to just the two of them, and they barely had a place to stand with most of their bodies submerged in water. Fortunately, neither of them were devil fruit users. Soon they found a larger piece of debris to avoid the embarrassing predicament of being submerged in seawater. Meanwhile, Atlas quietly watched them struggle from midair. Although using moonwalk to hover in the air consumed a great deal of stamina, it was trivial compared to Atlas' seemingly endless physical energy. Lord Navy, can you spare us? I just want to retire and become a wealthy man now. After regaining his composure, Eklund began to plead as he realized the terrifying strength of Atlas, but Atlas' keen observation haki still sensed the killing intent emanating from him. Huh. The lament of a defeated dog. Atlas scoffed, raising the sand-eye Kitetsu again. Hey. I'm willing to go to Impel Down. I surrender. Spare me. Please capture me and take me to Impel Down. Bastard Navy. I will never let you go even in death. Damn Navy. Atlas paid no heed to Eklund's pleas and curses, after all who would bother with a dead man. One sword-style new moon. A thick layer of haki clung to the sand-eye Kitetsu, and a crescent-shaped slash shot forth from the blade. Swish. Soon a line of blood slowly appeared on Eklund and Velt's bodies, and the tremendous slashes continued to strike backwards, splitting the crimson seawater in two. The sea breeze gently stirred. Their bodies suddenly snapped in half along the line of blood, with their upper halves sprawled on the ocean surface and their lower halves seated on the debris. From a distance it appeared as if a defeated dog. The scattered wrecks of ships floated on the sea, the azure waters stained a shade of crimson, with blood and mangled corpses littered the area. Occasionally 1 or 2 vultures circled overhead awaiting their lunch. Atlas glanced around at the grim environment, his observation haki scanning the battlefield repeatedly. He would not let a single survivor escape. He would eradicate evil entirely. The return journey was quite peaceful. After sailing for about a day, Atlas arrived at the port of the G8 fortress on a refreshing morning with the gentle sea breeze in his face. Atlas first went to the staff office to report to Major Drake about the specifics of the recent battle, then headed to the mess hall for a hearty meal. He had been eating rations for the past 2 days, and he felt like his mouth was about to become tasteless. What? You single-handedly annihilated the entire Eklund Sea pirate crew. In the staff room, Drake's roar echoed from the office. He had been prepared to receive news of Atlas' demise, having complained just yesterday about everyone being so reckless, and even Admiral Jonathan did not oppose Atlas' mission. Unexpectedly today, Atlas gave him a surprise. Well, there's no need to be so astonished, Atlas casually remarked, scratching his ear. He was merely a loser, and that bounty seemed too inflated. It was likely that Eklund had committed numerous acts of arson, murder, and plunder. Come tell me in detail about your combat process. Drake calmed down a bit, returned to his office chair, suppressing his excitement, and asked Atlas in a gentle tone. Drake now fully believed Zephyr's assessment of Atlas. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million along with other pirates of varying bounties. The young man before him had single-handedly taken them down, even if it was through a protracted battle. That was quite remarkable. As for doubting Atlas' achievements, that was absurd. Was the Navy's intelligence agency merely idle? A pirate crew of such magnitude could not vanish without a trace. There is a saying, wherever one treads, there will be a mark. Well, I just went over and sliced once, then again. Yes, that's it. Atlas lifted his arm and dramatically gestured to Drake. Huh, that's it. Drake, who was ready to listen to a lengthy discourse from Atlas, was speechless. After all that effort, this is what you show me. All right, that's enough. I'll report to Admiral Jonathan. You can leave now. Drake looked at Atlas' calm face, unsure of where to start with his complaints. Upon exiting Drake's office, Atlas returned to his dorm to take a shower before heading to the mess hall. Perhaps it was due to the lunch hour, but there were quite a few people coming and going, causing Atlas wait in line to be a bit longer. Just as he was about to find a seat after getting his meal. Holy crap, is that the little brat? So young. No wonder he came from the elite training camp of the headquarters. That's just terrifyingly excessive. The noisy discussions continuously penetrated Atlas' ears. With his current physical condition, even without using observation haki, he could clearly hear any subtle sounds around him, especially since these soldiers were not trying to hide their words. After eavesdropping for a while, Atlas understood the reason for their discussion about him. Admiral Jonathan had reported his achievements to the entire fortress. It was just that Atlas was not particularly concerned with such matters, so he was unaware. It could be said that he had become well known in the G8 fortress. After a hearty meal, Atlas sneakily slipped out through the side door of the mess hall. He did not want to be stared at like a monkey. Hey, Atlas, I've been looking for you. Admiral Jonathan wants you to come to his office. Just after leaving the mess hall, Atlas ran into Drake. Drake had been worried about where to find this little brat, so this chance encounter was quite fortunate, and he quickly called out to Atlas. Yes. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Atlas replied and pushed the door open. The base's highest officer, Admiral Jonathan, was fiddling with his beloved fishing rod. Upon seeing Atlas enter, he gently set the rod aside, folding his hands on the desk. Well, you truly live up to the title of a monster, as described by Teacher Zephyr. You easily dealt with a 200 million berry pirate. Jonathan spoke in a calm tone. He could be considered a relatively laid-back leader, but absolutely not in the same vein as the lazy kind like Borsalino. Rather, he was the wise and composed type who had everything under control. However, it was quite strange that such a person was a close friend of the radical Sakazuki. This indicated that this seemingly ordinary admiral definitely belonged to the type who kept his capabilities hidden. Pure luck, and that guy was a washed-up loser too. Atlas humbly replied, "Well, don't be so modest. I have a task for you." Jonathan waved his hand. It was a joke. A bounty of 200 million berries, no matter how watered down, should not be underestimated. Moreover, that guy came from the New World, even if he was just a pathetic loser. What task? Upon hearing that there was another task to undertake, Atlas' expression immediately became serious. Recently, several pirate crews have been lingering near Alabasta, so I hope you can take a look at the situation. Alabasta? That seems to be outside our fortress jurisdiction. Atlas raised an eyebrow. Oh, indeed, but the branch responsible for that sea area sent us a request for assistance. I can't just sit idly by. Moreover, this matter may involve the 7 warlords. A meaningful glimmer appeared in Jonathan's eyes, but his expression remained inscrutable. The 7 warlords? That crocodile in the sand. Atlas was somewhat surprised. The first 7 warlord that came to his mind related to Alabasta was Crocodile. He just didn't expect that he would soon set his sights on the queen of the underworld. How do you know? Ever since that guy got taught a lesson by Whitebeard, he has disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect to hear his intel again in Alabasta. I just don't know what this guy is planning. You go deal with those pirate crews while also keeping an eye on what Crocodile is up to. Understood, I will complete the mission. In the year 1505 of the Hyuan calendar at the G8 Naval Fortress, the office of the Rear Admiral. Atlas had already left, and Jonathan, with his winered hair and black handlebar mustache, shifted to a comfortable position, leaning back in his chair, holding a document just delivered to him, which detailed the entire process of Atlas capturing the Eklund pirate group. No survivors. It truly resembles that guy's style. Jonathan stared at the closed office door, lost in thought, even as the document slipped silently from his fingers. After bidding farewell to Jonathan, Atlas spent several hours training hard in the base's training room, then comfortably enjoyed a good night's sleep as he needed to hurry to Alabasta the next morning to assess the situation. Of course, this time, he wasn't alone on the mission. Rear Admiral Jonathan had arranged for a warship to assist him with the follow-up tasks, and although he was currently just a captain, he held temporary command over the warship. The next day, the warship departed punctually from the fortress harbor, heading towards Alabasta, with specialized naval navigators managing the course. Although navigators were a scarce resource at sea due to the generally low education levels in the pirate world, where even literate individuals were rare. However, the Navy had a complete educational system. Soldiers lacking physical talent were trained towards administrative roles, making the Navy undoubtedly the strongest force on the seas. It's so much more comfortable with someone else steering the ship. Atlas stretched, reminiscing about his days drifting alone at sea, where not only was the food poor, but there wasn't even anyone to talk to for company. Lieutenant, how long until we reach Alabasta? The lieutenant was specifically assigned to him by Jonathan, also a captain, and was quite puzzled about the hierarchy at G8 Fortress. The highest officer was Rear Admiral Jonathan, while the second-in-command was surprisingly just a major. Indeed, that guy Drake. Atlas even speculated whether Jonathan wanted to slack off by promoting Drake to the second-in-command, allowing him to handle the busy affairs while he leisurely fished. Report, Captain. We are currently 3 days away from Alabasta. The lieutenant estimated the time and reported a rough figure to Atlas. Captain, indeed, that is Atlas' current temporary position. Then I'll stay in the training room for a while. You keep an eye on the ship's situation, and if anything happens, call me. Yes. That evening, Atlas emerged from the training room just in time for dinner. Suddenly, the ship shook violently beneath his feet, a strong sense of turbulence overwhelming him, causing many sailors to cry out in alarm. What is happening? Atlas abandoned dinner and sprinted to the deck to investigate. Captain, we have detected an attack by a sea king. The lieutenant, seeing Atlas had finished training, hurried to report. Upon hearing this, a glint of red light flashed in Atlas' eyes as he activated his observation haki. In his perception, a massive shadow swam back and forth beneath the dark sea surface, with turbulent waves rolling, and the warship Atlas was on rocked continuously with the waves. Suddenly, the Sea King lurking beneath the sea surged forth like a shark sensing blood, launching a surprise attack on Atlas' ship. Under the intense glare of the warship's searchlight, Atlas finally glimpsed the creature attacking them. It resembled a tiger fish, its body covered in tiger-patterned scales with narrow eyes gleaming with savage ferocity, and its massive mouth lined with sharp teeth, exuding an overwhelming stench. Damn it! The lieutenant, with a hint of despair in his eyes, said, "This creature is at least 900 meters long, nearly comparable to some medium-sized sea kings in the doldrums. Our warship's configuration is incapable of confronting it. We can only fight to the death." The lieutenant turned to Atlas saying, "Sir, please give the evacuation order immediately. There are a few lifeboats on board. We will do our best to hold off this giant." To buy some time for others to evacuate. Before he could finish, Atlas had already leaped into the air, using moonwalk, his eyes level with the gigantic Sea King, and he grinned. "What bad luck for you, big guy." The lieutenant couldn't help but widen his eyes, then rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misunderstood Atlas' words. Shouldn't the misfortune be theirs? How did it seem from the captain's words that the misfortune was instead for this Sea King? Before the lieutenant could regain his senses, Atlas had already drawn out the third-generation ghost, slashed the black-red haki, rapidly enveloping his arm and blade. Concealment. Atlas had already mastered this technique. It was not the same as external haki, though once awakened it could be skillfully employed. One-sword-style dragon tail. With a horizontal slash, the blood-red strike cleaved through the night, slicing past the Sea King's gaping maw. Swoosh! An indescribable sharpness nearly severed the Sea King's jaw. A deluge of blood spilled forth, and the deep ocean shimmered with an unusual red glow under the blood's infusion. Roar! In pain, the creature thrashed its massive body even more frantically, sending towering waves crashing that nearly overturned the entire ship. Seeing the situation escalate, Atlas understood the gravity of the crisis and held nothing back. Gripping his sword with both hands, his muscles bulged, his biceps and triceps rapidly expanded, the thick brachioradialis resembling iron cast, with muscle fibers clearly defined, and a rich haki enveloping him. One-sword-style god of war, arm, falling stars. A flurry of strikes fell like meteors upon the tiger-patterned Sea King, soon causing its enormous body to roll and thrash, letting out a desperate roar, but the massive loss of blood led it to slowly drift to the sea surface. With over 100 soldiers witnessing this scene, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was averted. Clang! The third-generation ghost slash was sheathed, the crisp sound of metal resonating through the somewhat noisy night sky. Phew! Atlas released his haki, and the life returned to normal, gently landing on the deck of the warship, where the previously shaken sailors quickly gathered around him, continuously bursting out in exclamations of awe and admiration. No wonder Rear Admiral Jonathan appointed Mr. Atlas as captain. Truly impressive, Captain. I once doubted Mr. Atlas. I feel so ashamed now. A few minutes later, the enthusiasm of the crew on the warship had subsided. Under the officer's command, they began to orderly handle the subsequent matters, cutting and retrieving the corpse of the tiger-striped Sea King. The flesh of the Sea King is not only delicious, but also highly nutritious. Even the officer Rustlin, a lieutenant at the fortress, had only tasted it a few times. As night deepened, the stars hanging high in the sky appeared even brighter. The sea breeze gently caressed the ocean under the night, causing a playful stir. Atlas gazed contentedly into the profound expanse ahead, casually using a toothpick to remove strands of Sea King meat from between his teeth. Burp! He satisfiedly let out a belch. To be honest, the chefs who came along on the ship were surprisingly skilled. I have to say, head chef Jessica's training level is quite commendable. I must recruit a few chefs for future missions. Atlas looked at the busy and orderly sailors on the ship and inexplicably thought of Smoker and his crew. It had not been long since they parted ways. Speaking of which, Colonel Randall had entrusted me with taking care of that little brat Smoker. I seem to be a bit unqualified for the task. I wonder what they are doing now. Rosinante. Atlas suddenly recalled that Rosinante would likely be going undercover at Don Quixote da Flamingo's place around this time. Could it be that this guy applied for early graduation right behind him? I have no idea what this guy is thinking. Although Rosinante usually seems a bit scatterbrained, he is actually a very gentle and kind-hearted person. Atlas planned to visit the North Sea when he had time. Rosinante can't just die like this, otherwise that little brat Smoker would definitely be heartbroken. Right, it's that guy Smoker. It has nothing to do with me. A few days later, a giant sea creature with the upper body of a cat and the lower body of a fish appeared in the line of sight of the sailors on the warship, signaling to Atlas and his party that they had arrived at Alabasta. Finally, Atlas and his party successfully landed on Sainton Island, the island where Alabasta is located. The warship docked at the canola flower port, leaving a portion of the Navy stationed on the ship. Atlas, along with Officer Rustlin, headed to meet King Cobra of Alabasta. I must say the climate in Alabasta is quite harsh, with sandstorms everywhere. It is practically Crocodile's natural domain. Furthermore, the historical texts containing clues about the Pluton are hidden in this country. No wonder that Sand Crocodile has set his sights here. The port city of Canola Flower is quite a distance from Alabasta's capital, Alabasta. If it weren't for the fact that the royal family of Alabasta, the Nefertari clan, were descendants of the 20 kings, they would not hold such a special status among the many nations that are part of the world government. Atlas was not too keen on making the long trek to their capital to meet Cobra, even if it meant gaining some intelligence from him. However, as a transmigrator, Atlas had already preemptively concluded that it was Crocodile who was behind all this, even though he currently had no evidence. Soon Atlas and Ruslan arrived at Alabasta and successfully met King Cobra in the palace's conference hall. At this time, Cobra was far from the elderly appearance depicted in the manga. His dark hair was tied back, and his face bore few wrinkles, sporting only a light beard. However, he lacked the regal authority of a king, and instead had a friendly demeanor resembling a neighborly uncle. I wonder if it's because of the blue-haired baby in his arms, or because Alabasta is not in the state of chaos it would be in a decade from now, which would leave him overwhelmed. My apologies, gentlemen of the Navy. My daughter Vivi is quite clingy and doesn't want to leave me. I hope you can forgive me, Cobra said with a hint of apology. One must commend the king of this member nation known for caring for its people, as he showed great courtesy even to 2 Navy lieutenants. Sorry to disturb you, Your Majesty Cobra. We are Navy officers from the G8 Fortress, and we've come to your esteemed country in response to a distress call from a nearby naval base. Atlas did not beat around the bush and directly expressed his intentions to Cobra, believing that Cobra would certainly understand the implications of his words and provide him with some useful intelligence. Are you referring to the pirates that frequently harass near Iruma? Cobra was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to recall something as he asked uncertainly. The distress message mentioned that several pirate crews have been troubling your country. I'm not too clear about the specifics, but haven't you dispatched personnel to deal with them, King Cobra? Atlas was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, Alabasta's national strength is not weak. They have 600 regular soldiers for ground combat, and ordinary pirates would not dare to invade Alabasta. Even slightly stronger pirates would be dealt with by 2 guardian deities. How could they not handle a group of pirates? Of course, the so-called 2 guardian deities do not refer to actual gods, but rather to 2 powerful Zoan-type devil fruits. I wonder how Alabasta has managed to retain these 2 devil fruits for so long. One must know that once the user dies, the fruit's power randomly reincarnates around the world, as later discovered by Vegapunk. I've sent my guard officer Bell several times, but every time he arrives at Iruma, the pirates seem to have received news in advance and fled. Bell is a Zoan-type bird fruit falcon form user with exceptional mobility, yet he has returned empty-handed every time. Cobra said, somewhat distressed, with his brows unconsciously knitting together. At that moment, a chubby little hand reached out from his arms, seemingly trying to smooth out his furrowed brows, but due to its short arm, it could only reach his stubbly chin. Cobra looked down at his understanding daughter and felt his heart melt. He couldn't help but gently kiss Vivi's tender forehead, causing the little angel to burst into laughter, which significantly lightened Cobra's earlier gloom. Suddenly, a soldier clad in light armor jogged to Cobra's side and bent down to whisper the news he had just received. All right, let's conclude today's meeting. I just received intel that those pirate crews have returned to the waters near Alabasta. If this Navy gentleman needs assistance, I will do my utmost to cooperate. Cobra's expression changed, and he immediately stood up to address Atlas. With Cobra's keen insight, he naturally recognized that Atlas was the main person in charge of this support operation. Very well then, Your Majesty Cobra, we shall take our leave for now. Well, what a coincidence. Leaving the capital Alabasta, Atlas truly did not wish to travel any further, so he procured 2 fast-running ducks as his means of transportation. It must be said that these swift runners were indeed the fastest creatures in Alabasta in nearly having their travel time. The city where the pirates were active was on the other side of Alabasta. Sainting Island was almost split in half by a massive strait. One side housed the capital and port city of Alabasta, while the other side contained cities like Iruma and Rainy Land, which would soon be occupied by Crocodile. Due to climatic constraints, Alabasta's large cities were all established around oases, leading to an irregular distribution of cities. Now Atlas' task was to return to the warship and then sail towards Iruma, perhaps even encountering the marauding pirates. Helmsman, prepare. Set sail, destination Iruma. Once back on the warship, First Officer Ruslan immediately began to command the ship's movements in an orderly manner. Ruslan was not the type suited for combat, but his management of the warship was impeccable, allowing Atlas to focus on his training in the training room during their voyage. Although he was unsure of Vice Admiral Jonathan's strength when it came to strategy, he was undoubtedly one of the top figures among the headquarters officers. The personnel assigned to Atlas for this mission were all satisfactory. The Rape Flower was not far from Iruma, and at the speed of the warship, they estimated it would take about half an hour to arrive smoothly. However, just as the warship had departed from the Rape Flower, something that left Atlas both amused and helpless happened. They unexpectedly collided head-on with a group of pirates, and according to intelligence, it was none other than the Vasily pirate crew and the Antiliki pirate crew raiding Alabasta. Based on Atlas speculation, it seemed that their previous visit to Iruma was merely a smokescreen. Their true target was the port city of Rape Flower. Compared to Iruma, the bustling Rape Flower was undoubtedly more affluent. Well then, let me go and wipe them out. It's just the right opportunity to stretch my muscles, who knows? Haha. With a smirk, Atlas seemed to have thought of something amusing. As he approached the foremost pirate ship, he executed a soru to flash onto the pirate ship. Remarkably, the warship sustained no damage, one reason being its robust quality, and another was Atlas' mastery of the 6 styles, allowing him more precise control over his strength. Without hesitation, he tossed the justice cloak he had worn onto Ruslan's hands. Although wearing the cloak made him look impressive, he did not want to dirty or damage it again. He couldn't help but wonder where those indestructible outfits from anime originated, as for Atlas, ripping clothes during a fight had become a common occurrence. "Hey, Marine, is it just you? You really underestimate me." A sallow-faced man looked at Atlas' youthful face with a somewhat sinister expression. As a pirate who frequently dealt with the Navy, he immediately recognized this as a Marine G8 Fortress warship. Initially frightened, he felt a surge of anger at being mocked upon seeing Atlas' rank of lieutenant. "Look at you, you still haven't weaned, huh? Huh. Go home, you little brat. How ridiculous. A bunch of scum." Atlas had no regard for such maritime refuse. The bounty on these small fry was too low for him to bother remembering, so he couldn't be bothered to engage with them individually. Gun gatling. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sky was filled with vacuum bullets that overwhelmed the group of pirates, piercing through their bodies amidst their terrified screams. Those lucky enough to avoid fatal injuries lay on the ground, wailing, no longer maintaining their previous arrogance. Atlas was not the kind of person with a heart of stone. He decided to put these people out of their misery. Using the moonwalk, he stepped into the air, his palm horizontally raised, and gently waved it forward. No blade-style tornado. The chaotic vacuum slashes instantly sank the pirate ship. As for those unable to act due to their injuries, they could only pray for their luck, hoping that no fish would feast on them, leaving behind a complete corpse to die. The other pirate crew trailing behind witnessed the entire process and immediately trembled as if shaken by a sieve. "Elias, hurry, turn around, yes. Head towards Aruma." Then in a panic, he rushed into the captain's cabin, picked up the snail phone resting by the bedside, and dialed the number he remembered. Soon a long scar appeared across the face of the snail phone, holding a large cigar, its eyes revealing gloom. The low, hoarse voice made Antaliki shiver, and he instinctively became respectful. "Lord Crocodile, call me Mr. Zero." "Yes, Mr. Zero, we are being pursued by a Marine, and we hope you can save us." Antaliki spoke with an almost pleading tone to the snail phone, while a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He had been working for Crocodile during this time, and if he were exposed, losing the position of the 7 warlords. Although he did not know Crocodile's true intentions behind their harassment of Alabasta, losing the position of the 7 warlords would surely bring significant trouble. "All right, come to Aruma." After a moment of silence, Crocodile's voice on the other end of the snail phone grew deep, revealing no emotions, leaving Antaliki somewhat unable to decipher his thoughts. Click. After hanging up, Crocodile's expression darkened further. His original plan was to kill Antaliki and his crew in front of the citizens of Alabasta during their next raid, thus allowing him to become a hero in the eyes of the public while simultaneously silencing them. A win-win situation. Unexpectedly, the sudden arrival of the Navy disrupted his plans. On the other side, after sending the entire Vasily pirate crew to hell, Atlas did not pursue the Antaliki pirate crew, but instead walked straight back to the warship, leisurely accepting the justice cloak from his first officer. "Captain, why not eliminate them all at once?" Ruslan was somewhat puzzled. He certainly did not believe that Atlas lacked stamina. After all, this amount of activity could only be considered a warm-up. "Fishing, you must bait the fish." Atlas inexplicably thought of Vice Admiral Jonathan. The Grand Line, Alabasta Sea. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was as clear as crystal. A pirate ship scurried across the sea in a panic as though it had encountered a nemesis, while a Navy warship trailed leisurely behind like a cat toying with a mouse. "Commander, it seems their course is towards Alyabarna," Ruslan said uncertainly, as he was not a navigator and was somewhat unfamiliar with the sea routes near Alabasta. Atlas nodded, having already overheard the conversation between Antrik and the mysteriously aloof Mr. Crocodile with his observation haki, so he was not surprised. Now Atlas' range of observation haki was quite extensive. Although it couldn't compare to Fujitora's, it was only slightly inferior to Enel, who had acquired the rumble fruit. However, the precision still needed improvement, and he had a way to go before he could foresee the future. He occasionally used his wind slash to frighten them with vacuum slashes. Even though the pirates were aware that Atlas was using them to lure out the mastermind, they had no way to escape, as this was their only chance at survival, and Antrik knew that the person involved was a warlord of the sea. Flying finger gun Barrett. A massive vacuum bullet struck the head of Antrik's lookout, with terrifying speed, instantly splattering red and white liquid all around, hitting the already terrified pirates below. Even they, who usually loved to wield blades against ordinary civilians, were utterly unnerved in the face of death. Before death, everyone is equal. "What an exaggerated mastery of the finger gun," exclaimed Lullins beside him, who was still shocked by the immense power of the flying finger gun despite having witnessed Atlas' monstrous martial arts. "Well, just a little warm-up," Atlas said, nonchalantly curling his lip. "I'll leave the rest to you, call me, when we reach Alabasta. As he spoke, he walked towards the dining area. After fighting for so long, he was feeling a bit hungry. "All right, Commander," Lullins replied in a deep voice. Atlas as a commander was great in every way, but just didn't care much about matters. Soon Antrik's pirate crew successfully landed in Alabasta, their faces immediately lighting up with joy at having survived. Though they did not know who their boss was, the captain's expression suggested they would escape the clutches of this devilish navy. Indeed, to this group of pirates, Atlas was a devil. Though he had the power to eliminate them all at once, he chose to snipe one or two at a time, inflicting great mental torment upon them. Desert Sunflower. Suddenly the sand dunes beneath the pirates' feet seemed to come alive, flowing rapidly, as a tremendous gravitational force pulled them downwards, causing the pirates to exclaim in panic. "What's happening? Captain? Wah, I don't want to die yet. Captain, think of something." Antrik's face also showed despair. The feeling of falling from heaven to hell was unbearable, and he could only stretch out his hands trying to grab onto something to delay their sinking. Suddenly a tall figure draped in a fur coat appeared before him, followed by a whirlwind of sand and howling winds. "Mr. Crocodile Watt." The quicksand had already engulfed Antrik, but he never received an answer from Crocodile, only a pair of cold, indifferent eyes staring at him. "All right, you all retreat back to the warship." "Yes." Atlas, who had already been called out by his deputy Lullins, naturally observed everything, but he did not step forward to intervene. Pirates, after all, if they die, they simply die. Atlas walked slowly towards Crocodile, his face revealing no particular expression, merely observing this warlord of the sea sanctioned by the world government with a blank face. Crocodile looked like a typical villain dressed in a fur coat. It was unclear why he was so resistant to heat, his thick hair slicked back in a very ordinary pompadour style, with a horizontal scar running across his face. His right ear wore a gold earring, and his standard dead fish eyes bore no trace of emotion, while a large cigar hung from his mouth, and his left hand was replaced by a golden hook perfectly matching the pirate image Atlas had in his past life. "You've gone too far with your jokes, Navy brat." Seeing that Atlas remained silent, Crocodile slightly raised his chin and fixed his unchanging dead fish eyes on Atlas with the cigar in his mouth bobbing up and down. "Oh, Warlord Crocodile, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Atlas was not intimidated by the sand crocodile, a smile appearing on his face as he asked. Even if warlords of the sea were tacitly allowed to conduct private plundering, that certainly did not include member nations of the world government like Alabasta. Of course, Atlas currently had no solid evidence to prove that the pirates were acting under Crocodile's orders, but did that matter to Atlas? An explanation. Crocodile's mouth curled up in what seemed like mockery. "Too naive, Navy brat. Is that so? It doesn't matter if you deny it, and my fist will make you obediently explain soon enough." Atlas twisted his wrist, the smile on his face undiminished. Crocodile might not be as weak as he would be in a decade. Now he hadn't completely lost faith in himself, and perhaps could use a bit of haki, but Atlas was not afraid. Teaching this sand crocodile a lesson was still feasible. Ha. It seemed that Crocodile found something amusing. He first let out a low chuckle, which eventually erupted into a wild and rampant laughter. "So boring, what a ridiculous little brat. Pet trash on the sea dares to call me ridiculous," Atlas retorted without backing down, his face full of derision. Crack. It seemed that Atlas had angered Crocodile. His face darkened, and he actually bit through the cigar in his mouth, letting it fall to the ground. "I'll give you 3 minutes if you exceed that. I want to accompany you." Immediately after, an hourglass was thrown from Crocodile's hand. Given its flow rate, it was exactly 3 minutes. Crocodile's current attitude was akin to dealing with a troublesome child. After all, Atlas was merely a lowly lieutenant on the surface. Although military ranks did not always equate to strength, the gap wasn't too vast, so Crocodile did not take Atlas very seriously. 3 minutes. Enough. One sword-style thunder slash. Atlas paid no heed to Crocodile's disdain, drawing his third-generation blade Wado Ikamanji. A brilliant flash of light emitted from the blade, filling the entire space with an intense sharpness, and the howling sand seemed to be paused as a massive blood-red slash struck towards Crocodile. With a face full of contempt, Crocodile appeared completely unguarded, and the blood-red slash effortlessly sliced through his body, cleaving him in half from head to toe. However, the anticipated eruption of blood did not occur. Instead, the previously smooth surface gradually transformed into grains of yellow sand, and astonishingly, the severed body began to restore itself. Yet Atlas did not expect this casual slash to inflict any harm on Crocodile. "Swordmaster." Crocodile's expression darkened further after his restoration. He had initially thought he could easily dominate this little brat, only to discover he was facing a master swordsman. "However, you can't touch me. I am a Logia-type devil fruit user, the Sansan fruit." Even though he was surprised that Atlas was a swordsman, Crocodile's opinion of Atlas remained unchanged due to his possession of the sand fruit. Haha, you really annoy me with that expression. Atlas sheathed his sword, feeling an itch in his fists. Swift razor. The ghostly figure soared through the air, moving with such speed that Crocodile could barely see, and his vigilance towards Atlas increased. Iron fist technique shatter. The sky was filled with shadows of fists that nearly overwhelmed Crocodile, yet he made no attempt to evade, as if any unnecessary movement would insult his sand fruit. I told you your attacks are useless against me, Crocodile said proudly while maintaining his elemental form, unless... Just as he was reveling in Atlas' anger, Atlas had secretly coated his fist with haki, catching Crocodile completely off guard and landing a solid blow before he could even elementalize. Haki. Crocodile quickly elementalized, transforming into a pool of yellow sand scattered across the desert, and then appeared 20 meters away from Atlas, gritting his teeth. Haha, surprised. Unexpected. Atlas' observation haki naturally detected Crocodile's form, but he did not pursue further as that level of damage had little impact on the battle. Why is a man like you merely a mere Navy lieutenant? Crocodile nearly articulated every word of this sentence, his eyes fixed intently on Atlas, and the arrogance in his demeanor finally receded. His regard for Atlas heightened as the recent clash revealed that if he remained so dismissive, he might not leave here alive today. Well, who knows? Atlas clearly had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation with this fellow, shrugging slightly to brush off his question. Desert sunflower. Crocodile employed the same trick again, controlling the flow of underground water to create quicksand capable of engulfing a person. Moonwalk. This move is useless against me, Mr. Sand Crocodile. Atlas mockingly imitated Crocodile's earlier tone from a superior position. Desert Diamond Blade. Although Crocodile's expression soured further, he ignored Atlas' cold remarks, transforming his hands into 4 gigantic sand blades, the visible sharpness emanating from them. Observation haki. Activate. Swift razor. A flash of red light appeared in Atlas' eyes as he continuously dodged the sand blades in the air while closing the distance to Crocodile. Iron fist technique, war god, armed hammer. Atlas' arm suddenly swelled, a layer of haki rapidly enveloping it, and his massive fist collided directly with Crocodile's head. He'll smash your skull. Bang. The tremendous force crashed onto his head, causing Crocodile to turn into a cloud of yellow sand and vanish only to reappear nearby. Crocodile looked at Atlas with lingering fear. That punch nearly made him think he would die on the spot. Fortunately, he elementalized in time to save his life. Initially, he only intended to elementalize his head, but he did not anticipate Atlas' strength to be so great, forcing him to elementalize his entire body. Next time you won't be so lucky, Sand Crocodile. Atlas kept talking trash, attempting to psychologically attack Crocodile. Suddenly, Atlas tilted to the right, and a massive sand blade erupted from the ground where he had just stood. Had he taken a moment longer, he might have been struck by it. How devious. Atlas licked his somewhat dry lips, but he was not concerned about the recent ambush. That level of attack posed no significant threat to him. Humph. You're still so naive, Navy brat. Heh, really? Atlas scoffed lightly, then rapidly enveloped his entire body in thick haki, appearing as if he were clad in black and red armor, before charging fiercely at Crocodile. Fully armed. What a foolish move. Seeing this, Crocodile felt more pleased than shocked. He looked down on Atlas' approach and activated his Devil Fruit ability, transforming his hands into 4 gigantic sand blades. Desert Diamond Blade. But Atlas surged forward, colliding head-on with Crocodile's sand blades. Clang. Bang. Atlas initially held off against the sand blades for a second, then the overwhelming momentum forcibly shattered the blades into a handful of scattered sand. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Crocodile. Before Crocodile could react, Atlas' arm covered in haki seized his neck. Got you, little Crocodile. Atlas grinned, and his rugged visage appeared terrifying in Crocodile's astonished eyes. Atlas disregarded Crocodile's fear, yanking his neck, planting his feet firmly on the ground, sinking his center of gravity, and adopting a standard shoulder throw stance, coordinating his waist and abdomen for power. Bang. This is for showing off. Bang. This is for denying it. Bang. This is for mocking. Bang. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Crocodile's body was like a ragged sack being dragged by Atlas, the tremendous force repeatedly forcing him into close contact with the desert. Though he could use elementalization each time to avoid serious injury, his neck was firmly gripped by Atlas' haki, leaving him utterly unable to break free. Damn it. After being thrown to the ground time and time again, Crocodile finally couldn't hold back any longer and cursed in his heart. Although the nature-based elemental transformation prevented him from suffering serious injuries, the insult was far greater than the actual damage. Being treated like a rag doll made Crocodile feel utterly powerless. How could this naval brat's haki defense be so strong, effortlessly withstanding his Desert King's sword? Suddenly a layer of pitch-black haki covered Crocodile's neck. Atlas was momentarily taken aback, feeling the sensation in his hand become somewhat rigid. Whoosh, a gentle breeze blew by, and in that moment of distraction for Atlas, Crocodile suddenly vanished, leaving only some yellow sand slowly flowing from his fingers. Hey, naval brat, are you declaring a break with the Navy and the 7 warlords? Crocodile reformed not far from Atlas, slightly raising his drooping eyelids, seemingly questioning Atlas with anger. In his view, there was no evidence for the previous harassment of Alabasta, and Atlas had no reason to arrest him. Originally, Crocodile intended to leave the naval force, including Atlas, forever in this desert. After all, he was merely a lieutenant. Even if the world government found out, they would likely not trouble him. Little did he know he had encountered a tough opponent, and would have to invoke the world government for pressure, as he had yet to obtain the Pluton and could not afford to lose his status as a warlord. I am truly disappointed in you, Sand Crocodile. It seems Whitebeard has completely drained your spirit. Even your haki is so weak. Atlas shook his head at the clown-like crocodile. Although the sand crocodile before him was much stronger than he would be in a decade, he had been so demoralized by Whitebeard that he no longer believed in his own strength and had begun to seek the legendary ancient weapon Pluton. Even his haki was so frail, which explained why he couldn't even use his haki anymore, forcing Oda to tie up a loose end. Brat, stop looking down on others. Who do you think you are? Atlas' words seemed to strike a nerve with Crocodile, whose face contorted into a rare grimace. However, he did not lose his cool in anger. Instead, he secretly plotted his escape route, while quietly activating his devil fruit ability. How pathetic. Atlas remained unmoved by Crocodile's rage, ruthlessly exposing his wounds. These little actions were naturally picked up by Atlas' observation haki. But Atlas did not intervene to stop him. He intended to completely obliterate this guy with absolute strength. Heavy sandstorm. A small sandstorm quickly formed in Crocodile's hand, then was violently hurled towards Atlas. As the whirlwind spun rapidly, the surrounding yellow sand clung to it. In just a moment, the sandstorm rapidly expanded, nearly obscuring Atlas' line of sight. The immense twisting force left deep ravines in the ground. Meanwhile, Crocodile seemed eager to seize the opportunity to flee. One must admit that the environment of Alabasta was inherently suited for users of the sand fruit, as it significantly enhanced Crocodile's strength. I don't want to play with you anymore, Crocodile. Atlas would not let this guy slip away from his sight. Suddenly, he crouched down, compressing his height from 2 meters and 8 centimeters to 2 meters. The dark red haki deepened, and the overwhelming aura seemed ready to burst forth, resembling an armor perfectly fitted to his body. His perfect inverted triangle silhouette was clear, with muscles that were smooth yet not bulky, like a divine creation, mysterious patterns etched on his skin, and 2 black lines extending from the corners of his eyes to his neck. Life restoration paper, drawn martial form, armed state. Crocodile looked on in shock at Atlas' stance. Even from a distance, he could feel an immense sense of oppression, a strong force continuously impacting his visual nerves. Soru. Atlas' leg muscles suddenly bulged, and the already soft desert ground instantly formed a bottomless pit. In this form, even a regular Soru from Atlas was terrifyingly fast. With his immense strength and defense, Atlas passed through the ever-growing sandstorm in an invincible manner. Before Crocodile could even react, a rain of fists began to fall upon him. With his half-hearted observation haki, he could not see Atlas' movements clearly enough to elementalize and evade. Thus, he could only endure all of Atlas' attacks. As for his feeble haki, it was almost instantly shattered by Atlas. Whoosh! After a while, Atlas looked down at Crocodile, who lay on the ground, almost unrecognizable. He sighed, shook his somewhat sore arms, then crouched down, wiping the blood from his knuckles on the unconscious Crocodile, whose eyes had rolled back. What a hassle! Atlas somewhat reluctantly dragged Crocodile by one leg, heading straight towards the direction of the docked warship, hardly using any strength at all. After all, he had just finished fighting. Captain, this is... Ruslan hesitated as he looked at the unconscious Crocodile. They had witnessed the battle from afar, and the scene was indeed shocking, but felt like a natural disaster. In fact, Crocodile hadn't even used his unique nature-based large-scale AoE ability, knowing it would have a minimal effect on Atlas. Our warlord. Atlas understood what Ruslan wanted to say and his doubts. After all, technically they had no solid evidence for this operation, and the 7 warlords were not strictly a subordinate institution of the Navy. If they arrested Crocodile just like this, it would be tough for Sengoku, and the world government wouldn't agree. However, let Sengoku worry about those details. Atlas only needed to complete his mission. He also believed that the Navy would help him bear the pressure from the world government. Achoo! Sengoku, sitting in the headquarters office, unexpectedly sneezed, leaving him somewhat puzzled. With his physique, how could he catch a cold? Could it be that Garp was mumbling about him again? Never mind, Sengoku thought, returning to his documents. Rustlin, do we have sea stone handcuffs on the ship? Let's lock up our sand crocodile. After all, he is a fearsome nature-type ability user. Atlas instructed Rustlin somewhat mischievously. Yes, we do. Admiral Jonathan specifically prepared them for us before we set off. Specifically prepared? How very? Atlas suddenly recalled Jonathan's meaningful glance, feeling a bit amused. Damn, you scare me to death. Just above where Atlas and Crocodile were engaged in battle, a well-dressed albatross wearing a top hat and a black suit anthropomorphically patted its chest, seemingly quite startled before slowly descending to carefully inspect the camera it had just finished using. Fortunately, it hasn't been damaged. Over here, after Atlas had put sea stone handcuffs on Crocodile, he tossed him into the temporary prison aboard the warship, instructing his men to deliver food to him regularly, ensuring he wouldn't starve to death. The design of the Navy's warships was quite reasonable, with kitchens, training rooms, bedrooms, and prisons, all well equipped. The return trip was smooth, and within a few days Atlas and his crew arrived at the port of Fortress G8, promptly handing over the disheveled Crocodile to the fortress prison before heading straight to Jonathan's office. After all, as the highest commander of the base, Atlas had to report on the detailed process of capturing such a big fish. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Jonathan still looked the same, with his burgundy hair and bushy mustache, casually leaning back in a white shirt behind his desk. Upon seeing Atlas enter, he showed no surprise, but instead smiled warmly at him, breaking from his usual solemn demeanor. Report, Vice Admiral Jonathan. The mission has been successfully completed. The recent Alabasta incident was caused by the current warlord Crocodile, who has now been captured. Atlas noticed Jonathan's expression, but thought little of it, assuming he was simply pleased with how quickly Atlas had completed the mission. I already know. Here, take a look at this. Jonathan casually picked up a newspaper from the desk and handed it to the puzzled Atlas. Atlas took the newspaper, and the first thing that caught his eye was a bold headline. Shocking. The Navy actually did such a thing to Warlord Crocodile. Could the world government abolish the warlord system? Most of the content of the newspaper detailed the battle between Atlas and Crocodile, analyzing the global situation based on this conflict, mentioning things like the world government's violation of the warlord agreement and the impending disruption of the world's balance. The article even included horrifying images of Crocodile in a non-human form and the imposing stature of Atlas, leaving one to wonder whether Crocodile would seek revenge on this journalist if he ever escaped from prison. Atlas looked at the byline of the article, which was from a journalist named Morgans. He seemed to be the king of news in the underground world. No wonder during the battle with Crocodile, his observation haki had spotted a giant bird. It was said that this guy was a user of the bird fruit. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, since he was merely watching the battle from the sidelines, never thinking that Morgans would be so audacious as to speak against the world government. So, Vice Admiral Jonathan, you already knew about this? Atlas said, looking at Jonathan, who seemed eager for gossip, feeling somewhat helpless. I knew. However, the Marine headquarters is going to have a headache over this. Jonathan replied with a smirk, aware that he was half involved in this incident and understood that there wasn't enough concrete evidence to prove Crocodile's crimes, yet the Navy had already captured him, so releasing him was out of the question. On the red line, Holy Land, Mary Geos, between powers. Damn it. Who gave the Navy the authority to arrest the warlords? This was a provocation against the world government. An elderly bald man in a white robe, wearing glasses and holding a long knife in his arms, roared with anger. What angered the elder was not merely the arrest of Crocodile itself, but the implication that the Navy might be opposing the world government. Controlling and limiting the Navy had always been a tacit agreement among the five of them. Hey, St. Nazalov, calm down. This is not the time to hold the Navy accountable, said St. La Cruz, sitting nearby opposing him. He was a bald elder in a black suit with a birthmark on his face. Our current issue is to discuss Crocodile's disposal and the retention of the warlord system. Another elder in a red suit with blonde hair echoed. Impossible. The warlord system cannot be abolished now. You should know this. St. Nazalov in a robe became a bit agitated, standing up from his chair and slowly scanning the expressions of the others. The warlord system is not only to counterbalance the pirates, but also to prevent the Navy from becoming too powerful. All right, Saints Nazalov, La Cruz, and Abelric, the warlord system cannot be abolished, and this matter should not be brought up again. Saint Jimenez saw that the atmosphere was becoming tense and hurriedly tried to mediate. In fact, they all understood in their hearts that the warlord system could not be abolished unless the Navy was completely under their control, and the transfer of the admiral position had to be designated by them. However, it was clearly impossible to achieve that at this moment. All right, now let's discuss how to deal with Crocodile. St. Dexter, dressed in a black suit with white curly hair, a scar on his left cheek, and wearing a black flat cap, leisurely brought up another topic now that there was a consensus on the warlord system. In truth, they cared little about Crocodile's life or death. They were more concerned about the Navy's stance, which would help them gauge the level of control they had over it. Call Sengoku and demand an explanation. It was still St. Nazalov, whose temper seemed to be rather poor. Agreed. 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 Soon St. La Cruz dialed Sengoku's number, and the Din Din Mushi quickly transformed into the image of a figure wearing frog-like eyes and a braided beard. Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku. It's me, St. La Cruz. We want to ask how your Navy plans to deal with Crocodile. St. La Cruz, regarding Crocodile, our Navy's stance is to imprison him and impel down and remove him from the warlords. Sengoku was evidently well prepared, as the Navy had been quite dissatisfied with the warlord system, and this was a perfect opportunity to reduce the number of warlords. As for abolishing the warlord system, the Navy knew that was impossible. What did you say? Sengoku, this time you Marines have overstepped your authority. St. Nazalov couldn't help but speak sternly into the Din Din Mushi. St. Nazalov, this is the will of the Navy. Your justice must not be desecrated. This time Sengoku's tone was even more resolute, revealing an undeniable intent. The Navy is just. St. Nazalov wanted to say something more, but was stopped by St. La Cruz beside him. All right, just do it as you say. Click. The Din Din Mushi was abruptly hung up. In the year 1505 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Great Voyage in an unknown sea area of the New World. A large three-masted ship with a bow shaped like a whale glided slowly over the turbulent sea, with massive waves crashing against its hull from time to time, yet failing to alter its course even slightly, much like its master. Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, who stood firm against the tides of the new era. Aboard the Moby Dick, a young man 28 years old with a golden punk hairstyle, equipped with a dagger at his waist, and an open collar revealing the tattoo unique to the Whitebeard pirates, climbed up from the deck, where remnants of last night's banquet lingered. The young man's drooping eyelids seemed to indicate he had not fully woken up, and he appeared quite drowsy. He was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division and ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. Since he was very young, Marco had followed Whitebeard to battle across the seas. Like Whitebeard, he harbored little ambition, simply wishing to live quietly on this ocean with his family aboard the ship. Whitebeard was no different from a real father to him. Is there a new newspaper today? Marco raised his hand to wave at the newspaper bird in the sky, rummaging through his belongings until he finally pulled out a crumpled banknote and ultimately accepted the newspaper under the disdainful gaze of the bird. Really, now all the money has been spent on throwing banquets for old man. It's not that Marco is too poor, but the Moby Dick often holds banquets, and the old man's money has all been secretly sent back home. They've spent all their money on buying wine. After all, Marco is also a notorious pirate in the New World. Shichibukai, Navy rookie, Carnot's Atlas. Seeing the boldly emphasized headline on the newspaper, Marco couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain as he continued reading, his brows furrowing. He naturally wouldn't take Crocodile seriously. He considered the so-called Shichibukai a joke. What truly caught his attention was that Navy rookie, possessing such strength at such a young age, indicated the Navy's growing might over the years. Captain Marco, what are you reading that has you so absorbed? Suddenly, a man with black skin and a head full of fluffy black hair leaned in curiously beside Marco. Upon closer inspection, the man had a rather comical appearance, with his collar open, exposing a thick mat of body hair, a few missing teeth, a green bandana tied around his forehead, and his neck and wrists bare of any accessories. On his left waist hung a claw-shaped iron weapon, and although he wore an honest and simple smile, his gaze concealed unfathomable ambition. Odds Teach. Here a Navy officer defeated that sand crocodile fellow, Marco said, noticing that Teach seemed quite interested, and handed the newspaper to him. Blackbeard was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, accepting the newspaper and casually glancing over it, then laughed heartily. What an impressive little Navy brat. But with old man protecting me, I just want to enjoy cherry pie on the ship every day, Marco shook his head helplessly at Blackbeard's lack of ambition as he took the newspaper and ran towards Whitebeard's quarters. At the moment Marco turned around, no one noticed that Blackbeard's expression had suddenly darkened, revealing a glint of jealousy in his eyes. Fame across the seas. How lucky. He'll just wait a bit. Wait for what, Teach? Sachi, who had been dozing nearby, suddenly woke up and asked in confusion. Nothing. I was just waiting for you to wake up and make me some cherry pie. Blackbeard's face immediately broke into that honest and simple smile again. Such acting deserved an Oscar. You know, I'll go make it for you later, Sachi said indulgently to Blackbeard. Because Blackbeard loved cherry pie, the two often interacted naturally, having a better relationship than with other crew members. Old man. You see, Crocodile was defeated by a young Navy officer. On the other side, Marco shouted excitedly at the door of Whitebeard's room, and Whitebeard emerged from his bedroom at the sound, a massive shadow instantly enveloping Marco. Oh, is that the little brat who plays with sand? Gula la la la. At this time Whitebeard had not yet taken on the frailness of his later years. His striking golden hair hung down naturally, and his signature crescent white beard shook up and down as he laughed. That's right, it's that crocodile who previously tried to challenge old man. I heard he was invited by the world government to become a Shichibukai, but unexpectedly he was defeated by a young Navy officer. The Navy is truly getting stronger. Marco spoke with a hint of concern. Gula la la la. Just a little brat, I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed heartily, reassuring Marco. Marco felt as if he had swallowed a calming pill, and his face broke into a smile again. Old man is the strongest man in the world. In Wano country, Onigashima. A tall and robust figure with a pair of horns sat in a chair chugging wine from a gourd emblazoned with the character Heaven in his left hand, while his right hand held a freshly acquired newspaper, his entire face obscured in darkness, rendering his expression unclear. A Navy brat, huh? Too bad, he isn't a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Ha ha ha. In the New World Tato Land Cake Island. A middle-aged woman with a large belly, whether from obesity or pregnancy, dressed in a pink spaghetti-strap dress, sat in the hall fervently shoveling food into her mouth, with enormous hands occasionally drooling from her big mouth, the corrosive saliva instantly creating pits on the ground. Mom, hey, race today's newspaper, Perispero said, presenting a newspaper to Big Mom. However, it did not elicit any response. Big Mom remained focused on devouring the food in front of her. Mom, a young Navy rookie, has defeated that sand crocodile. Perispero had grown accustomed to this, and continued recounting the content of the newspaper to Big Mom. Navy, where's that carp guy? Suddenly Charlotte Lean, who was battling with her food, turned sharply towards Perispero, her eyes adorned with rough purple eyeshadow widening, like copper bells, causing Perispero to retreat in fright. Sabayati Archipelago Shaki's bar. An old man with long curly white hair, a thick beard on his chin, and round glasses sipped from his drink in small gulps, while glancing at the newspaper on the table, his expression somewhat enigmatic, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. The tide of the new era, huh? Roger. Is this the era you wanted? A Navy rookie, huh? Shanks must be in for a tough time. The Grand Line G8 Fortress Training Room. The training room, lined with metal, was desolate, filled only with some specialized training equipment, and a young man relentlessly pounding a massive steel structure with his flesh and blood, using fists, elbows, knees, and back, without restraint. It was none other than Atlas. The steel giant was riddled with irregular cracks and fist imprints, and the mottled bloodstains testified to Atlas' efforts. Now Atlas stood at a solid height of 2 meters and 8 centimeters. Unlike his youthful elegance, the 19-year-old now bore a rugged visage with features and contours as sharp as if chiseled by a master craftsman. Years of life at sea had tanned his skin, giving it a bronze hue rather than the pallor of youth. His piercing gaze and slightly arched brows projected an air of cold determination. Instead of the standard naval cap, he sported a neat and tidy short haircut, exuding a vibrant and uplifting aura. His physique matched his appearance, with muscles not overly bulky, but instead displaying a harmonious beauty of strength. His solid deltoids resembled armor, and his broad back muscles made his waist appear slender. From behind, one could see a perfect inverted triangle. The coordination of upper and lower body muscles was striking, and his low body fat allowed the sinewy fibers to be visible, each muscle showcasing immense explosive power. Boom. Suddenly the steel that had endured Atlas' torment cracked open, and it seemed Atlas had grasped something, but just barely missed the feeling. In truth, with Atlas' strength, it would have been easy to send this steel flying and shatter it, but the challenge lay in breaking it in place. Atlas had been trying this form of training, believing it would enhance the penetration power of his punches, yet he still found himself lacking. Lieutenant Atlas, Admiral Jonathan needs to see you. Just then a Navy soldier burst into the training room, relaying Jonathan's order to Atlas. The soldier gazed at the shattered steel on the ground with admiration. Atlas had become a legendary figure in the G8 fortress. In just 3 months, he had first annihilated the Eklund pirate crew returning from the New World, then battled the notorious Shichibukai crocodile, capturing him. He had since stationed himself along the route of the Grand Line, passing through the G8 fortress, where few new pirates could pass unscathed, earning it the title of the Death Route among many pirates. All right, I'll be there shortly. Atlas nodded slightly, having noticed the soldier's almost overflowing reverence. However, he had long since grown accustomed to it. For the past 3 months, he had been consumed with training and completing missions, spending every day either executing tasks or traveling to undertake them. Whether against veteran pirates or newcomers, almost all had met their demise at his hands, including a captain of a billion-berry supernova who had also fallen to him. This had led to very few pirates choosing this route into the Grand Line, and Atlas was referred to as the Devil Lieutenant by those who feared him. Admiral Jonathan's office. Atlas pushed open the office door directly. For the past 3 months, he had been seeking Jonathan for missions, and the two had grown so familiar that he no longer bothered to knock. Jonathan, known for his good temper, never minded such trivialities. "Admiral Jonathan, what do you need me for? Is there a new mission?" Atlas asked as he entered, noticing Jonathan fiddling with his fishing rod, feeling somewhat speechless. "Atlas, you're here. Your trial has ended. In a couple of days a ship from headquarters will arrive at G8 Fortress, and you can return with them." Jonathan explained. "A headquarters warship? To pick me up?" Atlas was bewildered. He shouldn't have reached the level where they would send a special ship for him. Had the old man Sengoku had a change of heart? "Haha, don't misunderstand, it's not specifically to pick you up," Jonathan teased, observing Atlas' puzzled expression. "It's that crocodile fellow. Headquarters decided to transfer him to Impel Down, but they hadn't been able to spare personnel for the handover until recently, when a brigadier general happened to be at headquarters, so they sent him to bring Crocodile back." Atlas felt somewhat helpless. It seemed he was merely an afterthought. However, he was surprised that Crocodile was still eating prison food at G8 Fortress, given how busy he had been capturing pirates, and had no time to keep tabs on Crocodile's situation. Atlas understood headquarters' stance. After all, a pirate of Crocodile's caliber couldn't be casually monitored by just anyone. Those of insufficient strength truly weren't qualified. Thus, he felt some curiosity about the upcoming brigadier general. "I wonder which brigadier general it is." "Admiral Jonathan," Atlas inquired directly, not hiding his curiosity. "Well, let me keep you in suspense, ha ha ha." Atlas had a generally positive impression of Jonathan, but what irked him was Jonathan's penchant for keeping secrets and speaking in riddles, often leaving Atlas somewhat baffled. Never mind, he'll find out in a few days anyway." Atlas scoffed, shrugging his shoulders. No matter which brigadier general was coming, he was getting a free ride back, so why not enjoy it instead of being adrift at sea? "Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving." Atlas made as if to head for the door. "Hey, don't go just yet," Jonathan called out hastily. "Actually, a friend of mine asked me to ask you which base you'd like to go to after graduation." "Well, I haven't really thought about it. It all depends on how Admiral Sengoku arranges it." This was not Atlas' evasive remark. He truly had not decided which base to go to. Of course, his personal inclination was to head to a base in the New World, as the Paradise side felt too weak for him. He knew that he could only grow stronger by continuously battling powerful foes. Currently, he had only activated the horse, ox, and rabbit talismans among the 12 talismans, and while he could activate another talisman with his current physique, he understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. He intended to fully digest the rabbit talisman before attempting to activate the next one. Moreover, due to the frequent use during this period, Atlas felt that he was close to fully digesting the rabbit talisman. With the help of these 3 talismans, his physical growth had been elevated to an unprecedented level. 3 days quickly passed. G8 Military Port. A massive naval warship docked at the port with naval soldiers coming and going, constantly maintaining the ship, while in front of the port a man dressed in a justice cloak was smiling as he watched the opposite Atlas. Beside Atlas was Crocodile, who had already become a prisoner, yet still wore a defiant expression. It must be said that the physical resilience of people in the pirate world is astonishing, who, despite being beaten to a pulp by Atlas, Crocodile managed to recover in such a short time, which even led Atlas to feel as though he had never beaten him at all. "Hello, young Atlas, I am Vice Admiral Gaki." Atlas looked expressionlessly at the Vice Admiral before him, whose eyes were so small they nearly formed a slit, giving off a sense of arrogance. His hexagonal face was paired with prominent ears, and his tight facial features were crammed together, his wide mouth holding a cigarette. Unlike other naval officers who wore neatly tailored suits, he donned a brown jacket resembling a traditional long coat and matching casual pants. His slightly hunched figure made it hard to determine his real age. The image he projected to Atlas was simply one of sleaziness and ugliness. If Borisolino exuded sleaziness from within, then this Vice Admiral Gaki was purely a product of an appearance that evoked a similar sentiment. It's no wonder he's known in the naval headquarters as a man who can be compared to Admiral Kizuru. Atlas thought to himself. "Hello, Vice Admiral Gaki, I am Kano's Atlas. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Atlas also smiled and nodded, generously offering compliments, though whether they were genuine praise or not was a matter of perspective. Based on Atlas' limited understanding of Gaki, he seemed to be a leader genuinely concerned about the well-being of the public, possessing a kind heart that belied his appearance. No, young Atlas, you are the renowned one. I've long wished to meet this rising star of the Navy." Gaki was evidently an emotionally intelligent individual who, unlike the rigid Akainu, he did not care about his reputation. He was infamous for relentlessly pursuing Jiyuan, while also shamelessly visiting brothels, a fact that left many wondering how Jiyuan even agreed to it. "All right, enough of the pleasantries, let's get Crocodile here placed onto the warship." After a round of mutual flattery, Gaki's expression turned serious as he proposed to have Crocodile confined on the warship. Hey, it should have been done earlier." What are you two chatting about over there? Hypocritical Navy brats. Crocodile, who had been impatiently waiting on the side, could not help but taunt. Gaki and Atlas ignored Crocodile's taunts and personally escorted him to the temporary prison aboard the warship. Naval Headquarters Marineford in Sengoku's office. With his fluffy black hair, frog-eyed glasses, and a bushy beard braided into small plaits, Sengoku sat solemnly in his office chair. Beside his wide desk, a white goat quietly chewed on discarded documents. Today, Sengoku was not hunched over dealing with piled-up paperwork as usual, but was instead looking seriously at the man opposite him. The man's entire face was shrouded in swirling smoke, but one could vaguely discern his iron-willed features. A large neck revealed an indecipherable tattoo, while he wore a standard naval cap, and a dark red suit, a dark red rose pinned to his chest, giving off an eerie beauty. Akainu, what's the situation like over in the New World? Sengoku asked Akainu, who had just returned from battles in the New World to recuperate at headquarters. Currently, the Navy held the strongest control over the first half of the Grand Line, yet it was difficult for the Navy to further establish a presence in the New World due to its overwhelming chaos and the multitude of formidable foes. It's the same as before, those evil pirates are still fighting amongst themselves. The three strongest factions are the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big MOM Pirates, and the Beast Pirates. Additionally, there are the allied crews of the Yellmark Pirates, the Claws Pirates, the Bloodscythe Pirates, and the Francis Pirates. They formed an alliance. Sengoku asked, somewhat surprised. Tisk, the nature of pirates is to slaughter one another. No matter how vast the New World is, it cannot accommodate so many pirate overlords. Each of Whitebeard, Big MOM, and Kaido's crews are not something the others can face alone, forming a temporary alliance is their inevitable choice. Akainu paused, narrowing his eyes as he continued, but they will inevitably clash again. These four pirate crews cannot remain allied forever, holed up in a corner of the New World. Greed will always be the greatest enemy within a person's heart, and these pirates exemplify that. It must be said that aside from being somewhat radical in his ideology, Akainu's strategic vision was undoubtedly exceptional, clearly dissecting the situation in the New World. Yes, indeed. What we in the Navy must do is take advantage of the chaos. Any Navy that seeks to eliminate any of the three top pirate crews will face immense risk and loss. However, once chaos erupts in the New World, the Navy can sit back and fish in troubled waters. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Currently, most of our naval forces have been dispatched to the New World. We are just waiting for these major pirate crews to erupt in war. When that happens, we can weaken the three pirate factions while further encroaching on the New World, strengthening our control over it. Right now, major forces like Garp, Akainu, and Jiuan were deployed to the New World, while Kazuru and Akiji were elsewhere. One was at Mariawa on duty, while the other was leisurely biking around at sea. Sengoku found these two particularly troublesome. Borisolino was manageable. After all, he had always been that way. As for Kazan, Sengoku had high hopes for him, but ever since the O'Hara incident, he had shifted from burning justice to lazy justice, slacking off to the point where he nearly matched Borisolino. It must be said that Sengoku's position as a leader was quite exasperating, pressured by the five elders above, and having Garp's antics below alongside Kazara's lack of effort and Akiji's daily excursions, while Akainu worked diligently, yet held two radical views. Sengoku was also displeased with some of Akainu's actions. Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly felt that life was rather bleak. By the way, Sakazuki, now that you're returning to headquarters for rest and reassignment, I'd like to recommend a new recruit to serve under you. Carno's Atlas. You know him? Sengoku asked, puzzled. Sakazuki had only just returned to headquarters. He shouldn't have had time to hear any rumors. Had the young man's reputation truly spread so far? Yes. Jonathan mentioned him to me. Sakazuki's reply was concise. He had even asked Jonathan about Atlas's preferred post-graduation assignment, and all he knew of the cadet came from that conversation. Indeed, Atlas's uncompromising style resonated deeply with him. When confronting pirates, there must be no mercy, no quarter given. Excellent. I was hoping to assign him to your ship for a trial period. No problem. Since you'll be stationed at headquarters for now, you can take him straight into the New World once he joins. The setting sun bled crimson across the horizon as a standard marine warship cut through the vast expanse of ocean. Its elongated shadow stretched slowly over the sapphire sea. Achoo! Atlas, deep in animated conversation with his senior comrade Kaji, suddenly sneezed violently, pausing mid-sentence. He frowned faintly. Could someone be scheming against him? Kaji possessed a rare gift for conversation. Within minutes, two strangers were already addressing each other as brothers-in-arms, needing only blood oath and ceremony to formalize their bond. Hey, little brother Atlas. Seems your constitution isn't quite up to par. I was planning to treat you to a tour of the flower ships. Kaji teased, his grotesque features twisted into an even more lewd expression, so crass it bordered on absurdity. Aren't you pursuing Rear Admiral Shizo? Then why keep frequenting flower ships? At this rate, you'll never win her heart, even in 100 years. Atlas sighed inwardly. His companion's appearance was unrefined, but his conduct was even worse. Does that interfere with my profound devotion to Shizo? Kaji retorted, utterly unapologetic. Fine. Suit yourself, brother Kaji. By the way, do we head straight to Marineford? Ah, no. First we deliver Crocodile to Impel Down, then return to headquarters. Impel Down was a colossal tower-like structure submerged deep beneath the sea, its lowest levels resting in abyssal darkness. Built within the calm belt, it was encircled by gargantuan sea kings. Its walls, laced with powdered sea stone, served both to repel those monstrous guardians and subtly suppress devil fruit users. The warden of Impel Down held rank equal to the fleet admiral himself. In theory, since both the Marines and Impel Down were among the world government's 3 supreme institutions. If Marine headquarters inspired dread among pirates, Impel Down was a name they dared not even whisper. For pirates who claimed to seek freedom, imprisonment here until death was a fate more horrifying than death itself. It is worth noting that the current warden was not yet the formidable Magellan, the poison fruit user whose future intervention would nearly crush Blackbeard's ambitions. For now, he remained merely deputy warden. Kaji and Atlas escorted Crocodile down from the warship, facing Impel Down's heavily fortified main gate. Don't underestimate this place. Few pirates ever escape once they enter. Kaji spoke with quiet pride. Though the Marines and Impel Down were separate institutions, their cooperation ran deep. Hehehe. I heard a notorious pirate broke free from here just a few years ago. Impel Down's invincibility has long since crumbled. Crocodile interjected, once more seeking attention. Do you think you're Shiki? Even that legendary rival of Roger severed both legs to escape. This time Kaji refused to ignore him and fired back instantly. Welcome to my grand prison, Impel Down. As the group approached the massive gate, a portly man wearing an Egyptian pharaoh-style headdress and wielding a standard-issue trident boomed out a greeting, then abruptly shrieked. I've let slip my true ambition. Beside him stood a man whose visage evoked the devil himself, his hand pressed to his stomach in weary resignation. I am Magellan, deputy warden of Impel Down. This is Warden Hannibal. Welcome, honored guests. Greetings. I'm Kaji, and this is our Navy's rising star, Carnos Atlas. Kaji stepped forward, smoothly introducing Atlas with deliberate emphasis. Please follow us. We'll escort Crocodile directly to the Infinite Hell. The warden is currently occupied with urgent duties, so we shall serve as your hosts. Infinite Hell? Atlas paused thoughtfully. Which level was that again? Infinite Hell is level 6 of Impel Down, the deepest tier reserved exclusively for the most heinous pirates. Mr. Crocodile should consider it a singular honor. Noticing Atlas's hesitation, the ever-attentive Kaji offered the answer, almost too eagerly. Inside Impel Down, Atlas scanned his surroundings, dim corridors, every corner monitored by surveillance, den mushy, watchful eyes tracking every movement. As they descended deeper, agonized cries echoed from every level. Is anyone there? Let me out. I'll tell you where my treasure's buried. Save me, and I'll give you half, no, all of it. Let me out. I'm innocent. Don't be misled by their pleas. They were all ruthless, bloodthirsty pirates beyond these walls. Magellan frowned, glancing toward Atlas, an unspoken warning. He feared the young officer's youthful fervor might stir misplaced compassion. Rest easy. I'm no soft-hearted idealist. Atlas smiled wryly. After all, how many pirates had ever survived an encounter with him? Did he look like a man inclined to mercy? A sudden scream tore from the shadows nearby, and from the darkness emerged a towering figure with a broad jaw, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Shilio, you are casually slaughtering prisoners again. Magellan frowned as he looked at the man before him, who was slowly wiping the blade of his knife. It was evident that Shilio had committed such atrocities more than once or twice, and Magellan was extremely displeased with his behavior. Oh, it's just a few insignificant scum. No need to be so agitated, Magellan. Shilio said nonchalantly, as he had never felt troubled by killing small fry. For him, taking lives was a trivial matter with no psychological burden. Magellan felt a bit angry, but since there were naval colleagues present, he refrained from exploding and reluctantly introduced to Atlas and the others Yuji Shilio, deputy warden of Impel Down. He then turned to Shilio and introduced these two, our Rear Admiral Kaji and the rising star of the Navy, Atlas. Before Magellan could finish the introduction, Yuji Shilio glanced at the three-sword style of Atlas, and a flicker of intrigue appeared in his cold eyes, raising his sharp eyebrows as he spoke. A spar? Huh. Atlas looked at Shilio, who was exuding a hint of killing intent, feeling somewhat surprised. Has this guy almost lost control of his killing intent? It seemed that the environment of Impel Down had somewhat twisted Zilia's psyche. Shilio, what are you doing? Magellan could no longer hold back and directly shouted at Shilio. TCH, just joking, why are you so nervous? Shilio, aware of his wrongdoing, pouted stubbornly. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly cast a disdainful glance at Hannibal and the crowd, sneering trash. Hey, I'm your superior after all. Hannibal immediately shouted in protest, but Shilio, who had vanished back into the shadows, paid no mind. Everyone, my apologies, Magellan said with a hint of embarrassment as he looked at the raucous Hannibal and the psychopathic killer Yuji Shilio. I understand, after all, living in Impel Down means dealing with all sorts of criminals, so it's inevitable to develop various personalities. At this moment, our brother Kaji cleverly chimed in, striking a chord with Magellan. This is the unique, giant elevator of Impel Down. Relying on this, we can conveniently traverse between floors. Our destination this time is the 6th floor, the Infinite Hell. Shortly after, the group arrived at the 6th floor via the giant elevator. Unlike the prisoners on the previous floors, the inmates here did not wail and plead for mercy. Instead, they all hung their heads and calmly cast their gazes upon Atlas and his companions. Any ordinary person would likely tremble under such oppressive aura. However, Atlas held the will to become the strongest man in the world. Even without awakening the conqueror's haki, his sheer spirit and will were enough to stand firm against anyone present. As for the others, Magellan was destined to become an admiral in the future as the warden of Impel Down. Kaji would also rank among the candidates for admiral, and Hannibal was beyond discussion as he was already trembling. I am the warden of Impel Down, Hannibal insisted stubbornly, then quickly added, it seems I inadvertently exposed my ambitions. Atlas and the others ignored him, having basically developed immunity to his eccentric behavior. After throwing Crocodile into prison, Kaji hurriedly left Impel Down, with Atlas refusing Magellan's invitation to dine together and heading towards Marineford. Marineford, Impel Down, and Judiciary Island formed a triangular stronghold with not much distance between them, so the warships soon arrived at the Marine headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Kaji and Atlas were taken aback as they opened the door. Behind the desk sat the same Sengoku, wearing frog-eyed glasses and sporting a braided beard, but in front of the reception chair sat a tall man in a navy cap, chewing on a cigar. Admiral Sengoku. To Vice Admiral Akainu. To Crocodile has been successfully imprisoned in Impel Down. Seeing Atlas and Kaji, Sengoku timely halted his conversation with Akainu and proactively inquired about the mission status. Report, Admiral Sengoku. The prisoner Crocodile has been successfully incarcerated in Impel Down. Very good. But do you know how much trouble you've caused me? Atlas, you little brat. After casting an appreciative glance at Kaji, Sengoku turned to Atlas with a stern expression. You must know that the world government has just established the warlord system, and the Navy has arrested Crocodile without solid evidence, which is essentially a slap in the face to the world government. Who knows how much pressure he has endured from the 5 elders. However, you did well. Atlas. Sengoku, who had just had a grim expression, instantly turned his frown into a smile, praising Atlas greatly. This transformation left Atlas somewhat startled. You flatter me, this is what I should do. Atlas humbly replied. Indeed, striking down pirates is the justice of the Navy. Seated upright, Akainu responded, but then his brow furrowed, and an iron-blooded aura suddenly surged forth. Your biggest mistake this time was not seizing the opportunity to eliminate Crocodile. Atlas merely smiled and did not refute. If he had eliminated Crocodile, it would not be Sengoku seeking trouble with him. All right, Atlas, you performed excellently in this graduation assessment. The headquarters has decided to honor you with an award, and the ceremony will take place in the next few days, so prepare yourself. Also, regarding your post-graduation plans, where do you intend to go? Report, Admiral Sengoku. I will comply with your arrangements. Very good. Then, after the awarding ceremony, you will follow Akainu to the New World. Sengoku nodded and stated his premeditated arrangement. Are you sure you want to go to the New World with me? The strong there are like fish in the river, and it's not the trivial scuffles you had in paradise. A moment's inattention could leave you stranded there forever. Akainu warned Atlas with a deadpan expression. The pirates in paradise are too weak. I aspire to become the strongest man in the world. Of course, I first need to ensure that Whitebeard lives well, waiting for me to dethrone him from the title of the strongest in the world. Atlas said, unfazed, a wild grin spreading across his face. Akainu's eyes flashed with appreciation, not bad conviction, and awareness. I've heard that your strength is commendable. I'd like to test if you qualify to board my ship. Marineford Training Ground. Atlas, unbuttoning his justice cloak, stood facing Akainu with no other Navy personnel, watching only Sengoku and Kaido on a nearby platform. Earlier in Sengoku's office, Akainu proposed to test Atlas' strength, immediately gaining the agreement of everyone present. Sengoku wanted to see how much Atlas had progressed over time, while Kaido was merely there to enjoy the spectacle, given that one was a monstrous rear admiral of the Navy, and the other was a promising new star considered by Zifa to potentially surpass the 3 major monsters. You are a swordsman. Akainu glanced at the Sandai Kitetsu at Atlas' waist and asked in a deep voice. Something like that. Atlas shrugged and replied somewhat frivolously. Perfect, I also know a bit of rudimentary swordsmanship, just right for a match with you. But, Atlas looked at Akainu and noticed he had no visible weapons, frowning in confusion. Akainu maintained his stoic expression. Swords and blades are not such inconvenient things. As he spoke, thick smoke billowed from his hand, and scorching magma dripped onto the training ground, leaving numerous craters. A large sword about 2 meters long appeared in Akaina's hand, entirely composed of molten magma, the rising heat continuously scorching the surrounding air. Damn it, he got me. Atlas watched Akainu, who was expressionless and holding a magma greatsword, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth, secretly complaining. Clang. Seeing this, Atlas slowly drew the Sandai Kitetsu from his waist with the black-red haki quickly wrapping around it, making the cursed sword appear even more eerie. Sengoku prepared to rebuild the training ground. Atlas shouted to Sengoku, who was nearby preparing to snack on some senbei, while watching the spectacle instantly angering him. Before Atlas could even get into position, Akainu charged at him with his sword raised. Damn, Akainu, you have no sense of martial ethics. Bang. Atlas hurriedly defended himself as their swords clashed, not producing the usual crisp sound of metal, but rather a dull thud. Not bad strength, Akainu remarked. The two were at a stalemate for a moment, ultimately ending with Atlas retreating a few steps. Dragon Tail. Atlas slightly steadied himself, pulling his left leg back as a blood-red slash flew from his sword towards Akainu. Swish. A massive gash appeared on Akaina's chest, spilling molten magma, causing the upper half of Akaina's body to turn into magma and fall to the ground. A powerful slash. Suddenly, Akaina's form began to slowly restore, not even a trace of a wound remaining. In fact, Atlas was quite curious about the natural element transformation. It was surprising that it could even include clothes in the transformation. No wonder during the later Marineford War Kizaru only had slightly dirty clothes. You're too kind, Akainu. As soon as Atlas finished speaking, Akaina's hands rapidly transformed into massive magma fists, an enormous burst of power erupting from within him as the colossal fists charged straight at Atlas. Great fire. What happened to the swordsmanship duel we agreed on? Atlas was startled, quickly slashing Sandai Kitetsu into the air. One sword-style cicada rained, ascending the building. A flurry of slashes met the two giant magma fists heating. Boom. The two fists suddenly exploded under Atlas slashes, countless volcanic rocks raining down without losing momentum. To be honest, Akainu had still held back. He only unleashed 2 magma fists. It seems Akainu was still somewhat concerned about Sengoku. Otherwise, just the repair costs for the training ground would be enough to trouble Sengoku for a while. Atlas took a deep breath, returning Sandai Kitetsu to his waist. The dense haki rapidly flowed through his body, large areas of black-red appearing on his chest, shoulders, back, legs, and arms, with 2 black lines tracing from the corners of his eyes down to his neck, creating a sense of sharp heaviness in the surroundings. Come at me. Atlas shouted loudly, taking a slight step back, his core engaging as the muscles in his back seemed to scurry like a mouse, his massive fists quickly turning bright red and swelling. Iron Block Fist, War God Arm Shatter. The countless shadows of fists under the cover of Atlas' powerful observation, haki accurately struck every volcanic rock. Akaina's volcanic rocks were indeed powerful. Beyond the immense force generated by simulating a volcanic eruption, a strong burning sensation continuously transmitted from Atlas' fists. Even with the current strength of Atlas haki, he still couldn't isolate the high temperature of the magma. Swish. Just as Atlas focused on dealing with the rain of volcanic rocks, Akainu swiftly closed in on him. It could be said that both Akaina's strength and speed were terrifying. He had truly integrated the magma fruit into his martial arts. Every punch and physical attack of his simulated the terrifying power of a volcanic eruption to some extent. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by me? Atlas decisively abandoned the remaining scattered volcanic rocks and lifted his leg to kick at the rushing Akainu. If one were to say which muscle on Atlas' body was the strongest now, it was undoubtedly his legs. After a round of enhancement from the bull talisman, his muscle density had become terrifying, and with the rabbit talisman modifying his lower limbs. His physical form was already different from most strong individuals in the pirate world. Many strong individuals, even Garp, tended to have extremely robust torsos, but relatively weaker lower limbs, while Atlas was remarkably well-proportioned, with even more powerful lower limbs. Boom. Fists and legs collided, and Atlas only took a slight step back. Bang, bang, bang. More collisions followed. Atlas was feeling overwhelmed. Even though his haki defense had mitigated some of the damage, he had to admit that Akaina's haki strength was far superior to his. It could be said that Akainu was currently at his peak, and even rising. The years of training were far beyond what Atlas could compare to. After all, Atlas had not awakened haki for long, and being able to compete with Akainu to this extent was already quite remarkable. In fact, Atlas was well aware that his shortcoming now was the lack of a particularly high-damage attack method or a large-scale AoE attack like those of natural types. Iron Block Fist War God Arm 100 Piercing. Suddenly Atlas stepped back, turned sideways, twisted his hips, and threw a punch. A mysterious penetrating force emanated from his fist. Bang! Two fists covered in haki collided fiercely. Akainu felt as if Atlas' strength had penetrated through his haki defense directly into his body, just like a bare fist striking steel. Atlas was sent retreating repeatedly, leaving a series of clear footprints on the solid training ground, and the sleeves on his arms were shredded and falling. Not bad. Akainu casually shook his fist and nodded in approval, a gesture he had repeated countless times toward Atlas. His subordinates, were they present, would have been utterly stunned. The normally stern, taciturn admiral rarely bestowed such frequent praise upon anyone. Magu. Akainu's assault was always explosive and unheralded. His arms suddenly liquefied into molten lava and shot forward with terrifying speed. Atlas dared not underestimate the blow. In the original chronicles, this very technique had torn away half the aged Whitebeard's face. Even though Akainu had not yet reached the staggering power he would wield a decade later, the sheer force remained formidable. Iron Body Divine Warrior Arm Cross Hunt. Atlas swiftly crossed his arms before him. Channeling life reversion, he rapidly enlarged them. His full-body armament haki instantly receded, condensing instead into an overwhelming near-solid mass upon his forearms. Deep, blackered, vivid, and eerie, swelling to titanic proportions that nearly shielded his entire frame like those of a giant. Bang! Scorching magma slammed into Atlas's black-red arms, splattering violently. Molten shards cratered the ground, and thick plumes of acrid smoke billowed skyward. The colossal impact nearly shattered Atlas's upright stance. He was hurled backward in undignified retreat. Hey, that's enough, Admiral Akainu. Seeing Akainu poised to unleash another technique, Atlas hastily intervened. After all, if Akainu truly unleashed his full destructive might, the Marine headquarters would suffer incalculable losses in manpower and infrastructure. Atlas almost felt sympathy for Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Moreover, Atlas was genuinely outmatched by Akainu, not merely in physical fortitude or haki mastery, but also by the devastating potency inherent to Logia-type devil fruit abilities. Akainu's Magma fruit truly merited its status as one of the supreme Logia fruits. His profound mastery and ingenious application, such as mimicking the violent eruption of a volcano to amplify explosive force, were nothing short of peerless. I acknowledge your strength. Truly impressive, Kano's Atlas. Hearing this, Akainu tempered his intensity slightly, his words unmistakably affirming Atlas's prowess. Though reserved by nature, Akainu's gaze betrayed unmistakable satisfaction. Atlas excelled not only in raw power, but also in his ruthless, uncompromising approach toward pirates, flawless in every regard. With proper cultivation, becoming the next monster admiral was merely a matter of time. Dawn broke over Marineford. The crimson sun rose, scattering golden light through lingering mist. The sky stretched vast and cloudless, serene and unblemished, much like Atlas's own tranquil heart. Atlas emerged slowly from the dormitory building. Though he had returned to headquarters several days prior, he resumed residence in the recruit camp barracks. Smoker and the others were likely off on a mission with Instructor Zephyr, leaving Atlas alone in the dormitory for now. As he had anticipated, Rosanandi had likewise applied for early graduation after Atlas's departure, an unusual move given his skill level fell far short of the official standard. Most likely upon learning of Don Quixote Doflamingo's atrocities, he had volunteered himself for undercover duty under Fleet Admiral Sengoku's command. The commissioning ceremony was held on the plaza before headquarters building, facing the crescent-shaped harbor. This plaza stood at the very heart of Marineford, the same ground where the Summit War would later unfold, and where years earlier the infamous Gold Lion had been subdued by Sengoku and Captain Garp and imprisoned and impelled down. Indeed, the Gold Lion was a man of terrifying resolve. He severed his own sea prism, stone-shackled legs to escape, shattering Impel Down's myth of invincibility once and for all. Already the plaza teemed with onlookers, most drawn by curiosity rather than duty. Marineford housed not only a vast naval garrison, but also the families of numerous officers settled in the residential district behind headquarters, the safest place on Earth. Today's ceremony featured more than just Atlas, but most of the other candidates on stage were strangers to him, so he simply walked forward without greeting anyone. Under 1,000 blazing gazes, Atlas parted the crowd and ascended the dais. He wore a pristine white suit, the Justice Cape billowing majestically behind him in the wind. Naval flag officers were exempt from standard uniforms. Instead, they wore civilian attire paired with the Justice Cape. His suit had been custom-tailored at a boutique, perfectly fitted, crafted from an unknown fabric that afforded absolute comfort. Quality came at a price. and since headquarters covered the expense, Atlas spent without hesitation. Atlas waited on stage for roughly 3 minutes before Sengoku and Akainu arrived, Sengoku leading Akainu following in his wake. Unsurprisingly, Sengoku presided over the ceremony, while Akainu attended merely as an observer. The previously bustling plaza hushed instantly, eyes converging upon the dais, most fixed intently on the young Atlas. Atlas bore no conventional handsomeness. His features were sharp, resolute, exuding the iron-willed austerity of a seasoned soldier. Yet what captivated observers was his presence among the ranks of commodores at his age. He was about to be commissioned as a commodore of the Marine headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku retrieved a document and began reading aloud the list of honorees. Pimentel. Physical evaluation passed. Combat performance satisfactory. Graduation approved. Promoted to lieutenant commander. A broad-shouldered man dashed forward from the rear of the formation to receive his insignia from Sengoku. Parasa. Physical evaluation outstanding. Combat performance commendable. Graduation approved. Promoted to commander. Darius. Leo Gago. Belding. Atlas was mildly surprised the list included not only non-academy recruits, but also graduates from last year's training camp, meaning he had coincidentally graduated alongside them. The commissioning proceeded smoothly. Most received the ranks of lieutenant commander or commander. A select few veteran officers were elevated to captain. Suddenly Sengoku turned his gaze directly toward Atlas, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, voice ringing across the plaza. Kano's Atlas. Physical evaluation outstanding. Combat examination outstanding. Graduation approved. Promoted to commodore. A thunderclap of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Though many had suspected it, hearing Sengoku himself pronounce it rendered the reality almost unbelievable. True, the headquarters recruit camp, also known as the elite training camp, was famed as the cradle of naval officers. Yet no precedent existed for a cadet graduating after only 2 years and being appointed commodore. The Holy Land of Mariewa Port. A warship flying the unique seagull flag of the Navy is docked here. This warship is different from ordinary naval vessels. It is slightly larger with many more cannons on each side. The entire ship is painted with dark red stripes, and at the prow is a peculiar creature resembling a gaping abyss, giving an overall impression of a fierce and menacing appearance. This is the specially customized flagship of Akainu. Generally, vice admirals in the headquarters can have their own ships specially made at the headquarters' expense based on personal preference, much like Garp's uniquely designed dog-headed ship. After all, at the vice admiral level in the Navy, one is already considered a high-ranking official, and it is only natural that they wouldn't travel on an ordinary naval vessel. On the wide deck, Atlas slowly gazed at the Holy Land of Mariewa, which was gradually disappearing from view. Atlas was still wearing his white suit paired with a justice cloak, having custom-made many sets for himself, so he didn't need to change. There are only 2 routes to the New World. One is to coat the ship at Sabeti Archipelago, and then enter the New World through the Fishman Island Passage. However, if one is unlucky and encounters a giant sea king, this adventurous journey could come to an abrupt end. As part of the Navy, Atlas and his crew naturally chose to pass through the Red Line, taking the passage from the Holy Land of Mariewa to the New World. This route is relatively safe, though there is a possibility of encountering those disgusting bubble dragons. However, it is uncertain whether today is a lucky day or if Akaina's sour face made the bubble dragons disinterested, as Atlas has yet to see the so-called world nobles. So are you ready to step onto the battlefield of the New World? Suddenly, Akaina's voice came from beside Atlas. Atlas glanced at Akainu, but did not reply. Readiness is not something that can simply be spoken. He would declare his arrival in the New World with his fists. Since Roger's execution, the Golden Lion has also gone silent after escaping from Impel Down. Now the only 3 powers in the New World are the Whitebeard Pirates, the Bigmum Pirates, and the Beast Pirates. Among them, the Whitebeard Pirates are the strongest, followed by the Bigmum Pirates. Kaido has only recently taken over Wano, so his strength is relatively weaker compared to the other 2 pirate crews. Additionally, there is a pirate alliance made up of 4 pirate crews countering these 3: the Yelmak Pirates, the Klaus Pirates, the Bloodscythe Pirates, and the Francis Pirates. However, this alliance will eventually fall apart. According to Navy intelligence, Kaido has been attempting to recruit Francis. Although he hasn't formally agreed, yet there is already suspicion brewing within the alliance. Recruiting? Atlas frowned and asked, why is Kaido only targeting Francis among the 4 pirate crews? Is he stronger than the other 3? Heck, Kaido is especially fond of Zoan-type devil fruit users. Francis possesses the Zoan-type bear fruit ancient species in its savage bear form, and the position of disaster in the Beast Pirates is still vacant. Akainu explained, what we in the Navy need to do now is to continually harass the 3 strongest pirate crews, making that so-called pirate alliance believe that the Whitebeard Pirates are being constrained in strength. This way, before the alliance breaks apart, we can go to war with Whitebeard, Charlotte, Lean, and Kaido, allowing us to profit from the chaos. But those pirates are not fools. They want to allow themselves to be at a disadvantage and let us Navy take advantage of them. Atlas expressed some doubt. Although the average intelligence in the pirate world is relatively low, the major pirates who hold their ground in the New World cannot be so foolish. These powerful pirates are typically synonymous with cunning and ruthlessness. Rest assured, you don't need to worry about this. The world government will send people to assist our actions. Akainu did not elaborate further, merely revealing a cryptic smile at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Atlas said no more. He speculated that it should be the CP department under the world government. After all, those rats are the most suitable for infiltration, assassination, and sowing discord. In the New World, in an unknown sea area, dark clouds rolled in the sky and thunder occasionally struck. However, in the pitch-black sky, a gigantic azure dragon was twisting and turning its form, quite unusual. Apart from 2 dragon horns, it also had 2 outwardly extending antlers surrounded by flames climbing through the clouds and continuously rising, merging into the dark clouds. Occasionally, bolts of lightning struck this massive azure dragon, leaving only a few deep white scars. A distinctly human-like expression of enjoyment appeared on the terrifying face of the azure dragon. With the flight of this azure dragon, the dark sky suddenly became clear. The blue sky looked as clean as a mirror, as if the previous dark clouds and thunder were merely an illusion. This is the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line. Suddenly, the azure dragon's eyes brightened as a floating island appeared not far away. It hurriedly ascended. Indeed, there are many sky islands in the pirate world, and the legendary Yagura Island was also formed by being pushed to the White Sea by special ocean currents. After landing on the island, the dragon's massive body quickly shrank, transforming into an extremely burly man with long black hair, a pair of long horns, and a beard resembling dragon whiskers. His upper body was bare, with a tattoo resembling dragon scales on his left arm and an shaped scar on his right abdomen. He wore a purple shirt around his waist with 2 golden chains hanging from the hem, loose dark green pants, and a purple fur cloak, holding a spiked club in his hand. He is none other than the governor of the Beast Pirates. Kaido. Huh. What a perfect place for a suicide. After transforming into human form, Kaido plopped down on the small sky island, casually pulling out a huge gourd marked with the character heaven from his waist, and began to drink heartily right there. Soon Kaido stared blankly at the dark gourd, a deep flush appearing on his fearsome face. Burp. Kaido satisfactorily belched, struggling to rise from the ground, and leaned over the edge of the island to take a look down, his expression somewhat dazed. Burp. The height is just right, huh? The New World Sea. A massive naval warship was slowly sailing across the ocean, where Atlas was consulting with Akainu about the techniques of haki, as he had become quite proficient in hardening and binding, and it was time to consider the next phase of his training. Their destination was the Navy's base in the New World G5, which served as the Navy's stronghold in this new territory. Suddenly, both Atlas and Akainu looked up, their conversation interrupted as a warning from their observation haki surged through their minds. A dark spot appeared in their line of sight, growing larger and revealing a humanoid figure whose landing point was the warship. All hands heed my command. Prepare for battle, helmsman, shift the ship. Damn it! Akainu exclaimed in fury. He had recognized that the humanoid figure was Kaido of the 100 Beasts. He had long heard of this guy's penchant for self-destructive behavior, but he never expected to encounter him. As Atlas watched Kaido approaching rapidly, he narrowed his eyes, realizing how fortunate it was to encounter this pirate governor notorious for being the strongest creature in land, sea, and air over a decade later. Atlas speculated that Kaido's obsession with various self-destructive acts was likely to develop his devil fruit powers, as Zoan-type devil fruits are among the easiest to master, requiring only continuous injury and self-healing. Kaido, relying on his tough skin and the formidable powers of his mythical Zoan fruit, repeatedly engaged in reckless behavior. Meteor Volcano. Akainu would not sit idly by. He activated his magma fruit abilities, rapidly conjuring a multitude of magma fists simulating a volcanic eruption to launch them at Kaido. One sword-style ascending stairs, shattering stars. Atlas swiftly wrapped his arm in haki, slicing with his third-generation sword Enma as a blood-red slash enveloped Kaido like a massive fishing net. Boom. Crash. Hiss. Countless magma fists converged upon Kaido, erupting with a thunderous explosion, falling in a parabolic arc into the sea, instantly shrouding the surrounding waters in thick mist. Kaido's massive body was pushed off course by the duo's attack. Through Atlas observation, Kaido's skin only bore slight burn marks and a multitude of white scars, indicating that Atlas had merely tickled him. Slightly intoxicated Kaido was jolted awake by a burning sensation. he flipped in midair and transformed into a gigantic azure dragon, 4 dragon claws appearing amidst the clouds, lifting Kaido into the air. The enormous and fierce dragon head swayed side to side, seemingly still not fully sober. Upon recognizing Akainu on the warship, Kaido was momentarily stunned before breaking into laughter. Navy. Akainu. Ha. Blast breath. Before Akainu could retort, Kaido took the initiative, unleashing a torrent of flames directly at the warship. Akainu was somewhat irritated. It wasn't that he was worried about the soldiers on the ship, but he believed that if he could keep Kaido here, even if all the crew perished, it would be worth it, including himself. However, among the Navy's 3 monstrous admirals, Akiji excelled in naval battles, Kazuru in aerial combat, while Akainu specialized in land battles, a distinction dictated by their devil fruit abilities. In this situation, it was certainly disadvantageous for him. Even with Jeppo, he couldn't sustain a prolonged fight as Jeppo consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. Akainu, let me handle this. Atlas interjected, halting Akainu's movements, immediately striking a standard sword-drawing posture, muscles in his arms bulging as immense power surged from his waist to his arms. One sword style god of war, arm dragon slash. The colossal crescent-shaped slash met Kaido's blast breath, heating, cleaving the flames in half, causing the scorching heat to split around the warship. The rolling heat wave brushed past the crew on the warship, crashing into the sea, thickening the mist over the entire area. Atlas, lead the others on the ship away. They'll take care of him. Akainu quickly assessed the situation. The soldiers aboard would only be a burden, and while he was not afraid of sacrifice, he did not desire meaningless losses. Saying this, he stepped onto Jeppo and ascended his cold gaze, meeting Kaido's dragon head. Understood. Atlas responded loudly. At this moment, his priority was to obey the order. As for fighting, he could still secure the crew on the warship. Dog bite Red Lotus. Akainu, who had always had little to say to pirates, directly transformed his arm into magma, with molten lava continuously erupting from his body as 2 gigantic dog heads opened their jaws, biting towards Kaido. Bad wind. Kaido opened his mouth, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that sliced through the magma dog heads, causing molten lava to rain down from the sky. Shave. This was a fusion technique of Jeppo and Shave, allowing Akainu to move rapidly in the air without interruption. In an instant, he flashed in front of Kaido, his arm covered in haki, the dark haki flowing rapidly over his arm, as if brewing a volcanic eruption within the target of his haki-encased fist was Kaido's right eye. Seeing this, Kaido quickly closed his eyelids and similarly covered his face with haki. Bang! An ominous thump echoed as Akainu haki pierced through Kaido's defenses, striking his eyeball. Even with the formidable defense of a mythical Zoan, the vulnerability of the eye was undeniable. Kaido felt a sharp pain, his right eye darkening, struggling to maintain his balance, nearly toppling into the sea. Damn Navy! Kaido, feeling enraged, transformed into his dragon human form. While the azure dragon shape was immensely powerful and capable of flight, its sheer size made it an easy target for similarly strong opponents. Thunderbogwat. Kaido brandished his spiked club, and intense lightning instantly coiled around it, making the enormous weapon appear as if it had no afterimage left. Hellhound. Akainu's magma arms quickly extended, boldly colliding with Kaido's spiked club. Buzz. The tremendous impact radiated outward from the point of contact. Akainu. Come. Kill me. Ha ha. Kaido laughed maniacally, grinning at Akainu. Umph. Evil pirate. Akainu was equally defiant, raising his fist to attack Kaido again. Both were monsters among monsters, but Kaido's fish fruit mythical Zoan azure dragon form was practically a bug in the pirate world, able to survive in the sea without drowning. Moreover, with his thick skin and robust build, Akainu was indeed at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Atlas, who had already steered the warship away from the battle zone, quietly circled around to Kaido's rear. Iron block fist technique, armed chaos. Atlas had already transformed into his 2-meter battle form, with his body enveloped in a rich coating of armament haki. Mysterious patterns twisted and flowed across his skin, and with the development of life restoration and the deepening of his conqueror's haki training, Atlas had become highly adept at this form. A flurry of fist shadows attacked Kaido's back, yet Kaido paid no mind. Although his observation haki had detected Atlas behind him, he considered Atlas' fists to be mere tickles compared to the imminent threat of Akainu's assault. Bang! 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 Atlas' fists covered in armament haki struck Kaido's back in rapid succession, producing a series of dull thuds. Little brat. Nice massage. You've loosened up my muscles, ha ha ha. Kaido turned and grinned menacingly at Atlas, indulging in mockery. Is that so? Atlas smirked, drawing out the 3rd-generation Kitetsu enveloped in armament haki. One sword style god of war's arm dragon slash. 2 slashes formed an X shape heading towards Kaido, while Akainu, of course, would not let such an opportunity slip by launching a direct hellhound attack towards Kaido's face. Kaido remained as reckless as ever. He had no intention of taking a hellhound to the face. Even though he didn't rely on his looks, he still didn't want to be disfigured, so he chose to ignore Atlas' slashes and focused on Akainu. Sizzle. The massive bloodred slash tore through Kaido's thick scales, leaving 2 shallow lines of blood, which quickly vanished. It seemed that Kaido had not yet reached the terrifying level of defense he would achieve a decade later. After all, this was a super tank that could only reach sobriety at full power under the 5th Emperor. Damn it. Although Atlas' slash did not inflict significant damage, the fact that the supreme ruler of the New World was breached by a mere Navy brat caused Kaido to feel a surge of irritation. In a flash, Kaido sidestepped, swinging his kanabo with a powerful impact directed at Atlas. The immense force and terrifying speed seemed capable of shattering the air. Hey, do you have to be so dramatic? Atlas quickly gripped the 3rd-generation Kitetsu with both hands, holding it horizontally in front of him in a defensive posture. Bang! The 3rd-generation Kitetsu blocked Kaido's massive fist, veins bulging on Atlas' neck as he clenched his teeth, his body unable to stop itself from being sent flying backward. After striking Atlas away, Kaido turned his gaze to him, preparing for his next move. However, Akainu would not allow him that satisfaction, launching a molten fist directly at Kaido, the rising temperature nearly causing the air to boil. Bang! With no other choice, Kaido covered his body in armament haki, bracing himself against Akainu's punch, while his head rapidly transformed into a massive dragon head, unleashing several blasts of scorching breath. Sizzle! Akainu transformed into magma, the scorching breath clashing violently with the lava, countless flames and magma plunging into the sea, raising the temperature of the surrounding waters significantly. Whoosh! Atlas, who had been sent flying by Kaido's strike, quickly rushed back from afar. Such a high-level battle was immensely beneficial for his power growth. Opportunities like this were rare, with one top-tier fighter restraining another. Atlas only needed to occasionally harass them. Kaido, life restoration god of war's body. Atlas' body, flying through the air, suddenly expanded, his height rapidly increasing to 5 meters, the patterns on his face becoming more distinct, while the overwhelming sense of power within him was nearly uncontrollable. Huh, an interesting little brat. Kaido looked at Atlas, momentarily taken aback by the drastic change in his appearance before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Navy brat, how about joining me? He'll leave the position of drought to you. Ha. Sounds tempting, but I must decline. Oh, what a pity, then I can only let you die. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A tremendous sound of wind and thunder erupted as violent lightning coiled around the kanabo, an ominous aura constantly reminding Atlas of the immense power of this strike. Bang! When the fists met, 2 colossal forces collided, and for a moment Atlas and Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams were at a stalemate, but soon Atlas was sent flying away, feeling like a cannonball launched, arcing perfectly towards the distant sea. Of course, at this time Kaido was ready to receive Akainu's treacherous stab from behind. Akainu was always ruthless against pirates, who, as long as victory was assured, any means were deemed acceptable. While Kaido appeared boisterous, always either seeking death or walking the path to it, it was because he knew no one could kill him. Otherwise, he would flee faster than anyone else. Kazuki Oden was a perfect example. Such a bothersome little bug. Kaido, feeling somewhat irritated, found himself restrained by Akainu while the Navy brat clung to him like gum, refusing to die, which allowed Akainu to seize several opportunities to strike him. Lower 3 Worlds, Call of the Abyss. Kaido suddenly floated upward, his enormous kanabo spinning rapidly, Conqueror's haki swiftly enveloping it, black-red lightning flashing continuously as he took advantage of his elevated position to deliver this strike directly at Akainu. Hound Bite, Crimson Lotus. A snarling lava hound's head appeared in an instant, its colossal maw opening wide as it lunged towards Kaido's kanabo, causing the surrounding mist to disperse violently, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Boom! The tremendous roar echoed. Even Atlas, who had been struck by Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams from afar, was shaken significantly by this overwhelming force. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce sounds of hand-to-hand combat erupted as Akainu and Kaido abandoned their fruit abilities, engaging in a brutal exchange of fists. Thus, the 2 physical titans fought in the air for an entire day and night, while Atlas occasionally dashed in to strike Kaido, only to be sent flying by Kaido's kanabo each time. Yet with the support of the 3 great charms, Atlas continued to harass Kaido as if nothing were amiss. Initially, Kaido was astonished by the Navy brat's terrifying recovery and stamina, but now he had grown numb to it. As Atlas continued to clash with Kaido, he felt that both his physical strength and the absorption of the charms were rapidly advancing. He felt like a sponge, constantly absorbing water and expanding, and what delighted him the most was his armament haki could now be projected outward. Bang, bang. Sizzle. In the misty sea, a sense of mystery enveloped the surroundings as a gigantic creature engaged in a fierce battle with two figures, one large and one small. Kaido was covered in scorched marks with purple lightning entwined around him. His massive dragon head occasionally exhaled hot breaths, and the eight-scroll cloak veiled in armament haki carried the overwhelming might of Conqueror's haki, with every swing enough to make any weak-willed person foam at the mouth and plummet into the sea. Akainu and Atlas surrounded Kaido with Akaina's arms transformed into massive lava, seemingly brewing terrifying explosive power within. His hellhound attacks intermittently targeted Kaido. Atlas, covered in armament haki, had shrunk to about 2 meters in height. The depth of his haki intensified with black patterns at the corners of his eyes curling slightly, extending to his forehead, and his arms bizarrely swelling. The speed of his punches created numerous sparks in the air. Kaido was thoroughly annoyed by Atlas' harassment. He bellowed and turned to swing his club, only to strike at a mere afterimage. Atlas' 2-meter frame moved with incredible speed, twisting and turning in the air with remarkable agility. Currently, Atlas was on high alert, with his observation haki activated to its utmost. Although held back by Akainu, he dared not let his guard down against Kaido's King's Addiction. Although Kaido's use of Conqueror's haki seemed somewhat unrefined, each time it brushed against Atlas it left him momentarily dazed. Hellhound. Another hellhound struck Kaido's chest, instantly causing severe injuries, yet he began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. This scene had repeated countless times during this day and night of battle. The awakening of Zoan-type abilities was inherently terrifying, especially since Kaido's fish fruit was an even stronger mythical Zoan. What drove Kaido mad was that Atlas seemed to possess a terrifying self-healing ability akin to that of a Zoan user and an inexhaustible stamina, making him resemble a monster. "You brat. They'll give you one more chance to become my subordinate." One must admit that Kaido was a prime example of valuing talent in the pirate world, showing great fondness for recruits and almost recruiting anyone he came across. "What? You want join? A single Thunderbagua will knock you out and throw you into the mines. Kaido, you think you're worthy? I aim to become the strongest man in the world." Atlas locked eyes with Kaido, without flinching, a fierce aura rising from him, soaring into the sky. "Whitebeard." Kaido froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha, what a powerful aura. Great fire." A massive lava fist surged toward Kaido at high speed, the terrifying heat distorting the air. Kaido felt a wave of heat wash over him, not daring to be careless, and swung his 8-scroll cloak in a horizontal sweep. Diamond Dart. Boom, boom, boom. The intense shockwave sent both of them staggering backward. As Kaido steadied himself, Atlas' fist accurately landed on him. Before the fist touched Kaido, the blood-red haki burst forth, causing Kaido to lose his balance and nearly fall into the sea. Although falling into the sea wouldn't drown him like other ability users, he could only awkwardly flail his limbs underwater. Fighting was out of the question. "You brat. Not enough. You think this strength can dethrone Whitebeard as the world's strongest?" While Kaido was not intimidated by Whitebeard, he acknowledged that Whitebeard currently possessed the genuine ability to kill him. The destructive power of the Tremor fruit was something Kaido deeply feared, though escaping wouldn't be too difficult for him. Soon Akainu and Kaido were locked in battle once again. In the realm of top-tier pirates, battles were a test of endurance. Though Akainu and Kaido had some differences, it wasn't to the extent that one could easily defeat the other. The gap was quite small. After several hundred exchanges, both Kaido and Akainu began to show signs of fatigue, but certainly not to the point of exhaustion. Although their previous powerful moves consumed significant energy, they were seasoned veterans, well aware of managing their stamina. However, what surprised Akainu and Kaido was that Atlas still appeared relaxed. Throughout this battle, though not the main force, Atlas had endured countless attacks from Kaido, so his stamina should have been equally drained. Yet he seemed to be gaining strength. Could it be that he hadn't expended much energy at all? That was quite terrifying. Fistbone Meteor. Suddenly, a massive cannonball shot up from beneath the three, targeting the airborne Kaido. Garp. Kaido was somewhat surprised, not expecting Garp to arrive for support. It was likely that the soldiers on Akaina's ship had requested help through a Den Mushi. Kaido transformed into his massive azure dragon form, soaring into the clouds after releasing a blast of hot breath. Kaido was very shrewd. If Garp participated in the battle, the situation would tilt overwhelmingly against him. He could very well fall into the hands of the Navy. This was a critical phase in the New World conflict. If he were captured, it would be a tremendous problem. Perhaps even his home would be raided. Akainu and Atlas did not attempt to stop Kaido's escape. In his azure dragon form, there was virtually no one who could hinder his flight. "Huh. Atlas, you brat, your strength has grown so quickly in just a few years." As Akainu and Atlas landed on Garp's flagship, Garp immediately approached and enthusiastically patted Atlas' shoulder, his mouth busy chewing on donuts, leaving greasy marks on Atlas' tattered justice cloak. "Hee Vice Admiral Garp, you flatter me. I owe it all to Vice Admiral Akainu that I could hold on this long. The injured Akainu couldn't help but twitch his lips at this. Seeing so many outsiders present, Atlas respectfully addressed him as Vice Admiral Garp, while subtly shifting his body to avoid Garp's greasy hand. Sakazuki, let's head back to the G5 base to discuss this battle. Oh, and Shihoko was there too. Garp turned to Akainu and said. Currently the commander of the G5 base was Garp. He could be considered the overall commander for this new world operation. Of course, he was only responsible for the fighting. The strategic decisions belonged to Vice Admiral Tsuru. In the new world at the G5 Navy base. Haha, not bad at all, kid. It seems your training hasn't fallen behind. Thank you for the compliment, Vice Admiral Garp. I still have a long way to go, Atlas replied, pretending not to notice Garp's eager gestures. All right, Garp, sit down and stop messing around. Vice Admiral Crane, seeing Garp's mischievous intent, quickly intervened. Among those present, she was the only one capable of keeping Garp in check. Haha, I just wanted to give some pointers to the kid, Atlas, Garp said, scratching his head awkwardly as he obediently found a place to sit. Enough. If you really want to fight, go find Whitebeard later. Vice Admiral Crane finally revealed the purpose of gathering everyone here today. Looking around this small office, almost gathered most of the Navy's combat strength in the new world, including Garp, Akainu, Vice Admiral Crane, and Atlas. Kaji and Cheyenne would probably arrive soon. Whitebeard. Atlas felt a surge of excitement, not out of admiration for Whitebeard, but because that man was someone he aimed to defeat in the future. Currently, Whitebeard was at his peak, and even as he aged over the next decade, he would still sit firmly on the throne of the world's strongest man. All right, we are now ready for action. Target the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu, known for his decisive nature, naturally took the lead in eliminating pirates. The massive Moby Dick lay quietly on the surface of the sea, surrounded by various ships of different sizes belonging to the pirates following Whitebeard. Whitebeard, wielding his supreme blade, the Tsong Yen Xie, stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, draped in a white captain's coat, his golden hair flowing naturally. Hey, Garp, are you here to taste my fists today? Huh. Whitebeard, my loving iron fists can hardly contain themselves. Garp naturally would not back down. He and Whitebeard had long been rivals. In the old era, although Garp often chased Roger across the world, he had dealt with Whitebeard numerous times. Hey, Whitebeard. Just then, Atlas stepped forward on the warship and shouted at Whitebeard. My. Everyone on the Moby Dick was drawn to Atlas' shout, their expressions turning fierce. In their eyes, Whitebeard was a father figure, and this Navy brat dared to shout at their dad. I am Carnos Atlas. Remember this name, for I shall one day bring you down from your throne as the world's strongest. Stay alive, do not die prematurely. Unfazed by the pirates' hostility, Atlas boldly proclaimed his intention to challenge Whitebeard. Huh, Atlas, you are really something. Well done. Garp laughed heartily, not hiding his inner pride. Garur, a funny kid, do you want my head? Then let's see if you have the ability. Whitebeard, hearing Atlas' arrogant declaration, not only felt no anger, but burst into laughter, clearly not taking Atlas seriously because he was Whitebeard. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Whitebeard, and the entire world seemed to transform into a black and white painting. Black-and-red lightning flickered in the air, creating a strong sense of mental impact that struck the heads of those present like a hammer, causing the weaker or less resolute Navy personnel to collapse to the ground like dumplings. Garp and the others seemed completely unaffected by Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, while Atlas felt as if Whitebeard was targeting him. The terrifying pressure enveloped him, far stronger than Kaido's conqueror's haki. You think your mere conqueror's haki can make me yield? I am a man challenging Whitebeard. Get lost. Thoughts of unwillingness to submit flashed through Atlas' mind. This was a battle of will. He knew that if he fell here, he would never have the chance to challenge Whitebeard. Crack. Suddenly, Atlas felt something in his mind shatter, and a powerful aura burst forth from his body. Atlas' conqueror's haki has awakened. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed color as a powerful aura surged from Atlas, nearly indiscriminately covering everyone present. The Navy personnel who had been struggling and the pirates watching from Whitebeard's side all fell down like dominoes. Surprisingly, Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, which had been pressing towards Atlas, was unable to overpower him within just a few seconds, but soon it was forcefully pushed back into Whitebeard's body. Huh. You truly are a surprising kid. Garp and the others' pupils shrank, then they burst into laughter. Such a level of conqueror's haki was indeed rare. Garura, not bad, kid. I didn't expect someone like you in the Navy. Come be my son. Whitebeard, somewhat surprised, then attempted to recruit Atlas. Of course, this did not mean he was starting to fear Atlas, but rather he genuinely appreciated him. Hey, Whitebeard, don't ignore us. Garp, seeing Whitebeard attempt to recruit Atlas in front of them, expressed some dissatisfaction. Tremor. Tsunami. Whitebeard stood tall, raising his right hand, forming a white sphere of light that slammed into the air. The entire space shattered like a mirror, visibly creating countless cracks, and the sea instantly surged with towering waves hundreds of meters high, almost swallowing the Navy's warships whole. Gulp! Someone filled with fear swallowed hard, and the tense atmosphere instantly spread across the warship. The Navy personnel who had never fought against Whitebeard felt a sense of dread, swallowing hard and murmuring to themselves, "Is this the power of the world's strongest man?" Whitebeard's tremor fruit truly deserved its title as the strongest paramecia devil fruit. Every move was a calamity. In Whitebeard's hands, this fruit was developed to the extreme. Wash. Mirror. Vice Admiral Crane remained calm, raising one hand to activate her fruit's ability, instantly calming the towering waves like a tamed hunting dog. The raging sea smoothed out like a mirror, no longer able to create ripples. We survived. Oh, the towering waves of 100 meters calmed down in an instant. It feels like a dream. Truly worthy of the Chief of Staff. Vice Admiral Crane. A group of Navy personnel cheered with joy, feeling reassured by the powerful combat strength on their side. Garur, you are still as strong as ever, Crane. Whitebeard, have you truly resolved to die here today? Meteor Volcano. Akainu's arms rapidly transformed into colossal rivers of molten lava, launching a barrage of searing magma fists toward the Moby Dick and its crew. Whitebeard stood unwavering at the ship's bow, gripping his sword, Kiketsu, his expression unshaken. Azure Flame Geese. Suddenly Marco, dressed in a sharp old-school gangster style, soared forth. Countless phoenix tail feathers coalesced in his hands, then erupted into blazing fire fists that collided head-on with Akainu's meteor volcano. A dazzling spectacle of crimson and sapphire fireworks burst across the cloudless sky. Marco turned toward the assembled Marines, a faint, defiant smile playing upon his lips. How dare you disturb our king so brazenly from the very first strike? Gururara. So, little magma wielder, you're trying to light candles on our king's birthday cake. Oomph. Akainu scoffed coldly, offering no reply. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard bullying juniors isn't exactly a noble habit. Garp leapt skyward using moonwalk, clenched fist raised high as he charged toward Whitebeard. Gururara. Warm-up ends now, Garp. Whitebeard swung his massive Kiketsu, unleashing the power of his Quake fruit. His blade met Garp's iron fist in a cataclysmic clash. Boom. The battlefield descended into chaos. Deafening roars tore through the air, towering waves churned violently, and thunderous impacts reverberated ceaselessly, testifying to the sheer ferocity of the battle. Whitebeard and Garp collided again and again, their titanic exchanges threatening to rend the heavens themselves. So overwhelming was their power that nearby fighters dared not draw near. Elsewhere, Sakazuki fought Tonon against Marco and Vista. Marco's ability was nothing short of infuriating as a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user. The Phoenix, his regenerative prowess, granted him near limitless endurance in battle, though his strength had yet to reach the peak he would attain over a decade later, when he could briefly match an admiral. Indeed, the Whitebeard pirates' combat hierarchy showed stark disparity. Marco and the others had not yet reached their zenith, while Whitebeard himself bore unmistakable signs of decline. Only Diamond Jozu and Marco stood on equal footing, the other commanders lagged significantly behind. In truth, the naval forces and the Whitebeard pirates were evenly matched on the battlefield. Neither side held decisive advantage. That balance, however, would shift dramatically once Admirals Kazuru and Fujitora arrived. Atlas moved fluidly across the battlefield, severing one pirate's head after another, until his gaze fell upon a portly black-haired man locked in fierce, evenly matched combat with an ordinary Marine lieutenant. Atlas's eyes gleamed instantly. He strode confidently toward Blackbeard. "Hey, little Marine, I've had my eye on you for quite some time." At that moment, a broad-shouldered, bare-chested man clad in armor, bald, browless, and dark-skinned, stepped squarely before Atlas. It was Jozu, 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, the Diamond Jozu. A glint fruit user. Atlas studied the towering figure before him, his expression turning grave. In raw physical might alone, he conceded he was still slightly inferior to Jozu. Yet armed with talismans, he felt no fear whatsoever. As he continued drawing upon his talismanic power, he realized his prior understanding of them had been woefully shallow. With each surge of his own strength, the terrifying depth of their potential gradually unveiled itself. It made sense. Talismans manifested utterly differently in the hands of Shang Zhu and others. For Atlas, it was as if their dormant power were awakening within him, stirring back to life. Shimmering impact. Seeing Atlas remain silent, Jozu's arm instantly sheathed itself in radiant diamond, blazing brilliantly beneath the sun. Then he charged forward like a living battering ram. Iron body, armament, hollow wood. Danger. A thunderous impact echoed across the sky. Atlas rubbed his chest, slightly sore yet not truly injured. Thanks to the horse talisman's extraordinary healing power, such damage was negligible. Truly worthy of challenging our captain. You've got real skill. Jozu narrowed his eyes, voice low and measured as he stared at Atlas, unscathed, unshaken. Diamond Jozu, I've heard you're secretly a flirt. Why so chatty today? Jozu nearly stumbled backward. What? Him, Jozu the Diamond, flirtatious. Preposterous. He simply preferred silence. Shut up, brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Humiliated and enraged, Jozu coated his diamond arm in armament haki and launched a sudden furious punch. Damn you. Taste the fist of Diamond Jozu. Huh. Iron body fist technique, armament shatter. Atlas accelerated his blood flow, hardened his entire body with armament haki, and met Jozu's colossal fist heated. Not impressive at all. Feels like a massage. Their fists locked in place. Atlas and Jozu dropped into a raw, grueling test of brute strength. Muscle straining, tendons taut, neither yielding an inch. Oomph. Atlas sneered, his biceps swelling with surging power. A torrent of raw force erupting toward Jozu. Ox Talisman. Divine strength. Boom. Jozu's massive frame hurtled backward, crashing hard onto the Moby Dick's deck. A plume of dust billowed upward, but Atlas never expected Jozu to be truly harmed. After all, where there's smoke, there's no injury. No way. Commander Jozu, he's been defeated? Hey, what kind of joke is this? Such a young kid. The Whitebeard pirates stared in stunned disbelief. 2 exchanges, and their indomitable commander lay felled. It defied belief. Hey, what nonsense are you muttering over there? I'm not defeated. Jozu emerged slowly from the haze, face grim, though perhaps always that shade of dark. His diamond body gleamed unmarred, undamaged. The pirates exhaled in profound relief. Shimmering impact. Iron body armament, Iron Mountain crush. Crash. The glint fruit granted Jozu a diamond-hard physique. No armament haki required to achieve extraordinary defense. Were it not for Atlas's prodigious reserves of armament haki, he might well have been worn down and overwhelmed. Crash. 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 Atlas and Jozu traded blow after blow, fists raining down like hail, relentless and unyielding. Jozu's impenetrable defense rendered Atlas incapable of landing meaningful strikes, while Atlas's monstrous armament haki and preternatural regeneration left Jozu utterly stymied. 2 living fortresses collided again and again, reckless, brutal, unstoppable. They abandoned defense entirely, trading punches and kicks with savage abandon. Gururara. Not bad, boy. To hold your own against Jozu this long. Whitebeard, noticing the skirmish, spoke with genuine surprise. Fistbone falling star. Garp hurled a devastating punch. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, didn't anyone tell you not to let your guard down mid-battle? Crash. Whitebeard barely managed to intercept Garp's iron fist with Kiketsu, blade held crosswise just in time. Ha! Brat, you'll never break my defense. Chiozi rose slowly from the ground, glaring at Atlas, whose bare upper body was completely enveloped in blackened armament haki. Atlas sighed inwardly. Even with the bull talisman amplifying his strength beyond Chiozi's, the man was as unyielding as a stone in a latrine, obstinate, dense, and utterly impervious to penetration. Is that so? Atlas formed his hands into pistol shapes, a wry, mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips as flames flickered faintly at his fingertips. Flying finger gun detonation. Before Chiozi could even register the horror dawning in his eyes, a torrent of explosive energy erupted from Atlas's fingertips, slamming with brutal force into Chiozi's gleaming diamond-hardened body. Pooh! A metallic tang flooded Chiozi's mouth as he hurtled backward, blood blooming crimson on his parched tongue, his once lustrous diamond carapace fractured, instantly webbed with countless hairline cracks. Hey, what the hell is that? Are you possessed by Kizaru himself? Chiozi blinked, bewildered. They'd been locked in honest close quarters brawling. Then out of nowhere, this sudden searing assault. To a man who prided himself on straightforwardness, it felt like a profound betrayal. Far away, Whitebeard's Kumakumo no Tsurugi clashed again with Garp's iron fist, the impact detonating waves of raw force, sending colossal surges crashing across the sea, hurling schools of fish and shrimp skyward. Can finger gun truly unleash such devastation? Garp, locked in combat with Whitebeard, had watched Atlas's strike intently. Staring at that cataclysmic blast, he wondered, had he after all failed to master the technique to its fullest? Gurara. So he's a hidden devil fruit user. Whitebeard instantly concluded Atlas must wield a devil fruit. The sheer nature of that wound defied pure physical artistry. No mere martial discipline could shatter diamond so violently. Ha! Whitebeard, it seems your division commander isn't quite up to par. What a fine brat indeed, but alas unwilling to become my son. Whitebeard roared with laughter. Chiozi, go find Sakichi and have him teach that boy some manners. No need. Father, I merely let my guard down just now. This time I will not lose. Humiliated, Chiozi bristled. He'd suffered 2 setbacks at the hands of a mere youth. Not so certain of that little Chiozi. At that moment, Atlas seemed possessed by Kizaru himself, a sardonic smirk lifting his lips, mockery overflowing. Naval brat, save your grandiose boasts for someone who cares. Is that so? 8 foot off target Jade. My apologies, wrong script. Flying finger gun detonation. Atlas leapt forward, arms cocked like twin pistols, then unleashed a storm of incendiary blasts screaming toward Chiyozi. Indeed, the dragon talisman proved formidable, reminiscent of Kizu's Pika Pika no Mi, yet not laser light, but blazing fire infused with devastating concussive force, granting Atlas sweeping area effect power. Though newly awakened, its might was already awe-inspiring. Shattering Chiyozi's defense had been serendipitous. First, Chiyozi hadn't anticipated such a sudden unorthodox strike. Second, his armament haki coverage had faltered, leaving him exposed in a critical instant. Do you think I fear you, naval brat? Chiyozi snarled, layering diamond hardening over his body while reinforcing it with armament haki. Only then did he breathe easy. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered beside Chiyozi's ears. In the end, he chose evasion, using observation haki to sidestep most blasts, absorbing the remainder with sheer defensive resilience. Oh my, how terrifying indeed, little Chiyozi. Atlas mimicked Kizaru's cadence, perfectly dripping with theatrical disdain. Chiyozi's forehead twitched violently, veins pulsing, a volcano of fury threatening to erupt. He longed desperately to smash that smug, infuriating face into oblivion. Brat, I've had enough of you. Die. With a pained grimace, half his body instantly petrified into diamond, launching forward like a mountain-rushing tiger, roaring threats to end Atlas's life. Truly, Kizaru's talent for mockery was peerless. Kizaru sat slouched in his office chair, clad in a yellow wand white striped suit, meticulously trimming his fingernails, glancing occasionally at the wall clock nearby with solemn intensity. Achoo! Suddenly, the lecherous-looking Kizaru sneezed sharply, dabbing his itching nose before murmuring, honestly, who is thinking of me now? How utterly frightening. Come on then. Take this iron fist. Atlas grinned savagely as Chiyozi charged headlong, raising his armament Hakirin-forced fist to meet the collision full force. Crack! Another thunderous detonation erupted from Atlas's fist. The confluence of raw power, explosive force, and kinetic impact overwhelmed Chiyozi. His diamond-formed body instantly blackened, his broad right arm bearing a stark, indelible imprint of Atlas's knuckles. Fortunately, Chiyozi's mastery of armament haki held firm, not shattered outright, only superficially fissured, and swiftly restored by his devil fruit's regenerative power. Chiyozi frowned. This naval brat's devil fruit ability was clearly highly developed, capable of inflicting grievous harm upon his diamond-hardened form. That terrifying concussive force would stagger anyone without armament haki's protection. Hey, Sakichi, lend me a hand and pin down this naval officer. At last, Chiyozi succumbed to inevitability, reluctantly calling upon Sakichi, fellow division commander wary of Atlas's explosive prowess. Sakichi, tending to Blackbeard nearby, hesitated briefly, then after issuing a quiet warning to his captain, dashed toward Chiyozi without delay. Though Whitebeard's crew ranked divisions not strictly by strength, Sakichi undeniably lagged behind Chiyozi in raw power. Hey, naval brat, don't underestimate the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Sakichi served as the crew's chef, wielding dual swords, though whether he practiced the two-sword style remained unclear. His pompadour stood tall, his attire crisp, white chef's garb, his frame compact rather than imposing. Hey, Sakichi, I'll engage him, Hedon. Strike when the opening appears. With that, Chiyozi lunged at Atlas, his assessment of the young officer's tenacity deepening further. Though Atlas lacked Chiyozi's impenetrable defense, his offense, raw strength, and physical fortitude subtly surpassed his own. Jaws slowly gathered his strength, determined to teach Atlas a lesson, as his colossal, diamond-hardened body loomed over him, preparing to deliver a passionate embrace. Atlas had no interest in such affections. He crouched low, hardening his head with Busashoka haki and preparing a dragon talisman. Iron block, armed explosion. With a grunt, Atlas' hardened head collided directly with Jaws' abdomen, the immense explosive force momentarily paining him, yet he stifled the agony and forcibly restrained Atlas. Seeing this, Sachi understood the opportunity was fleeting, and he drew his two swords, charging at Atlas. Iron block, armed steel. Atlas dared not face the blades, Hedon. Even with the powerful healing abilities of the horse talisman as support, he was still not immune to pain. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed, a shower of electric sparks flickering along Sachi's blade. How's that? Am I tough, or what? Atlas, looking at the somewhat astonished Sachi, grinned and said, explosion. Boom. The explosive flames struck Sachi squarely, the tremendous impact nearly knocking him unconscious, rendering him combat ineffective, and leaving large areas of burns on his body. Sachi. Jaws, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anger as his arm muscles bulged, trying to crush Atlas, but he truly underestimated the disparity in pure strength between them. In an instant, Atlas broke free from his grasp, retreating, spinning, and throwing a punch in one fluid motion, his explosive fist striking Jaws squarely in the face, sending him flying like a kite. Bang! Another violent crash resounded, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood dripped from Jaws' mouth, and his face bore remnants of shattered diamond fragments, looking utterly wretched. Major Atlas truly deserves to be our Navy's new star. Such immense strength. Hey. What about the Whitebeard pirates? Major Atlas is indeed reliable. It seems our Navy has gained another genius after the three great monsters. Pirates. Did you see the justice of our Navy? The Navy's morale soared at this scene, erupting into discussions, while the Whitebeard pirates felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. To think two squad captains could be so swiftly defeated and Jaws the Diamond is truly remarkable. He has been sailing with Whitebeard since childhood, and yet this young Navy officer has left him in such a sorry state. What a terrifying rate of progress. From a distance, Sakazuki also noted the battle involving Atlas. Having fought Atlas recently, he was most qualified to speak on his strength. Back at headquarters, Atlas' strength was merely slightly above that of an average rear admiral. Now Atlas' strength can rival that of an elite rear admiral, perhaps even surpassing it, especially with his explosive fire abilities that left Akainu puzzled. He wasn't certain if Atlas was a devil fruit user or if he was simply not a pure human, but the Navy never pried into soldiers' secrets. As long as he upheld justice, Akainu wouldn't concern himself with other matters. Gulalala. Let us cease this battle, Garp. Whitebeard observed. They seemed somewhat at a disadvantage. Though the battle between Akainu and Marco and Vista was intense, that magma brat was causing them significant trouble, with one engaging up close and the other harassing from a distance, driving Akainu mad. Though Vista may not yet possess the strength of a grand swordsman, his swordsmanship is at the level of a top swordsman. Combined with Marco's regenerative capabilities, Akainu felt as though a hellhound had struck the air. Ha, Whitebeard war cannot simply stop at your whim. Garp wasn't foolish. With Atlas appearing as a variable, this was the best opportunity to strike against the Whitebeard pirates. Their original intention was to weaken the Whitebeard pirates' strength, so how could they withdraw so easily? Gulalala. Then there's nothing we can do. Upon hearing Garp's response, Whitebeard decisively retreated, just as Garp was puzzled about what the man intended to do next. Whitebeard's body stood tall, his right arm raised high in a curved manner, a ball of white light forming on his fist. Tsunami. Instantly the space shimmered like a smooth mirror, slowly revealing countless cracks, and a terrifying shockwave surged through the air, instantly unleashing a massive wave, even higher than before, roaring towards the Navy. Gulalala. I assume you wouldn't want all the Navy to perish here, would you, Garp? Whitebeard had to resort to this method to halt the battle. He didn't want his beloved sons to suffer harm here. Damn it. Sakazuki stopped that wave. Seeing this, Garp had no choice but to call for Akainu to retreat from the battle. Akainu was reluctant, believing that if they could weaken the Whitebeard pirates' strength, these soldiers would be sacrificing themselves for justice. Yet in this battle, Garp was the commander. He could not defy the superior's orders. What a terrifying power. Blackbeard, hiding among the crowd, felt a pang of envy, his eyes involuntarily revealing a glint of greed. Of course, Dad's abilities are on a disaster level. Sachi, oblivious to Blackbeard's expression, proudly declared, even mentioning the recent injury inflicted by Atlas without changing his countenance. Not long after, Garp led the group of Navy back to G5 base. Although they hadn't inflicted particularly severe damage on the Whitebeard pirates, they didn't expect to achieve their goal in one go after all. There was still plenty of time. On the Moby Dick. Gulalala, Marco, let's hold a feast. Whitebeard laughed heartily, as if he had just experienced a great victory. Old man, you want to drink again, don't you? Marco said helplessly, although he also loved holding banquets. His pockets were currently emptier than his face. Jaws, are you all right? Whitebeard asked with a concerned smile, turning to inquire about Jaws' injuries. He had witnessed the battle closely, and Jaws had indeed been severely beaten by that Navy brat. Find that Navy brat is indeed very strong both in physical combat and fruit abilities, Jaws replied, his expression darkening, adding, no wonder Crocodile was defeated by him. The one who defeated that sand brat is this guy? Whitebeard inquired. Yes, this guy's name is Kanos Atlas. According to those Navy officers, it seems he holds the rank of major. Marco chimed in, as he was the first among the Whitebeard pirates to notice this fellow in the newspaper. Gulalala, the Navy truly has good fortune nurturing such newcomers after the three great monsters of the Navy. Whitebeard scanned the surroundings, observing the carefree expressions of those on the ship, feeling a twinge of worry. In recent years, he had sensed a slight decline in his physical condition. He wondered if, after his death, Marco and the others could continue to be so carefree. After all, he would eventually grow old. Whitebeard had also considered training the next successor of the Whitebeard pirates. However, Marco's lazy disposition and lack of dedication to pursuing strength made him doubt if he could uphold the Whitebeard pirates after his death. Old man. Marco noticed Whitebeard suddenly fall silent, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Gulalala. All right, let's start the feast. In the new world at the G5 base, the vast training ground was surrounded by the Navy packed tightly. Among the dense crowd stood Garp and Atlas. Since witnessing Atlas' flying finger gun explosion last time, Garp had been unable to forget it. He was certain that Atlas was definitely not a devil fruit user, so he kept pestering Atlas for sparring matches. Reluctantly, Atlas was brought to the training ground by Garp. Hey, who do you think would win, Vice Admiral Garp or Major Atlas? Aren't you stating the obvious? Vice Admiral Garp is a hero of the Navy. Even Roger was captured by him. But Major Atlas is truly formidable. At such a young age, he managed to defeat Jaws of the Whitebeard pirates. Is our Navy's target this time the Whitebeard pirates? Or the big MOM pirates? It seems we have been fighting with Whitebeard frequently in recent months. I'm not sure, but it seems that most of the headquarters combat power has been deployed to the New World. I expect a war will break out soon. A crowd of onlookers among the Navy gradually shifted the topic from the sparring to the situation in the New World, unaware of the Navy's true intentions, merely believing that the Navy was targeting the Whitebeard pirates, the dominant pirate group of the New World. Haha, Atlas, let me witness your special finger gun. On the training ground, Garp charged forward, swinging his iron fists. Iron fist technique armed. As Atlas accelerated the flow of blood throughout his body, he covered his fists with haki, hardening them. The ominous black-red aura enhanced the momentum of his punches. Bang! A loud collision echoed, and the previously intact ground visibly cracked. Even though both of them had intentionally suppressed their strength, the violent force still caused some damage to the surface. It seems your power and haki have both greatly improved. Garp felt somewhat excited. He had always held a high regard for Atlas, this pure martial arts genius. To people of their old generation, devil fruits were merely external things. True strength came from within. Of course, they did not reject devil fruits, as they were treasures that could change a person's destiny. Not everyone possessed Atlas' monstrous physical talent. Everyone must grow, old man Garp. Atlas smiled proudly, his arm suddenly swelling as the black-red aura enveloped his entire arm. Iron fist technique, god of war, arm shatter. Countless shadows of fists instantly covered Garp with the incredibly dense impact points, almost suffocating. Ha, bring it on. Garp also retaliated with his iron fist, not dodging at all, and directly received all of Atlas' punches. As Atlas' old strength faded and new strength had yet to arise, Garp stepped forward, delivering a powerful iron fist to Atlas' chest. However, Atlas had long been prepared, promptly covering his chest with haki, but he was still sent flying several meters by Garp's punch. Now Atlas' haki was terrifying in both quality and quantity, but if he covered his entire body with haki, it would still disperse the defensive power. Localized haki applications still offered the best cost-effectiveness. Ha, let me see your strange ability. Without waiting for Atlas to rest, Garp directly used shave and charged forward with his iron fists. A la flying finger gun explosion. A terrifying explosive flame surged towards the approaching Garp, yet Garp did not make any move to evade. The haki flowed over his body, emanating an unshakable aura. Boom! A violent explosion sounded as Garp slowly emerged from the flames and dust. His clothes had become tattered rags hanging from his body, and his originally dark hair was slightly curled, looking rather disheveled, yet he remained uninjured under Atlas' explosive power. It could only be said that Atlas' current use of the Dragon Talisman was limited. Facing a top-tier powerhouse like Garp was still somewhat exhausting. After all, Garp's mastery of haki was at the world's top level. What a remarkable ability, kid. Feel the will of love from this old man. Garp grinned, evilly charging forward again as his iron fists danced like the wind, the terrifying sound of breaking air making Atlas' face feel stinging. Opt! A scream echoed through the sky as Atlas helplessly rubbed his cheek, using the Horse Talisman ability to quickly eliminate all the bruises. Are you taking revenge on me for ruining your clothes, old man Garp? Atlas muttered unhappily. Ha. How could that be? I just want you to feel the will of love from this old man. After all, you are the wielder of Conqueror's haki. Garp looked at Atlas' now restored face, somewhat surprised as this kid's recovery ability was significantly stronger than the last time he saw him. Speaking of Conqueror's haki, I'm still quite confused about its application. Atlas scratched his head in distress. Since awakening the Conqueror's haki under Whitebeard stimulation last time, although he had secretly released it a few times, he could now barely manage to release it at will. As for how to cause physical damage, he still couldn't achieve that, let alone the technique of wrapping Conqueror's haki. Haha, let Sengoku teach you later. After all, this old man doesn't possess Conqueror's haki. Garp laughed heartily, seemingly carefree. Vice Admiral Garp. Rear Admiral Tsuru has something to discuss with you, and also Major Atlas. Just then a messenger rushed in, interrupting the conversation between the old man and the young one. Little Tsuru. What does she want with me? Could it be that Whitebeard is restless again? Garp muttered curiously, yet he promptly headed to Rear Admiral Tsuru's office, with Atlas hurrying to follow. Bang! Xiaohe, what do you want from me? Garp strode to the office door of the headquarters, pushed it open with a loud bang, and shouted. He and Vice Admiral, he have been comrades in arms since their youth, familiar beyond measure, so he naturally wouldn't care about such trivialities as knocking on the door. Besides, Garp was not the type to knock politely. Sit down first. Vice Admiral, he glanced at the boisterous Garp and continued. What happened to you to look like this? I just gave that little brat Atlas some guidance, too lazy to change my clothes. Garp said nonchalantly, even casually scratching his nose. Atlas, who was following behind, felt a bit embarrassed. Garp's clothes were indeed the ones he had ruined. Hey there, little Atlas, nice to see you again. Suddenly, as Atlas stepped out from behind Garp's tall frame, a crisp and pleasant voice greeted him. Lieutenant General Ziyuan. Atlas was taken aback, not expecting Ziyuan to be dispatched to the New World so quickly. It seemed that a full-scale war in the New World was about to break out. Little Ziyuan, do you know each other? Vice Admiral, he shifted his gaze to Ziyuan, curiously asking. As Ziyuan's older brother, he was quite concerned about her life decisions. However, wasn't Atlas a bit too young for her? I was a swordsmanship instructor at the headquarters recruit camp for some time, which is how I got to know Atlas. He left a very deep impression on me. Ziyuan replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, since you know each other, there's no need for further introduction. The reason I called you here is mainly for two things. Sengoku called with some adjustments regarding the deployment in the New World. In a while, Akiji and Kizaru should also be coming over. The pace of war is about to quicken, so we need to prepare early. Also keep a close watch on the movements of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and the Beast Pirates. Be ready for war at any time. As for that so-called pirate alliance, let's not interfere with them for now. Try to let them maintain their strength intact. Vice Admiral, he casually picked up a steaming cup of tea from the table, took a sip, and continued. In the past few months, our actions against the Whitebeard pirates have made them mistakenly believe we are determined to eradicate them. These guys are getting restless. Oh, I see. Garp's expression gradually became serious. Although he usually appeared carefree, he was always clear-headed about major issues. If this operation led to losses for the Navy due to his negligence, he would not be able to face the justice behind him. So what's the second thing? Garp timely threw out his question. Atlas was immediately drawn to Garp's question. Garp's initial matter was a reminder to him, so the second matter should be related to him. It's like this: the King of Dressrosa has requested assistance from our Navy. Assistance? Logically, the military strength of Dressrosa should not be afraid of ordinary pirate harassment, right? Garp was somewhat puzzled. As a country that could establish itself in the New World, Dressrosa's standing army would not be weak. According to the King's request for aid, it seems that an officer from the Big Mom Pirates wants Dressrosa to be their dessert processing site, specifically providing sweets for Big Mom. After all, Dressrosa is a place surrounded by food and music, but which officer it is remains unclear for now. Vice Admiral, he turned to Atlas and said, so I want you to go to Dressrosa to check the situation. After all, Dressrosa is also a member nation of the world government, and our Navy has the obligation to help them resist pirate invasions. Moreover, the Navy cannot allow the Big Mom Pirates to expand their territory unchecked. I'll then leave it to me. I've long heard of the great name of Dressrosa. They'll treat it as a vacation to relax a bit. Atlas smiled, slightly unconcerned. Currently, apart from Katakuri, who made him feel a bit tricky, he didn't think much of the other officers. As for Big Mom herself, Atlas estimated that she was probably still busy giving birth. It could be said that Charlotte Lean before turning 60 was either giving birth or on her way to give birth. Her strength seemed to grow naturally. She was currently known as the most talented person in the pirate world. Oh, by the way, I want Ziyuan to accompany you to Dressrosa as well. Anyway, there shouldn't be any large-scale wars recently, and if you encounter any tricky characters, it's better to have a precaution. New World Tato Land, outside the coast of Toast Island. This is a tranquil and harmonious sea area, but it is filled with a strange and absurd feeling. The air is fragrant with sweetness, and the buildings on the island resemble bizarre food shapes, looking like they came straight out of a fairy tale. A man with golden orange hair, more precisely a gradient from orange to red from bottom to top, with a hairstyle shaped like three flames, stood at the harbor of Toast Island. His attire looked quite strange, with no upper garment, exposing a body full of muscles, draped in a yellow cloak, wearing gloves, and his entire body was a monotonous orange. Even his shoes and socks were the same color. The man is Charlotte Linland's fourth son, Charlotte Oven, a triplet with Katakuri and Daifuku. It must be said that Big Mom's reproductive ability is indeed formidable. Most of her children are twins or triplets. Oven's current target is Dressrosa. He heard that their desserts are also very famous, so he took it upon himself to directly seize Dressrosa to celebrate the arrival of his Suntoba-born brother or sister, just right to expand the family's territory. As one of Big Mom's earlier born sons, Oven places great importance on family and kinship, and is very protective of his younger siblings, but only if they are loyal to the family. Although the Bigman pirates are one of the overlords of the New World, not all of the New World belongs to pirates. Besides the bases occupied by the Navy, some countries that are part of the world government and non-member countries also occupy some territories. Of course, unless the non-member countries are powerful like the giant kingdom of Elbaf, the rest cannot survive in the New World without the protection of such major pirates. In the New World at the G5 base port, Atlas and Shiwan walked to the dock chatting and laughing. At the port, a standard naval warship was quietly docked. Neither Shiwan nor Atlas had their own customized warship here, so they had no objections. Soon the two boarded the warship, embarking on their journey to Dressrosa. As they stepped onto the ship, countless naval officers rushed forward, standing at attention and saluting, their expressions solemn and respectful. They were 500 elite naval soldiers selected by Vice Admiral Crane from the G5 base, who had witnessed Atlas' formidable strength in battles against the Whitebeard pirates. Many had also been saved by Atlas either intentionally or unintentionally during battles, which earned him their profound respect. However, the highest-ranking officer on this warship was Shiwan. Although Shiwan had not yet reached the level of the candidate Admiral Peach Rabbit, his rank was indeed one level above Atlas, and he had significantly more experience. Atlas did not mind; he was indifferent to who the commanding officer was. After all, Peach Rabbit would not interfere with him, and he still had a high degree of freedom. Shiwan took a brief survey of the ship, nodded slightly, and then gazed out at the distant sea, his voice cool and calm as the adjutant arrived. Count the personnel and inform the helmsman to prepare for departure. Report, sir. Adjutant Bolton, Navy, ID 264998742. Position Navy Colonel. Soon a large officer wearing a standard Navy cap stepped out from the crowd and reported loudly. Understood. First count the personnel, then set sail. Destination Dressrosa. Shiwan waved his hand, issued the order, and turned to leave with Atlas. Yes, sir. A powerful response echoed from behind. It must be said that the overall quality of the Navy stationed in the New World is indeed superior to that of the Paradise and the Four Seas. Not to mention the New World has a far more severe environment and climate, and the number of strong individuals here is staggering. Having fought against various powerful pirates for a long time, those who survived until now are undoubtedly the elite among the Navy. In the New World at the Kingdom of Dressrosa, the Royal Highland where the palace is located stands as the highest point of the entire kingdom, symbolizing supreme royal authority, and is the residence of the Liku royal family. The palace is not as extravagantly luxurious as other palaces; instead it appears somewhat simple, resembling an ordinary resort from the outside, surrounded by high walls. In the main hall of the palace, the king of this nation, Liku Dold III, sat on the throne with a furrowed brow and a worried expression. King Liku was robust with explosively styled hair and an imposing demeanor, yet the glint in his eyes indicated a king with deep schemes, undoubtedly skilled in political maneuvering. Your Majesty, please do not worry. The Navy has agreed to our request for assistance, said the Army Commander Gilris, unable to hold back his words of comfort. I have indeed requested assistance from Vice Admiral Crane. The Navy dispatched by Vice Admiral Crane is likely on its way, but what worries me is that the Navy is currently very active and the military strength they can allocate is limited. We are facing the Bigman pirates officers. King Liku spoke with some concern. Your Majesty, it's all my fault for being too weak to help you. Gilris felt a pang of guilt. As the commander of the Kingdom of Dressrosa, he could only wait helplessly for the Navy's assistance in the face of external threats. Moreover, he was the husband of Princess Scarlet, which made him feel a sense of indebtedness to her. Gilris, what nonsense are you talking about? You have already borne a lot for this country. Furthermore, the enemy is the ruler of the New World, the Bigman pirates, a sea pirate even the Navy fears. You need not feel guilty. King Liku said sternly. He was quite satisfied with his son-in-law Gilris and did not wish for him to dwell on such matters. You are the man who has won over 4,000 matches in the Colosseum. Do not speak such discouraging words. Yes, Your Majesty. Gilris responded loudly, his respect for King Liku deepening. By the way, Left Minister, do we have any specific news from the Navy? Vice Admiral Crane said that they set off a few days ago and are expected to arrive at Dressrosa soon. However, the exact personnel have not been disclosed, only that a major and a brigadier general are leading the charge. What? A major? Has the Navy's combat power distribution become this tight? King Liku was astonished. How could a single major contend against the officers of the Bigman pirates? He completely overlooked the brigadier general, as even with an additional major it would likely still be precarious. Your Majesty, I believe you need not worry. Vice Admiral Crane is a high-ranking advisor of the Navy's headquarters. She must have her reasons for doing this. The Left Minister said thoughtfully. Indeed. King Liku rubbed his somewhat wrinkled brows with difficulty. As a member of the world government, the Navy would certainly not neglect them. But given the current situation, could a major and a brigadier general truly stabilize the situation? Forget it, let us now place our hopes on the Navy. You may all leave. And Gilris spend more time with Scarlet ere she is pregnant now, so you must ensure she is careful and not as reckless as before. King Liku fussed over Gilris, resembling a father worried for his daughter rather than the king of Dressrosa. Yes. Upon hearing mention of the princess he was devoted to, Gilris couldn't help but smile sweetly, his voice carrying more strength. Shiwan, how long until we reach Dressrosa? Atlas, who had just emerged from the training room with his muscular upper body exposed, asked Shiwan, who was staring blankly at the sea. At our current sailing speed, we should arrive smoothly by tomorrow morning. Shiwan replied lazily, his eyes glimmering. That's good. According to Vice Admiral Crane's intelligence, the officers of the Bigman pirates shouldn't arrive so soon. The morning sea is always so hazy and mysterious, as beams of sunlight pierce through the mist resembling flecks of gold scattered in the air, truly spectacular. Dressrosa is a tropical island with a vacation vibe, home to a kingdom known as the Land of Fairies of Love and Passion in the New World. The nearby coastline is dotted with numerous mushroom-shaped rocks, making it difficult for regular ships to dock. However, a dedicated port has been established for ships to dock, where some royal guards patrol to prevent pirates from landing and to quickly report any incidents. At this moment, a Navy standard warship quietly docked at the port. After arranging the supplies for the warship, Ji Yuan followed closely behind Atlas as they disembarked, intrigued by this so-called land of fairies of love and passion. Hey. Major Ji Yuan, shouldn't you be discussing matters with His Majesty the King as the highest commander of this operation? Atlas quickly interrupted, as it seemed Ji Yuan was inclined to accompany him. What a joke. It took a lot of effort to come out to relax. How could he possibly bring along such troublesome creatures as women? You're really lacking in romance, Brother Kanos. Ji Yuan rolled her eyes initially, wanting to enjoy the vacation atmosphere. Of course, she also knew she had to reassure King Liku first, otherwise he might become overly anxious, especially since the invading force targeting Dressrosa was the notorious pirate crew of the New World. Major Ji Yuan, then it's hard work for you to take a trip, haha. Atlas did not wish to engage in any hypocritical pleasantries with the king, and Ji Yuan was just the person skilled in dealing with others. Her cunning and skill were beyond Atlas' comparison. Seeing Ji Yuan heading towards the royal heights, Atlas contentedly surveyed this uniquely charming tourist destination. The attire and culture of Dressrosa resembled the Spanish style from Atlas' past life, with women dressed in revealing dance costumes, gracefully twirling everywhere. While admiring the various charming women, Atlas savored the uniquely flavored cuisine when he unexpectedly found himself drawn to a building reminiscent of the Grand Roman Colosseum. Every entrance and exit was guarded by royal soldiers, and signs posted on the walls read "No children allowed." The thick walls could not muffle the nearly deafening shouts from within. An arena? How interesting. Atlas opened his mouth wide, quickly devouring the barbecue in his hand, and tossed it into a nearby trash can before striding towards the arena's entrance. The guards stationed at the entrance did not put up much resistance, even though Atlas was still dressed in a white suit adorned with a justice cloak. However, the bullfighting arena now was not like the one during Doflamingo's reign, which was filled with filth and bred evil. Thus, the guards had no reason to stop Atlas from entering. The entrance fee wasn't too expensive, but as a famous tourist spot in Dressrosa, the daily influx of visitors was substantial, making it an important financial source for the nation. It was also a place where many swordsmen honed their skills. Of course, it was also where some criminals who had not committed capital offenses were exiled, the most notable being Dressrosa's son-in-law Gulusi. Upon entering the arena, the first thing that greeted his ears was the uproar of the crowd. The layout of the arena was quite spacious and simple, surrounded by a bustling audience with a circular platform in the center encircled by a pool where fierce fighting fish resided. If a contestant accidentally fell into the water during battle, they would be eliminated and face the wrath of the fighting fish. Atlas casually found a spot towards the back to sit down, where his keen hearing and vision allowed him to clearly observe the events on the platform. Currently, two swordsmen wielding broad swords were engaged in combat. They were quite ordinary, their swordsmanship leaning towards a style that emphasized brute force, which was evident from their robust physiques. The surrounding crowd was very excited, although the duel of swordsmen did not have the visceral impact of hand-to-hand combat that was filled with the aesthetic of violence. It served as a spice to their monotonous lives. After watching for a while, Atlas felt a bit bored. He certainly had no thoughts of personally entering the fray. The disparity in skill was too vast. Although this was a landmark building in Dressrosa, it didn't offer enticing prizes to lure powerful individuals from the sea to compete fiercely for them, like Doflamingo did, so the level of competition was not very high. At the royal heights in the grand hall of the Dressrosa Palace, King Liku sat majestically on his throne while Major Ji Yuan, who had just arrived in Dressrosa, occupied a position at the lower end. The occasional satisfied expression on King Lyca's face indicated that their conversation atmosphere was quite friendly. Oh, by the way, isn't there also a commodore accompanying you? Why haven't I seen him? King Liku asked with a hint of curiosity and a probing tone. Commodore Atlas has gone to experience the love and passion of the Dressrosa Kingdom. Mentioning Atlas Ji Yuan's expression showed some helplessness. This guy was simply a hands-off manager, never bothered with anything. Thanks to your wise governance, Your Majesty King Liku Dressrosa has thrived so much that even from afar in Marineford we have long admired your great reputation. Ha ha, you flatter me. King Liku laughed heartily, a proud expression on his face. After all, everyone lifts the flower palanquin, and even the wisest of kings cannot resist flattery. However, to be honest, the governance of Dressrosa is not that great. Although it appears prosperous on the surface, the people's lives are not very affluent. Ironically, during Doflamingo's rule, Dressrosa was much wealthier. So I wonder, Major Ji Yuan, what measures do you have in response to the invasion of the Big Mom pirate crew? After some small talk, King Liku could no longer hold back and asked his pressing question. Please rest assured, Your Majesty King Liku, our Commodore is a monstrous newcomer in the Navy, having even defeated the warlord Crocodile. Is he the one known as the Navy's new star? King Liku racked his brain for memories, seemingly having a slight impression of Atlas, which eased his mind a bit. He's a bit unreliable, Ji Yuan secretly complained in her heart. Achoo! Just as Atlas was walking down Love Avenue stuffed full of dog food, he suddenly felt a tickle in his nose. Really, who is thinking of me again? Hey, Owen, don't act rashly. The Marines are intensifying their operations and tensions across the New World are escalating rapidly. Katakuri, there's no need to worry. Dorsera is but a trifling kingdom. Since they refuse to supply our mother with confectionery processing services, I see no reason to show restraint. Owen held the Den Mushi nonchalantly. With his overwhelming strength, Dorsera posed no threat whatsoever. Armies were rendered utterly meaningless before such power. Dorsera is a world government allied nation. They'll surely call upon the Marines for aid. Katakuri felt uneasy. The New World had become a powder keg. Even the smallest spark could ignite total conflagration. He had no desire for the Big Mom pirates to become the universal target of condemnation. Otherwise, many of his younger brothers and sisters would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Enough, Katakuri. This matter is settled. I shall present Mother with a flawless gift. Click. Owen severed the connection without waiting for Katakuri's reply. Damn it. Bloody hell. Katakuri stared at the silent Den Mushi, fury darkening his expression, and an ominous premonition coiled coldly in his chest. Summon the fleet. Destination: the Kingdom of Dorsera. Dorsera coastal port. A medium-sized three-masted galleon glided slowly into harbor. Its thick masts bore a pirate flag black background, a grinning skull wearing a top hat and pink ringlets. Its teeth absurdly painted with vivid crimson lipstick. Yet any seasoned New World pirate witnessing this banner would feel no trace of amusement. It was the emblem of the New World's sovereign power, the Big Mom pirates. Hurry! To the Royal Plateau, summon King Riku immediately, and request military reinforcement. The port sentries spotted the approaching vessel at once, and urgently dispatched messengers to the Royal Palace. So Dorsera dares notify the Marines. Then it's time they learned a lesson. Fire at will. Charlotte Owen glared grimly at the Marine warship anchored nearby. Ha ha ha, yes sir, Owen. How utterly audacious, to defy the Big Mom pirates. The crew erupted in jeers. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs roared from the pirate ship toward the warship, but the Marines aboard were no mere conscripts. They swiftly trained their guns on the galleon. Explosions lit the sky. Owen's pirates stormed ashore, clashing violently with both Royal Guards and Marines. Shouts, cannon thunder, and acrid smoke filled the air. Owen stood impassively at the bow, refusing to descend into the fray. Though he intended to chastise Dorsera, he would not risk damaging Mother's precious gift. Moi. Atlas, who had been feasting wildly through Dorsera's streets, suddenly paused. From the moment he set foot on the island, his observation haki had enveloped the entire kingdom. Charlotte Owen's arrival had not escaped his notice. Interesting. So it's him who's come. Atlas swallowed the last bite and instantly activated Soru, blasting toward the naval anchorage at terrifying speed. A vortex of wind erupted in his wake, sending skirts fluttering and women gasping in alarm. Sire, sire, the Big Mom pirates have arrived. A breathless guard burst into the Royal Plateau's throne hall, panic etched across his face. What a... King Riku recoiled in shock and fury, unprepared for the Big Mom pirates' swiftness, and instinctively turned his gaze toward Zion, who stood calmly among the courtiers. He needn't fret, Your Majesty. The Marines will handle this. Zihan understood his unspoken plea and offered reassurance before turning to depart, leaving behind a silhouette of quiet authority. Well now, what chaos. Allow me to restore order. By the time Atlas reached the port, devastation sprawled before him. Marines and royal guards fought side by side against the pirates while Charlotte Owen, clad in orange and yellow, stood motionless at his ship's prow. Conqueror's haki, activate. Instantly the world dimmed into monochrome stillness. Pirates froze mid-motion, as if time itself had seized them. Marines and royal guards stood bewildered, watching in stunned silence as their ferocious foes collapsed unconscious to the ground. Months had passed since Atlas awakened his Conqueror's haki. With his prodigious talent, he now wielded it with surgical precision, ensuring not a single ally suffered collateral harm. It's Commodore Atlas. Commodore Atlas's Conqueror's haki. Terrifying. Truly, a rare gem, one in a million. While royal guards remained dazed, the Marines instantly recognized the effect and surged forward, weapons raised to dispatch the fallen pirates with grim efficiency. Conqueror's haki. Owen too felt that overwhelming aura radiating from the pier. Though he remained upright, unlike his crew, the sheer force of that indomitable will struck his mind like a hammer blow, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Charlotte Owen. Atlas knew him well, one of the strongest within the Charlotte family, a Logia-type user of the heat fruit, and the sole offspring to inherit Big Mom's monstrous physical prowess. His initial bounty stood at 300 million berry, but his true power far exceeded that figure. Atlas hadn't tracked his current bounty, though it surely ranked among the highest. When did the Marines acquire another Conqueror's haki user? Owen was startled. To his knowledge, only Sengoku possessed it within the Marines, and judging by its intensity, this officer's Conqueror's haki was formidable, nothing like the feeble tremors of a novice. Conqueror's haki belongs to no single faction. I serve only the absolute, unassailable justice. Atlas replied coolly, patiently awaiting the withdrawal of all Marines and royal guards from the battlefield, lest he be constrained in the coming clash. Explosion sweep. Atlas greeted with a dragon talisman as the massive pillar of explosive fire swept towards Owen at the bow of the ship, the terrifying force of the explosion instantly reducing the pirate ship to mere fragments scattered across the sky. Owen, with a sullen face, jumped down from the bow. With his speed, it was naturally impossible for him to be easily harmed. You have successfully angered me, Navy. Remote heating. Owen instantly activated his devil fruit ability. In his eyes, this Navy soldier was provoking their Big Mom pirate crew, for among pirates the pirate flag was a symbol of their pride, and Atlas' actions were undoubtedly slapping them in the face. Meanwhile, Atlas felt a surge of hot energy rising within him. However, compared to his physical condition, it was negligible, akin to countless ants gnawing at his skin. Trash. Are you just scratching me? Explosion rapid shave. Atlas let out a sinister laugh, and beneath his feet a massive pit appeared, his speed breaking through the limits of space as he instantly appeared behind Owen. Danger! Danger! Owen activated his observation haki to its utmost, but his body couldn't keep up with his mind, leaving him stiffly rooted in place, waiting for Atlas' fist to descend. Bang! Without any armament haki, without any fancy moves, the immense power was unleashed upon Owen, sending him flying like a ragged sack far into the distance. Owen felt as if he had been punched by his mother during a fit of hunger, the terrifying force nearly causing his body to fall apart. TSK, not bad at all. Atlas shook his arm and murmured with some emotion. As the number of illuminated talismans increased, he felt their power growing stronger, as if there were a synergistic effect among them. The digestion of the talismans merely endowed him with formidable physical talents and reduced physical fatigue. His current strength in terms of pure explosive power could match that of the top 3 monsters, indicating that at this moment he was increasing his power and physique at a terrifying rate, akin to an enhanced version of Charlotte Linlen. What kind of monster are you? Owen slowly rose from the ground, dust-covered arms wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. That last blow had nearly made him feel the breath of death. Such terrifying speed and power were simply beyond what a human could possess. Heatwave fist. Owen felt a bit regretful now. He should have turned back when Katakuri advised him earlier, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. Now he could only brace himself and fight this monster before him, as there might still be a glimmer of hope. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Explosion fist. Atlas exerted force beneath his feet, a massive fist surging with the explosive power of the dragon talisman, and the two collided fiercely. Bang! In fact, Charlotte Owen's devil fruit ability was quite well developed, and his physique inherited a part of Big Mom's steel balloon talent nearing an awakened state. However, his heat-hit fruit leaned towards temperature control, while Atlas' Dragon Talisman favored explosive capabilities. In terms of instantaneous attack power, he was significantly inferior. How is it, pirate? Do you feel the gaps? Atlas coldly observed Owen, whose right arm was twisted into a bizarre position. Navy, are you sure you want to offend our Big Mom pirate crew? Mama won't let you off. Owen threatened with a touch of menace. Your mother? Are you a mama's boy? Ignoring Owen's words, Atlas stepped forward, his large hand striking Owen's face hard, causing his once stylish hair to fall apart, his head nearly sinking in from the impact. Owen's right cheek bulged, high blood spraying from his mouth along with several teeth that fell to the ground. You? Owen struggled to rise, confused about this man's strange behavior, speaking words he couldn't comprehend, and suddenly he received a slap. This time Owen indeed had a bit of bad luck. He was naturally inclined towards his fruit ability, even though his physical talent was stronger than Big Mom's other children. Hand-to-hand combat still heavily relied on the use of devil fruits. However, although Atlas' dragon talisman was primarily explosive in nature, it remained fundamentally fire. Thus Owen's fruit ability was nearly halved and his physique and strength were brutally pressed down by Atlas in a dominating manner. So what is your main purpose for coming to Dressrosa? Seeing that Owen had been educated sufficiently, Atlas casually inquired, for isn't it natural to extract information from a captive? Navy, if you have the guts, just kill me. Owen said defiantly, as his loyalty to his family would never allow him to divulge any information about Big Mom. Oh, then fine. Atlas responded by drawing the third generation of Kitetsu from his waist. A flash of knife light appeared, accurately sweeping across Owen's neck, and a spray of blood instantly gushed forth. Owen instinctively pressed his uninjured left arm tightly against the wound on his neck, his eyes wide as saucers, expressing profound unwillingness, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Damn it. I was just unconsciously throwing out some harsh words. How could this bastard Navy take it seriously? Also, when the Navy captures a devil fruit user, don't they usually lock them up and impel down? Why is this guy not following the script? But Owen would never have the chance to voice these thoughts again, as Atlas had no intention of imprisoning him and impel down. He knew that the Big Mom pirate crew would definitely make some undefeatable deal with the world government to get Owen out. Just like those politicians who would secretly trade with Kaido, who occupies Wano. In the eyes of the five elders, only stark interests mattered. As for the rebirth of the devil fruit, Atlas didn't care. The world's decay was never caused by the devil fruits, and there were countless devil fruits emerging from the sea, so he didn't mind this heat-hit fruit. No survivors. Just then Gion, who had rushed over from the royal plateau, appeared beside Atlas, looking at Owen's mangled corpse and asking, "On no survivors, let this scum repent in hell." Atlas waved his hand, speaking with a calm expression, truly reminiscent of a Kuina-style brother Kano's. Gion joked half-heartedly, "I am nothing like a Kaino. Gion, Rear Admiral, should go handle the subsequent matters first, while I will go continue enjoying the warm dance of Dressrosa." Gion was stunned, as if he had been played a trick again. He hadn't had a proper rest since arriving in Dressrosa. Damn it. In the new world, the kingdom of Dressrosa, the once prosperous dock now appeared desolate, littered with the corpses from a battlefield that still bore the remnants of smoke, the majority of which were pirates. Thanks to Atlas' timely arrival, the Navy did not suffer heavy casualties. The Navy personnel moved in an orderly fashion to manage the aftermath of the battle, with Ji Yuan calmly issuing orders. The sailors operated like a well-oiled machine, executing their tasks efficiently. Meanwhile, Atlas, under Ji Yuan's strong resistance, had to remain in place, idly watching the busy Navy and Royal Guards occasionally lending a hand. Suddenly, a man in a Royal Guard uniform wearing a red cape and with curly hair rushed towards him, urgency evident in his expression and heavy breathing. "Commander Julius." A guard recognized the man and quickly set aside his belongings, greeting him respectfully. "What's going on? Where are the officers of the Big Mom pirates?" Julius was somewhat puzzled. He had received a call from King Liku, which prompted him to hastily leave his wife in their cottage at the flower fields and rush to the port. He had envisioned a scene filled with shouts mixed with cannon fire, but upon seeing the current situation, it seemed the war was already over. The battle is over. Atlas, who had been bored, brightened upon seeing Julius. He had finally encountered a man who piqued his interest and quickly chimed in. Julius looked at Atlas, his expression one of confusion. He saw a very young-looking Navy Rear Admiral clad in a pristine white uniform, whose sharply defined face bore an unusual calmness for his age. He wasn't conventionally handsome, but in the world of pirates where oddities were common, he could be considered striking. "Who are you?" "This is Rear Admiral Kano's Atlas. The recent battle ended swiftly thanks to him, and it was also this Rear Admiral who dealt with the officers of the Big Mom pirates." A nearby guard timely introduced Atlas, his eyes revealing respect. They had witnessed the battle clearly, and Atlas had demonstrated an overwhelming prowess against the officers of the so-called Big Mom pirates. "Thank you very much for your help with the Kingdom of Dressrosa." Julius felt a rush of emotion, his body tensing as he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Atlas. For Julius, Dressrosa was a place he would risk his life to protect, for there lay his wife, their unborn child, and a king he vowed to serve. Thus he felt immense gratitude towards this Navy officer who had resolved the crisis in Dressrosa. "Julius." Atlas studied the man before him with interest. From the statue he had seen in the arena and his past life's memories, Julius indeed possessed considerable ability. It was known that years later, when Doflamingo sought to seize Dressrosa, Julius had single-handedly defeated the officers of the Don Quixote family with his swordsmanship. "I have heard of you. Would you be willing to join the Navy?" Atlas straightforwardly stated his intention. To him, Julius was a highly promising potential subordinate, and his character and loyalty were qualities Atlas valued highly. Julius was taken aback. He hadn't expected this Navy officer to directly attempt to recruit him the commander of the Royal Guard. However, Julius felt a flicker of temptation. Dressrosa was too small, and he had reached a bottleneck in his swordsmanship. This recent crisis had deepened his understanding of the importance of strength. He had a wife and child to protect and a country he loved. He did not wish to find himself waiting for the mercy of enemies and the aid of the Navy during the next crisis. This time the Navy had arrived in time. What if they didn't next time? Or worse, what if the Navy abandoned them? Julius did not know what fate awaited them, but it would certainly be grim. Yet he hesitated. His pregnant wife had not yet given birth, and he felt a deep attachment to this land he cherished. Julius pondered deeply, his eyes flickering with indecision. "All right, I will give you 3 days to consider. I will wait for you here." Atlas noticed Julius' hesitation and understood his concerns. However, to gain power, one must be willing to make sacrifices. Comfort has always been the grave of the strong. 3 days later, Atlas and Ji Yuan had a pleasant 3-day holiday courtesy of King Liku, and it was now time to return. On the deck of the warship, standing beside Atlas, was Julius, the former commander of Dressrosa's army. Over these days, King Liku had been persistently haranguing Atlas about his intention to recruit Julius, but he also understood Julius' concerns, so he did not obstruct him. Julius stood beside Atlas, gazing longingly at the receding Dressrosa, while his mind replayed the conversation he had with Scarlet 3 days prior. "Julius, you are a hero. I do not wish for you to stop because of my ties. Trust me, our child will be proud of you." 3 days prior, after seeing Julius return home with a frown, Scarlet had persistently questioned him until she uncovered the source of his turmoil. Scarlet and Julius' love was originally a romantic encounter between beauty and hero. Initially, Scarlet looked down upon Julius, who came from the bloody arena, but they fell in love when he saved her from a gang of pirates. Thus, Scarlet was very supportive of Julius joining the Navy, as that was the image of a hero in her heart rather than being bound to the land of Dressrosa due to personal attachments. Bang! A colossal sea creature over 1,000 meters tall crashed violently into the ocean, sending waves crashing in every direction. Its gaping maw let out mournful cries as crimson blood mixed with the azure waters, the overwhelming scent of blood assaulting the senses. In an instant, numerous shadows darted from the depths of the sea, swiftly devouring the carcass of the sea creature. What a terrifying being. In just a few days, its power has seemingly increased significantly. The sea creature, towering over 1,000 meters, was completely dealt with in mere moments. On the deck of the warship, Ji Yuan stood with arms crossed, marveling at the awe-inspiring and mystical figure of Atlas. When he first encountered Atlas, he was merely a recruit in training. Little did he expect that he would reach such heights now. Indeed, Teacher Zaifa's insights have proven to be as sharp as ever. "Hey, Major Ji Yuan, the obstacles have been cleared. We can proceed." Atlas descended gracefully onto the deck, addressing Ji Yuan. "Kanos, you're truly impressive. Such a level of attack is something I could hardly achieve. Your strength is becoming increasingly formidable." Ji Yuan's arms fell to his sides as his slender fingers gently brushed against the golden sword at his waist, a playful glint in his eyes. Atlas chuckled lightly, offering no explanations. At this moment, both his physique and the mastery of his dominating aura had elevated him to the ranks of a true powerhouse. His observation haki had reached its pinnacle, not far from foreseeing the future, and his perception range could rival that of Enel. His armament haki, both in quality and quantity, had caught up with that of a top-tier powerhouse who had immersed themselves in the sea for many years, although he had yet to achieve internal destruction. As for his conqueror's haki, it had only recently awakened, remaining at a nascent stage with mastery, still a distant goal. Regarding the talismans, the power granted by the Bull Talisman was also steadily increasing. For instance, if Atlas' strength was initially rated as 1, the Bull Talisman augmented it exponentially from that base. Theoretically, the power of the Bull Talisman is limitless, but Atlas' current muscular frame could not unleash the force to destroy a planet. The Rabbit Talisman operates similarly. In the original work, it was through scientific means that time-traveling abilities were acquired, yet this remained an unattainable feat for Atlas. Just as the yellow ape's Pika Pika, Nomi requires a robust physique and rapid neural reactions to achieve light speed. The warship continued to sail across the ocean, heading towards the Navy's G5 base. Suddenly, a Navy lookout shouted urgently from the watchtower, "A pirate ship has been spotted ahead, and its course seems to." He paused briefly, uncertainty creeping into his tone, and continued, "The target appears to be us." All hands prepare. Scouts, can you confirm the enemy's situation? Ji Yuan remained unfazed, calmly issuing battle preparations while inquiring about the enemy's status. In any battle, intelligence is always paramount, as one can never truly know what bizarre abilities the enemy may possess. A single misstep could cost one's life. Report, Major. The enemy ship seems to be flying the flag of the Big Mom pirates. It seems they are here for Charlotte Oven, but I wonder which of them it is. Atlas, upon hearing this, displayed an interested expression. If Katakuri was the one coming, that would be splendid. Having experienced numerous battles since arriving in the new world, his strength had rapidly grown, leading him to feel increasingly confident that his initial choice had been the right one. Before long, the warship met the pirate ship. The man standing at the bow was just as Atlas had envisioned. Charlotte Kakuri, the second son of Charlotte Linlin, a man hailed as the pinnacle of the Charlotte family. Atlas scrutinized the somber-faced man before him. Katakuri was tall, with short reddish hair, a muscular build, and long legs. Each cheek bore a scar from stitches, enhancing his already formidable presence. Starting from his left arm and extending to his back was a pink tattoo. He wore a white scarf around his neck, resembling a flower, which obscured the lower part of his face. He donned a pair of black gloves, and his left arm was adorned with spikes. His attire exuded a youthful vigor, yet his expression was starkly cold, his gaze locked onto Atlas. Hey, Navy, where is Oven? Perhaps Kakuri had grown impatient under Atlas' scrutiny, as his deep, resonant voice emerged slowly from beneath the scarf, concealing his deep concern for his brother beneath his cold exterior. The Big Mom Pirates are a rather peculiar pirate organization established through familial ties. Charlotte Linlin only trusts the bonds of family, resulting in the crew seldom accepting outsiders unless they are to marry one of Big Mom's daughters, like Capone, Beej, and Sanji in the original work. Among all her children, Kakuri is undoubtedly the most charismatic figure, deeply loved and respected by his siblings, for he differs from Oven and others, placing family above all. For Katakuri, the protection of familial bonds surpasses that of the family itself. Thus, even if he betrays Big Mom's children, Katakuri would not resort to killing them. He can be said to be a perfect man. Are you referring to that flame-haired pirate? Atlas smiled subtly, looking playfully at the increasingly somber Katakuri. You seek death. Katakuri erupted in fury, his observation haki, having already foreseen Atlas' impending words. Even with prior anticipation, the situation presented before him was hard to accept. It is important to note that their older siblings had supported and relied on each other during the early days of the Big Mom Pirates, fostering a much deeper bond among them. Moi. Atlas was somewhat surprised, not expecting Katakuri to have already mastered observation haki to the extent of foreseeing the future at such an early age. He was curious how far into the future Katakuri could see. Truly worthy of the individual who awakened haki at the age of 3, his talent for observation haki was nearly on par with those born with it. Hey, don't be angry. How about this? Seeing Katakuri's furious demeanor, Atlas couldn't help but offer comfort. How about I send you down to keep him company? Hee-haw. One must admit Atlas' attempt to console was indeed effective, as Katakuri's emotions stabilized immediately. His eyes were shrouded in thick shadows, and an increasingly chilling aura surrounded him, resembling a venomous snake that could strike at any moment.